Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 1181 to Chapter 1251. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, and fine snow drifted down. Xianxia shook his head. There was really nothing good to say about these devil transformations. The stubbornness of the ox demon, the frenzy of the tiger demon, and now the stupidity of the ape demon. Brother Nyo, oh brother Nyo, what are you trying to tell me? With his previous cultivation experience, he knew that the spirit contained in a new kind of change was not something that could be comprehended overnight, so he stopped thinking hard. The road was under his feet, and he kept moving forward. He believed that one day he would understand what the moon in the water meant. Xianxia let out a long howl. The howl went on, stirring up the falling snow in the sky, but it was different from the overbearing ferocity of the tiger's howl. Ape howl! Everyone inside and outside the villa was shocked. They suddenly realized that they hadn't heard this ape howl for a long time. In the past, the White Ape King liked to howl. If it weren't for the fact that the meaning of the howl was completely different, people would almost think that the White Ape King's soul had been resurrected and was wandering around the villa. The White Ape King's howl was always sharp and resounding, with a lonely arrogance that looked down on the world. This howl, on the other hand, was vast and distant, full of changes, full of wonder, but after listening for a long time, one couldn't help but feel sad. On top of the tower, Gu Yenying slammed her hand on the stone railing and looked in the direction of the howl. However, dark clouds covered the moon, and it was dark. Has this kid comprehended something again? Villa Lord? Fei Hong put down the fiery sword and listened attentively for a while. Could such a person also feel sad? The howl dissipated in the wind and snow. Xianxia's figure moved forward, waving his arms. His eyes were full of spirit and quickness, as if he had become a big ape, and he officially began to cultivate the ape demon moon-reaching art. Galloping and leaping. There was no ferocious attack, and it was more like monkeys playing in the forest. Xianxia's heart was also full of joy, as if he had returned to his childhood. Even when he was alone, he didn't feel bored, and the world was full of life and strange things that never made him frown. This was the first time he had cultivated a method so happily, and the disappointment of reaching for the moon had long been thrown beyond the highest heavens. Of course, cultivating any method required the support of resources, and this world was definitely not willing to give him a single shred of spirit chi. However, he didn't need charity from anyone. He activated the divine talisman of great creation with all his might. It gave birth to extremely pure spiritual energy. As it circulated and melted in his body, his movements became more agile, and the sound of wind whistled through the air. At this moment, the benefits of this world were revealed. The invisible shackles had eliminated all interference. There was no need to consider the balance between gods and demons. Just dance to your heart's content. Whether it was the ox demon, the tiger demon, the phoenix demon, or the spirit turtle. They could only watch helplessly as the little monkey jumped around, unable to affect it in the slightest. When the sky brightened, Xianxia stopped just now. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and his face was filled with excitement and joy. This demonic ape transformation was really fun. There was actually such a joyful cultivation technique in this world. However, almost half of the energy within the divine talisman of great creation had been consumed without him realizing it. This amount of power was enough for him to slay the White Ape King 200 times over, and he had only just begun cultivating the ape demon transformation. It was like using a knife to kill someone. All it took was a gentle stroke of the blade, but to forge a treasured knife that had been tempered 100 times, it had to be tempered 100 times. Thinking back to when he was in Jiuzhou, drinking wine and eating meat were also considered cultivation, and he had consumed countless spirit ginseng and medicinal pills. It was as if he had an entire world supporting him. Now that he had left Jiuzhou, he could only rely on himself. As the saying went, in this world, only one's mother is good. A child without a mother is like a blade of grass. However, at least he had found a path. As long as he could sell the legend of the White Ape King to the world, would he have to worry about not having enough power of will? Before leaving this world, he had to at least master the first tier of the ape demon transformation and master an innate magical ability. He suddenly felt that his body was a little strange. When he raised his arms, he realized that his arms had become much longer. His palms had also become longer, and a layer of fine hair had grown on them. He quickly touched his face, and his mouth seemed to be protruding a little. If this goes on, I'll really become a monkey. But at least I still look a little human. Li Qingshan's eyes swept across and saw the frozen pond. He leaped up, stretched out his long arms, and tore through the air with his fingers. With a clang, a piece of the iron-hard ice was torn off and crushed into powder. He raised his arm lightly again, and the scattered snow seemed to be sucked into his hand. He clenched it into a snowball, and with a forceful toss, it disappeared into the night sky. Gu Yanning was staring into the deep darkness when a white dot suddenly appeared in her field of vision. It quickly grew bigger, and before she could react, she was hit in the head by a ball of cold air. Snowflakes flew everywhere, and she was thrown off her feet. This bastard! Li Qingshan put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. From this day onwards, there were some discussions in the villa. The villa master seemed to have gone mad. First, he changed the Ape Deity Villa signboard to Ape Demon Villa. He even changed it himself. He wrote 2 extremely ugly words on a piece of white paper and stuck them on the signboard with his saliva. Yes, with his saliva. Fortunately, it was winter, so it quickly froze. Otherwise, it would have been blown away by the mountain wind. Those who saw the new signboard for the first time were dumbfounded, not knowing what expression to make. No one could understand why he changed the Ape Deity Villa to Ape Demon. Was he deliberately doing it the other way around? He also liked to climb and jump on the steep, cold rock walls, accompanied by strange ape howls and strange laughter. Sometimes, he would suddenly jump from the edge of the cliff, giving people a fright. Some people said that it was because he had eaten the white ape Xianxia core that he had become more and more like a monkey, but people would immediately refute that even the white ape king did not look like a monkey. Moreover, his personality was becoming more and more temperamental. A few days ago, he suddenly gathered everyone for a banquet, but in the end, there were only fruits on everyone's table. Although fruits were very precious at this time of year, his table was filled with wine and meat. He ate and drank to his heart's content, as if to retaliate against everyone who said he looked like a monkey. At the banquet, a young swordsman grumbled in dissatisfaction. He immediately threw the wine cup made from the white ape king's skull at the young man, smashing his head until it bled. Just when everyone thought he was going to fly into a rage and start a massacre, he laughed and gave the wine cup to the young man, saying that he had already bound it with blood. Everyone could still remember the expression on the young man's face at that time, but they could not describe it. They could not even imagine that a face could express fear, shame, surprise, and surprise at the same time. The young man was considering whether to beg for mercy, but suddenly felt grateful. In the end, he just stood there in a daze. Later, everyone became a little envious of him. He could get the white ape king's skull just by smashing his head. A few swordsmen from rich and powerful families offered him a sky-high price, but he refused to sell it because he was also from a rich and powerful family. Gu Yanning also suffered greatly. When Li Qingshan mysteriously said that he wanted to show her something, then brought her under a wall. Through a small hole in the wall, she saw a picture of a group of women bathing. She wanted to strangle him. "Kid, I know you want to experience the nature of an ape, but you don't have to be so engrossed in training." Li Qingshan's eyes glowed. There were tens of thousands of small holes on the steep peak under his feet. They were all scratches left by his hands. He had been fooled by the will of heaven many times. Rocks collapsed in his hands, wind and snow attacked him from behind. He had to adapt to the situation. If he made a mistake, he would be smashed to pieces. However, he had never used the divine talisman of great creation or lost the smile on his face. He was very happy. It was not because of the demonic nature of the ape demon. It was because he was hysterically doing whatever he wanted. It reminded him of his original feelings. He remembered how unwilling he was when death came. He spent his short life in mediocrity. He remembered how happy he was when he was reborn. He swore that he would not let this life down. At that time, all he thought about was nothing more than living to his heart's content in 100 years of life. Unknowingly, what he possessed had already far exceeded what he had desired in the beginning. He had unimaginably great power and a long lifespan, so why was he afraid now? Success, failure, and emptiness were inevitable in the world. Were the gods and Buddhas really immortal? Who or what was not an illusion in the end? What harm was there in fishing for the moon? The will of heaven played tricks on people. Why care about the result? If the moon in the water was so moving, then try your best to fish for it. Du Yening seemed to understand. She was speechless for a moment. She patted his shoulder and said, "Thank you." Listening to the sound of water coming from next door, she suddenly laughed. "If you don't think so much, it's really interesting." But she took out the rock feather and waved it gently. Crack! The stone wall moved up and down and collapsed. The water rippled violently, and the white bodies froze in the midst of the rising mist. "Only this way can I see clearly." Within a series of screams, Du Yening waved her fan and left. She slipped and suddenly fell backwards. Li Qingshan extended his arm and caught her by the waist. "This evil heaven is 100 times more stubborn than you." Du Yening gritted her teeth. During the time she spent in the tower, she had to be careful everywhere, almost forgetting about her bad luck. "Haha. I just happened to want to compete with it." Li Qingshan smiled. "All right. You've been wild for a while. Come back with me to write a novel." "Don't we already have one?" "I'll go take a walk in the front yard." Li Qingshan got a headache at the thought of sitting there and writing with a pen. It was more interesting to climb the steep cliff. "I don't care about your training, but you're so bored today that you brought me here to see this." It was obvious that he had reached a bottleneck. The power of wish and the divine talisman of great creation isn't enough. Du Yening grabbed his long arm. Her sharp eyes stared at him. "I really can't hide anything from you." Li Qingshan smiled. He had been climbing the cliffs for the past few days and had pushed the ape demon's strength to its limit. "That's good. Don't forget, you're a novelist." "I won't forget. Before next spring, we must make sufficient preparations." "Yes, definitely. Can you help me up now?" Du Yening lay in the crook of Li Qingshan's arm and engaged in this serious conversation. The background behind her was a mess of a bathtub. It was a very strange scene. The wind and clouds in the sky changed. Snowflakes fell and stopped, and the mountain wind howled endlessly. The winter in the north was especially long, but unknowingly, the icicles began to melt quietly, and crystal-clear water droplets fell. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the entire villa shook. Everyone in the villa felt as if the thunder had exploded in their ears. When they recovered from the shock, there were cries of surprise in the villa. "Oh no, the tower was struck by lightning. The array was broken. The eye of the array must have been hit. How could it be so coincidental? Where are the 2 villa lords?" "They're still in the tower." Dark clouds hung low in the sky. After the spring thunder, more lightning was brewing in the clouds, and all of them poured down on the high tower. The lightning twisted and spread on the stone walls. Could this be the Ascension heavenly tribulation? In the secret underground room of the high tower, Li Qingshan and Gu Yening knew very well that this was not a heavenly tribulation, but just an ordinary thunderstorm. It just happened to happen in the sky above the villa, and they happened to be coming for them. The deafening roar echoed in the secret room. "You're lucky. Otherwise, if you were struck, no one could save you." Li Qingshan shouted at the top of his voice. Du Yening practiced on the rooftop almost every day, without shelter from the wind and snow. Today, she didn't go up there. She took him to check the treasures in the secret room, so as to prepare to go out of the mountain and avoid this disaster. "It's not luck. I observe the clouds every day. If I didn't bring you here, you would have been struck to death outside." Du Yening also shouted. She liked flying since she was a child, so she knew all kinds of changes in the clouds. Thunderclouds were completely different from ordinary clouds. As soon as she saw the changes in the sky, she hurriedly took Li Qingshan here. This was the lowest, firmest, and safest place in the villa. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Surprise." Gu Yening smiled slightly. "Surprise my ass." Li Qingshan rolled his eyes, but Gu Yening's smile froze. She pointed behind him and shouted, "Be careful of the lightning." How could there be lightning here? He even closed the heavy stone door of the secret room. Li Qingshan thought she was joking, but when he looked back, a ball of lightning somehow passed through the stone door and moved silently. The air was filled with a strange stench. Damn it. Boom. The violent lightning filled the secret room. After a long time, the thunderclouds dispersed, and the stone door opened. Li Qingshan and Gu Yanning came out with their faces covered in dust. More than half of the tower above them had collapsed. Flames rose in the villa, and people were rushing back and forth, trying to put out the fire. But just now, when the lightning was raging, several people were struck to death, and no one dared to come out. Now the fire had completely spread. Even the innate masters couldn't do anything. The mountain wind whistled, and the wind fueled the fire, turning the villa into a sea of fire. The lonely peak was like a burning torch, and the fire could be seen from hundreds of miles away. Oh no, my novel! Li Qingshan's expression changed. He had spent the whole winter writing up to the 5th volume of the grand biography of the White Ape King, and had his men copy tens of thousands of copies. Now with a fire, it was all over. Don't worry, I've ordered people to pack it up and bury it in the ground. The fire won't burn it, and the water won't drown it. Li Qingshan calmed down. Just now, he had to use the divine talisman of great creation to save his life, and it had consumed a lot of power of will. It was already very dangerous, and once it was used up, he could only fight with his bare hands and risk his life against the heavens. The two of them stood in the middle of the raging fire. A black pillar of smoke rose into the sky and circled above the mountain peak. It was like a black dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, glaring at them maliciously. Gu Yanning looked up at the sky. It seems that the heavens are urging us to go on our way. Li Qingshan said, then let's go and make a scene. Let the world know the names of I, Li Qingshan, the descended tiger, and you, Gu Yanning, the flying eagle. Can we not add these two nicknames? Smoke lingered in the air. The ape deity mountain villa, which was once famous in the north, was now in ruins. Fei Hong hurried through the ruined courtyard and arrived below the collapsed tower. All she saw was Li Qingshan sitting on the high steps. He was solemn and had a smile on his face. Gu Yanning stood beside him, gazing into the distance. Her clothes ruffled as if she was about to be blown away by the wind. She was relieved. She could not see any disappointment on their faces, which made her admire them even more. Fei Hong, you're here. Li Qingshan greeted her as if it was any other day. Villa leader, it's good that you're okay. Many sisters were burned to death. Fei Hong sighed. She felt disgusted when she thought of the burnt bodies. Fei Hong smiled bitterly. If her martial arts had not improved recently, she would have been killed as well. Li Qingshan saw that her face was covered in smoke. He smiled. It seems that martial arts has its benefits. Yes. It's destroyed, it's all destroyed. Villa leader, what should we do now? Yuan Feifei ran over crying. She wanted to be the caretaker of the villa for the rest of her life. Now, everything had turned into ashes. What's your name? Li Qingshan shouted and stood up slowly. His arms fell to his knees. He took a deep breath and roared at the sky. His roar resounded through the mountain peak. Everyone gathered. The swordsman from the outer yard did not suffer any losses. Other than one unlucky guy who was killed by lightning, the others were all safe. More than 10 people from the inner yard died. However, most of them had internal energy and escaped. The night was dark, and shadows flickered. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Qingshan stretched his arms and pointed to the sky. He asked loudly, do you know why this thunderstorm came? Everyone was speechless. He patted his chest. It came for me. At first, everyone thought that this thunderstorm had something to do with Li Qingshan and the others. However, when he said it himself, they felt that it was too arrogant. How could a mortal trigger such a heavenly power? This damned heavens wants me dead. Do you know why? Li Qingshan's orange-yellow eyes looked around. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, why? Because I'm going to do something great. What is it? Who still remembers our slogan? Flying red. Say it. Everyone has something to learn, and everyone has something to practice. Yes, that's it. I'm going down the mountain now. Turn these words into reality. I want to spread my book to the whole world. Let everyone in the world. They can all practice the most powerful martial arts and ultimate arts. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and their hearts were filled with shock. They hadn't expected that his words were actually sincere and not a joke. This was even crazier than all the things he had done in the villa combined. However, no one dared to say anything due to his usual majesty. "Manor Lord, you absolutely can't do that. Are you going to become enemies with all the aristocratic families and sects in the world?" A swordsman tried to dissuade Li Qingshan. It was the youth who had been smashed in the head by Li Qingshan. "I remember that you are from an aristocratic family." Li Qingshan's face darkened. The youth was a little regretful, but he bit the bullet and said, "It's the Shiman family of the western region. This is just my personal opinion, and it has nothing to do with the family." "Go on. This is the outskirts of civilization. No one cares what you want to do, Heights Lord. But if the grand biography of the White Ape King were to be spread all over the world, all sword sects and schools would perish. No, not just sword sects and schools. When that time comes, all the sects and aristocratic families in the world will gather together to attack you. I hope Manor Lord will think twice." The youth bowed deeply, and cold sweat gradually oozed from his forehead. The consequences were so serious that even he hadn't thought of it before he spoke. He only hoped that it would be a skull this time. The other swordsmen were even more shocked. They couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be. There were only a few methods in the world that could be compared to the White Ape sword technique. If the explanation in the biography of the White Ape King was added, it would be unparalleled in the world. If it was really as Li Qingshan said, and the book was spread throughout the world, who would be willing to learn from a master? There wouldn't even be a master to speak of. Even a mountain villager could kill the disciples of famous sects and aristocratic families as long as he had enough understanding and perseverance. There were many such stories in the world of martial arts. Young geniuses occasionally had a fortuitous encounter and suddenly rose like a comet, becoming the talk of people. But such things were rare in 100 years. These geniuses all had masters and eventually became masters themselves, or they founded their own sects or aristocratic families. If such things became the norm, the order of the world of martial arts would completely collapse, and the world would fall into unprecedented chaos. Well said. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and a cold light pierced through the air, shooting toward the youth. The youth's pupil shrank, and he didn't have time to draw his sword. He thought to himself, "My life is over." However, the cold light streaked across the air in an arc and stabbed right under his feet. "You've got some guts, kid, to dare to speak bluntly. The White Ape King's true steel sword is yours." Thank you, Manor Lord." The youth was surprised and happy, and the eyes of the crowd were filled with envy. "But I want to be enemies with all the sects and aristocratic families in the world," Li Qingshan said proudly. In fact, Gu Yining had already said this before, and she had said it more clearly. He borrowed the White Ape sword method to spread the novel, and it was a shortcut that could quickly accumulate power of will, but he also had to pay a price for it. Martial arts flourished in this world, but the most important martial arts books were monopolized by thousands of sects and aristocratic families, big and small. Without a fortuitous encounter, a peasant boy could never win against a young master of an aristocratic family even if he practiced for a lifetime. Even within the sects and aristocratic families, they were divided into different levels: the outer sect, the inner sect, and the direct branches, forming a stable system. The core was often a secret art or a few kinds of martial arts. Li Qingshan's actions were bound to challenge the world's thousands of years of order. Coupled with his self-mockery, the result was self-evident. But why is he doing this? No one could understand why he would do something so strenuous and unrewarding. This is for justice. Looking at the world of martial arts, how many heroes and young heroes fight for fame and fortune, but how many good things have they done in their lives? The so-called heroes of the forest claim to rob the rich and help the poor, but how many rich and poor families can they rob? Not to mention that what these people do is like giving charity to beggars. They don't even see people as human beings, they are just tools for their own gratification. Now I want to show the world what is the true way of chivalry, what is the true meaning of robbing the rich and helping the poor. I want to give all the weak the power to protect themselves. I want to give all the poor the opportunity to become peerless masters. I dream that one day, there will be no sectarian bias, no distinction between the rich and the poor. All living things compete for freedom, and everyone can rely on their own strength to create a career. Let those who are born noble and high above be stunned. Aristocratic families and sects are nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. In the face of this rolling general trend, even the mysterious will of heaven can't stop it. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Today, I will go against heaven. At this moment, he seemed to have become the combination of God and devil, justice and evil, chivalry and tyranny, a warrior and a madman, all fused into one body. Under the brilliant morning sun, it seemed that even the heavens did not know whether to destroy it or to help it succeed. The timing is perfect. The corners of Gu Yening's lips curled up slightly. He cleverly hid his true purpose and then faked the reason why he was rejected by this world. She did not expect that this boy, who liked to be alone, would be so resourceful. However, he remembered that he had never been good at putting on a show. Yet, he was able to say such hot-blooded and passionate words. Even he himself was a little excited after hearing it. Could it be? She observed carefully and saw that his eyes were blazing with determination. Even she couldn't find a trace of falsehood in them. Could it be that he was serious? He suddenly recalled a few months ago when she complained about the heavens being mischievous. He smiled and said, "I was just about to compete with it." The red sun gradually rose from the east. Everyone slowly recovered from their shock. They all had different expressions on their faces as they pondered in silence. He felt fear and shock, but also yearned for it. A middle-aged swordsman suddenly said, "Man, our Lord is right. What's so great about clans and sects? Why are they born one level higher than others?" In order to enter the ape deity mountain villa to learn swordsmanship, he had spent close to 10 years collecting enough treasures to present to the White Ape King. However, he had already passed the optimal age to learn swordsmanship, and there was little hope for him to break through to the innate realm. Moreover, he had been looked down upon by swordsmen from aristocratic families and sects in this villa. He had long been suppressing a bellyful of vexation. However, Li Qingshan's white ape sword technique had given him hope of becoming a peerless master. "I am also willing to follow the manor lord." Soon after, a few more swordsmen shouted. They were all from the wilderness. His strength was mediocre, and he hadn't even reached the Xianxia realm. Most importantly, it was obvious that only by continuing to follow Li Qingshan would he have the opportunity to continue comprehending the white ape sword technique. Although the grand biography of the White Ape King was very detailed, there were many parts that required reference to the original text in order to truly understand. However, most of the swordsmen were still hesitant. They were all from aristocratic families and sections. How could they turn their spears against their own people? "Villa Lord," that young swordsman from the Shiman clan said. He gathered his courage and spoke again. Li Qingshan turned to look at him. Xianxia is willing to follow the manor lord and achieve great things." Xianxia bowed deeply. Originally, he wanted to say something to object. But when that pair of orange eyes looked at him, he felt a chill run down his spine. His heart skipped a beat. His killing intent was aroused. He could not help but tighten his grip on the true steel sword. Some things could be done twice, but not thrice. If he continued to defy Meng Qi this time, he was afraid that not only would he fail to learn the white ape swordplay, but his life would also be in danger. Thus, he quickly changed his tone and expressed his support. "Oh? You are also from an aristocratic family, I thought you would oppose it," Li Qingshan said with a smile. He was prepared to kill him as a sacrifice. "I am doing this in order to protect the Shiman clan. No matter how strong the Shiman clan is, how can we become the enemy of the entire world? Only by conforming to the general trend can we avoid a calamity. Even if the white ape sword law spreads throughout the world, I believe that the people of Shiman clan won't be weaker than others." With Xianxia as an example and a decent set of reasons, the other swordsmen also expressed their allegiance. The temptation of the white ape sword law was too great, and Li Qingshan's coercion was too strong. "I am very pleased that everyone is sensible and sensible. If there is anyone else who has an objection, you may as well speak up now. If you don't speak up today, you won't have a chance in the future. Li Qingshan nodded slightly, but in his heart, he was very clear that these people's loyalty was worthless. Once he showed weakness, he would immediately bite back. But this was the interesting part. It was like climbing on a precipice. If there was no danger, what would be the point? The Manor Lord has great ambitions. Forgive me for my shallow strength, but I can't help the Manor Lord. I will take my leave now. A skinny old man wearing a Taoist robe faintly said. He had reached the Xiantian 7th stage, and his strength was second only to the two protectors. Moreover, he was the great elder of the mysterious Void Temple, one of the 7 biggest sects in the world. The mysterious Void Temple's lord was also his junior brother. In addition, he was already old. Even if he had the White Ape Sword Law, it would be very difficult for his cultivation to advance to the next level. Naturally, he was unwilling to join Li Qingshan's pirate ship. He secretly made up his mind. As soon as he left the mountain, he would rush back to the mysterious Void Temple. Then, he would inform all the martial arts practitioners that such a devil had appeared in the north. If he couldn't eradicate him as soon as possible, then the martial arts world would inevitably face a great catastrophe, surpassing any previous one. This man named Li Qingshan was incomparable to any evil devil in the history of the martial arts world. In front of his frightening ambition, the Phantom Dancer Demon King and the 7 Slaughtering Demon King were simply as kind as children. He didn't do it for worldly things, but simply to cause chaos in the world. Could it be that the descent of the evil star would happen because of him? Good, very good. I like courageous people. Who else? Li Qingshan said with a smile. The other swordsmen seemed to have found their backbone. They also cupped their hands and bid farewell. There was even one who refuted Li Qingshan, saying that he was seeking his own destruction and that it was better to stop while it was still early. Li Qingshan's smile became even wider. Unknowingly, a long winter had passed since he had killed the flame sword Marquis Ho Hongtao with one palm. Since then, he had been quite peaceful and hadn't killed anyone. It seemed that he had been underestimated by some people. Where are the left and right protectors? Manor Lord, what orders do you have? The two protectors stepped forward. After a winter, their sword arts had improved a lot. In order to cross the tribulation and break through the void, they had already decided to follow Li Qingshan for a while. Kill them for me. Li Qingshan lightly waved his hand. This. The left and right protectors hesitated. If they attacked, they would form an irreconcilable blood feud with the mysterious Void Temple. Li Qingshan, do you want to kill us all? The skinny old man said angrily. I have already said that those who follow me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. Do you think I am joking? Protectors, what are you waiting for? If you don't want to take action, then let me do it myself. The left and right protectors felt a chill in their hearts. They simultaneously thought of the pile of ape corpses in front of the manor gate a few months ago. He was no longer the carefree and inexplicable master of the manor, but an overlord of the martial arts world. Between death and ascension, there was no hesitation. With a clang, he resolutely drew his sword. You are helping a tiger do evil. Haha, to think that you still remember my name, the Descended Tiger. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. Shut up. The Manor Lord's righteousness is not something an old man like you can understand. Now that you have realized your error and repent, I beg for the Manor Lord's forgiveness. Perhaps you still have a chance to live, the right protector shouted. Humph, this humble Taoist is not as greedy for life as you are. This matter cannot be concealed. The mysterious Void Temple will definitely avenge me. Come. In an instant, sword chi crisscrossed, and several heads fell to the ground. A moment later, only the old man was left. He was restrained by the two protectors and brought before Li Qingshan. He was still cursing and swearing. Manor Lord, why don't you keep him as a hostage and use him to threaten the mysterious Void Temple? Li Qingshan extended his arm and lifted the old man high into the air. Then, he tossed him off the cliff. A long, miserable scream rang out, then suddenly stopped. Li Qingshan suddenly turned around, baring his fangs. His face was ferocious, like an enraged ape. No matter how much he joked around, a demonic ape was still a demon, and he was born with a demonic nature. He widened his orange-yellow eyes and stared at the two Dharma protectors. "You two pieces of trash." The protectors' expressions changed. They had been famous swordsmen for many years and had never been insulted like this. Li Qingshan sneered. "What, you don't accept it? The way of the sword is the way of killing, but you don't even dare to kill. What are you if not trash? Are you going to capture every enemy you meet in the future and hand them over to me? Then what's the point of practicing? Go home and embroider." The protectors' faces alternated between green and red, but they didn't say a word. Which of them didn't have dozens of dead souls under their swords? How could they not dare to kill? "I know that old guy has some status, so you're afraid. Not only are you trash, but you're also idiots. If you support me, then put aside all distracting thoughts and follow me. If you don't like me and want to kill me and take the white ape sword technique, then you should kill that old guy to gain my trust. It's laughable that you're so hesitant. The Villa Master is right, we know we were wrong. We have no intention of betraying you." The protectors lowered their heads. From the moment the old man fell off the cliff, they had already become enemies with the Xianxia temple, so they might as well kill him and satisfy Li Qingshan. In any case, since he witnessed Xianxia's extraordinary and peerless sword Dao, it was absolutely impossible for him to give up. Now, he could only follow Xianxia to the end. Li Qingshan's anger immediately turned to joy. Nothing is better than being able to correct one's mistakes. At least I didn't misjudge you. Your hearts of the sword are not even embryonic swords and need to be tempered. Even the White Ape King can't do this. Now, follow me to fight for the world. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Don't miss it. I won't miss it. Alright, get ready to go down the mountain. Li Qingshan waved his hand and turned to Gu Yenying. You make the arrangements. Gu Yenying shrugged slightly and went up to give orders. In just a few sentences, she had already gathered all of them. He mobilized everyone. Some went off to gather wood and build sledges, others to dig granaries and bury pots to cook rice, and others to put out fires. Collecting gold and silver that were not afraid of fire and so on. Finally, he had the left and right guardians maintain order and supervise everyone. Arranging everything reasonably, neatly, and interlinked with each other would be the most efficient. She had served as the White Hawk commander in the Rui Commandery for many years, so a small matter like this obviously could not trouble her. But everyone was impressed by their strength and wisdom. Perhaps he could really accomplish something great. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed. He was happy to be free. Gu Yenying whispered, Qingshan, isn't this too intense? We could have planned it slowly. If he didn't have such an imposing manner, how could he have shaken the hearts of the people in the world? Revolution is not a dinner party. The heavens are watching what people do. Li Qingshan disagreed. With their bad luck, even if they wanted to plan it slowly, there would definitely be countless accidents. In the end, they would still have to become enemies with sects and aristocratic clans, and all they would end up with would be sneaky and be labeled as rascals. It was better for them to stand out openly, win over the hearts of the people, and fight to their heart's content against all their enemies with the might of the world. I think all you have is an imposing manner. I really don't know what you'll do without me. Gu Yenying said in exasperation. If they wanted to become enemies with the aristocratic clans and sects of the world, just Li Qingshan's fists were definitely not enough. They needed to establish a complete organization and borrow all the power they could to expand and develop like a rolling snowball. There were so many things that she definitely needed to sort through. She also needed to consider the unfathomable minds of people. This is exactly for you to gain experience. Li Qingshan patted her shoulder. If you want to turn from a Kuan to a Peng, you must first feel the turbulence of the undercurrents and fight against the violent winds and waves. Only then can you rise up. That does make some sense. Gu Yenying could not help but sink into thought, but she noticed that the smile on Li Qingshan's face was exactly the same as when he was playing a prank. She said in annoyance, I actually almost believed you. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm very experienced in this aspect. Li Qingshan was not boasting. He cultivated the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, and he wanted to constantly comprehend the spirit contained within each transformation. When he crossed space, he had a slight understanding of the Kunpeng spirit. It was a kind of vastness that allowed all rivers to flow into the sea, but it did not possess the forbearance and silence of the spirit turtle. Instead, it was filled with a spirited will. Even if it dove into the depths of the sea, it was for the sake of rising up. Even Haitian wanted to break free from the restraints. He liked the spirit very much, even feeling a little regretful. This was because the Kunpeng did not appear in the remaining 3 transformations. All right. Du Yening was not a coward. She only became cautious because she was powerless and had just gone through a lightning storm. Her fighting spirit had been roused by Li Qingshan. I'll fight with you. Before she had even finished speaking, the Kunpeng feather in her bosom flashed slightly, as if it was responding to her. How about it? I was right, wasn't I? Li Qingshan smiled. I've been enlightened. Du Yening bowed slightly. Don't be so smug. Go get everything in the secret room down there. All right, all right. At the same time, a furious, emaciated old man clung tightly to a slanted pine tree halfway up the mountain. It was the elder of the profound void temple that Li Qingshan had tossed down the mountain. His aura had become even more powerful. As it turned out, the crisis of life and death had instead allowed him to break through his bottleneck and reach the 8th layer of the congenital realm. He had also opened his acupoints along the way. Then he encountered this pine tree, which was why he managed to keep his life. However, his injuries were not light, so he did not dare to act rashly. He planned to wait for nightfall before descending the mountain and returning to the profound void temple. The heavens must be helping me, allowing me to slay the evil demon and take revenge. Li Qingshan, just you wait. The sun was high up in the sky. Everything was ready on the mountaintop. They were only waiting for Li Qingshan's order to set off. He raised his hand high and was about to announce the departure when he suddenly had a thought. He muttered to himself, it seems that some people won't die if they fall off a cliff. Dilla master, that old man's acupoints have all been sealed. He's dead for sure. The right protector said. That's not for sure. Li Qingshan walked to the edge of the cliff and looked carefully. Through the thick mist, he indeed found a figure halfway up the mountain. He smiled and said, what did I say? I was soft-hearted and didn't kill him with my own hands. Then, he looked left and right, lifted a huge rock and threw it down. He missed once and threw again in high spirits. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This is called soft-hearted. A moment later, a familiar scream rang out, but it was much shorter. Although the majestic gate of the villa had been scorched by smoke and fire, it still stood tall. Even the words ape demon that Li Qingshan had stuck on with his saliva were still there. Do you still remember that snowy night a few months ago? Of course we remember, Villa Master. Now that I think about it, it still feels like a dream. This statement was met with a wave of agreement. Not only did that night feel like a dream, but the experiences of the past few months also felt like a dream. Now, they were going to have an even crazier dream. To tell you the truth, that snowstorm was also aimed at me. But not only did the wretched heavens not do anything to me, I became stronger the more I fought, and with your help, what's there to worry about? Li Qingshan laughed heartily. Everyone laughed too. Half a day ago, when they heard similar words, they thought he was bragging, but now they couldn't help but believe it. They felt a kind of heroic spirit fighting with the heavens, and his body glowed with a strange charm and boldness. I guarantee that everyone here, as long as they can survive this great trial, will definitely be able to break through the void. Li Qingshan pointed at the crowd and made a shocking promise. After all, how many years would it take for a peerless master to be able to break through the void to appear in the martial arts world? It was obviously arrogant talk, but it had a powerful persuasive power. Seeing that everyone was stunned, he laughed again. But as for whether or not we will be killed by the tribulation lightning, I can't guarantee. Even if we are killed by the tribulation lightning, it's better than living a mediocre life. Fei Hong raised her arms and shouted. If there was anyone in the villa who had the fastest improvement in martial arts, it would be her. In just a few months, she had gone from mediocre to top-notch. This was due to her perseverance, her ability to endure hardship, and her decent talent. Li Qingshan would even give her special treatment from time to time, giving her some pills from the White Ape King's secret room. She was the clearest example right now, which tempted everyone. I will not die before I am killed by the tribulation lightning. Xianxia gripped the true steel sword tightly. He couldn't help but feel a little excited, wishing he could meet an enemy right now. Let's fight. Okay. I'll watch you. But now that the villa has been destroyed, I am no longer the villa master. Then how should we address him? The Right Protector asked. Was he really going to call it the Descending the Mountain Tiger? A Descending the Mountain Tiger that looked like an ape? Isn't this a little too much of a joke? I will be a hero and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. It made all the so-called heroes throughout the ages blush with shame. He should be called the Hero King. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone answered loudly, their blood boiling. This was the title that their commander should have. Only one person was dissatisfied. It was Gu Yenying, who was standing beside Li Qingshan. Then I don't want to be called Flying Eagle either. Then what do you want to be called? Eagle King? King Kuan? Or King Rock? None of them. I'll just call myself the number one in the world. Gu Yenying smiled in a carefree manner. You. What kind of world's number one are you? Li Qingshan was also dissatisfied. Seeing the two villa masters arguing, everyone could only remain silent. This was even more arrogant than the Hero King. Even among the peerless masters in history who could break through the void, no one dared to call themselves the world's number one. You can only call yourself the number two in the world. Li Qingshan said with certainty. Everyone was speechless. So they were just fighting for this ranking? But they were not surprised at all. I don't care. Gu Yenying raised her head and did not even look at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's eyes widened like a cow's, but he could not do anything to her. Your Highness, please calm down. I think the 4 words number one in the world are true. Xianxia glanced at Gu Yenying and immediately looked away. No matter how many times he looked at her, he could not look at her directly. He had opposed Li Qingshan twice because he was jealous. Fei Hong sighed in her heart. If she was not the world's number one, who could be called the world's number one? Li Qingshan also understood and said with a smile, that makes sense. If you want to be number one in the world, then be it. I don't want to use this kind of title. Gu Yenying smiled, since the villa is gone, we should rebuild a new gang so that everyone knows their subordinates. I have already thought of the name, it will be called World Society. World Alliance, the whole world is united, good name. The villa has the intention to defend, but the World Society has the ambition to conquer the world. The left and right protectors exclaimed in admiration. They could also see that in the future, many specific matters would probably be handled by this number one beauty in the world. Wait, it sounds like you are the leader of the World Society. Li Qingshan said. That's right, I am the leader. Gu Yenying grinned. Since her Kuan Peng's heart was aroused, she was not willing to hide behind Li Qingshan and be a subordinate who gave advice and suggestions. What about me? Li Qingshan pointed at his own nose. You are the king of chivalry. Of course, if you want, you can be the deputy leader. Gu Yenying nodded. Brat, I have been the deputy villa master for so long, it should be my turn now. Li Qingshan's eyes widened like copper bells. This is not fair, how big is the villa? Gu Yenying tilted her head to indicate that there were fewer people here than in the original villa. As for how many people can be developed, isn't it all up to me? It's very fair. In the end, Li Qingshan let out a long sigh, forget it, it's all an empty title, I won't fight with you. Then, Gu Yenying took a step forward and ordered someone to get a pen and paper to record. In a short while, she dictated 18 rules of the society. They were concise and strict, with clear rewards and punishments. Not only did they maintain authority, but they also pointed out the direction of development. They were better than the family rules of any aristocratic family or sect in the world. When it came to making laws, who could compare to the legalists? Everyone, please remember these 18 rules. If you violate them, you will be tortured in hell. Gu Yenying's expression became solemn and awe-inspiring. Her cloak fluttered, and hot wind surged. In an instant, the beautiful woman turned into a judge of hell. Everyone felt a great sense of majesty and terror. This world leader, who had never shown any power and looked even weaker than ordinary people, had such majesty. Li Qingshan's respect for her was not just because of her charm as the number one in the world. They all said, "Your subordinate obeys." Li Qingshan looked back and felt that there was no real power in it. She only borrowed a trace of the breath of hot wind hell, but it was enough to scare these guys. It seemed that she did not waste this winter. Under the bright sun, a group of people meandered down the mountain. Water slowly dripped from the plaque. The two words "ape demon" were lifted by the mountain wind and gently torn off, fluttering with the wind. They landed at the foot of the mountain. There was a person lying in the thick snow. It was the elder of the Xianxia temple. Beside him was a broken pine tree and a cracked boulder. His face was covered in blood, but his chest was slowly rising and falling. Although the boulder Li Qingshan threw broke the pine tree, it didn't directly hit him. The thick snow that had accumulated for an entire winter saved his life. He just happened to fall into a snow pit. The purple cloud secret art of the mysterious void temple gave him a chance to live. It could be said that he was extremely lucky. However, he felt the will of heaven and thought to himself, "The heavens are helping me. If I can kill this thief, I will be blessed by the heavens. Perhaps it won't be difficult for me to break through the void. No, this is the truth. I just need to spread it. Damn you, you still won't die like this." A familiar scolding suddenly resounded through the clear sky. Li Qingshan's face appeared above the snow pit, blocking the bright blue sky. His expression was angry as if he was the one who was thrown down the mountain. You. His eyes widened. Before he could react, his legs were pulled out of the snow pit. After a moment of dizziness, the rock wall rushed toward him. No. Pa. His brain burst and blood splattered. Pa 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 pa. A moment later, Li Qingshan threw down his legs in satisfaction. It really is. If he's alive, I want to see him; if he's dead, I want to see his corpse. I can't be careless. Let's see how you'll survive this time. The rock wall and the snow were covered in thick ink. The bloody mess naturally didn't have the ability to answer him. The will of the heavens is so clear, so it might not necessarily be a bad thing. We just have to consider the worst-case scenario for everything. It'll make it easier to make plans. Gu Yining's voice rang out, but it came from a huge basket on Li Qingshan's back. "Number one in the world, how does it feel inside?" Li Qingshan turned his head and asked. "It's very comfortable. It would be better if you could walk more steadily." Gu Yining smiled and stuck her head out, like a little monkey lying on the back of a big monkey. This basket was personally designed by her. It was covered with thick fur and 4 tough ropes crisscrossed in front of Li Qingshan's chest, tightly binding the two of them together. Because the mountain road was steep and there were a lot of treasures, Li Qingshan couldn't wait any longer. She suggested that they come back to the foot of the mountain to take a look, and sure enough, they found something. "I want to play it safe. Do you know how many traps there are under the snow?" Li Qingshan flew away. The snow under his feet flew up. His bare feet dug deep into the ground, and with every step he took, a trace of power surged up from the soles of his feet. He borrowed this force to move forward, walking like the wind. It was also incomparably stable. When they arrived at the other side of the mountain, it was almost dusk. Bonfires were lit. When the crowd saw the two of them return, they bowed to them. "Your Highness. President." Li Qingshan said a few more encouraging words. Arriving at the central tent, he put down the basket on his back and asked, "Where are we going?" Gu Yining crawled out of the basket and stretched her body. If the people outside heard this, they would probably explode right now. The great king of chivalry doesn't even know where to go. "Humph, I'm not the president. What's the point of thinking about this?" Li Qingshan sat down and picked up the wine on the table. He took a sip and spat it out. He said vaguely, "There's poison in the wine." A pungent smoke rose from the ground, showing the intensity of the poison. He still looked indifferent, but Gu Yining was more dissatisfied that he didn't become the president. "That's true." Gu Yining smiled slightly, which made Li Qingshan's teeth itch. Gu Yanning took out a sheepskin map and spread it on the table. There are thousands of miles to the south from here, which is ruled by the Ma family, one of the 4 great families in the world. It has been passed down for 200 years. Their descendants control every piece of land and every mine. It is said that every leaf has the surname Ma. The head of the family, Ma Xingkong, is at the 9th level of Qi training. There are countless masters under him. I originally wanted to negotiate with him in the Galloping Horse City. There are many literate people there, and it is convenient to spread your novel. Li Qingshan slammed the table. Screw you. This is not Great Xia, and you are not the daughter of the eagle deity. You are a right-leaning capitulationist. Compromise will not help us win the revolution, and it will not help us unite our comrades. You really have a lot of weird things to say. But you're right. I've been taking things for granted. Once I try to play according to the rules of this world, we'll become riddled with openings and be restrained everywhere. It's better to strike first and catch them off guard, which is why my first target is here. Gu Yanning pointed at a point on the map. The mine. And a large number of miners. I believe they will like your idea. Gu Yanning's eyes were bright and shining. You finally understand what I mean. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. This world is fundamentally different from our world. The next morning, it snowed lightly again. Li Qingshan carried Gu Yanning on his back and led the group to the south. The journey was full of twists and turns. In just a few days, they had encountered 2 avalanches. If it were not for Li Qingshan's sharp senses for danger, and if it were not for Gu Yanning constantly observing the terrain and making the worst-case scenarios, any one of these avalanches would have been enough to completely bury their newly established society of the world. Everyone realized that disaster was shrouding them, and their morale was extremely low. Fortunately, Li Qingshan had already described this as a journey against the natural order. Otherwise, the group would have collapsed. Everyone was afraid of the unknown. Even so, on the night of the first avalanche, a few people took advantage of the night to escape. They were all chased by the left and right protectors and were beheaded. Only then did the trend stop. On the 5th evening, the group arrived at their destination. It was surrounded by mountains and surrounded by a huge mine with a radius of 10 miles. There were rows of houses in the mine, just like a small city. Countless miners went in and out of the mine like ants. They used all kinds of simple and crude machines to dig the ores out of the mountains. Then, they took the coal from the ground and cast it into all kinds of weapons. Finally, they branded it with the Pegasus mark and transported it out of the mine by the river. Li Qingshan looked at the Pegasus flag fluttering in the wind above the mine and said to Gu Yanning, "We also want to make some flags." He turned his head and gestured to the left and right protectors, "Go and take this down. Don't kill anyone. I will hold a public hearing tonight." No one knew what was going to happen in the public hearing, but for the swordsmen, it was a very simple task to take over such a mine, and they almost didn't encounter any decent resistance, especially for the left and right protectors. No one was a match for them. After all, no matter how strong the influence of Ma family was, it was impossible for them to send a master of Xiantian 9th stage to guard this mine, and any protector could easily dismantle the rule of Ma family here. Did you notice that the spiritual energy here is obviously so weak, but their strength is not any weaker than the Qi practitioners of the 9 regions? In fact, they are even stronger. Li Qingshan said. It seems that this is the difference between the big and small worlds. It is like the difference between the soil and the water. The water is more likely to have ripples. But fortunately, if the ripples are stronger, it will be difficult. Gu Yanning said. The fundamental difference between this world and the 9 regions was that the strength of an individual had not completely surpassed that of a group. If it was in the 9 regions, all the mortals combined would not be able to hurt a hair of Li Qingshan. But in this world, there was another possibility. Clang 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 clang. The bell tower rang rapidly, and the ashen-faced miners looked up. This was the ringing of the summoning bell, which had not rung for a long time. A wooden platform had been built in the central square of the town. It was a place where large-scale gatherings were held. During festivals, people could even come here to listen to a big show. At this moment, the platform was brightly lit. A row of people knelt on the platform with their hands tied behind their backs. Around them were a group of silent swordsmen, their shadows flickering in the firelight, exuding a murderous aura. "You're from the Ape Deity Mountain Villa. Why did you attack us? Did the White Ape King order you to do this?" A luxuriously dressed man raised his head and asked in surprise. A moment ago, he was comfortably enjoying the banquet in his courtyard, but now, he had become a prisoner. His cultivation of Xiantian second stage was enough to rule this mine, but how could he fight against more than 10 Xiantian masters? He was very familiar with the names of several of them. Even if they had come to the Galloping Horse City, they would still be guests. So, how could they suddenly attack him? "It's not the White Ape King, it's me." A voice came from the darkness, and the man looked back in surprise. 2 orange-yellow dots flashed in the darkness, leaping onto the platform. The swordsmen bowed their heads. "Your Highness." The man's eyes widened. It was not the White Ape King, but a burly man with long arms that reached his knees. He could not tell his specific cultivation level. The man squatted down in front of him, tilted his head, and asked, "You're the boss here?" Who are you?" Li Qingshan stood up and asked the crowd, "Do you know who I am?" No one dared to answer. They were just the lowest miners. Even a small foreman could whip them at will, and now the unreachable mine owner Ma was kneeling there obediently. "I'm Li Qingshan." Li Qingshan's voice was not particularly loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. With every word he said and every wave of his hand, the surroundings gradually boiled over. Several thousand pairs of eyes stared at the platform. Under the illumination of the firelight, the man with an unusual appearance seemed to radiate with a wondrous charm. He pointed out a path to heaven. Just as Gu Yening said. These people liked his idea far more than the swordsman. In Li Qingshan's words, those with vested interests were far less revolutionary than the oppressed classes. Therefore, we must arouse the masses and rely on them. From the crowd to the crowd. The miners were physically strong. However, most of them only had the most superficial inner force. When the mine collapsed, it was not enough to keep them alive. Every day, they lived on the edge of death. In this world where martial arts prevailed, death was not something to be afraid of. Moreover, the White Ape sword technique was something that even the top experts in the Jianghu were willing to risk their lives to obtain. In the end, the voices were like ocean waves, surging over wave after wave. On the high platform, other than Li Qingshan, everyone's complexion changed. This was the first time in their lives that they had felt such prestige. "King, Marquis, General, and Minister, do you have guts?" Li Qingshan opened his arms wide. "Hero King! Hero King! Hero King!" The miners raised their arms and shouted. Li Qingshan grabbed Mine Master Ma and threw him into the crowd. "Now, I'll hand him over to you." The crowd dispersed. This was the prestige that the Ma family had established for 200 years. Mine Master Ma was frightened. "How dare you? The Galloping Horse City will never let go of any traitor." The miners were immediately enraged. "When did you ever let us go? I was just too hungry, so I hunted a deer in the forest and was sent here. My poor parents had no one to serve them, so they starved to death. I didn't do anything at all, I just said something wrong and offended someone with the surname Ma. Instead of working here until I die, I might as well fight." Fight. The crowd drowned Mine Master Ma like an undercurrent. His shrill screams rushed out of the undercurrent and pierced through the night sky. The swordsmen were horrified that an innate master had died like this. Li Qingshan laughed. He grabbed another man and threw him into the crowd. The man screamed in midair and was torn apart in the blink of an eye. Screams were heard one after another. Flowers of flesh and blood bloomed one after another. The atmosphere in the field reached its peak, almost fanatical. Those who were tied up were trembling and begging for mercy. Li Qingshan did not spare anyone. He was like the devil king of hell, using living people to feed a group of ghosts. But he was also like the incarnation of justice, breaking the shackles and revolutionizing the world. The sky was bright, but the bloodstains were still visible. There were more than a dozen blacksmith furnaces in the square. Thousands of miners were lined up in a long line. The smell of meat permeated the air with a sizzling sound. Dozens of people took turns to stamp a red-hot soldering iron on the chest of each miner and print the word world. This was the proof of membership. Then, they could receive a page of the White Ape swordplay. Those who had not received their turn were impatient, while those who had received the swordplay were overjoyed. This was a peerless swordplay. Even if there was only one page, it was enough for a person to reach the sky in a single bound and become a first-class master. From today onwards, they didn't have to mine anymore and could practice openly. Moreover, they wouldn't be practicing by themselves. It was said that they would be personally guided by the World Society leader. This was something that everyone dreamed of. Many of them were illiterate and could not understand the swordplay at all. Not everyone had the ability to learn without a teacher. In a large open space outside the town, everyone was holding a standard iron sword. They lined up neatly and waved their swords one by one. The atmosphere was extremely lively. A swordsman was in charge of practicing, while the other swordsmen were shuttling through the crowd to guide them. In their eyes, these miners were extremely clumsy. They used swords like hoes. Not many of them were attractive, and most of them had missed the best age to practice martial arts. If it were not for the two figures on the hillside not far away, they would have started to slack off. However, there were also people with insight who thought, this is just the beginning. Among so many people, there are bound to be a few talented people. Even if these people can't become experts, their descendants will have a chance. Xianxia, how is it? On the hillside, Gu Yening turned around and asked. She was wearing a silver eagle mask, which was made by the best swordsmith in the city overnight. It was used to cover her face, which was the world's #1, so that it would be convenient for her to act. This is a very good move. The miners are very disciplined and obedient. Xianxia nodded approvingly. Last night, Gu Yening had not been idle. She had drawn a lot of armor and crossbow drawings and ordered the craftsmen to build according to the drawings. The design of the crossbow was exquisite and practical, and even the most experienced craftsmen were amazed. But the problem was with the simple craftsmanship of the armor. Armor was not popular in this world. In Jianghu, it would only be a burden. Not only was it extremely inconvenient to move, but its defense was also very limited. Any master of the internal style could crack the internal organs with one palm. After a day, Gu Yening selected nearly 100 sergeants and 10 sergeants and ordered them to be punished. If one person makes a mistake, the whole unit will be punished. She also beheaded a few people to enforce the strict military law. It can be said that it was a harsh punishment, but it changed the atmosphere. It faintly looked like the army. Everyone knew the majesty of the first in the world. In the evening, she ordered everyone to change their residence and turned the town into a military camp. She also implemented a curfew. She ordered the swordsmen to patrol and kill anyone who violates the curfew. The sky had just darkened, and the city was already pitch black. Only a large estate halfway up the mountain still had its lights on. Xianxia leaned against the railings of the estate and gazed into the distance. Isn't this a little too harsh? You can control people's hearts with kindness and power. You are a chivalrous prince, so I can be the bad guy. And I can't win people's hearts like you. I have to rely on the law to quickly form an army. Gu Yening was concentrating on drawing a picture of a crossbow. Hey, I am the spiritual leader. I should also command the army. But seeing that you are pitiful, I will give you some benefits. Thank you, Prince, for your great kindness. I think you are the one who finds it troublesome. Gu Yening said without raising her head, when the army is formed, you don't need to be tied to me anymore. You can do whatever you want. Hey, I can't wait. Xianxia looked back and saw that she was still wearing the silver eagle mask. He walked over and helped her take it off. You don't need to wear this thing here. Gu Yening just finished the last stroke. She breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, from now on, only you can see my face. Xianxia said with a smile, if you see this kind of face, don't you want to marry me? Just look, don't be discontented. Yuan Feifei's voice sounded outside the door, Prince. Leader, Feifei is here. Come in. Yuan Feifei pushed the door and came in. She bowed and smiled, Prince, why did you summon me? Is the food not to your taste? I want to know why you are dissatisfied with me. Gu Yenying did not look at Yuan Feifei as she gently blew the ink on the paper dry. What? Was there poison in the food? Leader, I'm innocent. How could this servant dare to do such a thing? Yuan Feifei cried out. You know very well that I'm not talking about today. It's not in the food, Gu Yenying said. Then this servant doesn't know. I am loyal and devoted to the president and his highness. I hope that the two of you can see through the minutest details. Yuan Feifei knelt on the ground with a face full of emotion. Oh, she was the one who poisoned the wine? Li Qingshan recalled. At that time, they had just left the mountain. I don't want to affect morale. He didn't do much research. After all, I've been a White Eagle commander for so many years. This is obvious. Then kill him. Li Qingshan's attitude was as casual as when he drank the poisoned wine. Huh. No wonder you would show your face. Anyone who sees it will die. It's just a joke. Did you take it seriously? Yuan Feifei's face became paler and paler. She trembled more and more. Suddenly, she kowtowed. This servant was confused for a moment. Please spare my life, man or lord. If there's a first time, there'll be a second time. Make your move. Don't even think about escaping. You can't escape the pursuit of the left and right protectors. Only by killing me will you have a chance to live. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, the sword light came straight for her throat. Yuan Feifei's face was ferocious. Die. What kind of bullshit swordsmanship is this? Li Qingshan didn't think much of it. When he said the word dog, his large hand had already grabbed Yuan Feifei's neck. The sword light stopped in front of Li Qingshan and couldn't move any further. Spare me. With a crack, Li Qingshan released his hand. The corpse fell to the ground. He was still curious as to why she poisoned him. However, a woman's heart was unfathomable. There was no need to ask so much. Your strength is recovering very slowly. Don't let me surpass you. Gu Yenying smiled. Although Li Qingshan had killed Yuan Feifei with one move, as if he was crushing a bug, his true strength was similar to Yuan Feifei's. He might even be slightly weaker. It was just that the gap between the two of them in other aspects was too big. I'll be able to obtain new strength soon. Li Qingshan's face was full of confidence. When he entered the mansion, he had sensed that there was a treasure hidden underneath. That night, Fei Hong took over the position of the chief supervisor of internal affairs. Crack, crack. The ice river that led to the outside of the mountain gradually melted. The chilly spring wind also became warmer. The grass stubbornly sprouted from under the snow, signaling the arrival of spring. In the mines, the sounds of battle rose to the sky. The miners trained day and night and were gradually becoming soldiers. The killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. Gu Yenying had set up checkpoints on the major roads to block the news. However, once the ice river was completely thawed, they would have to transport the weapons and ores that had been accumulated over the winter down the river. Then, they would have to transport back rations and new miners. This way, the news would not be able to be blocked. The Ma family's counterattack would come soon. Everyone knew this, and so they endured the harsher training than mining. However, it was not that there was no entertainment. Instead of gathering together to watch a play, they listened to Li Qingshan's lecture on the legend of the White Ape King. He personally went on stage every day and explained the complicated and profound sword techniques in the sword manual in simple terms. At the same time, he promoted his own philosophy: why do we fight? Who are our enemies? The inevitable victory of the revolution. This is a path that defies the heavens. Every time, there was an uproar. Not only was the will of the people united, but it also quietly dissolved the dissatisfaction under the harsh military law, to prevent the string from being pulled too tight. Every day, a large amount of willpower was gathered into the divine talisman of great creation. It was 10 times faster than when they were in the villa. Now that they were out of danger, Li Qingshan was eager to attack. Once the ice river thawed, it would be the time to attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Like thunder in spring, the sound spread to every corner of the mine. The ice river began to thaw. In the open space outside the city, thousands of soldiers lined up in formation. Everyone was wearing armor and holding weapons. Everything was silent. They already had the embryonic form of an army. A platform was built in the center of the open space to pay respects to the general. Amidst the sound of the ice river breaking, Gu Yenying, dressed in silver armor, walked up the platform step by step. The clanking sound of armor rubbing against each other faintly merged with the sound of the ice river breaking. A pair of sharp eagle eyes swept across the audience, and the cruel aura of hell arose spontaneously. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. No one could have imagined that the 4 words "World's Number 1" would be referring to her appearance. At this moment, a strong figure suddenly emerged from the crowd. As if riding on the wind, he leaped onto the platform in a few steps. The crowd immediately burst into cheers, forgetting Her Majesty in an instant. They shouted, "King of Chivalry!" The person who came was Xianxia. He held a flagpole in his hand and waved it forcefully. It was erected on the platform. The big flag fluttered in the wind. It was an eagle head that was somewhat similar to her mask. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the big flag. The military flag was the soul of the army. Xianxia cupped his hands at her. "General!" The 8 captains who were selected from the army's martial arts practice came forward. They knelt on one knee and cupped their fists. "General!" The whole army said in unison, "General!" In an instant, a majestic aura gathered on her body. It turned into a substantial force that filled her entire body. This was a method used by the militarists to gather the military's aura. It was similar to the divine talisman of great creation in that it used human strength to resist the power of heaven. Gu Yenying could not help but feel a little excited. With a clang, she pulled out her sword. There were nervous and busy figures everywhere in the city. They gathered at the estuary and made the final preparations for the dispatch of troops. At the same time, in a mansion in the middle of the mountain, an old miner with a wrinkled face said respectfully to Xianxia, "Your Highness, the tunnel has been dug for more than 500 feet, but it's all rocks. I haven't found any mineral veins." In the end, he even looked a little ashamed, as if it was his fault that he didn't find the mineral veins. As soon as Xianxia settled down here, he gathered a group of old miners who were unsuited for the army and made them dig a mine in the manor. For this, he even demolished a luxurious manor and destroyed a garden, but in the end, he found nothing. He did not even find a single piece of metal. "Don't worry, I'm not looking for any mineral veins. In other words, there should be a mineral vein here." Xianxia smiled and patted the old miner's shoulder. With his sense of the earth, he found it as soon as he arrived here. The mansion that was demolished was the mine owner's practice room, which confirmed his feeling. "Yes, yes." The old miner showed a puzzled look. It was strange that there were mineral veins that he had never seen before, but he was also a little flattered. The person in front of him was different from any big shot he had seen before. He was full of sincerity. Xianxia looked down. The deep mine went straight into the belly of the mountain, exuding a cold air. "How's the reinforcement?" "Your Highness, don't worry. It definitely won't collapse. The mineral veins in this mountain are thin, and there are no mines in the first place. That's why Ma dared to build the mansion here. If it weren't for the fact that time is too tight, we could have made some steps." "That's not necessary. I'm not that valuable. You've done a good job. When I come out, you'll be rewarded." Xianxia looked around as if he was waiting for someone. With a clanging sound, Gu Yenying rushed over with 100 armored soldiers. Her steps were as light as the wind, and she was finally no longer trapped by fate. She could move freely as she wished. The two looked at each other and nodded. Xianxia entered the deep mine and came to the end in an instant, just as he said. This place was expanded into a small stone room, and the temperature was a little warmer. The rock under his feet was filled with spiritual energy like flowing water. Xianxia smiled. Yes, there should have been a spirit stone vein here, but because the spirit energy in this world was too thin, spirit stones couldn't be formed. However, it was still a spirit land. Although he was unable to obtain spiritual energy from the air, he could obtain nourishment from the earth. When he tried to absorb the power of the earth like he usually did, the spiritual energy in the rocks also flowed into his body, bringing with it traces of coolness as it flowed throughout his body and merged with his physique. The quality of the spiritual energy here was far from being comparable to that of the 9 provinces. But to him, it was like a well in the desert. It was much more precious than a river or a lake. In order to drink this mouthful of water, he also took a great risk. An earthquake could bury him. Even if the heavens couldn't make such a big move on a stable piece of land, they still had to guard against it. Destruction was always much easier than construction. But now, he could finally relax a little because she was guarding outside. "What do you want to do?" Gu Yanying's dignified voice came from under the visor, and a pair of eagle eyes stared at the surroundings. There were more than 10 swordsmen, almost 1/3 of the total number. The 3 people in the lead had all reached the innate realm. At this moment, they were holding long swords and approaching step by step, their eyes filled with hostility. "We want to eliminate a great evil for the pugilistic world, to prevent the world from being plunged into misery and suffering." The swordsmen all had awe-inspiring looks on their faces. Just as Xianxia had said, many of these people came from the reactionary class. Many people didn't really agree with his ideals, and they would even ruin things at the critical moment. "Oh, what is the great evil you are talking about?" Gu Yenying said. "Xianxia, that big devil. Bull**T. Traitor." Before Gu Yenying could say anything, the armored soldiers were already furious. Xianxia was their great hero, and they couldn't allow others to insult him like this. Gu Yenying raised her hand to appease the armored soldiers. "Heh, I thought I had a share." "Yes, you have a share too. However, in consideration of the fact that you're just a weak woman being held hostage by Xianxia, as long as you surrender obediently, we obviously won't harm you at all. No one would ever forget the supreme beauty beneath the silver hawk's visor." Gu Yenying laughed and said, "No wonder you are so bold. It turns out that you were only here to bully a weak woman. When the so-called big devil is here, no one dares to jump out." A smear of shame flashed across the swordsmen's faces. Indeed, if Xianxia were present, they would not even be bold enough to say no. This was the first time in their lives that they had experienced what it meant to be arrogant. They could not even muster the will to resist. It was precisely because Gu Yenying had never shown any kung fu. And her performance was even weaker than ordinary people. When she left the mountain, she had to be carried by Xianxia. That was why she dared to attack at this time. A real man doesn't care about trifles. As long as we can eliminate evil for the pugilistic world, we won't care about such trifles. "Don't you want to learn the white ape swordsmanship?" Gu Yenying looked playful. "Of course, we can find it from his body. Although it will be a little troublesome to dig it out from the ground, there is no shortage of these lowly miners here." Except for the left and right protectors who were obsessed with swordsmanship and could really understand the mystery of Xianxia's swordsmanship, the others only coveted the white ape swordsmanship. Coming to this mine from the holy land of swordsmanship, they were accompanied by dirty and vulgar miners every day. This filled their hearts with resentment. There was another uproar among the armored soldiers. All of them were born lowly miners. After these days of encouragement from Xianxia, they were no longer used to being looked down upon like this. Gu Yenying laughed and said, "It doesn't have to be so troublesome. The white ape swordsmanship is with me. That couldn't be better. Everyone, don't fall into her delaying tactics. Let's hurry up and capture her first. Then we'll bury Xianxia alive." While talking, the swordsmen quickly closed the distance between them. Their eyes involuntarily looked at the mine, fearing that Xianxia would suddenly come out to kill them. "Well, I was just worried that there would be no one to sacrifice for the flag." Gu Yenying waved her hand, and the armored soldiers raised their iron swords. "Humph, this bunch of trash wants to stop us?" However, Gu Yenying's calmness was somewhat beyond the expectations of the swordsmen. Someone shouted, "Give up. Do you really think that you're the number one in the world? The others have been arranged to go to the mouth of the river. No one can come to the rescue. Once Xianxia dies, there will be no more world gathering." Gu Yenying's reply was a cold shout, "Kill! Kill!" The armored soldiers shouted in unison and waved their swords to slash at the swordsmen. 3 figures leaped above the crowd. They were 3 great swordsmen who had reached the post-celestial realm. Their sword chi whistled as they went straight for Gu Yenying. This was why there was no army in this world. Even if the weak had an army of 100,000, they would not be able to defend against the assassinations of experts. They would also not be able to defend against assassinations from experts. Experts would rather use the energy and martial strength of the army to make themselves stronger. I sent the others away to distinguish you all, Gu Yenying said to herself. With a swish, she opened her iron fan and lightly waved it. The three great swordsmen froze. They were filled with pain and terror. As soon as they fell to the ground, they were chopped into meat paste by the armored soldiers. What kind of demonic art is this? The other swordsmen were all dumbfounded. They were even more shocked than when they saw Li Qingshan kill Marquis Raging Fire with one palm. They clearly didn't see any attack, but the three great swordsmen died on the spot. For a moment, they all forgot to attack and retreated step by step under the pressure of the armored soldiers. The hellish hot wind was invisible and formless. After Gu Yenying went up to the stage and paid her respects, her strength quickly recovered, but it was only at the post-celestial realm. It was far from being a match for these swordsmen. However, she could borrow this power to pass through the confinement of this world and communicate with the hellish hot wind. Of course, these few gusts of hot wind were not enough to cause fatal injuries. It was like being bitten by a snake. The wound was not even worth mentioning. What was truly fatal was the poison contained within, the hellish pain. It's fine if Li Qingshan says I'm not number one in the world, but you bunch of trash dare to point fingers at me? Gu Yenying stepped out from the crowd and stepped forward. Her silver eagle mask emitted a cruel and imposing aura. The armored soldiers automatically separated to two sides, their hearts filled with shock. Originally, they didn't quite approve of this mysterious and cruel leader, but now they were completely convinced. How could this kind of power be a match for mortals? Seeing her approach step by step, a swordsman who was confident in his qinggong jumped onto the roof. With a leap, he landed on the roof. Gu Yenying waved her fan without even looking, and he fell heavily from the roof. His face was distorted from the pain. The remaining swordsmen were so scared that their stomachs were spinning. They didn't even have the courage to escape. One of the swordsmen knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Leader, please spare my life. I was just confused for a moment. I won't dare to do it again. I believe that you were just confused for a moment, Gu Yenying said calmly. If it wasn't for the influence of heaven's will, these people might not have ended up like this. Just when the swordsman had a glimmer of hope, but military law is merciless. Her voice suddenly changed from warm spring to cold winter. It was as if she was a completely different person. Kill. Li Qingshan walked out of the cave with satisfaction. The spiritual energy contained in this land had been completely absorbed by him. His ape demon transformation had also reached a higher level. He was now looking forward to his first ape demon divine art. What greeted him was a wave of cheers. Li Qingshan looked around and saw that many of the soldiers had bloodstains on them. So they really came? Thank you, Gu Yenying said sincerely. He could have personally taken control of the army and monopolized this power. Only by dividing the work can we cooperate. You're welcome. Li Qingshan smiled and shouted at the soldiers, you guys, who killed the traitor with your own hands? I killed one. I also killed one. I killed half of him. You brat, you're not honest. What's with half? Li Qingshan said with a smile, causing a wave of laughter. That guy was about to die when I slashed down with my sword. It was old Five who insisted on killing him. Little Six, you're talking nonsense. I think that guy is very tough. Your sword definitely couldn't kill him. Comrades, old Five is right. Don't forget to kill him. If you meet an enemy in the future, you might as well slash a few more times. As long as you kill someone today, I will reward you all. If you don't regret it. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The soldiers no longer felt uncomfortable killing for the first time. Instead, their blood was boiling. Gu Yenying smiled and shook his head. If this guy became a general, the morale he would receive would definitely be much higher than mine. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Brats, it's time to set off. The world is ours. The army set off. Close to 100 ships of all sizes flowed down the river. A large ship covered in iron acted as the flagship and broke through the layers of ice. More than 10 heads were hung high on the mast. No one dared to look down on this World Union leader anymore. The morale of the army became more and more united. The howl of the ape suddenly sounded. There was not a trace of sorrow in it. It was filled with the pride of galloping across the world. There were many towns and villages on both sides of the river. Needless to say, the positions of mayor and village head were all held by people with the surname Ma. Xianxia would not let go of this opportunity to spread the seeds of revolution. Along the way, he broke into every city and village he came across. He held countless public trials and killed many people with the surname Ma. The Ma family was really evil. After going to so many places, he couldn't find a single person who did good deeds. Hearing about their evil deeds and watching their heads fall to the ground, it was really satisfying to kill them. Of course, not all people with the surname Ma deserved to die. Xianxia didn't slaughter the whole family, but he certainly confiscated their property. After a winter, the army was short of provisions. If there was any shortage, they could buy it with money on the spot, and they didn't offend the people. The name Chivalrous King was really spread, and it was a righteous one. When the army set off, the whole city would be sent off, and everyone would shed tears of gratitude. More people joined the World Assembly. After traveling for only a few hundred miles, the fleet had almost doubled in size, which showed the support of the people. Even though there were swordsmen who were dissatisfied with Xianxia, they couldn't help but sigh. Since ancient times, I've never heard of a great devil who brought disaster to the martial arts world doing such a thing. No matter how powerful those people are, how powerful they are all full of selfishness. No, even if they are righteous people, aren't they the same? Maybe this is the only way to be called chivalrous. A spark turned into a prairie fire. At the same time, it was still freezing in the extreme north. Many Jianghu heroes were exploring the rugged snowfield, surrounding this empty wasteland like an iron bucket, guarding against the countless prying eyes in the distant forest. A skinny man with a mustache and a compass in his hand, like an accountant, hurried to a big tent and said loudly, "Marvelous mathematician requests to see the Alliance Master." "Come in." A dignified voice came from the tent. The guard opened the heavy curtain, and Marvelous mathematician bowed and entered the tent. A gust of hot air hit his face, and he saw luxury, wealth, and pearls everywhere. Under his feet was a soft and thick carpet, and he couldn't feel the coldness of the snow at all. The tent was very spacious, and a group of young girls were serving on the side quietly. 2 men were drinking tea with their hands held high. Every movement they made exuded the dignity of a superior. "I pay my respects to Alliance Leader Zhang and Leader Ma." Master God Diviner bowed deeply to Zhang Yuntian. His eyes turned and landed on the silver-haired old man, and he bowed deeply. Zhang Yuntian had come to the north in a hurry, so this luxurious life was naturally the work of the Ma family, the #1 aristocratic family in the northern region. This old man was the head of the Ma family, Ma Xingkong, also known as the Heavenly Horse. However, what the clairvoyant diviner envied was his other nickname, Stud Horse. Ma Xingkong was already an old man, but he was still able to have sex with many women every day. He had countless beauties in his harem, and they had given birth to hundreds of children and grandchildren for him. However, not only did he not regard the word stud as a disgrace, he even took pride in it. He even boasted that if every descendant of the Ma family was as powerful as he was, he would definitely be able to defeat the Ma family. There were no other surnames in the northern region. "How is it?" Zhang Yuntian put down his teacup. He had been waiting for almost an entire winter. He had gone to the north several times, but he had never been able to find the fallen fiend star. So, he invited the Master of Divination, Master God Diviner. He used the secret method of the Divine Divination sect to calculate where the fiend star had fallen. As soon as spring came, the Ma family sent a large number of people to the north to conduct a large-scale search. Finally, they found the place where the fiend star had fallen, but they couldn't find any trace of it. "Alliance Leader Bing, according to my calculations, this is the place where the fiend star fell. This is the place where the demon star crashed, and it even caused a landslide. Master God Diviner, Are you saying that the fiend star is buried here? Ma Xingkong's voice boomed like a bell. This? I can only say that the fiend star fell here. As for whether or not it's below, that's hard to say. Then what the hell are you talking about? Brother Ma, this is not your territory. This isn't your territory. It belongs to that old ape from the ape deity Mountain Manor. It's not impossible for him to get the fiend star before you. Zhang Yintian took a sip of tea. He was the one who had invited Master God Diviner. He couldn't just let people insult him. The reason he had gone north alone was because ordinary fighters couldn't move around in this world of ice and snow, and also to guard against Ma Xingkong. He didn't want to get a share of the spoils. That's impossible. The fiend star isn't a pebble that can be taken away at will. Although the White Ape King is a master swordsman, this is no ordinary frozen ground. There's no way to dig a tunnel here. Even if I send all the miners here, it'll take 2 or 3 months to dig through the rubble. The ape deity Mountain Villa doesn't have the manpower to do that. Ma Xingkong toned down a bit, but what he was implying was that without the manpower and resources of the Ma family, even if you were the leader of the martial arts world, you wouldn't be able to see the fiend star. I've already sent people to the ape deity Mountain Villa to pay a visit. I believe they'll be back soon. If that old ape really did get the fiend star, there's no way to hide it. We can't do anything to him anyway. I believe we'll get news soon. Why didn't the leader tell me? I don't think Brother Ma wants to spend so much effort just to dig up a pile of rocks. Anyway, there's no way we can hide anything from the White Ape King, so why don't we just say it out loud? Zhang Yintian's expression suddenly changed. Brother Ma, please wait a moment. I'll go out and take a look. If there's really any rotten fish or stinky shrimp that wants a share, I'll go teach them a lesson. Zhang Yintian took the marvelous diviner out of the tent. The people he had sent to the ape deity Mountain Villa had finally returned. A young man who looked very much like Ma Xingkong asked curiously, Grandpa, isn't the fiend star's descent a bad thing? It would be better if it was buried by a landslide. Why do so many people want to get their hands on it? My dear grandson, you don't understand. As the saying goes, when misfortune turns to fortune, there's always a blessing in disguise. Do you know the 7 slaughtering demon lord? He was just an ordinary swordsman who was being hunted down by his enemies. Coincidentally, the fiend star fell, and he comprehended the 7 slaughter knife technique. He killed all his enemies and founded the 7 slaughtering demon sect. It took the combined efforts of the 4 great clans and 7 great sects to destroy it. And that's just one example. Everyone who came into contact with the fiend star and survived made great progress in their martial arts. As long as they have a strong will and are not bewitched by the fiend star, they can comprehend the ultimate martial arts, unify the martial world, and shatter the void. Grandpa, I'll make the fiend star surname Ma too. A cold breeze blew in. Ma Xingkong was about to curse when he saw Zhang Yintian walk in with a frown. The ape deity Mountain Villa has been reduced to ruins. It seems like it was struck by lightning and set on fire. Haha, retribution. What about the White Ape King and those swordsmen? They couldn't have been burned to death, could they? They're all missing. Only a few corpses were found in the backyard. Zhang Yintian's frown deepened. He felt that there was something strange about this whole thing. What? Did they really swallow the fiend star and run away? No, that's impossible. You said that Ma Xingkong led a large group of people to the north to find the demon star and is not in the Galloping Horse City now? As the army went down the river, the weather gradually became warmer and the towns on both sides of the river became more and more prosperous. Li Qingshan had just conquered a small town and found that there were many people from the martial arts world in the town, so he asked and got the news. In this way, the small town was located in the middle of the Galloping Horse City and the place where they fell. Yes, Your Highness, now the whole martial arts world is alarmed. Many people are going north to find the demon star, but it is said that the Ma family has sealed the place. Those below the innate realm are not even qualified to get close. A group of people from the martial arts world looked at Li Qingshan cautiously. They were all surprised and doubtful. They had never heard of such a person in the world who dared to openly oppose the Ma family, and could even make those two obedient, becoming his left and right protectors. However, the white ape swordplay technique was indeed very tempting. Unlike the 9 regions where swordsmen were the minority, in this world, swordsmanship was the mainstream. Gu Yening nodded slightly. I see. But what is the demon star you are talking about? Li Qingshan glanced at her in surprise. Wasn't Fiend Star referring to them? But after thinking for a while, he understood that the perception of the demon star in this world was a bit strange. On the one hand, it was said to be a sign of disaster, which was normal. Ignorant conjectures would inevitably have such inexplicable associations. On the other hand, it seemed to be some kind of rare treasure, which caused the whole world to be in turmoil. Why did it sound like a rock of slaughter? It was also the original form of one of the 3 great demon generals under Spider Queen Loltha's command, Strong Boulder. He had fallen into the 9 provinces from the Azura realm, so he was contaminated with the violent killing intent of the Azura realm. It could obviously affect his mind. It was not surprising that his martial arts could be greatly improved. The Stone of Slaughter contained pure and vast spiritual energy. Although it was difficult to turn into a monster in this world, it was like a great tonic for this group of people from the martial arts world. As long as they could get a trace of spiritual energy from it, they could be reborn. Not to mention the killing intent of the Azura path, which contained the extreme of martial arts, could be said to transform a person from the spirit to the body. With all these reasons, one could well imagine the chaos and slaughter caused by the previous demon star. The descent of the demon star will bring chaos to the world was not some ignorant rumor. On the contrary, it was because of their preconceived notions that led to misunderstandings. That was the previous demon star that descended into the world. Where is he now? Li Qingshan asked again. Pudu Temple was located in the middle region and was one of the 7 great sections. It could even be said to be the leader of the 7 great sections. Li Qingshan did not know if it had the boundless Buddhist Dharma. However, their power was definitely not small. Those monks sure are scheming. Li Qingshan smiled. The big temples could gather the power of faith and greatly weaken the killing intent of the Rock of Slaughter. The pure spiritual energy contained within was enough to turn the entire temple into a spiritual land. This item was prepared for you. Gu Yening gently waved her iron fan. Not bad. Li Qingshan nodded. As long as he could absorb the spiritual energy from the Rock of Slaughter, his strength would be restored quickly. However, there is no need to rush. Let's take down the Galloping Horse City first. Didn't you say something like the countryside surrounding the city? Gu Yening said. This is because you did not understand my spirit. The city can also radiate to the countryside. The key is to seize the opportunity and destroy the enemy's strength. Li Qingshan clenched his fist. Those martial artists looked at each other. Although it was a little inexplicable, they could clearly feel the horror contained in it. The Ma family was going to be in big trouble this time. Gu Yening immediately passed down the order and the army went straight to the Galloping Horse City. Half of the people in the Galloping Horse City belonged to the Ma family. However, not all of them were rich and powerful. Usually, even the poor families were arrogant and looked down on other families. However, these days, their faces changed when they talked about the word Ma. Rumors spread in the city. There was a guy called the Night King who specialized in killing people with the surname Ma. Now, no one knew how many families he had killed. He was extremely cruel. It was said that he did not even let go of newborn babies. The others were branded by him and turned into slaves. There were also some rumors that were even more bizarre. Some said that they had to offer him a virgin every day, or else he would fly into a rage and start a massacre. These rumors were exaggerated according to Ma Xingkong's hobbies, but they were so vivid and convincing that the people in the city were in a state of panic. The men were speechless and the women were in tears. When the long fleet of ships went down the river and approached the Galloping Horse City, the whole city was shocked and alarm bells rang. It was dusk. The setting sun dyed the city wall red. Gu Yening fixed her eyes on the city wall and saw that the city wall was tall and the city gate was thick. There were thousands of people walking on top of the city wall. Even though they did not receive proper military training, they all knew martial arts. This showed the deep foundation of the Ma family. In this battle, the Ma family did not have an advantage in terms of quantity or quality. Moreover, the army was restricted by the terrain. If they attacked the city by force, they would suffer heavy losses. Their victory would be interrupted and the situation would become very unfavorable. Xianxia, what are you thinking about? Xianxia stood at the bow of the ship and listened to the urgent bell. What? Do you want to eat for dinner? That is a problem. Gu Yenying smiled. Xianxia laughed and jumped down from the bow of the ship. Hundreds of people followed behind him. Some of them had excellent lightness skills and left no traces on the water. Some of them were clumsy and heavy. Plop. However, they all knew martial arts. Among them, there were only a few swordsmen from the villa. Instead, there were more martial artists gathered along the way. However, in terms of strength, the swordsmen still had the absolute advantage. With the two protectors working together, it would not be a problem for them to kill everyone. At this moment, they all gathered around Xianxia. They did not form any formation. They were either unruly swordsmen or heroes from the wilderness. They could not be restrained by military law. They had always been under Xianxia's command. They were more like a gang. It's getting late. I won't talk nonsense. I don't want to miss dinner. I heard that Ma Xingkong's old nest has a lot of good wine. I will treat everyone to wine tonight. I also heard that the old man has a lot of wives. I don't think he will need them in the future. Why don't we share some? Everyone roared with laughter and cheered. However, let me say the ugly words first. Today, I will be the vanguard. You guys follow behind. If I find anyone escaping. Xianxia paused. I can't do anything to him. However, one day, there will be no place for him in the world. We are willing to follow your highness to kill the enemy. Good. Raise the flag. The army lined up on the red plains, Gu Yenying in her silver armor on a white horse, calmly commanding the troops. Xianxia walked at the front of everyone, the sunset elongating his shadow towards the direction of the galloping horse city. Different from the other martial artists, he wore a black heavy armor, a horned helmet on his head, and in addition to the mixed iron flagpole in his hand, his outfit weighed over 1,000 caddies, making him look like an Iron Man standing there. Every step he took made a ping sound, leaving a deep footprint behind him. His movements were slow and clumsy, and the others had to slow down to follow him. As he neared the city gate, he gradually sped up, the footprints behind him became lighter and lighter, as though he was stepping on a spring, immediately bouncing up, becoming faster and faster. The thumping of his footsteps was like a gradually accelerating heartbeat, beating on the hearts of everyone on the city wall. He wants to barge in, quickly release the arrows. Quickly prepare the stones, when he comes over, we will smash him to death, take revenge for our dead clansmen. The shouts from the top of the city wall continued, the sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard, most of them were aimed at Xianxia, the heavy armor clanking, creating sparks, but only leaving white marks. The left and right protectors followed closely, waving their swords to cut down most of the arrows. Ah! There was a cry of pain, someone was still hit by an arrow, but his reaction was quick, he avoided being hit in his vital organs, pulled out the arrow, clenched his teeth and followed. Another cry of pain could be heard, but no one fell, as they were all martial artists, they would not be killed by an arrow, and no one was left behind. No one knew what they were feeling, they only knew that the man at the front had already brought everyone with him, turning them into a part of his aura. Unknowingly, they were no longer just martial artists who liked to fight. Xianxia felt a surge of power entering his body, this was the meaning of the scarlet tiger flag in his hand. Like Gu Yenying, he was now the commander of the troops, turning them into a war machine. Under his lead, the aura of a mere 100 people was not inferior to the army behind him. When they neared the city gate, a shout came from the top of the city wall, quickly throw the stones. The martial artists could not help but look up, it was different from the light arrows, if they were hit by the stones. Even if their brains did not explode, their bones would break. There was a buzz. A black cloud flew over their heads and scattered on top of the city walls. Miserable cries rang out, and several figures covered in arrows fell down. Gu Yenying sat high on the horse. The iron fan in his hand still maintained its forward posture. The soldiers at the front were all armed with crossbows. After easily suppressing the guards who did not know how to defend the city, he immediately ordered, "Change the swords." Li Qingshan suddenly put down the flagpole in his hand like a big spear. He took a deep step into the ground and shouted, "Break!" With a loud bang, the ironclad heavy gate was pierced through, directly smashing the head of one of the guards. Splinters of wood flew through the air. Shock appeared on the faces of the other guards, but before they could react, there was an even louder explosion. A human figure protruded out of the city gate, and then it shattered. Li Qingshan barged into the city and did not even look back. He swung the flag and sent over a dozen guards flying with a series of crackles. He laughed aloud. The one who took down the city is Li Qingshan. At the same time, sword marks crisscrossed on the distorted city gate behind him. The left and right protectors attacked at the same time and completely shattered the city gate. An old man in a brocade robe with a golden saber in his hand rushed down the city wall with a large group of people. The aura he exuded was also at the innate 8th level. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a person who was second only to Ma Xingkong in the Ma family. When he saw the faces of the left and right guardians, he said angrily, "It's you." This world was not big, and there were not many people who could be called masters. The Ma family has no enmity with you. When you went to the Deity 8 Mountain Villa, you even gave us gold and silver. Why did you bite the hand that feeds you? The left and right guardians were silent. Compared to the supreme swordsmanship and breaking through the void, this small favor was nothing. During this winter, they had also benefited a lot, and their martial arts had improved greatly. Often, Li Qingshan only had to casually give them some pointers, and they would see the light at the end of the tunnel. Compared to the pages of the White Ape Sword technique, this was what was truly valuable to them. After all, the White Ape King was only at the innate 10th level. No matter how good his swordsmanship was, it was still limited, not to mention the book he had written. How could it compare to Li Qingshan, who had comprehended the hidden sword of heaven and earth? Li Qingshan laughed and said, "Old thing, I will return the gold and silver, but I will burn it for you. You can have as much as you want." The old man in the brocade robe was furious. He waved his golden saber and said, "The survival of the Ma family depends on this battle. Children, follow me and kill." The Ma family guards and the clansmen who had been temporarily gathered to defend the city numbered more than 10,000. They roared together, and like a tsunami, they rushed forward. Even the left and right guardians, who were great swordsmen, could not help but tremble at this moment. Ordinary fights in the Jianghu would not have more than 100 people, and more often, it would be 3 to 5 people or even one-on-one. They had never seen such a big scene. Bang! With a heavy footstep, they suddenly realized that Li Qingshan had already rushed into the enemy's formation, and they hurriedly chased after him. Li Qingshan rushed forward, his banner like a dragon. The left and right guardians guarded him, their swords cutting like knives. The other martial artists followed behind, like a sharp knife stabbing into the enemy's formation, killing until figures were sent flying and broken limbs flew. Although the Ma family had more than 10,000 people, only a dozen or so could get close to the 3 of them. They had not gone through battle training, so they were in a mess, and there was no room to maneuver, so it was difficult for them to use their martial arts. The old man in embroidered robe raised his golden knife, and tried to rush forward several times, but he restrained himself. He was afraid that if he got close now, he would not be able to block the 3 people's joint attack, and his life would be in danger immediately. He could only shout loudly, and cut down a few guards who were retreating in panic, blood dripping down the knife and sword. Li Qingshan was already bathed in blood, but he borrowed the power of the earth. Not only did he not feel tired, but the more he fought, the more valiant he became. There was almost no time for him to catch his breath, and he only needed to wave the 300 to 400 pounds iron flag in his hand, and he could cause great damage, displaying the advantage of strength to the extreme. Thanks to the thick and heavy special armor, he did not know how many times he would have suffered. He did not retreat a step, and stepped on the corpses, opening up a bloody path, and went straight to the old man in embroidered robe. The left and right protectors felt great pressure. No matter how exquisite their sword techniques were, they could not be used in this kind of battle, and there were a few knives slashing at them at every moment. They could only push their Xianxia to the extreme, and also simplify their sword techniques to the extreme, waving their swords without regard for anything else. The demeanor of a peerless expert, and the principle of killing with one sword, were all thrown to the back of their minds. However, this consumed a lot of Xianxia, and in a short time, their Xianxia was almost depleted by half, and they were at the mercy of others. Although no one could stop them if they wanted to escape, they looked at Xianxia in front of them, and perhaps he was about to comprehend the true meaning of the way of the sword, so they wholeheartedly threw themselves into the slaughter. The way of the sword, the way of killing. With a neighing sound, Gu Yanning took the lead, and led the army into the city. The battle formation pushed forward layer by layer, and it was like a meat grinder, grinding the flesh and blood of both sides, advancing continuously. It actually formed a faintly discernible long snake in the air, twisting its body as it slithered forward. This was the one-line snake formation of the militarists. The enemy panicked, and they raised their heads as they retreated. The embroidered-robed elder killed another 10 people, and he roared, "Don't be afraid, it's just an illusion. Whoever dares to take a step back will be the traitor of the Ma family." He was also puzzled. Other than the 100 people on the other side, they were obviously rough men who did not know martial arts, so how could they gather together and have such power, and it was as if they were going to crush them head-on, but he understood one thing: if this continued, they would definitely lose the battle. Passing through the surging sea of people, he saw Gu Yanning riding on a white horse, and he ordered a group of Ma family's experts beside him, "Kill the one riding on the white horse." More than 10 innate experts leaped out, and with their qing gong, they stepped on the surging sea of people, and directly attacked Gu Yanning. Under the silver eagle's visor, Gu Yanning smiled. As expected, in a battle, the military's aura was the most condensed. Although this long snake did not have any actual destructive power, it made her stronger. And didn't she dress up so conspicuously for this moment? Xianxia fiercely waved the big flag, and created an empty space, and he shouted, "Left and right protectors, now is the time." 2 sword rays pierced through the air, and the left and right protectors flew up on their swords, slashing towards the embroidered-robed elder. Gu Yanning waved the iron fan in her hand, and more than 10 innate experts fell into the sea of people like dumplings, killed by the sword rays, and trampled into meat paste. The embroidered-robed elder suddenly widened his eyes. How is this possible? What did she do? He did not have time to think, and he waved his golden blade to meet the sword rays. He waited at ease, and there was still a large number of protectors beside him, so he was not at a disadvantage at all. Go! Xianxia raised the big flag with his right hand, and with all his strength, he threw it. The noisy crowd became quiet. The old man's eyes widened. He had been on guard all this time, so why couldn't he dodge it? The left and right protectors looked at each other in surprise. Just now, the power of that attack was so great that even they couldn't dodge it. They couldn't help but think of Ho Hongtao's death. This man's strength was always so unfathomable. He wasn't very strong normally, but he could easily crush all enemies at the crucial moment. Xianxia lowered his right hand and dispersed the 5-colored light. He shouted, "The killer is Xianxia." In a split second, a tsunami of cheers came from behind. Although he didn't have a weapon in his hand, the Ma family's protectors all retreated with fear on their faces. He walked step by step to the front of the old man and said, "Enough, don't force yourself. Don't force me to finish you off." The old man raised his hand and pointed at Xianxia. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but blood immediately gushed out. He died with his eyes wide open. The golden blade in his hand fell. Xianxia extended his hand and grabbed the hilt of the blade. He swung it casually and smiled. "It's a little light, but it's still easier to wield." Afterwards, he shook off his damaged, heavy armor, and his bearing changed once more. "Grandpa! Grandpa! You can't die." A beautiful woman recklessly rushed over and threw herself under the embroidered-robed elder's body. She let out a mournful wail. She was originally one of the 10 great beauties of the world, and now that she was heartbroken, she couldn't help but be moved to tears. She turned around and her eyes were filled with hatred. She swung the blade at Xianxia and said, "Give me back my grandpa's life." A golden light flashed and a beautiful head flew up. Her face was still filled with confusion, as if she couldn't believe that someone could really attack her. Blood spurted out from her neck and the headless body ran a few steps before falling to the ground. "Heh, your blade technique is too weak." Xianxia had a mocking expression. If you want to kill someone, you have to be prepared to be killed. Moreover, he was immersed in the long-lost pleasure of swinging the blade. He didn't even notice whether the woman was beautiful or ugly. You bastard! Everyone, let's kill this demon together. The woman was obviously extremely favored in the Ma family, and she had countless admirers. At this moment, she was beheaded. Everyone was enraged. Then here comes the question. Am I a beast or a demon? Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed the woman's descending blade. Since it was lacking in quality, let's make up for it with quantity. A wild laugh rang out. He wielded both swords. Xiaochen stretched his arm and started spinning. The layers of saber lights turned into a tornado. He rampaged through the crowd. Everywhere he went, severed limbs and heads rolled on the ground. This was the tiger demon's unique savage dance. It roared and leaped, grinding its teeth to suck blood, and devoured life in large mouthfuls. What kind of saber skill is this? Compared to this, the Ma family's saber technique was not even worth mentioning. Even his father's 7-kill saber technique could not compare. I've never heard of the name Li Qingshan before. Could it be that he also obtained the power of the demon star? On a tall pavilion in the distance, a pale and thin youth was lying on the ground. He looked at this scene with his mouth agape. He was carrying a long bag on his back. It was obvious that it was a saber or a sword, but for some reason, he refused to show it to others. At this moment, the bag on his back was trembling slightly. Suddenly, he stood up and shouted, "Hero King, I'm here to help you." He jumped down from the building. Li Qingshan glanced at him strangely. With his level of mockery, there was actually someone he didn't know coming to help him. Although this youth was young, he had also broken through the innate realm. The bag on his back spread open, and he pulled out a long saber. The blade was as black as ink, without a trace of light, but it was several meters long. With one slash, he killed 3 Ma family experts. His pale face was filled with hysterical killing intent. The saber is not bad, Li Qingshan said. In this world, the 2 sabers in his hands could be considered treasure sabers, but they were already riddled with scars. 7 Slaughtering Demon Saber, that kid is the successor of the 7 Slaughtering Demon King. There were quite a number of martial artists in the city who were watching the battle from afar. They were terrified and dazzled. So many famous masters had been killed so easily. Some of them had even died in the hands of soldiers with average martial arts. Many people recognized the saber as soon as they saw it. Compared to Li Qingshan, the Hero King, the 7 Slaughtering Demon King was more famous. He also rose after the demon star came to the world and set off a bloody storm in the martial arts world. The demon star came to the world and the world was in chaos. It was not a lie. He couldn't help but have the same guess as the thin youth. This man named Li Qingshan must have obtained the power of the demon star. That was why he had such a violent killing intent. The Ma family was like a group of dragons without a leader. The left and right protectors didn't need to attack the enemy. They used their excellent sword art and turned into 2 sword lights, twisting and turning in the sea of people, looking for the enemy experts to assassinate. Although the army led by Gu Yenying also suffered many casualties, their morale was getting stronger. The long snake in the sky became more and more serious. A pair of cold snake eyes glanced down, and it flicked its bright red tongue, as if it was choosing people to eat. The sun went down to the horizon, and blood dyed the earth red instead of the sunset. The white horse under Gu Yenying was almost dyed bright red, and it was panting heavily. The tenacity of the Ma family was unexpected. It seemed that everyone became crazy because of this battle that they had never seen before. She looked up at the cold sky and thought, is it God's will again? It played a great role in manipulating people's hearts when they were in chaos. Otherwise, the enemy would have been defeated a long time ago. However, this was a good thing. If these people all fled back to the city to fight in the streets, the city couldn't form a large-scale military formation. In that case, 10 armored soldiers were not a match for 1 warrior, and it would take a lot of trouble to clean them up. It was better to wipe them out in one battle. She didn't worry about losing this battle. Li Qingshan and the left and right protectors were reducing the gap between the quality of the 2 sides. If it was just a competition of quantity, more soldiers were pouring into the city. These were the newly recruited armored soldiers. Although there were many of them, they didn't have much training, and they didn't have any armor. So she put them at the back in the beginning. Although they couldn't exert much combat power at this time, it was enough to strengthen the army. The huge snake formed by the rolling military chi became more and more solid until it was completely formed. Seeing that Li Qingshan and the left and right protectors had almost cleaned up the backbone of the Ma family, Gu Yenying waved her iron fan, and the huge snake shrank and pounced, swallowing dozens of Ma family's guards. No, it's not an illusion. It's a snake demon, such a big snake demon. Facing an unimaginable method, the morale of the Ma family instantly collapsed, and they turned to escape. The battle turned into a chase. Li Qingshan was still charging in front, and he didn't care about the Jianghu's morality at all. He killed anyone he saw without mercy. He turned into a bloody man, and the light of his blade was accompanied by a wild laughter, causing those who heard it to tremble, and those who saw it to lose their courage. The flag on the city wall changed. The red tiger flag fluttered. Although it was a bit broken and soaked in blood, it looked even more majestic. The smell of blood inside the city gate was so thick that it could not be dispersed. The ground became muddy after absorbing the blood. The soldiers cleaned the battlefield and killed the enemies who were still alive. Just now, they did not feel it in the fierce battle. Now they saw the corpses everywhere and the blood flowing like a river. It was like hell. Many people vomited on the ground, but they had to continue cleaning after they got up. Gradually, they got used to it. After this battle, they were no longer new soldiers. Gu Yenying clearly felt that with the end of the battle and the loss of people, the morale of the army was greatly weakened. However, the quality was improved. Maybe there were more ingenious ways to take down the city, but this was not a personal grudge. It was an all-out war. Only through blood and fire could this army be valuable. The crows did not care about returning to their nests. They flapped their wings and pecked at the corpses. Li Qingshan led his men to take over the inner city, which was the mansion of the Ma family. He put out the fire that was about to start in time and cleaned up a few remaining forces along the way. He also killed a few martial arts people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Only then did he stabilize the overall situation. He was worried about Gu Yenying, so he returned to the city gate. He saw that the people around him were all tired. Even the left and right protectors were no exception. After all, not everyone had the endless support of the force of earth. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Sit down and rest." He threw away the broken swords and sat on a corpse. Hearing this, everyone sat down on the ground as if their bones had been pulled out. The left and right protectors did not care about their identity as swordsmen. They hugged their swords and leaned against the wall to rest. Only the thin teenager came to Li Qingshan. He did not care about the blood and mud on the ground and bowed deeply. "What's wrong with you?" Li Qingshan asked with a smile. "Great king, please accept me as your disciple. I thought you were inspired by my righteousness. I did not expect you to have such an idea." Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't angry. Looking at the black saber in the youth's hand, he said, "Although your saber technique is a little lacking, your saber is not bad." Hearing Li Qingshan praising his saber twice, the thin teenager felt conflicted and gritted his teeth. He suddenly held the blade with both hands. "Lei Lai is willing to offer this blade to His Highness as an apprenticeship gift. Is this the 7 slaughtering demon blade?" A cold light flashed in the left protector's eyes. "Are you the disciple of the 7 slaughtering demon lord?" the right protector asked. "I am the son of the 7 slaughtering demon lord," Lei Lai said proudly, causing the crowd to gasp. The 7 slaughtering demon lord. Li Qingshan only knew of this name through Fiend Star. He was the lucky one who obtained Fiend Star's power. No wonder the aura of this saber was so familiar. It was probably forged from the metal contained in the demon star. Naturally, it carried the aura of the Azura Dao. However, he smiled and shook his head. "I was just thinking of my own saber." "Why would I want your saber?" "Since your father gave it to you, you should keep it well." Lei Lai let out a sigh of relief. This saber was a family heirloom, which meant a lot to him. However, he felt a deep sense of disappointment. Compared with a peerless saber technique, this saber was nothing. He said unwillingly, I don't know what kind of saber you have, but I dare say that there is no saber in the world that can compare with this one. You are still too young. Li Qingshan laughed. How could such a saber compare with the wildflower saber at the end of the road? Your Highness, could it be that you're afraid that my identity will bring you trouble? If that's the case, I'll take my leave now. Lei Lai's pale face flushed red. Lei Lai, have you ever done anything evil? I have been practicing saber since I was 3 years old. There is no chance for me to do evil. Even my father was slandered by the world. I don't care who your father is. It is enough for me to know you. From today on, you are a member of the World Society. Yes. But it is not convenient for me to accept disciples, and you are not suitable to use sabers. Throw this saber away and use a sword from now on. Li Qingshan waved his hand. The left and right protectors looked at each other and nodded. In this way, his identity as the son of the 7 slaughtering demon lord could be concealed. Even if it was exposed, it could be said that he had turned over a new leaf and the reputation of the World Society would not be damaged. Li Qingshan did not think so at all. He had never cared about the name 7 slaughtering demon lord. He had only seen through Lei Lai's background with his own knowledge. Everyone in the world regarded the sword as the king of all weapons. A saber, on the other hand, could be taken out by a villager to chop firewood and meat without much practice. There had always been swordsmanship and no so-called saber. At most, it could only be said to be saber techniques. There was no Tao of the saber, and there was no dignity to speak of. However, in the Azura realm, the position of the saber was very high. If weapons were born to kill, then the saber would develop this killing intent to the extreme, making it difficult to control. Because it was simple and almost mediocre, it could not bring out its strengths. Therefore, there were not many Azura who used the saber. The saber was the courage of all weapons. Li Qingshan's first enlightenment came from the saber. What? Lei Lai was shocked and angry at the same time. He had been practicing the saber since he was born and waved the saber 10,000 times a day. Today, someone said that he was not suitable to use the saber. You are full of hatred and your heart is controlled by the saber. If you continue to practice, you will only become a madman. He is right. If you don't believe me, you can leave the saber for a while. The killing intent in your heart will naturally weaken. Not everyone is as warlike and bloodthirsty as him. Gu Yenying rode over. Even though she was wearing a silver eagle mask, her voice could not help but warm people's hearts. Li Qingshan licked his lips and grinned. Sometimes, I really want to know what it feels like to cut you down with a saber. Other people use a sword to cut off the threads of love. What's up with you using a saber? Gu Yenying joked. Haha, a sword cutting off the threads of love and a saber cutting people. The effect should be about the same. Lei Lai held the saber hilt tightly and his expression changed. At this moment, there was a whoosh and a flock of crows flew up in panic. Li Qingshan immediately arched his back and spread his fingers as if he was a beast that had sensed danger. However, a lazy yawn rang out from behind him. A child walked out from behind him. His expression was dispirited and melancholy that did not match his age. He glanced at Li Qingshan. Thank you, sleepyhead. I had such a deep sleep. What is this place? Little Ming. Li Qingshan revealed a surprised expression because this unknown divine son had become even younger. He looked like he was only 3 to 5 years old and his aura had weakened to below the first heaven's tribulation. However, he did not know how he had walked out of the azure field that was imprisoned in this world. Luo Ho Xiaoming put his hands on his waist and looked up at the stars. He seemed to see that this was a small world and said with a disdainful expression, "You are really going backwards. You have the cheek to say that." Li Qingshan laughed and thought, "You are just thanking me. Do you have any gifts?" "Yes, it must let me bring it out." Li Qingshan was overjoyed and grabbed the hilt. Ahua. Gu Yenying tilted her head. What kind of stupid name was that? This world is so oppressive. Also, don't call me Ahua, you idiot. Frenzy Flower Sword Soul's weak voice resounded in Li Qingshan's mind. Li Qingshan did not care. He waved his last life Frenzy Flower blade and slashed in front of Lei Lai. Brat, I'll show you what a blade is. A violent and wanton killing intent assaulted his face. Lei Lai could not help but retreat and fall on his butt. Everyone was shocked. What kind of blade was this? Even though it was heavily suppressed by this world, the saber was not a true living creature. It would not weaken to the extreme and would still retain a trace of its strength. At the very least, its sharpness and toughness would not be greatly affected. In this world, it was practically a divine weapon. What made everyone feel strange was the sudden appearance of the child. Just now, everyone could clearly feel the dangerous aura. Even now, they were still in shock. The crow circled in the air and did not dare to land. But now, he looked so weak and dispirited. Their gazes returned to Li Qingshan. There were too many mysteries surrounding this man. Li Qingshan waved his blade excitedly. Frenzy Flower Sword Soul asked curiously, "What's wrong with you, brat? Why is your killing intent so weak?" Li Qingshan nodded and said, I'm not suited to using a blade right now. I really don't have much killing intent. This world suppressed the tiger demon. Although the ape demon was violent and restless, it was not bloodthirsty. The expressions of the bystanders were strange. Just based on the way you slaughtered just now, you think you don't have any killing intent? Forget it, it's good that you're alive. Frenzy Flower Sword Soul said. Unknowingly, he had already forgotten the thought of counterattacking at any time. Li Qingshan thought for a moment and made a decision. He ordered someone to bring a thick white silk and let the last life frenzy flower blade restrain its edge. He patiently wrapped the blade layer by layer. What are you doing? Du Yening asked curiously. Feng Dao. Li Qingshan said. He came to this world in order to practice the ape demon transformation. It was easy for him to kill with the last man's wild flower saber. However, he had wasted such a good opportunity. If he wanted to kill them, he might as well kill them in the Azure realm. What was the point of bullying a bunch of weak natives? It was better to maintain a pure heart and not be disturbed by other factors. She can't kill to her heart's content here, and I can't kill to my heart's content either. I might as well not use it. Wildflower Sword Soul accepted it calmly and said, Hey, don't be so full of yourself. He had to use it even if he had to. If you are defeated by someone, even if you don't feel ashamed, I will. Of course, I'm not an idiot. How could I not know how to retaliate when I'm being bullied? You should take a rest first. All right. Don't let me wait too long. In the eyes of others, Li Qingshan was talking to his saber. It was rare to see a soul weapon in the 9 prefectures, let alone in this remote small world. I understand. Lei Lai bowed deeply, stood up, and sheathed his saber. Li Qingshan was such a saber fanatic, yet he could still seal his saber. If he continued to be unreasonable, he would be too petty. However, I am not giving up on saber arts. I am also learning from you to seal your saber and use sword arts to correct my nature. One day, I will be able to control it. I hope that when the time comes, Prince, you will accept me as your disciple. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Li Qingshan put his saber on his back and strode toward the Ma clan's mansion. Du Yening urged her horse to follow closely behind. Luo Ho Xiaoming suddenly said, I want to ride a horse. Du Yening could already tell that Luo Ho Xiaoming had an unusual background. She smiled and said, You are called Little Ming, right? Was this name given to you by the person in front? You are quite smart. Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes flashed. He seemed to see something from her. No wonder they were able to fly through the distant void and come to this world. I'll let you ride my horse. Do I have a gift? Du Yening got off the horse. If you want to use military tactics to conquer the world, you better coax him. Li Qingshan turned around and said. Understood. Du Yening stretched out her hand and carried Luo Ho Xiaoming onto the horse. As expected, his hellish torture did not have any reaction. This was something even Li Qingshan could not do. As promised, Li Qingshan set up a celebration banquet in the Ma clan's mansion. He rewarded the meritorious people. Gold, silver, treasures, techniques, and secret manuals were distributed like water. After swallowing the Ma clan's 200 years of savings, this bit of reward was like a drizzle. However, it further solidified the army's morale and laid the foundation for conquering the world. With 1,000 miles of land and millions of people, as long as he had some time, it would be easy for him to replenish the power of the divine talisman of great creation. After this battle, it would not take long for the World Assembly to become famous in the world. At the banquet, Luo Ho Xiaoming sat between the two of them without saying a word. He did not drink or eat. He just sat there in a daze, looking depressed. He was very eye-catching. No one knew where he came from. Some people even whispered, "Is he the son of the two village masters?" Late at night, they returned to the backyard. The three of them sat facing each other under a lone lamp. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Li Qingshan took a sip of wine. This divine son of Azura was so kind as to help him bring out the frenzied flower saber. He was not a lay phone. Luo Ho Xiaoming played with the slingshot named Xiaoya. He lowered his head and said nothing. Du Yenying stood at the side with her arms crossed. She took off her mask and looked very curious. Before listening to Li Qingshan talk about Luo Ho Xiaoming's background, she did not expect him to have such a great background. He was the divine son of Azura of the Rahu clan. Coming out from here, I'm afraid he did not wake up from his sleep. He was scared out of his wits. Li Qingshan took out the Azura field again. If I'm not wrong, the blood-colored whirlpool leading to the Azura realm is gradually recovering, and you are so weak that you cannot destroy it. He still felt a lingering fear when he thought about the giant eye that was spying on him. Luo Ho Xiaoming did not admit or deny it. He only asked, "You said you want to protect me. Are you just saying it casually, or are you serious?" "Usually, I'm serious. However, if the owner of the eye directly kills his way into this world, you can just treat it as me casually saying it." Li Qingshan shrugged. "If things really get to that point, even if you are willing to risk your life for me, it will be useless. I will do everything I can to protect you. This is all I can promise." "That's enough. Right now, I have no choice but to believe you. Obviously, you've already noticed that I'm weakening day by day. In the future, I might be even weaker than a mortal baby. Even a wild beast can kill me. If I die now, I won't be able to be reborn in the Azura realm." Luo Ho Xiaoming reached out and clenched his fists tightly. However, he was still filled with weakness. He did not have the slightest fighting spirit that an Azura should have. "May I ask, how did you end up in such a state?" Luo Ho Xiaoming was silent for a moment. "Someone stole my heart." Li Qingshan immediately understood that it was not the lump of flesh and blood beating in his chest. Instead, it was the condensation of some kind of spiritual will. As expected, he had not lost his fighting spirit himself. Rather, someone had used some kind of method to steal his fighting spirit. This method was really beyond imagination. It was simply unimaginable. I feel like I'll be dragged into the war of the Azura realm sooner or later." "Is that so?" Li Qingshan looked deeply at Luo Ho Xiaoming. He understood that Luo Ho Xiaoming was not talking about the endless bloody battles of the Azura realm, but the war of gods. "What, are you afraid? With your current strength, it's indeed too much for you." A rare smile appeared on Luo Ho Xiaoming's face, a mocking smile. A little." Li Qingshan's answer exceeded Luo Ho Xiaoming's expectations, but he put away the mocking smile on his face. "Very good. How could someone who did not understand fear be brave?" Too many Azuras had forgotten this point, including himself back then. Because he had an undying body, because he did not want to be worn down by his fighting spirit, he fearlessly threw himself into battle after battle, killing and being killed crazily, and finally lost his true colors. No wonder you were able to obtain its recognition. I hope you will never forget the fear in your heart. Is it talking about the Azura realm? Yes and no. Du Yenying interrupted, "I have a question. Little Ming, if you're currently being hunted down by a god from the Azura realm, then wouldn't it be a great disaster if he follows the Azura field and finds his way here? Frankly speaking, I don't think a small world like this can suppress a god." As soon as she finished speaking, a strong figure leaped out of the Azura field, but fell heavily to the ground. If not for Li Qingshan reaching out to pull him up, he would have been decapitated by the circular blade. Yin Qing straightened up, somewhat disheveled. "This is a small world? How's it inside?" Luo Ho Xiaoming asked. "The crack has mostly healed. The passage will reopen soon, and the aura is already beginning to seep in. Yinqing's expression changed, and she immediately forgot about the heavy shackles this world had placed on her. Originally, she did not have to worry too much. However, she had obtained a drop of divine blood from Luo Ho Xiaoming, which was equivalent to branding herself as a member of the Raha race. Once the owner of the giant eye charged in, she would definitely not have a good ending. It was wishful thinking to want to be reborn in the Azure realm. Man, let me go. We're going to destroy the Azure field, Luo Ho Xiaoming said. Hey, why do I feel like I've suffered a great loss? Li Qingshan was very dissatisfied. He had obtained the Azure field with great difficulty. It had only evolved to its current level after experiencing many great battles. Luo Ho Xiaoming said lazily, I advise you not to have any other thoughts. You once helped me obstruct him. Just based on this alone, he won't let you off. Don't worry, I said I would protect you. I will naturally protect you. Li Qingshan was not an indecisive person. He tossed the Azure field to Luo Ho Xiaoming. Luo Ho Xiaoming weighed the Azure field in his hands, but he was in no hurry to destroy it. Li Qingshan also admired his composure. What are you waiting for? I can use this Azure field to turn your army into an Azure army. Du Yaning's eyes lit up. After today's battle, the fatal flaw of this army was revealed. This was because they were all made up of mortals. Even with the help of the militarists, they could only suppress ordinary martial artists at most. To deal with innate experts, or chi practitioners, she still had to take action. However, she was not very strong normally. Without Li Qingshan's protection, it would be very difficult to defend against the assassinations of peerless experts. Even if Li Qingshan could protect her, the ordinary soldiers could not. If the main camp was constantly ambushed, it would not take long for the morale of the army to be destroyed. In this world where individual strength was greater than group strength, the army had too many flaws. Humph, you got off easy. Li Qingshan said. I traded my horse for this. Du Yaning smiled. She then asked Luo Ho Xiaoming, when can we start? No rush. Time passes very slowly here. Go and prepare first. Skyscar sword tears. The next morning, Du Yaning gathered the army outside the city. Tens of thousands of enemy corpses piled up into a terrifying mountain. Li Qingshan and the others stood on the mountain of corpses and looked down at the dense mass of human heads. Fei Hong tried her best not to look at the mountain of corpses. She carefully asked Li Qingshan, Your Highness, what are you going to do? Don't worry, it's a good thing. Today, I'll use my treasures to give everyone benefits. However, how much you can receive will depend on your own luck. Li Qingshan had already understood from Luo Ho Xiaoming that although this ceremony could turn many people into Azuras, they were still fake Azuras. Not only was their strength far inferior to the real Azuras, if they did not have an Azura's heart, they would very quickly be beaten back to their original form. In fact, they might not even be able to become fake Azuras. He then asked Yinqing beside him, Are you feeling better? Reporting to your highness, I'm much better. Li Qingshan smiled. That's good. I'll think of a way to help you recover your strength. As long as there's fighting and killing, it's fine. I almost forgot. You're a real Azura. After resting for so long, it's time to resume my journey. Yinqing gazed into the distance. In the thin morning mist, the mountains rose and fell continuously. This place reminded her of her hometown. It was also so narrow and small. She was once as weak as that girl named Fei Hong, but now, she possessed the divine blood of the Rahu clan. Even if it was only a drop, it was a qualitative change. Fei Hong looked at her enviously, and even a bit jealous. Qingshan, are they waiting for you to speak? Du Yaning asked. Li Qingshan took a step forward and said in a loud voice, Everyone has received their rewards, right? The rising great director everyone loudly answered, their voices shaking the heavens. Very good, but that's nothing. What I'm going to give you is far more than that. The galloping horse city behind me is just a small test. We're going to seize the entire world. We're going to make those high and mighty clans and sects, as well as those arrogant martial arts experts, all die. We're going to pile up mountains of corpses and trample all those people who stepped on your heads. Long live the hero king. Following Li Qingshan's words, everyone gradually forgot their fear and sorrow. Their fighting spirit ignited, and their voices shook the earth and the heavens. You all know that the Fiend Star has arrived. Now, all the experts in the world are looking for it in the north, but they'll never find it because the Fiend Star is in my hands. Now, I'm going to distribute its power to all of you, so that you can also have the chance to become peerless experts like the 7 slaughtering demon lord. Li Qingshan's words silenced the sea of people. Then, cheers erupted, as if they were going to break through the heavens. Even the left and right protectors were dumbfounded. Their suspicions were answered. As expected, he was related to the Fiend Star. Then, their eyes were filled with fervor. Li Qingshan turned around and signaled to Luo Ho Xiaoming, "Let's begin." Luo Ho Xiaoming bit his index finger and lightly tapped on the azure field. In an instant, the runes hidden in the azure field suddenly expanded, turning into complicated blood-colored lines. A faint blood-colored fog covered a radius of 10 miles. It contained a strong killing intent, but the effect it brought was completely different from that of the Stone of Slaughter. At this time, Ma Xingkong was leading a large group of people to the Galloping Horse City, but he saw that the sky was dyed blood red. Something happened in the Galloping Horse City. "Everyone, hurry up!" Ma Xingkong ordered and whipped his horse with all his might. Then, he turned to the group of Xiantian masters led by Zhang Yuntian and said, "Everyone, please help me this time. Ma family will never forget your kindness." The bloody light that reflected the sky made Zhang Yuntian feel slightly uneasy. However, when he looked back, he realized that other than the people from the Ma clan, everyone else seemed to be at ease. Although the Society of the Heavens had a large number of people, the number of true masters could be counted on one hand. Due to the descent of the Demon Star, almost 1/3 of the masters in the world had gathered here. None of the 7 major sects were absent. This was not something that the chivalrous king could contend against. As for the army that was made up of ordinary people, no one would take them seriously. No matter how many ants there were, they were still ants. I would like to see if the chivalrous king really has 3 heads and 6 arms like the rumors say. Even if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms, how can he block Master's great taming tiger fists? Monk Fu Hu laughed and accepted the compliment calmly. There were indeed only a few people in the world who could block one of his fists. The group passed through the dense forest. In front of them was a large river with many ships of all sizes. This was where Li Qingshan had landed. When they saw the scene outside the Galloping Horse City from afar, they were all shocked. The bloody lines crisscrossed in the air. The thick bloody fog shrouded tens of thousands of people. All of them were standing still and facing a hill. The area outside the Galloping Horse City is flat. Where did this hill come from? Just as they had such doubts, they saw through the bloody fog and realized that it was a mountain of corpses. All of them had changed color. Such a terrifying and mysterious scene was unheard of. "Ah!" Ma Xingkong screamed. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. There were many familiar faces in the mountain of corpses. Li Qingshan heard the voice and looked back. They came at the right time. "What should we do?" "I won't move. I won't move," Gu Yenying said calmly. "It would be strange if you didn't move. Why don't you look at what's under our feet?" Li Qingshan stepped on ahead. It was the old man in the brocade robe who was killed by him. It seemed that he was placed there because he had a higher status. "I will not live under the same sky as you." Ma Xingkong's howl traveled across the river. That's true. But then again, why is there a mountain of corpses? Gu Yenying looked at Luo Ho Xiaoming strangely. She had thought that he was going to be used as a sacrifice, but it seemed like he wasn't going to be used. Pile it up for fun. Is there no use at all? Gu Yenying frowned. In order to pile up this mountain of corpses, she did not sleep the entire night and personally commanded the troops. What can a pile of corpses do? Luo Ho Xiaoming glanced at her in disdain. The other people standing on the mountain of corpses didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They had endured all kinds of emotions to stand here, and it was all because of this brat's casual words. "Do you think this is a pile of sand?" "Huh." Li Qingshan patted Luo Ho Xiaoming's small shoulders. "Well done. No problem. Hey. Li Qingshan, you should also be more serious. The opponents are all experts. Quickly take out your flower and kill them. Gu Yining said in annoyance. Right now, other than her and Li Qingshan, everyone else was at the crucial moment of turning into an Azura. I'm not going. I just sealed my blade yesterday. If you want to go, go by yourself. Li Qingshan was unhappy. To think that he sealed so seriously yesterday. How could he slap himself in the face like this? If I can go, why would I need you? Don't talk nonsense, go. The army couldn't be mobilized. Right now, Gu Yining's strength was very weak. She definitely couldn't stop so many experts. If not for Luo Ho Xiaoming's sudden appearance and bringing the last resort frenzied blade, even if they could mobilize the army, this battle would be a bitter one. Fine, fine. Li Qingshan shrugged helplessly. Holding the hilt of his blade, he jumped down from the mountain of corpses. The frenzied blade spirit came to his senses and immediately laughed at Li Qingshan. Veins popped on Li Qingshan's forehead. When he reached the riverbank, he was already angry. He shouted at Ma Xingkong, "Old man, what are you yelling about? Is your whole family dead?" You. Ma Xingkong almost fainted from anger. His face turned red and purple. He pointed at Li Qingshan but couldn't say a word. He wanted to cross the river and fight him to the death. Brother Ma, please wait. This could be a trap. Zhang Yuntian said. Ma Xingkong looked back. Other than his own family members, everyone else's faces were filled with fear. The river in front of them was so big that only a few Xiantian realm masters could cross it easily. He was an experienced Jianghu man. He suppressed his anger and said, "I will listen to you, alliance leader." He then said to the crowd, "No matter who kills this bastard and avenge Ma clan, I am willing to repay you with 10 cities. As soon as he said that, everyone was tempted. 10 cities had a radius of at least 100 miles and a population of hundreds of thousands. It was enough to establish a clan. Ma clan is finished. Zhang Yuntian silently said in his heart. That mountain of corpses was the foundation of the Ma family for almost 200 years. Originally, he thought that the Under the Heavens faction only relied on their numbers to attack the surrounding cities. He didn't expect that the Galloping Horse City would also be so easily breached. They couldn't even defend for a day. Even if they won this battle, their forces would be greatly reduced. The 10 cities were just a small favor. On the other side of the river, the figure with arms that reached his knees matched the rumor. He asked sternly, "Are you Li Qingshan?" "Yes, I am," Li Qingshan said. Zhang Yuntian's expression changed. He pointed his halberd and shouted, "Devil, I thought you were just a hypocrite fishing for fame. I didn't expect you to be so perverse. You made the whole martial arts world your enemy. You are worse than a beast. You are wrong. I am like a beast, but I am not worse than a beast." In 9 transformations of celestial and demon, the phoenix was a bird and the tiger was a beast. Li Qingshan's words were true. Zhang Yuntian's expression became more and more gloomy, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He had never seen such a scene in his life, nor had he met such an opponent. Alliance leader, this Li Qingshan is just a clown trying to buy time. They seem to be carrying out some kind of ritual. Now is the best time to attack. We must not let them succeed. Ma Xingkong said loudly. Almsgiver Ma is right. Since ancient times, good and evil have never coexisted. With the few of us working together, can we not deal with him? I don't think this Li Qingshan is anything special other than his unusually long arms. Maybe he's a hybrid of the White Ape King and a human woman. Monk Tiger Subduing saw that Li Qingshan was emitting an aura that seemed to have entered the innate level, but it was not strong. Even if he had a secret technique to hide his true strength, with a few of them working together, even the White Ape King would be defeated. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw his straw sandals and couldn't help but blink, not understanding what had happened. With a thud, his bald head hit the ground, leaving only half of his body standing. Zhang Yuntian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He wondered if he was dreaming. On the other side of the river, Li Qingshan had only waved his blade, and Monk Tiger Subduing was cut in half at the waist. What the hell is that thing on the other side? The others also came to their senses, and they almost went crazy on the spot. The saber flashed across the river and turned into Xianxia. He kicked Fu Humonk's body and flipped him over. Bald donkey, you are the bastard. Zhang Yuntian felt like his blood was about to freeze. He was rooted to the spot and could not move. The others were the same. Their eyes were blank and their faces were pale as if they were possessed. Even though the power of the dying flower saber was suppressed, it was still a piece of cake for him to kill a chi practitioner. However, Xianxia felt that his power was running out. If not for the frenzied flower saber's cooperation, he would not have been able to use the dying flower saber. Look at you, I really want to devour you. The frenzied flower saber laughed. Devour your ass. Xianxia did not care. He raised his saber and walked to Ma Xingkong. You are Ma Xingkong? Demon. Ma Xingkong roared and pulled out his saber. Xianxia slashed again and a bloody line appeared on Ma Xingkong's forehead. It went from top to bottom and split into two halves. He fell to the ground. Who else? No one replied. They were all dumbstruck. Xianxia glanced at Zhang Yuntian and said, "Oh right, you too. What did you say about me just now? Fame-seeking, perverse, worse than a beast." Every word was like a knife stabbing into Zhang Yuntian's heart. His body trembled and a great sense of helplessness filled his heart. He deeply regretted coming to the north and following Ma Xingkong to the south. Even if the Ma clan's people were all dead, it had nothing to do with him. This Xianxia was not a demon, he was a demon king. He mustered up his courage and asked, Who are you? And who are you? I am the Martial Arts Alliance leader, Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian said proudly. Xianxia smiled and said, Martial Arts Alliance leader. Alright, let's make a deal. Why don't you give me the position of Wulin's chancellor? Look at how much better my martial arts are than yours. Zhang Yuntian was speechless. The wildflower saber soul muttered, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be their match right now. I should be the Martial Alliance master. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, I think the title of master of Wulin is too old-fashioned. It's not as impressive as the chivalrous king. He then said to Zhang Yuntian, forget it, I don't want to be the master of Wulin anymore. Give me this saber. What do you think? Are you willing? Zhang Yuntian took a deep breath. The position of alliance leader. It is not just based on martial strength. It requires at least half of the 4 noble clans and 7 great sects' approval. You guys are quite democratic. Kid. How dare you brush me off? Have a taste of my blade. Wait. There were people from the 4 great clans and 7 great sects here. They're right behind me. If they're willing to serve you as their leader, I'm willing to give up my position. Zhang Yuntian glanced at the corpses of Ma Xingkong and Fu Humonk. At the very least, there were 2 families that could no longer object. He had dominated the world and could not be humiliated like this. However, he did not want to die, so he simply threw the problem to others. Seeing Xianxia look over, the people from the other sects cursed in their hearts. Good idea. If any of you don't agree with my Hua becoming the master of Wulin, come out and fight with her. Devil, you and I. Poof. A head rolled down. Xianxia killed a few more challengers who overestimated themselves. Finally, there were no more voices of objection. He asked Zhang Yuntian for the alliance leader's seal and a jade plate with the words alliance leader engraved on it. He hung it on his saber and ascended to the throne of the master of Wulin. He pointed his saber at the sky and said, remember what I said. The supreme master of Wulin, the treasured saber Hua, commands the world, and no one dares to disobey. Shut up, don't call me Hua. Everything that happened here made the elders of the World Association on the other side speechless. Such a great crisis actually ended in such a joking manner. The crisis has been resolved. Everyone, focus, said Gu Yenying. Even though Xianxia possessed invincible strength, he needed to establish an organization to unite the world if he wanted to gather the power of belief as soon as possible. Moreover, she could tell that it was impossible for Xianxia to fight for too long in his current state. The restraints on a weapon were much smaller, but if he wanted to unleash its true power, he needed the support of the user's power. The Forsaken Immortal Sword had caused a backlash against Elder Tian, and the entire Sword Collection Palace had been sacrificed. Only then did he possess the power to fight. Li Qingshan was unable to provide power to the end of Wuling Blade. Now, he completely relied on the power stored in the saber to fight. There would come a time when it would run out. If he wanted to replenish it, he would have to rely on the divine talisman of great creation. Just as she thought that, a nameless power suddenly descended from the sky. It passed through the top of her head and pierced her soul. Gu Yanning felt like she had been struck by lightning. She discovered that the mountain of corpses beneath her and everyone around her had all vanished. Only the blood-red ground extended endlessly. She slowly raised her head, and a single eye filled the sky, staring right at her. At that moment, her hawk-like eyes became blood-red, reflecting a black sun and moon. Her presence suddenly changed, and a vicious aura flooded the surroundings. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back and frowned. What was going on? The crisscrossing, blood-red lines twisted, and the bloody mist churned violently. Yin Qing sensed Gu Yanning's change and took a step back. She cried out involuntarily, K2. Rahu and Ketu were two great clans of the Azure realm. Legend had it that their ancestors were born from the same body, which was why they both used the black sun and moon as their totems. The black sun and moon in Gu Yanning's eyes were the exact opposite of Luo Ho Xiaoming's. It was the symbol of the Ketu clan. Yes, apart from the Ketu clan, who could chase a Rahu to the ends of the earth? Lord Luo Ho, what do we do? Gu Yanning slowly turned her head and stared at Luo Ho Xiaoming with her blood-red eyes. Found you. The voice was hoarse and sharp, yet inexplicably pleasant. Although it was no longer Gu Yanning's voice, it was still a woman's. You really came. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled coldly. Do you think you can escape by hiding in a place like this? Look at how weak you are. You're just like a worm. You've saved me some trouble. Die. She reached out to grab Luo Ho Xiaoming's throat. The laws of heaven and earth shattered, and the void distorted. Facing this attack that transcended the void and worlds, everyone could only watch helplessly. It was the same for Luo Ho Xiaoming, but the sneer on his face did not change. Instead, it became even more intense. A dark green feather drifted down. It was light and silent, but it left a bloody mark on the giant eye that filled the sky. Luo Ho Xiaoming's sneering face was revealed from within. Gu Yanning woke up from her nightmare and found that she could see the outside world again, but she still could not control her body. Only then did she realize that she had been possessed. This is. The hoarse and pleasant voice was filled with shock and anger. She never thought that there would be something in this small world that could hurt her, even if it was only a wisp of her will. The power in the pale blue feather was negligible, but it contained a vast and lofty will that was far beyond her reach. Heaven-mixing feather. Finally found it? This is just a small gift in return, Luo Ho Xiaoming said. The crisscrossing blood-colored lines in the air broke and disappeared at the same time, like a broken heartstring. Luo Ho Xiaoming pursed his lips and remained silent. He became weaker at a visible rate, his face looked even more childish, and his melancholy became even stronger. Gu Yanning's body swayed and fell backward. Li Qingshan flew back and helped her up. Are you all right? Then he asked Luo Ho Xiaoming sternly, what's going on? Gu Yanning shook her head and said in realization, so I'm the sacrifice. Originally, she was the same as Li Qingshan, she didn't want to become an Azura. Even if she wanted to become an Azura, she wouldn't do it in such a lowly way. It was Luo Ho Xiaoming who made her stand on top of this mountain of corpses, saying that it was to show her position as the commander of this Azura army, and that was the center of the entire ceremony. It turned out that it was to attract the will of the pursuer to descend on her. This mountain of corpses wasn't useless, at least it fooled her. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, I'm connected to her by blood, if I can't cut off the clues and confuse the heavens' will, she can find me no matter where I go. Li Qingshan said angrily, so you're using us as bait? She should have found you and killed you. Do you think that if she had determined my location, she would still descend? She would have directly destroyed this world in the Azure realm, and no one would have been able to escape. Luo Ho Xiaoming touched the slingshot called Xiaoya on his waist, his expression was a bit absent-minded. Then why don't you let me kill you right now and get rid of one of my worries? Li Qingshan swung his dying flower blade. Qingshan, Gu Yanning grabbed his hand that was holding the blade. I'm fine. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. It turned out that when the Kuan Peng's feather severed the descending will, a trace of divinity contained in it fused into her soul. In this world, she couldn't see any other benefits for the time being, but she had a better understanding of the inheritance in the Kuan Peng's feather. It's not a blessing in disguise. This is part of the plan's reward, Luo Ho Xiaoming said. Should I thank you? Gu Yanning raised her eyebrows. The feeling of being possessed by a god was not a wonderful experience. That's not necessary. This is what you deserve. Actually, if you had explained it to me earlier, I would definitely have been willing to cooperate. She never lacked the spirit of adventure. Once your heart is prepared. I don't know what will happen. This man might not be willing to let you take the risk. Gu Yanning glanced at Li Qingshan, then suddenly looked away. Forget it, this is not a bad result. Li Qingshan slowly put down the blade in his hand, hid the anger on his face, and said to Luo Ho Xiaoming, although I made a promise to you, if something like this happens again, don't blame me for being merciless. Luo Ho Xiaoming reluctantly grunted. Apart from this small accident, the ceremony went very smoothly, except for Yin Qing. Apart from Yin Qing, the others didn't even know what happened, completely immersed in the ceremony. When they opened their eyes again, their black pupils were faintly glowing red, carrying some of the characteristics of an Azura. The left and right protectors' auras rose. They even directly broke through to the innate level 9. The other martial artists also more or less improved. The path of martial arts and the path of Azura killing were interlinked, or even fundamentally the same. But the ones who benefited the most were not them, but the thousands of soldiers. They had missed the best age to practice martial arts, and would never become experts in their lifetime. But now, they were reborn, and their bodies were brand new. They had the possibility of advancing further. Amidst the tsunami-like cheers, Li Qingshan looked at the other side of the river. Zhang Yuntian and the others had already disappeared without a trace. He didn't want to kill innocent people, and wanted to take this group of people as hostages to unify the world in the future, so there would be fewer obstacles. But he didn't expect such a change, and he didn't know if it was because of the influence of the heavens. If he went to chase after them now, even if he killed one or two, it would be meaningless, and it would waste the power of the frenzied flower blade. Forget it, I'll let them spread my name. I think the effect should be similar. Afterwards, Gu Yanning ordered everyone to dig a big pit to bury the corpse mountain, and the stench lingered for months. On the way back to the city, Gu Yanning asked Luo Ho Xiaoming for information. Is that your mother? There is such a mother in the world. This feather is called heaven mixing feather. What does heaven mixing refers to? But from that day on, Luo Ho Xiaoming didn't say a word, and he looked more and more depressed and dispirited. Li Qingshan felt a little sorry for him, being hunted by his closest relatives. Even if it wasn't the only reason he lost his fighting spirit, it was still a deep impact. But such a thought only flashed through his mind, and he had many things to do every day. Gu Yanning led the army to uproot the Ma family's influence in the north, and the martial arts of many soldiers in the army began to improve by leaps and bounds, causing a qualitative change in the whole army. Gu Yanning's strength also increased, and she no longer needed Li Qingshan's constant protection. Li Qingshan sat in the city, ordering people to copy the biography of the White Ape King, and at the same time gathering and training a large number of storytellers, not only to spread his novel, but also to spread his idea of great harmony, equality for all, so he no longer had to worry about a lack of manpower. He was not in a hurry to expand, but to fully digest the results of the war. Wherever the world developed, the biography of the White Ape King would spread. The power of belief in the divine talisman of great creation increased at a rate of 100 times. Li Qingshan discovered that although this world was much smaller than the 9 provinces, the power of belief it provided was no less than the 9 provinces. The 9 provinces were vast, but his novels could only influence the Clear River Prefecture and even the Rui Commandery, and it was just a form of entertainment at the end of the day. Afterwards, with the chaos of war, even the lives of regular people were in danger, so who was in the mood for entertainment? From then on, the power of belief in the divine talisman of great creation stopped gathering, growing at an extremely slow rate. As a result, Li Qingshan no longer paid any attention to it, focusing on other things. Although the world was small, basically everyone desired the martial arts mysteries hidden within the biography of the White Ape King. He even had the authority to enforce it so that everyone could read and hear the book, so the effects were obviously on a whole new level. And with the complete overthrow of the Ma family's rule, the land was all given to regular people. The name of the hero king was basically like the midday sun in the north. Many people worshipped him almost fanatically. It was said that in a village to the north of Galloping Horse City, there was an old man who did not know any martial arts at all, nor did he know a single word, yet he could memorize the hundreds of thousands of words he had written without missing a single word. Li Qingshan even specially summoned him. Let alone practicing martial arts, the old man basically had one foot in the grave. It was not for the martial arts mysteries in the book at all, so his devotion went without saying. In the end, Li Qingshan rewarded him with many treasures and ordered people to send them back to the village, which led to another wave of memorization. If I can unify this world, I'll definitely be able to elevate the power of the divine talisman of great creation to an unprecedented level. Time flew by. Spring left and summer came. It was another full moon night. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged beside the pond under the weeping willow and gazed at the bright moon in the pond. Luo Ho Xiaoming lay on a round rock nearby with his arm as a pillow. The rock wasn't big, and his figure was getting smaller and smaller. As he gazed at the sky full of stars, the melancholy on his little face faded a little. It was as if he was pure for the first time, or as if he was about to die. Li Qingshan guessed that he was cultivating some kind of technique, similar to Phoenix Nirvana. Because if he really continued to rejuvenate until he became a little tadpole, why would he care so much about his own life? Ever since Luo Ho Xiaoming came out of the Sharaba, he followed him closely. Gu Yining finally didn't need his protection anymore, but now he had this little tail, so he could only continue to be a big bodyguard. He closed his eyes, and his body glowed with seven-colored splendor, illuminating the pond. Half a month ago, the divine talisman of great creation had accumulated enough willpower, and he only had to wait for this full moon night. Pure spiritual power surged and circulated in his body, pushing the devil ape moon fishing art with all his might. His heart was filled with joy, and he couldn't help but smile. The devil ape made him feel happy no matter what, and he almost couldn't help but dance with joy and let out a few strange howls. However, he suppressed this impulse and continued to cultivate. As his cultivation continued to deepen, and there were no other changes to restrict him, his appearance became more and more like an ape, and he always looked a little funny when he smiled. Luo Ho Xiaoming turned his head to look at him, his eyes full of mockery. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his mood was better than ever. He was also guessing the technique that Li Qingshan cultivated. Even though his cultivation was almost gone, his vision was still there. Li Qingshan's change wasn't just in his appearance, but in his quality every day. To him, this wasn't anything special. What was special was the aura that the devil ape emitted. Even though it was just a bud, he could clearly feel it. This wasn't an ordinary ape. Instead, it was some kind of fiend god variant, or even one of the 4 legendary apes. Once it fully matured, its bloodline would definitely not be inferior to his. If that was all, it would have been fine. Perhaps Li Qingshan was born with a trace of bloodline inheritance. Then, it was constantly stimulated through cultivation. But he had seen it with his own eyes. Li Qingshan had several different auras on him, and each aura represented a bloodline. Each bloodline was almost supreme. Yet, they were able to harmonize perfectly. This was definitely not something he was born with. It could only be the influence of some kind of cultivation technique. However, he could not think of any cultivation technique that could have such an effect even after searching through all his memories. Or rather, it was impossible for such a cultivation technique to exist in the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 3,000 worlds. There was only one possibility left. He turned around and gazed at the stars. His gaze became boundlessly distant, as if he had passed through the Milky Way and reached an even higher place. In his heart, there was a kind of understanding, this chance encounter, perhaps, was fate. Haha, success. A burst of laughter suddenly broke the silence. Li Qingshan's ape eyes were wide open, filled with joy. Without the influence of other changes, the cultivation of the demonic ape transformation was unusually smooth. There were almost no obstacles, and he comprehended the first type of demonic ape's supernatural power. Li Qingshan raised his right arm and spread his fingers. He gazed at the bright moon in the pond, and then reached for the moon in the pond. He held a bright moon in his hand. The bright moon in the sky, the moon in his hand was still illusory, but it was finally a step forward. One day, he would go to the 9 heavens to pluck the moon. Congratulations, Luo Ho Xiaoming said. Li Qingshan was startled. Water flowed from his fingers and splashed into the pond. In the past few months, although the two of them had been seeing each other day and night, they didn't communicate much. It wasn't because of the incident on the Mountain of Corpses. Since the victim's family didn't care about it, he wouldn't keep it in his mind. It was just that Luo Ho Xiaoming was getting more and more depressed, and he did not speak much. He did not even answer 10 questions, so Li Qingshan would not rush to curry favor with him. But today, he took the initiative to talk to him, and it was a good thing. It was like the sun rose from the west. Thank you. After a moment of silence, Li Qingshan said, I have something to ask you. Ask away. Can a man live without a heart? I am not a man. Then what's the difference between a man and a god? There is no difference. I understand. Damn you. Let's go back and have a few drinks to celebrate. Li Qingshan stepped across the pond, picked up Luo Ho Xiaoming, and walked towards the brightly lit mansion. The wind was howling, the dark clouds were heavy, and the mountain rain suddenly came. A small town at the foot of the mountain was suddenly covered by the wind and rain. It was already past the summer solstice, but the top of the mountain was still covered with white snow, which showed how high the mountain was. It was where the Snow Mountain School, one of the 7 martial schools in the world, was located. The wind and rain were like clouds. It was only 3 in the afternoon, but the restaurant was already dark. There were no customers for a long time. The manager was behind the counter doing the accounts, and the waiter was dozing off on the table. The rain had just stopped, and a few people walked in. They were all wearing snow-white clothes, with long swords on their bodies, looking very heroic. The leader was a woman, with a bamboo hat on her head, and a white veil hanging down, covering her face. The manager looked up and saw who it was. He quickly came out from behind the counter and bowed, Miss, you are here. Uncle Hong, you are still the same. We are here to take shelter from the rain. Xuebing nodded back. The waiter also woke up, and quickly wiped the table and pulled a chair, Miss, this way please. He couldn't help but look up. Even though he couldn't see her face through the veil, he blushed immediately when he looked into her eyes. Xuebing turned a blind eye, and the swordsmen behind her were also used to it. After all, she was one of the top 10 beauties in the world, and it was inevitable that some toads would have wishful thinking. The manager personally served a few plates of delicate snacks, Miss. You came so suddenly that I didn't have time to prepare. My place is not as good as the mountain, so you can have a taste. You are welcome. I often came here to beg for food when I was a child. Although Xuebing had no appetite, she still picked up a piece of osmanthus cake out of politeness. The manager immediately smiled, yes, you were so young at that time, and in the blink of an eye, you became one of the top 10 beauties in the world. Xuebing stopped eating the osmanthus cake. She had never liked this title, and now she was most unwilling to hear it. The so-called top 10 beauties were just the 4 major families and 7 major sections. Excluding the Pudu temple, each family and sect had chosen a woman with outstanding appearance. The first thing to be considered was family background, and the last was martial arts. Now there were only 9 of the top 10 beauties left. The Ma family, the number 1 family in the northern region, could no longer produce any beauties, and the Snow Mountain sect happened to be the number 1 sect in the northern region. After the Ma family was destroyed by the World faction, all the sects and families in the northern region were swept away. Now only the Snow Mountain sect was left, and its traditional sphere of influence had been reduced to less than 100 miles. She had brought people to patrol and found that the situation was not optimistic. The legend of the White Ape King, which contained supreme swordsmanship, had already been circulated before the World faction attacked. She believed that it was in this city. Because of the head of the Snow Mountain sect, her biological father had collected a complete set. She had read it carefully and was amazed by the swordsmanship. What was even more amazing was that someone was willing to show such a supreme technique to others so easily, and even spread it vigorously. At first, she had thought that it was someone else's martial arts, so she did not feel bad about it. But her father had asserted that the most exquisite part was not the work of the White Ape King, because even he could not comprehend it, only feeling that it was broad and profound. More pessimistically, if this went on, the legacy of the Snow Mountain sect would be lost even before the world faction attacked. Since there was a way to learn supreme swordsmanship easily, who would want to be apprenticed and live under someone else's roof? The supreme technique of the Snow Mountain sect, the Blizzard Sword technique, had always been learned by only a few people. This time, the disaster brought about by the arrival of the Demon Star was far greater than the last. The order of the martial arts world, which had existed since ancient times, had been destroyed like never before. Even the Snow Mountain sect, a sect with hundreds of years of history, could not avoid trouble, let alone the top 10 beauties. She was lost in thought for a moment, and shopkeeper Hong panicked. "Miss, is the snack not to your taste?" "Old man Hong, what nonsense are you talking about here? Go back and settle the score." A reckless young man waved his hand impatiently, and said to Xue Bing with a face full of eagerness, "Sister, don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. You brat, you have only learned martial arts for a few years, and you dare to say such big words. Besides, Miss is such a kind and beautiful person, who can bear to hurt her?" Shopkeeper Hong was unhappy. Although he only knew a little bit of martial arts, he was no match for this young man. But this small town and the Snow Mountain sect depended on each other. For hundreds of years, many people had practiced martial arts on the mountain, and there were all kinds of relatives. Even the miss of the Snow Mountain sect had grown up under his watch, so he was naturally not afraid of the prestige of martial artists. This was also the difference between sects and aristocratic families. Sects needed to recruit disciples, not just one family, and they valued reputation more. Moreover, they would not constantly spread out like aristocratic families, and the mountain could not accommodate too many people, so they did not need so many resources. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation were all provided by disciples, as long as they had a certain area of influence. Who else can it be? Of course it's the big devil. Li Qingshan. The arrogant young man obviously did not see Xue Bing frowning after hearing this name. Li Qingshan is not a devil, he is a chivalrous king. The waiter who was carefully serving at the side suddenly spoke, which surprised everyone. "Are you crazy? You don't have the right to speak here, go and work." Shopkeeper Hong shouted. "Well, there is a spy from the World Society here. I will teach you a good lesson, and then you will know whether Li Qingshan is a chivalrous king or a devil." The arrogant young man rolled up his sleeves. "Even if you kill me, Li Qingshan is also a chivalrous king, the savior of us commoners." The waiter's face turned red, and he stretched his neck and shouted. "All right, stop talking. When the rain stops, we will go back to the mountain to report." Before Xue Bing's voice died away, the restaurant was suddenly illuminated by lightning, and a figure was cast on the ground. Boom! The thunder seemed to explode above their heads, shaking the bowls and plates, and everyone's ears were buzzing. He rolled on the ground in a very sorry state before he stood up and shouted, "Boss, bring the wine." Pitter-patter. The rainwater he carried splashed everywhere. Xue Bing's pupils shrank. She released her innate chi to block the water droplets. The others were not so lucky. They had not reached the innate realm and only had inner force. They were drenched by the rain. The exquisite desserts on the table were also soaked and could not be eaten anymore. Looking at the man who had barged in, he was tall and had disheveled hair. He was dressed in a yellow robe, and his sleeves were almost touching the ground. He was supposed to be dressed elegantly, but his chest was exposed, and his feet were covered in mud. There was nothing elegant about him. Not to mention his strange appearance. He looked like an ape. The smile on his face made him look even more comical. People could not help but think of the words "wearing a crown on a monkey." Manager Hong was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at him. It was a small matter if he was drenched by a few drops of rain, but the few plates of pastries that he had prepared were all ruined. He said stiffly, "We don't sell wine here." "What do you want to buy if we don't sell wine?" "Don't joke around. Bring it quickly. I will reward you heavily." "Oh right, bring some dishes to go with the wine." I said, "We don't sell wine here." Although Manager Hong knew that the man was skilled in martial arts, they were at the foot of the Snow Mountain sect. They were surrounded by Snow Mountain sect disciples. Why would they be afraid of a stranger? The reckless young man from the Snow Mountain sect wiped the rain off his face. He was about to ask where this man came from. Was he a spy from the World Society? Xue Bing's warning voice rang in his ears, "Don't speak." The voice was cold, but it was trembling slightly. Looking at the strange man, she suddenly thought of someone. Rumble. Another series of thunder sounded. The cups and plates shook violently. It was as if there was a thunder dragon hovering above the restaurant. The lightning illuminated the inside of the restaurant. The roaring thunder shocked everyone. Only the man stood still. His shadow on the wall bared its fangs and brandished its claws. His face was also flickering. His originally comical face suddenly revealed a cruel and ferocious look. A gust of wind blew into the restaurant and lifted Xue Bing's veil. A pair of limpid autumn eyes stared at the man's long sleeves. It did not flutter in the wind, but hung straight down. Her red lips had turned pale at some point. "It's him, it must be him. That murderous bastard. The Devil King who brought chaos to the world." The blood seemed to freeze before seeing it with his own eyes. She had never imagined that she would be so afraid. He did not come here to drink, but for the entire Snow Mountain sect. She could almost see the bloody scene in the Snow Mountain sect. And the first to die was the shopkeeper Hong, who did not know the identity of the newcomer and insisted on refusing to sell his wine. He did not even have the courage to open his mouth to remind them. The man suddenly let out a childish laugh, which seemed extremely strange. Everyone shuddered, and shopkeeper Hong also took a step back, saying in shock, "You. What are you laughing at?" The man turned around to look behind him. A young child climbed up from his back and sat on his broad shoulder. He mocked, "I told you to drink so much that you don't care about your life, but they won't sell it to you at all. Let's see what you do now." The summer thunderstorm came quickly, but this bastard didn't hurry to find a house to hide in. Instead, he saw a wine flag and insisted on rushing over, almost causing him to be struck by lightning. "What should I do?" "Nothing." The man spread his hands, turned around and walked to the door. He faced the wind and rain, looking at the Snow Mountain in the rain. He actually gave up. Although he wanted to drink and wait for the rain to stop, he would not bully an ordinary old man for this small hobby. Anyway, when he reached the mountain, someone would treat him. If that happened, he would chop off the head of whoever dared to be stubborn. "Serves you right." The young child clapped his hands and laughed. Xue Bing's eyes were filled with surprise. Did she see wrongly? In the face of such a scene, the slightly more vicious people of Jianghu would probably kill. Even those with a good temper would want to teach shopkeeper Hong a lesson and force him to bring the wine. However, seeing the giant blade wrapped in white cloth on the man's back, this glimmer of hope had to be destroyed. A few months ago, eldest senior brother had witnessed with his own eyes how Pudu Temple's tiger-taming master and Northern Horse Clan's grand clan leader all died under such a blade. Like pigs and dogs facing a butcher, they had no power to resist. Since then, eldest senior brother was somewhat delirious and often woke up with nightmares. And that child was also consistent with the recent information. No matter where he went, he would bring a young child with him. Some people suspected that the child was his illegitimate child with the World Society's leader. In order to avoid disturbing people's hearts, this information was strictly kept secret. Only a few people in the Snow Mountain sect knew about it, and she happened to be one of them. All the characteristics matched. This person must be the hero King Li Qingshan. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you know some martial arts. Just know what this place is. Shopkeeper Hong pointed at the Snow Mountain outside the door, feeling proud and pleased. Snow Mountain sect. Li Qingshan stared at the white snow on the mountain peak. This was the last nail in the World Society's territory in the northern region. He would personally remove it and test out his new supernatural power. Yes, since you are a martial artist, it is impossible that you don't know. These are all outstanding disciples of the Snow Mountain sect. The one in the middle is the daughter of the leader of the Snow Mountain sect, Miss Shui, one of the top 10 beauties in the world. Shopkeeper Hong raised his hand and introduced. If not for the fact that Shui Bing did not dare to act rashly, she could not help but scold this old man. Oh? Li Qingshan turned his head and looked at Shui Bing. Shui Bing felt that the pair of spirited eyes seemed to have penetrated the veil and saw her face clearly, or even saw through her entire person. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated and she felt numb all over her body. Shopkeeper Hong lectured Li Qingshan with a serious face. It's fine if you splashed the rainwater on me, but you didn't even apologize when you splashed it on them. Do you really have no manners? It's just a few drops of rainwater, why are you so stingy? Alright, don't stare at me. I came in a hurry, I'm sorry. Old man, do you want me to wash your clothes for you? Li Qingshan teased Shopkeeper Hong with a smile and reached out to grab his lapel. They were at the foot of the mountain of the Snow Mountain sect, so of course there would be people from the Snow Mountain sect. It was nothing strange. If the leader of the Snow Mountain sect was here, it would save them a lot of trouble. They would not have to go up the mountain. What could a young lady do? Shui Bing felt relieved and ordered her brothers, they didn't do it on purpose, don't be so calculative. Sit down. Uncle Hong, I don't have much of an appetite, you entertain the guests. The few of them were obedient to her and immediately sat down obediently, treating this as an insignificant interlude. The young lady is magnanimous and let you off this time. Hey, let go, don't tear it. I have a wife at home, I don't need you to wash my clothes. Shopkeeper Hong looked at the funny smiling face and could not help but smile. You really look like a monkey, do you want to drink wine? I thought you didn't want to sell? Still not selling, I'll treat you. Hey, I'm afraid you can't afford it. Go out and ask around. My Snow Mountain restaurant has 100 jars of Snow Mountain wine in our ancestral cellar. Take 1 jar and keep 1 jar, no more, no less. How many jars can you drink? But I'll say this first, you're not allowed to use your inner energy to make wine. What's the point of using your inner energy to make wine? Snow Mountain wine, auspicious snow heralds a fruitful year, good name, quickly give it a try. You treat me to wine, I'll treat you to meat, you can use your inner energy to make meat however you like. Look at your impatient face, it's not the feng as in fruitful year, it's the feng as in peak. Using inner energy to make meat, only you can think of that. Since it's raining today and I have nothing to do, I'll accompany you to drink a few cups. Xiao Bei, go get the wine and meat. Shopkeeper Hong sat down in a dignified manner and generously gave out his orders. Haha, I used to plow the fields. Li Qingshan sat opposite him and glanced at Luo Ho Xiaoming. See, I came at the right time, right? Someone is treating me to wine, it tastes especially good. Luo Ho Xiaoming pouted, jumped on the table and shook off the rain on his body. Sigh, you brought such a young child out for a stroll. Xiao Bei, get a towel. He was the one who insisted on following, I had no choice. Hey, hurry up and thank me. Thank you. Luo Ho Xiaoming took the towel, but his heart was filled with a strange feeling. It was the first time in his life that he thanked an ant-like mortal for such an insignificant towel. He suddenly frowned, lowered his head, and fell into deep thought. This child is? My son. You're my son. Luo Ho Xiaoming jumped up and kicked Li Qingshan's chest. If it was a long time ago, this kick would have destroyed the snowy mountain outside the door, but now, it did not even tickle him. Sigh, I've spoiled you too much. Please excuse me. Luo Ho Xiaoming glared at him, a longing for power that he had not felt for a long time ignited in his chest. The waiter came over with a pot of wine and a steaming pot of braised meat. You used to plow the fields, why did you stop plowing? Shopkeeper Hong asked casually. I lost the cow, so I came out to look for it. Shopkeeper Hong laughed out loud, thinking that he was joking. This is the first time I've heard of your reason for roaming the martial world, but a man's ambition is to roam the world. If you didn't roam the world, you wouldn't have learned such good martial arts. The rain poured down, hitting the roof tiles. It was noisy yet quiet, and the liveliness made it seem even more peaceful. The sound of thunder, on the other hand, became softer. It was not easy to attract thunder in such a small city, and the heavens could not do anything to Xianxia, who was in the building. When the wine was poured into the bowl, just as Xianxia was about to take it up, Luo Ho Xiaoming suddenly snatched the bowl and drank it in one gulp, which made shopkeeper Hong's eyes widen. I've never seen such a young child drink so much. Bring another bowl. Xianxia asked the waiter to come to the table, and said to shopkeeper Hong, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it all by yourself. I'll pour wine for you. The waiter came over with a smile, thinking that this man was much cuter than the group of Snow Mountain sect disciples. But of course, he was still not as good as the Missy. In the windy and rainy restaurant, a few people with completely different identities sat and drank. Xuebing looked over, finding it hard to believe that this person was the devil that second uncle mentioned, who stood on the mountain of corpses. Missy. Shopkeeper Hong and the waiter stood up hurriedly. The Snow Mountain sect disciples were stunned too. Xianxia leaned over the table and munched away. He glanced at her and said with a muffled voice, Sit. She gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and said to shopkeeper Hong and the waiter, Why are you standing? Xuebing sat down and said, You guys sit too. The two of them sat down carefully. Xianxia shook his head, women spoil the mood when men drink. Xuebing took off her bamboo hat and revealed her face. Her skin was as white as snow and her hair was as black as ink. She was indeed a beauty. She patted the wine jar and a drop of wine fell into the bowl. She opened her lips and drank it in one gulp, revealing the bottom of the bowl. I came uninvited. This bowl of wine is my apology. Junior sister. Senior sister. The Snow Mountain sect disciples were stunned. She had never touched wine before. They had never seen her drink like this. They all stood up. Sit down. Xuebing shouted. Her fair face blushed, making her look even more beautiful. The waiter at the side did not dare to look at her. The Snow Mountain sect disciples also felt that something was wrong. They slowly sat down and placed their hands on the hilt of their swords. Xianxia smiled, You are a heroine. But you are not allowed to turn your vital energy into wine. Of course. Xuebing felt a burning sensation in her stomach. She gritted her teeth and endured it. This gave her courage and she asked directly, May I know why you are here? To avoid lightning. You are a man, yet you are afraid of lightning? I have no choice. I have done too many good deeds. The heavens cannot tolerate it. Xianxia shrugged. I have only heard that lightning will strike evil people. Xuebing felt the effects of the wine spread and forgot her fear. She gradually felt the benefits of the wine and drank another bowl. Which evil person in the world was struck to death by lightning? It has always been people who kill and set fires. It has always been people who repair bridges and roads. Then are you going to be a person who kills and sets fires, or a person who repairs bridges and roads? Neither. The heavens are unfair. I will do justice for them. During the conversation, Xianxia drank several bowls of wine. He finished the jar of wine and said, Go get more wine. How arrogant of you, sir. Xuebing's emotions surged. She no longer had any doubts. Only the hero king could say such arrogant words. Who else could it be? Xianxia suddenly smiled. But this is a small matter. This is a small matter? Xuebing asked curiously, Then what's the big deal? Looking for cows. Xuebing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then you don't need to look for it. I can give you one. Xianxia said, Little girl, even if you give me 10,000 cows, they can't compare to that one of mine. Luo Ho Xiaoming couldn't hold his liquor. She was dozing off with her hand supporting her head. When she heard this, she suddenly looked at him thoughtfully. Little girl. Xuebing revealed a strange expression. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink. Xianxia asked manager Hong again, Just now, there is one of the top 10 beauties in the world you mentioned. Who are the other 9? Why are you asking this? Manager Hong asked cautiously. I was thinking, if I could marry all of these beauties, wouldn't that be great? This was the dream of all men in the world, but no one dared to say it, let alone in front of one of them. You're crazy. Manager Hong shouted, Missy, don't lower yourself to this drunkard's level. How dare you? The disciples of the Snow Mountain sect drew their swords. Xuebing waved her hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Then you'll be disappointed. Is that so? There are only 9 of the so-called top 10 beauties left. No matter how capable you are, it will be difficult for you to marry all of them. Missy, are you going to quit and not be one of the top 10 beauties? I don't think you need to be very capable for this small matter. This is a false reputation imposed by the world. If I could quit, I would have done so long ago. However, one of the beauties has already passed away, unless you can bring her back to life. That's a pity. To think that someone would be willing to destroy a beauty so ruthlessly. What a waste. Let me propose a toast to her. Li Qingshan took a big gulp of wine. He said it casually, but he didn't think it was a pity. Xuebing said coldly, are you still trying to hide it? Isn't the person who ruthlessly destroyed the flower your distinguished self? Me? When? Li Qingshan was shocked. He really didn't know. Who would specifically come to talk to him like this? That beauty was from the Ma family. She died at the foot of the Galloping Horse City. It was said that the king of chivalry, Li Qingshan, killed her personally. Ah. There was a commotion in the restaurant. Manager Hong's eyes widened. He stood up and retreated, tripped over the bench, and fell on his butt. The disciples of the Snow Mountain sect drew their swords and held them in front of them, but no one dared to step forward. The reputation of the king of chivalry was like the sun in the sky in the northern region. Everyone feared him. This small restaurant suddenly became as terrifying as the devil's domain. Li Qingshan tried hard to recall. It seems so. I've killed countless people in my life. It's really hard for me to distinguish beauty from ugliness. I've embarrassed myself, Miss Xue. But I've killed her. Come, let's drink. So, you admit it? Xuebing asked. She mustered all her courage to continue sitting there. Yes, I'm Li Qingshan. Besides, when did I hide anything? If you asked me, I would have told you. At this point, Li Qingshan suddenly stood up. Xuebing felt a huge shadow covering her, and she almost couldn't breathe. She saw him looking outside the door. The rain has stopped. The summer storm came and went quickly. The dark clouds dispersed, and rays of light fell on the Snow Mountain, glowing with a holy light. Old man, thank you for the wine. This is the money for the meat. Li Qingshan threw a silver ingot, picked up Luo Ho Xiaoming, and walked out the door. Xuebing flew in front of the door. Where are you going? Up the mountain, of course. Can't you let the Snow Mountain sect go? How can I let others sleep next to my bed? You call yourself the king of chivalry and say that you will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The Snow Mountain sect has never bullied the good like the Ma family. If not, there would be no Snow Mountain sect in the world. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill anyone today. But this is the general trend. If you're not a friend or an enemy, you have to end it. I've never done a bad thing in my life. If I stop you, will you kill me? Little girl, look at what you're holding in your hand. A swordsman dies by the sword. What's there to complain about? Get out of the way. You don't want me to become a sworn enemy of the Snow Mountain sect now, do you? Li Qingshan killed one. He didn't care about killing the second one. He destroyed the Ma family. He didn't care about destroying the Snow Mountain sect. Even if he was innocent and good, he just had to bear the sin. There was no need to blame himself or try to defend himself. His determination to move forward would never change. Even if he was a good person for 10 generations. Buddha is born in all. Those who stand in my way will die. Xuebing bit her lips. Her expression changed. She sheathed her sword. Get out of the way. Although this man was called chivalrous king, the word chivalrous could not restrain him. That's good. Li Qingshan brushed past Xuebing and stepped out of the door. He took a deep breath. The air was filled with the fragrance of the soil after the rain. He stepped on the ground barefoot. He crossed 10 feet with each step and strode towards the snow mountain. Shui used her lightness skill and caught up with him. I'll send you up the mountain. Alright, let's continue drinking on the mountain. I hope someone will treat me. Xianxia smiled and smacked his lips, as if he was still savoring the taste of the wine. If others don't, I will. Shui could hear the murderous intent in his words. She knew that the Snow Mountain sect's survival depended on today. Senior sister. Junior sister. The disciples of the Snow Mountain sect rushed out of the door. Their figures became 2 small dots as they climbed up the snow mountain. Shopkeeper Hong took a long time to come back to his senses. He was scared and broke out in a cold sweat on such a hot day. That was Xianxia. He dared to give him a hard time and teach him a lesson in front of so many people. He really didn't know how to spell the word death. The waiter was so excited that his face turned red. Shopkeeper, did you see that? That's the chivalrous king. Humph, if it weren't for his magnanimity, your head would have been removed. Ouch. Shopkeeper Hong jumped up and took out the martial arts that he hadn't used for many years. He kicked the waiter's butt. You're the one with your head removed. Hurry up and work. The waiter rubbed his butt and said indignantly, Humph, wait until I join the World Assembly and learn a peerless martial arts. Let's see if you still dare to kick me then. Shopkeeper Hong smiled bitterly. And murmured to himself, you live up to your reputation. Now the Snow Mountain sect is in trouble. Xianxia didn't follow the right path. He crossed the river and climbed over the ravine. He crossed the snow line and looked back at the white clouds. After a short pause, Shui caught up with him. She was already out of breath. She had just reached the innate realm, so her genuine qi wasn't as abundant as before. Do you want to rest for a while? Xianxia asked with a smile. No need. Shui clenched her teeth. She was now representing the Snow Mountain sect. However, Xianxia lay down and basked in the sun comfortably. Shui quickly sat down to regulate her breathing. He didn't deliberately embarrass her. She couldn't help but feel grateful. However, she felt strange. He's here to deal with the Snow Mountain sect. Why should I be grateful to him? Chivalrous king, you went up the mountain alone. Aren't you afraid of getting trapped there? Are you worried about my safety? I'm advising you to back off. Xianxia laughed loudly. His voice was so loud that it shook the clouds. Shui suddenly felt that it was a pity for a man like him to be trapped in a desperate situation. She shook her head and felt that it was ridiculous. There were so many people in the world who wanted to kill him. If there was a chance, she wouldn't let it go. However, who could stop him? I'm done resting. Let's go. Voices came from the main hall of the Snow Mountain sect. A man anxiously advised, Leader Shui, your disciple can testify that the devil Xianxia has piled up corpses like a mountain. He's bloodthirsty. He won't let the Snow Mountain sect go. Please make a decision quickly and fight against the World Society together. Yes, Master. It's impossible for the Snow Mountain sect to fight against the World Society alone. We can only fight with all the people in the martial arts world. In the hall, a group of elders gathered together. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. Sect leader Shui Hanfeng was silent. At this moment, a man and a woman walked into the hall. Shui Hanfeng was surprised. Bing-er? Xianxia looked at the 2 people who spoke. They were an old man and a young man. He had seen them outside of Galloping Horse City. They were the innate masters who surrounded the former alliance master Zhang Yuntian. They escaped when Gu Yening was possessed. The young man was a handsome young man dressed in white. He was a disciple of the Snow Mountain faction. The old man was obviously here to persuade them. It seemed that there were still people who were not willing to lose and wanted to compete with him. Everyone in the hall was shocked. The sound of swords being unsheathed could be heard. Bing-er, come here quickly. Shui Hanfeng said as he activated the faction's formation. The temperature in the hall dropped sharply. It was the height of summer, but at this moment, the air became foggy. Xianxia felt the cold air getting heavier. A layer of frost condensed under his feet and quickly spread up. Li Qingshan ignored him. He pointed at the old man who tried to persuade him and flicked his thumb backwards. The old man felt as if he had been pardoned. He dashed out of the door and left. Everyone was shocked. He was a famous figure for many years, but he ran away without saying a word. He did not know that after seeing Li Qingshan kill people, he did not have the courage to face him. He was not afraid of dying in battle, but he did not want to be crushed to death like a bug. Stop! Li Qingshan shouted. The old man had just crossed the threshold. When he heard this, he stood there as if he was nailed to the ground. He did not dare to move. Li Qingshan said without turning his head, "Hey, I have spared your life twice. Why don't you say thank you?" The old man's expression changed. He bowed his head and cupped his hands. "Thank you for sparing my life. I can do it twice, but not thrice. If it happens again, you should join the world faction." The old man raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan's back. He nodded heavily, "All right." He then said to Shui Hanfeng, "Leader Shui, I have known you for many years. I know that you are kind and righteous. You cannot bear to see the Snow Mountain faction end up like the Ma family. You should surrender." He let out another heavy sigh and left without looking back. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who was the one who spoke for them? Li Qingshan glanced at the young man in white again. He was like a mouse that had seen a cat. He shivered and lowered his head, not saying a word. Shui Bing felt a wave of pain in her heart. Was this still the arrogant eldest senior brother of the past? Shui Hanfeng solemnly cupped his hands. "I am Shui Hanfeng, the 19th generation sect leader of the Snow Mountain sect. The chivalrous king has graced us with your presence, and I apologize for not going out to meet you. Sect leader Shui, let's cut to the chase. Do you want to fight or surrender?" Li Qingshan took a step forward. With a loud boom, the great hall trembled and the frost scattered. "I don't know how to fight or surrender. If you really want to fight, then let's do it together." There was no need to be so particular. If you surrender, there will no longer be the Snow Mountain sect. There will only be the Snow Mountain Hall of the World Assembly, and you will still be the hall master. Everyone's heart sank. They wanted to destroy the Snow Mountain sect. If not for the words left by the old man just now. He was afraid that there would be people scolding him immediately. At this moment, they all stepped forward with their swords, showing that they would live and die with the Snow Mountain sect. Only the young man in white did not move. He stared blankly at the ground and murmured, "It's useless. It's useless." Shui Bing no longer looked at him. The eldest senior brother of the past was already dead. He was not killed by others, but by fright. She pulled away from Li Qingshan and returned to her father's side. Then she looked back. Li Qingshan stood in front of the hall unmoving like a mountain. The demonic aura he emitted filled the hall, like a black cloud pressing on the snow mountain. It was almost impossible to compare it with the restaurant that was in a sorry state. She thought of the smiling man who was scolded by the manager. But when she looked carefully, she found that there was no change in him. His bright round eyes seemed to always be smiling, but at this moment, there was a playful look in them. Shui Hanfeng took a deep breath. The Snow Mountain sect and the World Assembly will mind our own business. I am willing to give up everything at the foot of the mountain. I swear that I will never be the enemy of the World Assembly. Li Qingshan shook his head. No, I have already said this to your daughter. The general trend is irresistible. If you are not an enemy, then you must be a friend. There is no room for indifference. Shui Hanfeng was also irritated. You are pushing us too far. The Snow Mountain sect has been passed down for hundreds of years. How can it be destroyed in my hands? Leader Shui, you are really stubborn. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are inevitable. Creation, existence, destruction, and emptiness are all things. You can take a long-term view. When I unify the world, there will be no difference between sections. This is the general trend. Those who follow it will prosper, and those who go against it will die. If the Snow Mountain sect becomes the Snow Mountain Hall, it will be more prosperous. It will be reborn in your hands. Li Qingshan opened his arms. He looked like he could swallow the world. The expression on his face did not look like he was saying some heroic words. Instead, it looked like it was natural for him to eat and drink. Shui Hanfeng clenched his fists. He had never encountered such a difficult choice in his life. Suddenly, he sighed and waved his hand. The temperature in the hall began to rise again. "Leader, you can't do that. I would rather die than join the World Assembly." The crowd in the hall was furious. Shui Bing bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with tears. Was this man, who was as majestic as a mountain in her heart, going to surrender to that man's shadow? Li Qingshan smiled. "That is a wise move." Shui Hanfeng slowly pulled out his sword and pointed it at Li Qingshan. "Leader Shui, what do you mean?" Shui Hanfeng said decisively. "As the leader, if I surrender without a fight, how can I face my ancestors? I only want a fair fight. I want to see the peerless martial arts of the hero king." "Why?" Li Qingshan could see that he was ready to die. He admired him a little. "Father, don't," Shui Bing said in panic. She would rather him surrender than die. "Leader, you don't have to worry about the rules of Jianghu. Let's fight together." "Bing stand down." Shui Hanfeng said to the crowd. "If I lose, the Snow Mountain sect will become the Snow Mountain Hall. No one is allowed to avenge me. This is the order of the leader." Li Qingshan smiled. "Sect Master Shui, if I kill you, let alone the others, your daughter will hate me for the rest of her life. If she attacks me, all I can do is give her a swift death. I really can't bring myself to do that." "Fine, I respect you as a man who has done many chivalrous deeds. Today, if I touch a finger of yours or take half a step back, I lose. What do you think?" Shui Bing was pleasantly surprised. Her expression was complicated. She didn't know whether she should thank him or hate him. Shui Hanfeng agreed. "Okay, it's a deal." He thought, even if your martial arts are peerless, if you can't even touch a finger of mine, how can you win? His sword made a flower. The bright blue flower did not dissipate. The flower bloomed in the air, layer by layer. It was like snowflakes piling up, getting thicker and thicker. His first move was the mega avalanche of the Snow Mountain sect's supreme skill, the bright snow swordsmanship. As expected, Li Qingshan did not move at all. He allowed him to build up his power. Everyone was extremely nervous. Suddenly, they heard a yawn. Luo Ho Xiaoming climbed onto his shoulder. He drowsily held his head and looked around lazily. Shui Hanfeng frowned. "I am the leader of the Snow Mountain sect. How can I attack a young child? Is this his plot?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Leader Shui, you don't have to worry. If you kill this kid, it's on me. Watch my sword." Shui Hanfeng made up his mind. He raised his aura to its peak. True qi surged like a raging wave. Only then did Li Qingshan stretch out his hand. His fingers were slightly open. Waves of demonic energy gathered in his hand, but it did not burst out. Shui Hanfeng suddenly stopped in midair. The dazzling flower of his sword froze. It was as if it was sealed in an invisible amber. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone's eyes widened. They could not see what move Li Qingshan had used. It looked like he had just stretched out his hand and Shui Hanfeng had been defeated. Just as he said, he had not touched a single finger. "Father!" Shui Bing hurried over to support him. Shui Hanfeng pushed her hand away and stood up. His heart was full of resentment. "What kind of martial art is this?" "It's not martial art. It's magic. The first magic of the ape demon transformation." "Magic? Are you a demon?" "Yes and no, no and no." "What is your relationship with the White Ape King?" "Nothing. I just cut off his head." "You lost." Shui Bing shouted at Li Qingshan. "How did I lose?" "You said you would not touch a single finger of my father, but you heavily injured him. Does magic not count?" Sigh. Women are really unreasonable. "Why don't you ask your father if I hurt him?" Bing no need to quibble. "I lost." Shui Hanfeng could not be clearer. All the injuries he had suffered were caused by the rebound of his true qi. Shui Bing lowered her head sadly, tears streaming down her face. Cheating. Luo Ho Xiaoming curled his lips. Li Qingshan's magic had no offensive power at all. It could not even kill an ant. But the effect of this magic had shocked him the first time he had seen it. This was not some body-fixing spell, but a direct sealing of the void. Shui Hanfeng, the leader of the Snow Mountain Hall, greets the hero king. Shui Hanfeng stepped forward and bowed. The elders and disciples of the Snow Mountain sect, whether they were willing or not, also came forward and bowed. In the martial arts world, the strong were respected. As the first senior brother of the Snow Mountain sect, the young man in white let out a great sigh of relief as well. He felt like this was the best possible outcome, but he was also worried about whether Li Qingshan had overheard what he had said earlier in the hall and developed a grudge against him. Li Qingshan said, "Leader Shui, listen to my order." "Yes." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Bring the wine." Shui Hanfeng was startled. He thought it was an important order. "I did not drink to my heart's content at the foot of the mountain." "Let's continue." "Your daughter said so." Shui Bing remembered what he said at the foot of the mountain and did not know whether to laugh or cry. That night, there was a banquet in the hall. Shui Hanfeng took the opportunity to ask. "Your Highness, what do you want the Snow Mountain sect to do?" Li Qingshan pondered for a while and spread his hands. "I also do not know." Shui Hanfeng was speechless. "Did you destroy the Snow Mountain sect just to have a drink? This is too unfair." "I was bored in the Galloping Horse City, so I came out to play. I am not the leader of the world, I do not care about these trivial matters. When we get to the Galloping Horse City, you can ask him yourself." Li Qingshan said impatiently, "Drink, drink." Shui Hanfeng's eyes widened. He could not suppress his internal injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Father! Father!" Shui Bing rushed forward. "Your father is drunk, quickly send him back to rest." Shui Bing raised her eyebrows. "How is he drunk?" "He was obviously angered by you. P.S. It's been a long time since I asked for a vote, how can I rest on fate if I don't do my best? I haven't asked for a monthly vote in a long time, I'll ask for one today." Yep, this is considered a topic, and then I started talking nonsense. "A few days ago, when I was chatting with a friend, I said, if you're happy every day, and unhappy every day." He must have thought I was going to say, why not live happily? But that wasn't my conclusion, I said, then I'm willing to be unhappy and do something. Thinking about it in hindsight, it was a scary idea. It's bad enough that a person can't be happy even if they want to be happy. It's terrible to not want to be happy when you can be happy. Go away, you damn happiness, don't try to tempt me. There must be something wrong with my head. When did it start? Since I read too many books I shouldn't have, and then I couldn't lie to myself anymore. Or from being unable to blend in with the crowd, to deliberately keeping a distance from them. I've met many people in society, and the way to determine if a person is a failure is very simple, just talk to them about fate. As long as they say something like everything is fate, then there's no way to escape. I've also met many successful people, and the way to determine if they're complacent is also very simple, just talk to them about hard work. If they attribute everything to themselves, and believe that all failures are because they didn't work hard, then they don't need to listen to anything else. I don't think I can do that. When I fail, I think that there's definitely a possibility of success. If I didn't do it, then it's obviously a problem with my ability. When I succeed, I think that if I didn't have this perfect luck, I definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Great fate. So failure is all because of incompetence, and success is mostly because of luck. Look at how rational I am, I turn every failure into self-torture, and every success into a disappointment. Is it not considered being played by fate if I go against myself in every aspect? Actually, everyone just wants to live a little more comfortably, maybe I'm the fool who thinks I'm smart. But I just want to, when I fail miserably one day, and people ask me what happened, I can say, oh, because I'm incompetent. And not boring answers such as the sinister human heart, the darkness of society, or the arrangement of fate. So for this great goal, I constantly struggle with myself, and get stepped into the mud again and again, struggling in pain. Sinking into the mud, his heart in a frenzy, trying to fish for the moon in vain. Others might even think that you're crazy, giving up your good life and not knowing what you're struggling about. Yes, I'm King sick. Even at this age, he still refused to believe in nonsense like being ordinary is the truth. Even if all the chickens in the chicken pen told me that eating rice, pecking worms, and basking in the sun was a good day, I would still climb to the roof and fly like an eagle. Even if I can never become an eagle, I will never admit that eating rice, pecking insects, and basking in the sun is a good life. Heaven above, let it torture me forever. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. How could he rest assured if he had not done his duty? Shui Hanfeng bowed and left. Shui Bing helped him back to the backyard. Shui Hanfeng looked up at the crescent moon in the sky, floating in the sea of clouds. Suddenly, tears rolled down his cheeks, and he sighed, the snow mountain sect is gone. As soon as he said this, he seemed to age 10 years. Father. Shui Bing's tears fell like rain. The world is in chaos once. The demon star appears. Maybe it's fate. It's not fate. Shui Bing came out from the backyard. A handsome young man came up to her. Junior Marshal Sister, Master, is he okay? Sigh, that kind of power is not something a human can fight against. Maybe following the World Assembly is the best choice. And this is without the heroic lord using his sword. What a blessing in disguise. Is the banquet over? Where is the heroic lord now? Shui Bing asked coldly. Admiring the moon on the flying snow cliff. What are you going to do? I'm going to make a deal with him. Shui Bing walked towards the flying snow cliff. You. Eldest senior brother seemed to have realized something. He wanted to follow her, but he could only watch as her figure disappeared. Li Qingshan's legs dangled off the cliff. He looked up at the new moon in the sky and wondered if the moon was the same as the 9 prefectures. Was Little and also looking at the same moon? Footsteps sounded behind him. Li Qingshan turned around and asked, How's your father? The moonlight shone on Shui Bing's face. It seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. She cupped her hands and said, Heroic Lord, you said in the restaurant at the foot of the mountain that you want to marry the world's top 10 beauties. Li Qingshan corrected, 9 beauties. Yes, I like 9. I can be the first. Wives, concubines, and servants are fine. As long as you let the Snow Mountain sect go, I'll be yours. Shui Bing puffed out her chest and said sternly. Li Qingshan laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Shui Bing was embarrassed into anger. I'm laughing at you for thinking too highly of the Snow Mountain sect and underestimating yourself. You should go to Galloping Horse City and meet that World Association leader. She doesn't even care about her own father. Everything Shui Bing had came from the Snow Mountain sect. She thought that Li Qingshan was laughing at her for not being qualified to make such an exchange. Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel moved. No one had ever said such a thing to her. It is rumored that the World Society's leader is Gu Yenying. She was the #1 beauty in the world. It's a pity that we didn't get to meet. That was just added by someone else. In her heart, there is no such thing as a beauty. That's right, even in front of me, she wouldn't be willing to be the second best in the world. Prince, do you like her very much? Shui Bing asked. She was curious about the woman who could make him reveal such an expression. What would it look like? Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and smiled calmly. That's right. What if she was here to make this deal? Shui Bing suddenly felt a trace of jealousy. She won't. Then I am different from her. I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the peace of the Snow Mountain sect. If one day you fly high enough, you will find that this snow mountain is just a small mound. But you see, my vision is quite accurate. If it wasn't for this guy, I would have pounced on it now and then denied everything. Li Qingshan brought up Luo Hou again. Luo Hou glared at him. Whatever, I have seen this kind of thing many times. Shui Bing's face turned red. Is this also called the Hero King? Bullshit Hero King, it's just an empty title. By the way, I have a peerless secret book here. It's called Gui Water Condensing Qi Method. Do you want to exchange it? I guarantee that I will not cheat anyone. If you buy it, you will make a profit. Shui Bing was stunned for a moment. She fiercely stamped her feet. No. She came here to sacrifice herself for the Snow Mountain sect, not to sell herself for some peerless secret book. She was almost led into a ditch by this man. It was really infuriating. That's a pity. Li Qingshan had an expression of "you've lost a lot" on his face. He asked again, "You really don't want to exchange?" "No, I'll take my leave." Xuebing angrily clasped her hands together. However, she saw Li Qingshan's expression change. He sneered and said, "You have to exchange even if you don't want to." She felt that her body could not move. She was shocked. Was he going to? Li Qingshan walked towards her step by step. He raised his hand and sealed her acupuncture points. The time she could maintain her supernatural power was really too short. Xuebing saw his face coming towards her. She couldn't help but close her eyes. However, she heard him say in her ear, "Listen carefully." Then, she heard a series of incantations. She opened her eyes in shock. However, she saw him smiling mischievously. "Don't say any more." "I don't want to listen." Li Qingshan ignored her. He smiled and recited the Gui water condensing qi method. This was the first incantation that he had learned. He could still remember it clearly. He did not miss a single word. Xuebing's body relaxed. Her acupuncture points were unsealed. She saw that he had already walked back to the edge of the cliff. She looked at the rising dark clouds in the sky. It was gradually swallowing a new moon. Without turning her head, she said, "All right, I'm leaving. You guard me." "Where are you going?" "Who's going to guard you?" "I never agreed to trade." "I've already forgotten everything you said." This kind of forceful and overbearing behavior made her furious. However, when she heard that he was leaving, she felt a trace of reluctance. "I know you remember." As for where to go? This hero king naturally wants to be a hero. At the same time, I'll take a look at the other 8 beauties. You're going alone? Xuebing understood. The 8 beauties represented the 5 major sects and 3 major clans. If he were to go, he would probably become the enemy of the entire martial world. 2 people. Hey, don't always ignore Xiaoming. Xiaoming is very important. Li Qingshan lifted up Luo Ho Xiaoming and shook him vigorously. Luo Ho Xiaoming squinted at him. His body emitted waves of killing intent. If this went on, his fighting spirit would recover before the red lotus bloomed. Hero King, there are countless strange people in the world. They all have cunning methods. Even if you have peerless martial arts, you might not be able to escape unscathed. Are you worried about me? Of course not. I'm worried that you'll make the Snow Mountain sect the laughingstock of the world. So, I hope that you can defeat all the sects and clans. Haha, thank you for your kind words. Li Qingshan suddenly frowned and said in distress, "By the way, aren't there any cute little nuns in Pudu Temple?" He had to see the demon star suppressed by Pudu Temple. Extracting the spiritual power from it might help him recover a lot of strength. Of course not. Xuebing said impatiently. Li Qingshan clapped his hands. Yes, they don't have one. I'll give them one. Then we'll have the world's top 10 beauties again. Are you serious? Xuebing widened her eyes at his whimsical, good idea. She felt angry and funny at the same time. Yes, you're the first. Li Qingshan grinned and jumped off the cliff. I'm not. Xuebing ran to the edge of the cliff and shouted. She only got a burst of laughter in response. She watched his figure disappear into the darkness. The experience of this short half a day was like a dream. There was fear, sadness, hatred, surprise, gratitude, and admiration. In the end, it was like a joke. No man had ever touched her heart like this. I hope you can come back safely. P.S. I drank a little yesterday and felt a little emotional. But I also know that there must be a lot of opinions. They think that you're so slow, but you have the nerve to nag here. You're shameless to ask for monthly votes. I understand that the deeper the love, the deeper the responsibility. I've always felt guilty. Even if I tried my best, I still couldn't do it. I didn't even have the confidence to say, I wrote slowly because I wrote well. Li Qingshan descended the snowy mountain and sprinted southward. At this time, the benefits of a pocket world became apparent. Relying on the endless power of the earth, he ran hundreds of miles overnight and arrived at the middle realm at daybreak. If not for the thunderstorm, he would have been even faster. The weather was obviously much hotter. A red sun rose from the east and soon became daytime, radiating a blazing light that roasted the earth. Xianxia finally stopped. He did not feel tired, but his stomach was growling. He found a main road and walked to see if he could find a city wall along the way to have a big meal. At the same time, he seriously thought about his grand plan. There were no aristocratic families in the middle realm, only many gangs and sections. Among them, there were 3 great sects: Pudu Temple, Mysterious Void Temple, and Divine Wind Sect. There was also the world-famous Black Tortoise City, which was where Martial Union was located. The Profound Void Temple and the Divine Wind Sect. Each possessed one of the 10 great beauties of the world, but Xianxia's first target was the Pudu Temple. No matter how he wanted to play around, he would have to increase his strength first before he could play to his heart's content. He had to obtain the Demon Star. However, there was a problem. There were no beauties in Pudu Temple. This was originally a joke. If he was just a lecher, there was no need to force a beauty into a monk temple. However, his personality was influenced by the demonic ape. The more he joked, the more serious he became. He threw the serious matter of conquering the world to the back of his mind, leaving it to Gu Yening to think about. However, he was not familiar with this world. Where could he find a beauty? He could not just find a random woman. She had to be qualified, not to mention her appearance. Her martial arts could not be too weak. It would be best if she had a certain reputation and social recognition. However, he did not think about it. Who would recognize a top 10 beauty from a monk temple? However, when he thought about the expressions of the monks, he found it very interesting and could not help but laugh out loud. Rather than being influenced by the demonic ape, it was better to say that his nature was stimulated. Who is behind you? As he thought about it, a bellow rang out from up ahead. A group of guards stopped in the dust, staring at Xianxia cautiously as he strode over. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was not familiar with this world. But there was always someone he was familiar with, so he just had to ask. A man with a full beard rode his horse forward and thought to himself, his speed is astonishing, he must be a Xiantian master. The newcomer was definitely not a nobody. We need to be careful. He cupped his hands and said, I am Hozhen of the Chongfeng Escort Agency. May I know your name? May I know why you are here? Chivalrous King Xianxia, I'm here to rob you, Xianxia said concisely. Xianxia. Hozhen looked as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He was so shocked that he almost fell off his horse. The armed escorts were also in an uproar. In the short span of 3 months, Xianxia's name had spread all over the world. There was no one who did not know of him. There were even many people in the northern region who praised him. In other places, he was a murderous demon king. Xianxia walked forward and the escorts retreated. He patted the carriage and asked, What are you escorting? Just some gold and silver. Chivalrous King is rich in the northern region, why would he be interested in a mere escort? Hozhen dismounted, his back hunched. His expression was bitter as if he had eaten 3 caddies of bitter medicine. If this was a nameless person, then there would be no famous person in the world. Let me ask you a question. If you can answer it, I won't rob you anymore. Chivalrous King, please ask. Hozhen's heart sank. He did not think that Huang Xiaolong would be so easy to talk to. This question was either to make things difficult for him or to probe into Martial Union's secrets. Where are the most beauties in the world? No, where are the most beauties in the middle region? Xianxia did not want to beat around the bush. Ah? Hozhen was stunned, wondering if he had misheard. This murderous demon king chased after him just to ask such a question? Xianxia raised his hand impatiently, and the carriage flew out, crashing into a large tree by the side of the road. The tree broke into 2, and bright silver scattered on the ground. Hozhen quivered, cupping his hands as he said, reporting to Chivalrous King, the beauties in the middle region are naturally in Black Tortoise City. Then, what famous beauties are there in Black Tortoise City? There is a Miss Husianer in the Myriad Flower Brothel. She is known as a fairy descended from heaven, and she is definitely one of the top 10 beauties in the world. Then, where is Black Tortoise City? Li Qingshan's eyes lit up again. He never thought there would be such a suitable candidate. He really did not take any effort at all. Follow this road and head south. Black Tortoise City is less than 500 miles away. Li Qingshan left as soon as he said he would, taking large strides towards Black Tortoise City. For a moment, he even forgot about his hunger. Hozhen raised his head and looked for a long time. After confirming that the figure had already disappeared into the horizon, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, discovering that he looked as if he had just been fished out of water. An old escort said, "Chief Escort, isn't Alliance Master Zhang holding a martial arts conference in Black Tortoise City to discuss how to deal with the world faction? And that Xianxia, didn't she announce to the world that no matter who can get rid of Li Qingshan, whether they are young or old, monk or commoner, they will be willing to devote their lives to him? That's exactly what I want to lure him to Black Tortoise City. Right now, all the heroes of the world are gathered in the city. The leaders of the 6 great sects and the masters of the 3 great aristocratic families are all there. That Xianxia is not simple either. I heard that as long as a man has seen her face, he will be willing to lose his life for her. This time, he dares to head south to Black Tortoise City alone. He has stepped into a trap." A young escort came over to fawn over him. "Chief Escort is really brave. You can still think of such things in such an urgent situation. I'm not afraid of everyone laughing at me, but I was so scared just now that my stomach and legs were cramping." No one would laugh at him. Just now, who wasn't scared half to death? Furthermore, there were rumors in the martial world that even Alliance Master Zhang had to obediently give up his position as Alliance Master when he saw Li Qingshan. In his eyes, a mere escort was probably not even comparable to an ant. Everyone was full of praises and praised the chief escort for being wise and mighty. It was as if they had all gone blind. They could not see Hozhen's legs, which were still trembling under the sun. "Immediately ride my horse back to the escort agency. Use a messenger pigeon to notify Black Tortoise City. Tell them that the great demon, Li Qingshan, is about to arrive." Hozhen knew very well that his mind was blank at that time. He did not dare to say a single lie, so there was no way he could think so much. As for whether the heroes of Black Tortoise City would be able to take down Li Qingshan or whether Miss Xianxia would be in big trouble, that was not something he could care about. After all, he was not the one who would die. In Black Tortoise City, the martial arts circle convention that gathered all the heroes of the world had sunk into a gloomy atmosphere. A moment ago, the old man who was sent to Snow Mountain Sect to act as a lobbyist came back on his 1,000-li horse. He only said one thing. Snow Mountain Sect might have already fallen. "I'm leaving. I definitely can't meet him a third time, or else I will have to join the World Assembly." Under the illumination of the brilliant lights, a large round table was carved with the word Wu in the middle, surrounded by the carvings of the 12 zodiac signs and the 12 seasons. The outermost part was carved with 12 pictures, namely, a whirlwind, a snowflake, a Buddha, and a Pegasus. These were the symbols of the world's 7 major sects and 4 major families. The specially empty seat corresponded to the dragon of the 12 zodiac signs. The Chin of the 12 seasons was to commemorate the first leader of the Wulin Alliance, Long Padian. He had single-handedly established the Wulin Alliance and established the order of the Wulin world for hundreds of years. Later, he shattered the void and left, becoming a legend. However, he was not born in an aristocratic family or a sect, so he was known to the outside world. Currently, the people sitting here were the leaders of the various families and sections. But now, there were 2 more empty seats, a Pegasus and a snowflake. They belonged to the Ma family and the Snow Mountain sect. Now everyone knew that no one would come to these 2 seats. There were more people sitting on the periphery. They were the heroes who had been summoned. At this moment, all of them looked at Zhang Yuntian in silence. The Wulin Alliance had been established for hundreds of years. Every time a demonic sect brought disaster to the Wulin world, the Wulin Alliance would convene a Wulin assembly to suppress them. But there had never been a scene like this. The leader of the Wulin Alliance had actually quit. Abbot Fu Ku of the Pudu Temple chanted the name of Buddha and advised, Amit Ba. "Almsgiver Zhang, you're wrong. I was forced by the situation outside the Galloping Horse City. The position of the Wulin Alliance is not something that can be taken away with just a few words. It's a pity that my junior brother Fu Hu, who hated evil and killed evil all his life, died in the hands of this demon. The head of the Xianxia temple also said, "What Master said makes sense. A few days ago, there was a rumor that my senior brother also died in the hands of the demon. Now it has been confirmed. His corpse has been transported back from the northern region, but it's badly mutilated. It's really sad to see Li Qingshan, this demon, is too cruel and intolerable." Zhang Yuntian sighed, "My condolences, you too. I'm also a survivor of a disaster. I just want to stay alive in this chaotic world. I really don't want to be involved in these Wulin disputes anymore." However, he sneered inside. An important figure from each sect had died to Li Qingshan's hands. Their grievances were basically irreconcilable. The Snow Mountain sect could go with the flow and surrender to the World Union, but they could not. Naturally, he could only resist with determination. The master of the Lu family of the eastern region slammed the table and stood up. "That devil is still roaming freely in the northern region. Now is not the time to grieve. Alliance leader Zhang already has half a foot in the sky, but have you ever thought about what will happen to the Divine Wind sect when that devil head goes south? Don't tell me you are going to watch helplessly as it gets destroyed by that devil head? Although the world is big, we have no way to retreat. The Ma family and the Snow Mountain sect are already examples. If we still don't unite, we might as well join the World Assembly now. Forget about bowing down to that Li Qingshan. Why are you still holding the Martial Arts Circle Assembly?" The other two aristocratic families immediately agreed. The Ma family of the northern region was really miserable. Zhang Yuntian remained silent, but in his heart, he thought, "You aristocratic families usually do whatever you want. Do you know fear now?" Everyone tried to persuade Zhang Yuntian to stay. Normally, the various sects would fight for the position of alliance leader. Now, however, it had become a hot potato. After thinking about it, they could only let Zhang Yuntian continue as the alliance leader. At the very least, Li Qingshan's first attack would not be directed at them. Even if they failed in the end, it would still be the alliance leader and the entire martial union's failure. Zhang Yuntian pondered for a long time. Finally, he said, "I can continue as the alliance leader, but I want the Divine Dragon Jade Seal to wield the authority of the Great Alliance Leader." Great Alliance Leader. Everyone was shocked. Since the establishment of Martial Union, there had only been one Great Alliance Leader, and that was the first Alliance Leader, Long Padian. Not only did Long Padian wield the power of life and death, but he could also abolish patriarchs and sect leaders at will. "Alliance Leader Zhang, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate," someone immediately objected. Who would be willing to place their lives in the hands of others? The difference between Alliance Leader and Great Alliance Leader is only a single word. We are just following orders, so why go through the trouble? It's too stuffy here. I'll go outside to get some fresh air. Why don't you all discuss this properly here? As long as a single person disagrees, I'll immediately retreat from Black Tortoise City and return to the Divine Wind sect to enter closed-door training. Zhang Yuntian flicked his sleeves and left. "I don't have that much authority, yet you want me to bear such a heavy responsibility? Dream on." A young girl stood up and chased after Zhang Yuntian. Wind blew under her feet, and not a speck of dust landed on her body. Her movement technique was top-notch, and her appearance was exquisite. If it were any other day, there would definitely be many people cheering for her. Now, however, no one was in the mood to do so. They all lowered their heads and pondered over Zhang Yuntian's words. On the high platform, Zhang Yuntian recalled the Night of the Fiend Stars. Descent. A young girl's voice rang out from behind him, "Master, is that demon really that powerful? Could it be that even so many experts couldn't do anything to him?" Zhang Yuntian looked at the young girl, and a smile appeared on his face. "Xianfeng, you didn't see it, but he's not just powerful. He killed Ma Xingkong across the river, and then he killed Tiger Subduing Monk in front of us. I didn't even see how he attacked. How is that possible?" Zhang Xianfeng was speechless. "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Even if Long Padian was still alive, he wouldn't be his match. But I believe he's not invincible." If it's a battle of attrition, he might have a chance of winning, but the person leading the charge will definitely die. Then, Master, you must not lead the charge. Zhang Xuanfeng's face was filled with concern. Why would Master do such a stupid thing? Zhang Yuntian sneered. The Great Alliance leader could order others to die. Moreover, he discovered a big secret in the divine dragon jade seal left behind by Long Padian. It wasn't impossible for him to defeat Li Qingshan. Even if he couldn't win, he could still shatter the void and ascend. At that time, no matter how chaotic the world was, what did it have to do with Zhang Yuntian? Zhang Xianfeng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Zhang Yuntian said gently, the boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. You don't have to worry too much. Do whatever you want. Yes, with Master here, I'm not afraid of that Li Qingshan. Zhang Xianfeng smiled innocently and thought to himself, do whatever I want? It's not like I'm going to die soon. It seems like I can't even rely on Master this time. Forget it, this has nothing to do with me. When that Li Qingshan comes, I'll immediately pack up and run. It's better than becoming a ghost under the blade of the Ma family's Mississippi sigh. I could have sold my body. After all, I'm one of the top 10 beauties in the world. But I heard that Li Qingshan is actually a monkey. He doesn't know how to distinguish between beauty and ugliness. I'm afraid this trick won't work. Both master and disciple had their own thoughts, but they had the same thought. The day gradually shifted, and the Lu family's patriarch personally came to the bottom of the stage. Alliance leader, everyone invites you to go back. Zhang Yuntian smiled and was about to jump off the stage when he suddenly turned around. A gray pigeon was flying from the north. Jia, there is actually someone who dares to ask this old man. An old man turned around, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth with a sinister green face. Who are you? If you don't know, I'll go ask someone else. Kid, you actually don't know who I am? Go back and prepare for your funeral. The old man waved his chicken claw-like hand. So, it's a madman. This wretched heavens, giving me trouble even by asking a question. Li Qingshan cursed. There were so many people on the street, and any one of them was a madman. His luck was truly terrible. If he knew this old man's identity, he would know that his luck was not just terrible, but downright terrible. This old man was the Five Venoms cult master, an expert of the demonic path who was as famous as the Seven Slaughtering Demon Lord and the Phantom Dancer. His poison techniques were unparalleled in the martial world, and he was even more famous for his viciousness. After the Five Venoms cult was destroyed by martial union, he went into hiding, taking advantage of the chaos in the martial world to reappear. This time, he snuck into Black Tortoise City to do something earth-shattering. Just now, with a wave of his hand, he had already poisoned Li Qingshan. You dare curse me? I originally wanted to give you some time to prepare for your funeral. Die now. The Five Venoms cult master's expression sank, and he activated his poison techniques. Li Qingshan felt his palm go numb, and his palm turned blue rapidly. He knew that he had been poisoned, and he could not help but be enraged. He did not provoke anyone, and he just asked a random question. Yet, he encountered such a thing. If you listen to this old man obediently, you can keep your life. Otherwise. Before the Five Venoms cult master could finish his sentence, he suddenly found himself unable to move. A slap landed on his face, and he spat out a mouthful of yellow teeth. Who told you to poison me? Li Qingshan pressed down on the Five Venoms cult master and gave him a good beating. He then sealed all of the Five Venoms cult master's major acupoints before lifting him up from the ground. Where is the myriad flower pavilion? The Five Venoms cult master stretched out his chicken claw-like hand, trembling as he pointed in a certain direction. He then narrowed his eyes at Li Qingshan, his heart filled with hatred. He did not think that after roaming the world for so long, even martial union could not do anything to him, he would fail miserably. Fortunately, the other party did not know his identity. Later, when the poison takes effect, I'll make you die a horrible death. Aya! How dare you glare at me? Li Qingshan raised his hand and gave him another slap. Then, he picked up the Five Venoms cult master and ran away with large strides. If you dare to lie to me, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Greetings, Great Alliance Master. Inside Martial Union's discussion hall, Zhang Yuntian sat on his throne, a solemn expression on his face as he accepted everyone's worship. He had become the second great alliance master in Martial Union's history, yet he was in an extremely foul mood. After everyone had paid their respects, he took out the messenger pigeon and announced, "I've just received news that Li Qingshan has gone south alone. He's heading straight for Black Tortoise City. No, he might already be here." Before he finished speaking, cries of alarm sounded out. Everyone's expression changed. As for the group of innate experts who had met with Li Qingshan before, they all looked towards the main entrance at the same time. Seeing that there was no sign of Li Qingshan, they calmed down a little, but they still seemed restless. "What should we do? How dare that devil? I'm afraid he has nothing to fear. The skilled are bold. Hurry up and close the city gates. We can't let him sneak into the city." Zhang Yuntian shook his head. If a city wall could stop Li Qingshan, what was there to be afraid of? This was clearly a mess. How could these people still be considered martial arts experts? They were simply a bunch of country bumpkins who would turn pale at the mere mention of a tiger. The mysterious Void Temple Master said, "Alliance Master, for you to be so calm, do you already have a plan to deal with this devil?" "As far as I know, his target isn't here, but the Myriad Flower Tower in the city." "Myriad Flower Tower?" "Yeah. He's not here for us, but for Hu Xian'er. Bah, as expected, he's a lecher." Hearing this, everyone involuntarily heaved a sigh of relief. But who knows? He heard that we're holding a Martial Union conference here. Will he come looking for us? Zhang Yuntian changed the topic, and the atmosphere immediately tensed up. "What should we do now? Alliance Master, please give the order. This matter concerns the lives of everyone here, and I can't make the decision alone. Right now, we only have two options. Either we rush to the Myriad Flower Tower and fight with that Li Qingshan. Our lives are up to fate. Or, we stay here and set up an ambush, waiting for him to walk into the trap," Zhang Yuntian said expressionlessly. The first option was to fight with their lives on the line. As the saying goes, you have the mace, I have the skull. They were betting on Li Qingshan's stamina. But even if they were lucky enough to win the bet, many people here had seen Li Qingshan's speed when he flew across the river. If he wanted to leave, who could stop him? In the end, even if they died, they would most likely die in vain. As for the second option, everyone understood it. Don't be fooled by the beautiful words of setting up an ambush and walking into the trap. They were just hoping that Li Qingshan didn't take them seriously and prayed that he wouldn't come to them. Otherwise, they would still have to fight with their lives on the line. This was really the only option left. Everyone here was a person of status, and they couldn't just run away without even seeing his shadow. What would that look like? The hall fell into an awkward silence. Everyone looked at each other, and their faces were all a little embarrassed. At dusk, in front of the Myriad Flower Tower, rows of red lanterns were hung high. The smell of wine and food mixed with the fragrance of cosmetics assaulted their nostrils. Li Qingshan's stomach growled again. He was still carrying the leader of the Five Venoms sect, which instantly attracted a lot of attention. But in the blink of an eye, he was once again immersed in the singing of women. How are you fine?" the leader of the Five Venoms sect said in surprise. At this time, Li Qingshan should have died from the poison. "Humph, with that little poison of yours, how could it do anything to me?" Li Qingshan had only used a bit of power of wish. No matter how ingenious the design of the heavens was, its use was still very limited. He then said, "Looks like your martial arts aren't weak, and you can be considered to have some reputation in the martial arts world. How about it, do you want to follow me?" I. Who exactly are you?" "Haha, you actually don't know who I am." Li Qingshan stepped into the Myriad Flower Tower, and saw that the upper and lower floors were filled to the brim. There was only a high platform in the middle that was empty. A maid came up to welcome him. "Dear guest, today is full, please come back another day." "Where is Hu Xian'er?" "Let her come out, her luck has come." Li Qingshan's eyes swept around, and he saw a familiar person upstairs. He couldn't help but laugh. "Bring some wine and meat out first, someone helped me reserve a good spot." Who are you? How dare you call Lady Xianxia's name directly? The people in the tower were instantly enraged. All of you, shut up. An angry roar shook everyone's eardrums, and the true qi contained within was even more shocking. But the person who spoke was not Li Qingshan. Under everyone's gaze, an old man slowly walked down from upstairs. His expression was as heavy as if his father had died. He walked straight in front of Li Qingshan and bowed deeply. "This subordinate greets your highness." The building suddenly quieted down. Only the sound of string instruments could be heard. Many people might not know who Prince was, but they knew the identity of this old man. He was a famous figure in the pugilistic world. They thought he came down to teach this madman a lesson, so why did he pay respect to him? Dispense with the formalities. You are quite trustworthy. Li Qingshan patted the old man's shoulder in praise. I am a man of my word. The old man glanced at the big hand on his shoulder and his mouth twitched. He did not want to keep his word, but he was afraid that Li Qingshan would not forgive him. The people in this building were all young men from influential families and sections. If he did not come out to smooth things over and allowed them to speak nonsense, they might really anger Li Qingshan. Who knew how many people would die? The young ones are short-sighted and speak without thinking. Please forgive us, Prince. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Oh right, I still don't know your name. I am Tai Xiong. Because I use a pair of judge pens, my friends in the pugilistic world gave me the name Iron Judge. Tai Xiong did not finish his words. He was called the Iron Judge because he was upright and hated evil. However, he did not have the face to say it now. So it's Brother Tai. A judge also drinks with women? Li Qingshan joked. Prince is making fun of me. I'm just feeling annoyed and wanted to drink a few cups. Tai Xiong normally would not come to this kind of place. Today, he was really unhappy, so he came to have some fun. He wanted to see the world-famous beauty, Xianxia. He did not expect that he would bump into Li Qingshan again after just one day. He was really unlucky. Since you are called a judge, you should distinguish between good and evil. If you only dare to kill some small evildoers without any backing and ignore the evil Ma family, then wouldn't you be unworthy of your name? If you are still unwilling, I will spare you 3 more times. Let's drink to our heart's content today. You can make your decision tomorrow. Li Qingshan pulled Tai Xiong upstairs. There were still some guests downstairs. There was no one upstairs who was not a member of the martial arts world. Most of them were young, but there were also quite a few middle-aged and elderly people. However, none of them had reached the innate realm. All the martial artists who were presentable today were holding a martial arts circle convention in the inner city. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded as they looked over. Some people had already vaguely guessed Li Qingshan's identity and didn't dare to move. Among them, those who had tried to coax him were even more frightened to the point that their faces turned pale. Tai Xiong's seat was the best, so he could look down at the stage. He waved off a group of singers and invited Li Qingshan to sit in the main seat. He asked, "How is Brother Shui from the Snow Mountain sect?" "He's already Snow Mountain Hall's Hall Master Shui." Li Qingshan tossed the 5 Venoms sect's master at his feet. The sect master of 5 Venoms did not utter a single word. "Sigh, that's good. Congratulations, Your Highness. You've gained another powerful ally." Tai Xiong felt a little better. Shui Hanfeng was much more powerful than him in terms of martial arts, reputation, and influence. However, he still surrendered to the world society. He asked, "Your Highness, why are you here today? Is it for the martial arts circle convention?" "Martial arts circle convention? Isn't that why you're here?" "No, what is the martial arts circle convention for? Is it a competition?" Tai Xiong really wanted to slap himself. He didn't expect that Li Qingshan didn't know about such a big event. If he said it, he would be a villain who betrayed his friends and betrayed his enemies. "If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Someone here will know." Li Qingshan glanced around, and the young heroes all shrank. "Sigh, I'll say it." Alliance Master Zhang gathered all the heroes in the world for a meeting in the inner city. Alliance Master? Didn't he give up his position to someone else? Li Qingshan flicked the Alliance Master Jade Talisman hanging on the hilt of his saber. This? Alliance Master Zhang asked to resign, but no one agreed. So that's how it is. You don't have to say any more. That group of shameless people. What else can they discuss? They're just talking about how to deal with me. When I'm free, I'll go and watch them. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and revealed a malicious smile. Your Highness, if we continue to stay here, there will be some trouble. Why don't we go somewhere else and not ruin the mood? Tai Xiong tried his best to salvage the situation. Li Qingshan smiled and said, Trouble? Even if I lend them courage, they wouldn't dare to come. They should be thanking the heavens if I don't go and find trouble with them. Tai Xiong felt that what Xiaochen said was true. Yes, yes, yes. Let's drink. He quickly filled up Li Qingshan's cup, hoping that he would drink happily and forget about this matter. Li Qingshan drank a few bowls of wine and ate a few large pieces of beef to quench his hunger. He asked, Where's Xianxia? Why isn't she out yet? Compared to the martial arts circle convention, this was more important. Behind the 10,000 flower house, there was a pavilion and a small exquisite building. Xianxia was dressing herself in front of a mirror. Her face was indeed very beautiful. She had a sharp chin and big eyes, revealing a crafty and intelligent look. She wore a white dress that wrapped around her exquisite and delicate body, causing one's imagination to run wild. Sister is really getting more and more beautiful. However, if you continue to be so slow, the young heroes and young masters outside will get impatient. The green-clothed maid behind her praised. Although her figure was a little skinny, she was still a beauty. Furthermore, she looked similar to Xianxia. Let them wait. Anyway, it's the last night. I'll enjoy myself before I die. At least I won't waste their affection for me. Xianxia's tone was cold. Among them, there are many lascivious people. However, people like young Master Lu, young hero Wang, and the others are serious towards sister. Sigh, I really can't bear to think about it. Serious? They are just lusting after my beauty. If I show my true appearance, will they still be serious? Don't forget how mother died. Xianxia looked into the mirror. The green-clothed maid immediately lowered her head and played with the corner of her dress. Xianxia retracted her gaze. If you want to take advantage of me, go to the north and kill that Li Qingshan first. However, is it really good to provoke that Li Qingshan? I heard that his martial arts are deep and unfathomable. No one in the world can block a casual slash from him. I said that because of his high martial arts. I'm willing to send anyone to their death. It'll be good for my reputation. But if he kills his way here, what should we do? Why are you so cowardly? This is Black Tortoise City. Besides, he's just a stinky man. Are you afraid that he won't submit to me? At that time, we can kill whoever we want and avenge mother. Speaking of which, why isn't that old poison here yet? I'll go take a look outside. The green-clothed maid immediately ran outside. Xianxia sighed. When her mother died, she was still too young and did not understand this blood feud. However, she could not forget it. Even if it meant working with the dangerous Five Venoms sect leader, she would not hesitate. After a while, the green-clothed maid ran back panting and said in a panic, Sister, bad news. Li Qingshan has come knocking on my door. He specifically wants to see you. What? Xianxia was shocked and stood up. Why did it have to be tonight? Let's hurry and escape. It'll be too late if we're late. The green-clothed maid hurriedly packed her belongings. When she bent down, a red fox tail trailed behind her. What are you afraid of? Keep your tail. After I finish my makeup, we'll go out and meet him. Xianxia sat down again and started grooming herself in front of the mirror. Sister, your tail. Li Qingshan's words made the entire building fall into an uproar again. Everyone present had come for Xianxia. The reward of sacrificing herself to purge a scourge of the martial arts world had added a halo of holiness to her. When they heard that Li Qingshan was here to cause trouble for her, they couldn't sit still anymore. Righteous indignation overwhelmed their fear. Li Qingshan smiled. It seemed that Xianxia was quite charming. She was a suitable candidate. The five venom sex leader, who was lying under the table, also twitched. Cold sweat appeared on Tai Xiong's forehead. This group of young and hot-blooded men had never seen Li Qingshan's terror before. He didn't think that Li Qingshan would be merciful if they were to act rashly for the sake of a beauty. He was friends with their fathers, so how could he sit back and do nothing? However, if he made a move, he would only lose his life for nothing. Lady Xian'er is just young and ignorant. That's why she wanted to make an enemy of your highness. Your highness is magnanimous, so there's no need to lower yourself to her level. Why don't you ask her to come and apologize? She wants to make an enemy of me? Li Qingshan was stunned. Ah. Tai Xiong was tongue-tied. His face turned red and purple. He muttered to himself, so he doesn't know. So he doesn't know. This is interesting. Just half a day ago, I didn't even hear the name Xian'er. Why does she want to make an enemy of me? How does she want to make an enemy of me? This. Tai Xiong's mouth was filled with bitterness. He couldn't answer. He felt that everyone was looking at him with disdain. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Li Qingshan waved his hand at a table next to him. There was a young man in a brocade robe holding a folding fan. Speak. I, Lu Zixio, would rather die than betray Lady Xian'er. Lu Zixio's face was filled with pride. Even though his heart was filled with bitterness, he didn't want to lose face. Everyone in the building cheered. As expected of young Master Lu. Lu Zixio cupped his hands in front of his chest in all directions. Although his face was a little pale, he had a great spirit of disregarding life and death. His cheers grew louder and louder, as if they were going to break through the terrifying haze that Li Qingshan had cast. Senior Tai, I respect you as a martial arts legend of your generation, but I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person who fawns upon those in power. You really don't know what's good for you. Tai Xiong was anxious and angry. Could it be that he had endured this humiliation just to preserve his own life? I just want to let you know that not everyone is afraid of death. Li Qingshan looked at this scene with a playful expression. Luo Ho Xiaoming woke up from his sleep and said impatiently, "Stop being so noisy. Kill them all." Although the voice was tender and weak, it made the voices in the building quiet down, proving that most people were still afraid of death. Li Qingshan stood up and walked forward. Lu Zixio secretly swallowed his saliva and suddenly felt that his legs were a little weak. He stretched his neck and shouted, "Hero King, even if you can kill me as a person, you can't kill my love for Miss Xian'er." Before his voice died away, a big hand came at him like a dark cloud. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. He couldn't help but close his eyes and said, "My life is over." Miss Xian'er, did you see that? With a swish, there was no scene of broken tendons or broken bones, no scene of blood splattering, no scene of brains bursting, and no tragic scene of a dead body on the spot. Lu Zixio only felt a chill all over his body, but he didn't feel the slightest pain. He couldn't help but open his eyes and found that everyone was looking at him. A familiar figure appeared on the stage below. Her mouth was slightly open, and her face was full of shock. It was Xian'er. She never expected to see such a scene. As soon as she came out, Lu Zixio stood upstairs naked. It turned out that Li Qingshan's grab did not hurt Lu Zixio at all, but all his clothes were torn off. He was really naked. It's a little small. Li Qingshan looked down with a mysterious smile and returned to his original position, leaving the naked young Master Lu there. Lu Zixio's white face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. He suddenly let out a hysterical scream and jumped out of the window. Thinking about it, this scene today would definitely repeat itself in his nightmares countless times. Miss Xian'er. Everyone noticed Xian'er's arrival. Tai Xiong's face was ashen. This Xian'er was really daring to come out. She was really a femme fatale. Li Qingshan glanced at Xian'er and hooked his finger at a black-robed young man. "Tell me, how is she going to go against me?" "Demon, I don't know anything. Just kill me." The black-robed young man gritted his teeth. Compared to being so ugly, he would rather die. "Chivalrous king, there's no need to interrogate others. Why don't I tell you?" Xian'er dragged her long dress and floated up to Li Qingshan. She glanced at the leader of the 5 venoms sect below the table and couldn't help but be stunned. "Oh, tell me." Li Qingshan crossed his arms and looked at her from head to toe. He felt a sense of déjà vu. "I declare to the world that no matter who takes your life, young or old, married or not, I, Hu Xian'er, am willing to marry him and serve him for the rest of my life." Hu Xian'er held her head high as if she was going to face the danger. She exuded a holy and pure aura that moved everyone present. However, she also revealed her graceful figure. Enemies really don't meet unless they're not enemies. Li Qingshan finally knew that there was such a reason behind it. He walked around Hu Xian'er and said, Your appearance is not bad, your figure is good, and your martial arts are passable. Other than the fact that you're a little venomous, you really fit the bill in every aspect." Venomous? Hu Xian'er's heart skipped a beat. No man had ever evaluated her like this before. It made her feel naked. Luckily, the other party didn't seem to have any killing intent. He wasn't as cruel as the rumors said. As long as he didn't have any perverted thoughts, everything would be easy. She took a deep breath and said, "Chivalrous prince, if you want to kill me, do as you please. I, Hu Xian'er, will not resist. However, please spare the innocent people in this building." Her words moved everyone in the building, but they also felt ashamed. He was a man, but he needed a woman to protect him. What kind of man was he? They all pulled out their swords, wanting to fight to the death with Li Qingshan. "Everyone, don't be impulsive. Xian'er isn't worth it." She shouted and thought to herself, "A bunch of idiots, come and die." Li Qingshan frowned. He didn't see anyone else in his eyes and said to Hu Xian'er, "Your thoughts are really vicious. I don't know what chivalrous prince is talking about." Hu Xian'er's eyes suddenly widened. A sharp pain came from her abdomen. Li Qingshan punched her in the stomach and said with a smile, "Do you understand now?" "You." Hu Xian'er slowly knelt on the ground. She didn't think that he would really hit her. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't think that a man would actually hit her. "Sorry, I couldn't hold back this punch. You remind me of a hateful woman. However, I think you can still be saved. You just lack a lesson." Li Qingshan lifted her sharp chin and said, "Although you want to deal with me, I won't kill you. I will give you a great benefit. I will make you one of the top 10 beauties of Pudu Temple to fill the vacancy of the Ma family. Then, I will take you in. What do you think?" Hu Xian'er was completely speechless. She almost forgot the pain in her body. What kind of great benefit was this? What did he mean by one of the top 10 beauties of Pudu Temple? Tai Xiong's mind was in a mess. What was going on? Did he come south alone for this? Ba, lady whose virtue is truly admirable. The great chivalrous prince wants to bully a woman like this. How despicable. A low and sorrowful Buddhist chant sounded. A monk and a man stepped into the building. It was Abbot Fu Ku and the mysterious Void Temple Master. After a round of discussion, Martial Union decided to wait for the hare in the inner city. They were afraid that the hare would come and knock down the tree. However, while others could choose not to come, they couldn't. If they avoided their enemy when they were just inches away, how could they have the face to stand in the pugilistic world? Li Qingshan smiled and said, "There really are people who dare to come looking for trouble." Abbot Fuku said, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" The mysterious Void Temple Master said, "Li Qingshan, did you kill my senior brother? Also, the blood feud of Master Fu who must be avenged." Li Qingshan rubbed the back of his head. "Who are you guys talking about? Speaking of which, who are you guys?" "Your Highness." Tai Xiong suddenly spoke, explaining the whole story and the identities of these two people. He then sighed heavily and said, "Why did you guys come?" "Demon." The head of the mystic Void Temple was talking about a blood feud, but Li Qingshan was talking about women. He was infuriated. "Look at how angry you are. Your senior brother brought this upon himself. He received so many benefits from me, and now he wants to harm me. He's a dog that won't be tamed. And you, monk, your junior brother can be considered a monk, but he dares to curse? Don't you know what bad words mean? If I don't teach him a lesson on behalf of Buddha, I'll be a monk disciple in vain." Li Qingshan lifted Hu Xian'er up again and said to Abbot Fu Ku, as an abbot, your lack of discipline is already a crime punishable by death. However, don't you admire her character? As long as you take her in and become one of the top 10 beauties in the world, I'll spare your life. And you, hurry up and hand over that person, or you'll die too. Hu Xian'er closed her eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks like raindrops on a pear blossom. It was truly a pitiful sight. Demon, let go of Miss Xian'er. We'll fight him to the death. The young masters and heroes were enraged. With the support of these two elders, they felt much more courageous. Li Qingshan smacked the back of her head. Stop pretending to cry. Hu Xian'er's tears flowed even more. I'm not. She hadn't been treated like this in many years. She felt wronged, and she couldn't help but feel afraid when she realized this man wasn't under her control. Then hold it in. Li Qingshan glared, and Hu Xian'er immediately stopped crying. She pursed her lips and looked pitifully at Li Qingshan. That's right. Today is your wedding day. Li Qingshan smiled and rubbed the back of her head. Hu Xian'er lowered her head, not saying a word. Demon, die. Just when the young masters and heroes couldn't take it anymore, Abbot Fu Ku took a horse stance and stretched out his arms. He roared like a great bell, his voice traveling 10 li away. A golden light slammed into Li Qingshan. It's the lion's roar. This roar could directly kill an opponent, and the 7 demons of Yen Mountain had died to this move. He was known as the one roar killed 7 demons. Li Qingshan just shook his head. It sounds like a dog barking. Out of the corner of his eye, Xianxia saw Hu Xian'er covering her ears with a pained look on her face. He did not use her as a shield. It was just a little shock from the aftermath. It shouldn't be like this. Looking down, there was something hanging down from the fiery red dress. Like a big tail, it lowered its head and sniffed hard at her neck. Through the thick makeup and faint body fragrance, it actually smelled a trace of demonic aura. Strange. How could he transform without going through the heavenly tribulation? After transforming, unless he was beaten into his original form, he would not casually reveal his fox tail. But when he thought about it, he realized that Hu Xian'er was probably the same as Gu Yenying. She was also a hybrid of human and demon, and the fox demon race was innately good at bewitching and illusionary forms. Not true transformations. So it's a vixen. What did you say? Hu Xian'er's body trembled, and her face turned pale as she hurriedly retracted her tail. Everyone felt that Li Qingshan was really crazy. At this time, he still dared to tease Miss Xian'er. But they could not help but feel that he was indeed worthy of being called the Hero King for being so calm in the face of 2 great experts. At this time, a bolt of lightning illuminated the entire 10,000 flower tower. The mysterious Void Temple Master let out a low roar and used the mysterious Void Temple's supreme technique, the 5 Thunder Palm technique. Lightning leaped between his 2 hands and crackled. Ha! Abbot Fu Ku shattered his kasaya, and his muscles bulged as if they were plated with a layer of gold. However, Li Qingshan did not even look at them. He said to Hu Xian'er, I said you are a vixen. To others, these words might have sounded like flirting, but Hu Xian'er's expression dimmed. Knowing that he had seen through her, she did not dare to quibble. She pursed her lips and sent a voice transmission, since your highness knows that I am not a beauty, why do you not let me go? Haha, I think I made the right decision to come here today. Hu Xian'er saw that there was not a trace of disgust on his face, and that his round eyes were shining. She could not help but feel confused. Was there really a man who did not mind her identity? Abbot Fu Ku rose from the ground and broke through the floor. He threw out a string of prayer beads, which turned into specks of golden light and whizzed over. This string of prayer beads had a total of 108 beads. They were refined from the relics left behind by the eminent monks of the Pudu Temple. Not only were they astonishingly powerful, they could pierce through stone and iron, but they could also change their trajectory in the air, making it impossible for people to dodge. Throughout history, who knew how many great evils had died to them? The mysterious Void Temple Master's hands danced with lightning, but he flashed to the feet of Li Qingshan, intending to attack from above and below. Your Highness, let me go first. I will only be a burden to you. Hu Xian'er said anxiously. The lightning and prayer beads already caused her to feel fear from afar. If she was affected by them, she was afraid that she would be exposed. If these two smelly fish and shrimps can harm a single hair on your head, I will write my Li character backwards. Li Qingshan's gaze pierced through the thick floor and he pressed down with his right hand. The mysterious Void Temple Master was just about to send out the lightning in his hand, but his right hand suddenly couldn't move. It was nailed into the air, and the lightning in his hand exploded. Lightning is not that fun. The mysterious Void Temple Master and Shui Hanfeng had the same problem. They both wanted to use a powerful move to instantly kill him, so they used their moves to the limit. However, although lightning was powerful, it was the hardest to control. If it was interfered with by a divine ability, it would immediately go out of control and cause a backlash. He looked back at the prayer beads that were attacking him. Isn't it just a set of weak spiritual artifacts? Just as he was about to counterattack, a strong gust of wind came from behind him. The Five Poisons Sect Master, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly leapt up and let out a strange toad-like cry. Surging true energy condensed into a scorpion tail that stabbed towards Li Qingshan's back. Five Poisons Demonic Art. Tai Xiong turned pale with fright. He had also participated in the battle against the Five Poisons Sect, but he had never recognized that the old man lying on the ground was the Five Poisons Sect Master. The Five Poisons Sect Master had been beaten black and blue by Li Qingshan, and he had lost all his teeth. As the saying goes, beat him until his mother doesn't recognize him. Who would have thought that the great demon who had run amok in the world would be lying on the table like a mangy dog? He had also carefully covered his face. If Hu Xian'er hadn't been thinking about him, she definitely wouldn't have recognized him. The Five Poison Sect Master was at the 10th level of the innate realm. In terms of cultivation, he was actually above Li Qingshan and had long since broken through his meridians. However, after knowing Li Qingshan's identity, how could he dare to act blindly without thinking? After lying on the ground for a long time, he had finally waited for this opportunity and immediately prepared to escape. However, for some reason, when he thought of that beating, a wave of resentment rose in his heart, and he sent out this fatal attack. Without looking at the consequences of this attack, he used the peerless movement technique of the centipede and fled out of the building. Li Qingshan, you dare to disrespect this old man? You brought this upon yourself. I almost forgot about you. Get back here. Li Qingshan didn't even turn his head as he reached out and grabbed out. The Five Poisons Sect Master's figure paused, and the power of hope transformed into a giant hand that grabbed him back and used him as a shield. The Five Poisons Sect Master's eyes widened, a golden light flashing in them. He could only revolve the Five Poisons demonic art with all his strength and release his true energy to form a defense. But in a moment of panic, it was comparable to an all-out attack from Abbot Fu Ku. Text online reading site domain mobile phone reading click 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 click. Blood splattered all over the Five Poisons Sect Master's body. The thick green liquid splattered on the floor, causing a puff of white smoke to rise. Li Qingshan smiled. It was no wonder why his face was so dark. As it turned out, he had refined his blood into poison, turning himself into a poison person. He could kill just by extending his hand. However, with that, the prayer beads would be soaked in poisonous blood, so they would probably be quite damaged. For a mere Qi practitioner to be able to control so many spirit artifacts, he must have refined them into life artifacts. Although they could display astonishing power, if they were damaged, the backlash would be quite severe. Sure enough, the Fu Ku monk's face changed drastically, going from golden to red. A mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed from his mouth, and it splattered several meters away. The golden color on his body dimmed, returning to its normal color. He pointed at Li Qingshan reluctantly. You dash. Then he collapsed to the ground and fainted. The mysterious Void Temple Master's body was scorched black. He lay motionless on the ground. Li Qingshan threw the half-dead Five Poisons Sect Master to the ground. The entire building was silent. Everyone looked at Li Qingshan as if they were looking at a monster. In the blink of an eye, the three great experts of the righteous and evil paths had all been defeated by him. It was as easy as playing a game. In truth, he had only truly attacked twice. Abbot Fu Ku and the mysterious Void Temple Master had both been seriously injured by the backlash. But in the eyes of the bystanders, this kind of method was simply amazing. Hu Xian'er's eyes widened. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled. He lowered his head and deeply kissed her lips, opening her pearly white teeth and tasting her fragrant tongue. Hu Xian'er moaned and closed her eyes. She accepted her fate and did not struggle or resist. Her face was dyed with an intoxicating blush. The youths upstairs and downstairs looked like they had lost their parents, but no one dared to speak again. Li Qingshan said, "I just now. Do you agree?" He then whispered, "If you dare to put on an act again, I will pull out your fox tail." Hu Xian'er lowered her head and said in a mosquito-like voice, "N. Okay." Li Qingshan smiled and ordered Tai Xiong to move the mysterious Void Temple Master and Abbot Fu Ku in a row. The three of them did not die. The backlash from their own techniques and natal spiritual weapons was not enough to kill them. Instead, it was the five poison sect leader who was the most heavily injured. He only had one breath left. The mysterious Void Temple Master and Abbot Fu Ku woke up. They glared at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan kicked the master of the Five Venoms cult on the ground. "Oi, stop playing dead. Let's talk about you. Speaking of which, what are you thinking? How dare you attack me? What are you thinking? Why do you still dare to attack me?" He was confined by this world, and his reaction speed was very slow. Although it was not dangerous, it Fu Saint had blocked. Although it wouldn't be dangerous, it would still be embarrassing. Moreover, it would give others an unrealistic feeling that he could also win. The Five Poisons cult master snorted. "Heroic king, please spare my life." This old man, this lowly one was confused for a moment. "I am willing to join the world under the Heavens faction and serve king like a dog." Tai Xiong said, "Wang Ye. Absolutely not." The Five Poison sect's leader was cruel and vicious. He loved to kill the innocent. "It will definitely bring shame to Wang Ye." Li Qingshan said casually, "Then let's kill them." The leader of the Five Poison sect hurriedly said, "Your Highness, don't fall into the trap of sowing discord. This old man Tai's body is in the World Guild, but his heart is in Martial Union. I have a deep grudge against Martial Union. The reason I took the risk to come to Black Tortoise City this time is to deal a blow to Martial Union." "Oh. What is it?" Li Qingshan was curious, and he felt Hu Xian'er in his arms tremble slightly. The Five Venom sect's master said viciously, "I want to poison all the little bastards in this building to death." As soon as he said that, the entire building was in an uproar. If it were not for Li Qingshan's sudden appearance, who would be a match for the Five Venom sect's sect master? They would all have been killed. How venomous! Tai Xiong sucked in a breath of cold air. Originally, he felt that meeting Li Qingshan was extremely unlucky. Now that he thought about it, if not for Li Qingshan being here, his life would have been in danger as well. On the ground, the mysterious Void Temple Master and Abbot Fu Ku looked at each other, shock appearing on their faces. They had placed all their attention on Li Qingshan, neglecting the other demons. However, he had been hiding all this time, so how could he know the situation in Black Tortoise City? "TSK, you call this a big matter? If you said that you were going to poison all the people participating in the Martial Union convention to death, I would still give you some respect. What's the big deal about bullying a bunch of little bastards? Die." Li Qingshan raised his hand, about to slap down. The Five Venom sect's master shouted, "Niece, save me." Hu Xian'er's body trembled, and she lowered her head in silence. "This is all your plan. If you did not lure me here, how could I have suffered such a disaster? Now that you've climbed up a high branch, you're not even willing to help me? What?" Everyone turned pale with fright. Their gazes converged on Hu Xian'er, filled with disbelief. "Heh, I knew you were up to no good." Li Qingshan smacked the back of her head again, then kicked the Five Venom sect's master to death. "Don't make such bad friends in the future." "Miss Xian'er, this can't be true." "Yes, I did it. I took revenge for my mother. Everyone from Martial Union deserves to die." Hu Xian'er's face was filled with hatred. "Could you be the illusion dancer's successor?" Abbot Fu Ku suddenly came to a realization. Bah. Benefactor Hu, your mother used her illusions to incite chaos and slaughter. She deserves to be punished." Also, benefactor Li, you claim to be the hero king, but you do not know that your actions will bring chaos to the world, and how many people will die because of you. Hehe, what I'm doing is the same as Buddha, making all living beings equal. No, I'm even higher than Buddha. Buddha only talks about it, but I bring true equality, allowing everyone in the world to have the opportunity to learn peerless martial arts. I'll make all the sects and aristocratic families that oppress all living beings collapse and disintegrate. I'll beat these born noble brats down from the clouds and make them compete with their servants. That's right, I want the world to fall into chaos. Li Qingshan said boldly, not believing in Buddha. Ba, benefactor's demonic nature is so deep that it cannot be purified by Buddha. If you're alive, you'll sink into the sea of bitterness, and if you die, you'll fall into hell, never to be reincarnated. Damn it, you're cursing me now that you can't beat me. Since you can't purify me, find someone else to do it for you. Li Qingshan crouched down and patted his bald head. He pointed at Xianxia beside him. Look at how evil she is. She's in need of the influence of the Buddhist Dharma. Hurry up and accept her as your disciple, and I'll spare your life. Xianxia had a strange expression on her face. He was still talking about this. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. Abbot Fuku, I'm willing to become a disciple of Pudu Temple and listen to Buddha's teachings every day. The title of Martial World's Top 10 Beauties was a title that even her mother had never obtained. Li Qingshan stood up and shrugged. He raised his right foot and was about to stomp down on the bald head. Your Highness, please wait a moment, Tai Xiong said. Wait for what? Master Fuku has always been benevolent. Not only is he a famous figure in the martial arts world, but he also has an extraordinary position in the hearts of tens of thousands of sons of Buddha. If I kill him now, I'm afraid more people will become enemies with the world faction. You mean, he can kill me, but I can't kill him? Li Qingshan's expression darkened. Tai Xiong broke out in a cold sweat. He braced himself and said, Your Highness roams the world, who can stop you? But there's no benefit in killing him, so why kill him? I can persuade the master again. Who knows, he might change his mind in a few days. Alright, for the sake of compassion, I'll give you 4 days. At that time, if he's not willing to turn back, even if all the sons of Buddha are standing in front of me, I'll definitely kill him. Li Qingshan retracted his foot. Tai Xiong heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly helped Abbot Fuku up and channeled his vital energy to heal. Abbot Fuku kowtowed and thanked him. Li Qingshan let them be. This kind of injury couldn't be healed in a few days. Since this monk still wanted to live, he might change his mind. He said to the mysterious Void Temple head, It's your turn. The mysterious Void Temple head was heavily injured. His body emitted a burnt smell. The backlash of the power of lightning wasn't easy to bear. He knew he would lose this battle before he came, but he didn't expect to lose so miserably. Li Qingshan asked Xianxia, What's the name of the beauty of mysterious Void Temple? Yang Miaozhen, also known as Fairy Miaozhen. Is it not enough to have me? Xianxia lowered her head, seemingly angry and resentful. Don't give me that. We've only known each other for less than 2 hours, why are you pretending to be so affectionate? Of course it's not enough to have you. We're going to gather the world's top 10 beauties. Besides, you're not the world's top beauty. Go away. Li Qingshan's tone didn't sound like he was hunting. Instead, he sounded like a child who was determined to gather a set of cards and let go of Xianxia who didn't belong to the set. Xianxia pouted. What a weirdo. Li Qingshan said to the mysterious Void Temple Master, Oxnose, hand over your disciple, Yang Miaozhen, in exchange for your life. Devil, don't even think about it. Li Qingshan immediately raised his foot and pointed at Tai Xiong, Shut up. Tai Xiong was about to open his mouth to persuade him, but he could only shut his mouth when he heard this. Look at how smart this master is. He didn't even say a word. Those who drown are good at swimming, and those who are beaten to death are those who talk back. Die. Chivalrous Prince, Yang Miaozhen is here, please show mercy. A female Taoist wearing a crown walked in from outside. She had an indifferent expression on her face. She was tall and had no makeup on. Her gait was like that of a crane, and she looked very elegant. Oh, another one. Li Qingshan smiled. In less than 2 days, he had already gotten 3 of the top 10 beauties. His progress could be said to be godly. Yang Miaozhen climbed up the tall building with an indifferent expression. She bowed to Li Qingshan and the mysterious Void Temple Master respectively, as if she did not see the miserable state the mysterious Void Temple Master was in. Good, you're here to exchange for this Oxnose life, right? Li Qingshan asked. Miaozhen, no, I'd rather die. The mysterious Void Temple Master said. Yang Miaozhen lightly shook her head, not at all. Then you're here to collect his corpse. Not at all. I want to play a game of chess with Prince. Chess? This 10,000 flower pavilion is a place of elegance. This Xianxia often tests people here with the 4 arts. It is difficult to determine who is better in the 4 arts, so we can only fight on this chessboard. If I win, please let him go immediately. If I lose, he will belong to Prince from now on, and I will not go back on my word. Regardless of whether Yang Miaozhen won or lost, her expression was indifferent. Li Qingshan said, if I stretch out my hand. Do you think you can escape? What's the point of playing chess? It's easy to suppress others with force, but it's difficult to win them over with virtue. Just now, after listening to Prince's righteous words, I feel deep admiration in my heart and wish I could follow you. However, my cultivation comes from the mysterious Void Temple, so how can I just leave like this? I have to put in some effort. I believe that Prince is a virtuous person and will not disappoint Miaozhen. If Prince is not good at chess, you can ask Miss Xianxia to do it for you. Her chess skills are also famous. Yang Miaozhen spoke tirelessly, neither servile nor overbearing. This kind of attitude could actually arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Li Qingshan smiled and said, you really know how to talk. If I win against you, I won't start a massacre if I'm happy. Regardless of the outcome, I'll protect this Oxnose life and even give myself a chance to win. Prince is wise and far-sighted, far surpassing me. Presumably, your chess skills are also far superior to mine. Xianxia whispered, Prince, be careful not to be tricked. My chess skills. Li Qingshan drank the wine in the pot in one gulp and then waved his hand to clear the table. Bring the chessboard. A moment later, the blue-clothed maid brought the chessboard over and threw herself into Xianxia's arms. Elder sister. Is this your younger sister? Li Qingshan asked. Reporting to Prince, she is. What's her name? Hu Ling. Take good care of her. If I accidentally kill a beauty, at least I'll have a backup. Yang Miaozhen's eyes flashed. Li Qingshan snickered inwardly. She wasn't as calm as she looked. The 2 of them sat facing each other and were supposed to play first. Yang Miaozhen said, Prince's chess skills must be extremely high. Could you allow me to play first with black? Up to you. Although I haven't played many games, it's more than enough to beat you. The mysterious Void Temple Master was lying on the ground, sneering inwardly. This demon had such big words, but he didn't know how good Yang Miaozhen's chess skills were. Chess skills were different from martial arts. It depended on one's talent. Yang Miaozhen had a cold temperament and had no interest in martial arts. Besides cultivation, she was only obsessed with chess. When she was 13 years old, she won against the mysterious Void Temple Master. After she turned 15, she never lost again. At this time, a gust of wind blew into the building. A young girl came riding the wind and directly went upstairs from the window. She cupped her hands and said, Your Highness, elder sister Yang, can I also play? You are? Li Qingshan asked. This little girl is Zhang Xianfeng from the Divine Wind sect. I happen to be one of the top 10 beauties. Zhang Xianfeng had changed into a man's outfit. She looked valiant and heroic, but her heart was filled with bitterness. She hadn't come here willingly. A moment ago, she had wanted to escape from the city and get as far away from Li Qingshan as possible. However, she had been caught by Zhang Yuntian and sent here to be a gambling stake. Oh, what do you want to bet with me? Li Qingshan smiled. It really had come to him without any effort at all. Let's bet on the saber behind your highness. Zhang Yuntian stood at the top of the inner city wall, looking in the direction of the myriad flower pavilion. Before Li Qingshan obtained that saber, he did not have such strength. He had relied on brute force to break open the city gates and a bloody battle to capture Galloping Horse City. Xianfeng, don't blame your master for being heartless. This concerns the life and death of the entire martial union. Since Li Qingshan has the heart to collect the top 10 beauties, with your intelligence and dexterity, keeping your life should not be difficult. A beam of red light soared into the sky, tearing through the night sky. Killing intent swept through like a gale. Zhang Yuntian's expression changed. That was from the direction of Myriad Flower Tower. Did he attack? But just now, 2 top experts had entered and fought with him, but there was no such change. What did Xianfeng do to anger him? Li Qingshan was not angered. The one who was angered was the wildflower saber soul. The killing intent that erupted instantly turned Myriad Flower Tower into a sure killing field. Everyone's expression changed. Some even wailed in fear. Yang Miaozhen could no longer remain calm. There seemed to be thousands of soldiers roaring in her mind. Her body trembled like a leaf in the wind. Many of the young masters in the tower crawled under the table. They could not resist the terrifying killing intent. Zhang Xuanfeng's face turned pale. He involuntarily retreated and fell on his butt. Li Qingshan grabbed the saber hilt. Don't be so agitated. Just now, the violent killing intent was slightly restrained. He said to Zhang Xianfeng, little girl, you are not worthy to bet with my saber. Yes, I am not worthy. Goodbye, Sister Yang. Take care. Zhang Xianfeng jumped up and turned to escape. Stop right there. Do you still want to leave after saying such arrogant words? Li Qingshan's lips curled up. You are not worthy to bet with my saber. But look, there is a monk here. He is Abbot Fuku of Pudu Temple. If you can win him back, he will definitely thank you. Come, come. If you place your bet, leave your hand. Yes. Zhang Xianfeng turned around with a sad face and slowly walked to Yang Miaozhen's side. Abbot Fuku put his palms together. Ba. Thank you, almsgiver Zhang, for saving this poor monk. No need to be so polite, Abbot. This is what I should do. Who would want to save an old monk? Zhang Xianfeng said again, Your Highness, why don't we make the chessboard public and let the people in the city see your Highness's superb chess skills? Are you afraid that I am cheating? Fine, up to you. A moment later, a large chessboard made of cloth hung outside the tower. With a clang, a black piece fell on the board. Yang Miaozhen made the first move, Your Highness, please. What is the name of the saber behind Your Highness? End of the road wildflower. Li Qingshan casually put down a piece. The end of the hero, this name is a little inauspicious. Yang Miaozhen glanced at him. This step was completely out of order. Could it be that he really doesn't know how to play chess? After pondering for a moment, he decided to go his own way. A saber is a weapon of murder, how can it be auspicious? He was a hero. What's there to be afraid of? Li Qingshan placed his chess piece again. He didn't even think about it. Well said. I wonder who His Highness is. What kind of martial arts do you practice? I'm not practicing martial arts. Aren't you the same? Your Highness can tell that I don't like to fight with others. That's why I don't like martial arts. Instead, I cultivate the supreme mystery scripture of Taoism. Yang Miaozhen's hand that was holding the chess piece paused slightly. She revealed a surprised expression. The other person walked the same path as her. She paid a great price for her cultivation. She didn't take a step out of the Xuanxia temple for 20 years because she didn't have the ability to protect herself. When she went to Jianghu, it was very likely that she wouldn't be a match for a postnatal expert. She also never participated in the sect's martial arts competitions. She didn't even want to fight with others, even if she was mocked behind her back for having a body full of true qi but not knowing how to use it. She believed that she walked a brilliant path and looked down on those competitive martial artists. She thought that they were just a bunch of wild dogs fighting for food. That was why she was probably the person who cared the least about Li Qingshan's reputation. At most, she thought that he was just a vicious wolf. Until this moment. You have a good temperament and are suitable for cultivation. Li Qingshan glanced at her. Under the deterrence of the wildflower saber's murderous aura, she was the fastest to recover. Her temperament was very good. Actually, from the moment she stepped into the building, he could feel that her temperament was different from ordinary people. She was closer to a cultivator than a martial artist. Although there was no clear boundary between practicing martial arts and cultivation, their fundamental goals were completely different. Practicing martial arts was to defeat the enemy, while cultivating qi was to live a long life. One was brave and ruthless, while the other was to cultivate one's character. The latter's path was naturally longer, but in this small world, it was clearly not as practical as the former. If one couldn't survive one battle after another, how could one talk about living a long life? If Yang Miaozhen didn't come from a large sect like the Xianxia temple, she wouldn't have the qualifications to make such a choice. She wouldn't even have seen a decent qi refinement method. He taught the Gui water condensation method to Xue Bing because her identity allowed her to not pursue her current strength. Instead, she would be able to pursue a longer-term development and have a greater chance of transcending tribulation and ascending. She's just naturally cold, Yang Miaozhen said. This was the evaluation that many people gave her. A warm-hearted person is not suitable for cultivation. The path of a martial artist is very exciting, but the path of cultivation is destined to be lonely. It was rare to meet a cultivator in this small world. Li Qingshan couldn't help but look at her in a different light. With her talent and temperament, if she had been born in the 9 prefectures, she would definitely have greater development. I originally didn't believe that Your Highness would walk the same path as me, but now I have no choice but to believe. But, Your Highness, are you lonely? If I'm not lonely, why would I stir up trouble and make the world restless? Li Qingshan said frankly. Trapped in this small world, even if he could do whatever he wanted, he was still a prisoner. Separated from little and, even if there were millions of people cheering and worshipping him, he was still lonely. Yang Miaozhen revealed a surprised smile. If I had the ability, I might be like Your Highness. You will have the ability, or at least be stronger than everyone here. This old man's life isn't worth risking yourself. Coincidentally, last night, I also said similar words to someone else. Was it Miss Xue Bing? That's right. Then, Your Highness, what did you use in exchange? Qi training technique. Qi training technique. Is it similar to the Taishan scripture? Recite the Taishan scripture for me. Yang Miaozhen hesitated for a moment before reciting it. In the Xuanxu temple, the Taishan scripture wasn't really a secret. Outer disciples could comprehend it as they pleased, but no one was willing to practice it. Li Qingshan listened quietly. He found that it was similar to the innate qi condensation technique that he had practiced in the beginning. At least, the innate qi condensation technique was simple and straightforward. It could only be regarded as an introductory course for cultivators. It wasn't like the Taishan scripture, which was extremely mysterious and didn't even know how high the sky was or how deep the earth was. It's hard to understand, full of nonsense, making something that was originally simple complicated. Perhaps the author didn't understand it. After casually pointing out a few mistakes, Yang Miaozhen suddenly felt enlightened. Her eyes shone with naivety. So it was this technique that had a problem. If the head of the Xuanxu temple wasn't lying on the side, perhaps he would have changed the bet to a qi training technique. If you win, I'll give you a technique, but unfortunately, you've already lost. Yang Miaozhen looked at the chessboard. It was not the middle of the game yet, and she had the upper hand, trapping his big dragon. The white chess pieces were still disorderly and scattered. Zhang Xianfeng couldn't help but say, Your Highness, don't trick us. Who knows how many people are watching this game? If you don't believe me, then continue. Li Qingshan blinked his eyes and returned to his playful and mischievous self. He picked up a pot of wine and gulped it down. He already knew the entire game of chess. He had not played many games of chess before. In the beginning, he just played randomly, but afterwards, he used the divine talisman of great creation to power the spirit turtle transformation. Compared to the complexity and profoundness of formations, deriving the variations of a game of chess was as simple as it could get. Yang Miaozhen deliberated over her next move, but she appeared even more cautious. Li Qingshan did not even think about it and casually agreed. He was bored of waiting and asked Zhang Xianfeng, Isn't the sect leader of Divine Wind sect the Wuling Alliance leader Zhang Yuntian? It's my master. Oh, he sent you to test me? Zhang Xianfeng was speechless. Your master is really a good-for-nothing. Zhang Xianfeng expressed his agreement, but he was very worried. Yang Miaozhen's chess moves became slower and slower. Her body leaned forward slightly, clearly putting all her effort into the game, but her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. It was as if there was an invisible force suppressing the chessboard. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape from the other party's trap. Halfway through the game, Li Qingshan said, "If you don't admit defeat now, you'll be struggling at death's door." Yang Miaozhen admitted defeat and took off the yellow crown on her head, letting her fine black hair flow freely. This was to show that he had become a monk and returned to secular life. Your Highness's skill in chess is the best I've ever seen in my life. Miaozhen is sincerely convinced. From now on, I'm Prince's woman. At this point, she couldn't help but blush. After all, she was a young woman. However, Miaozhen still has a presumptuous request. You want me to let this ox nose go? That's not it. How could I dare to make such a request? I only wish for your Highness to bestow upon me the qi refinement method so that I can continue cultivating. Yang Miaozhen bowed deeply to the head of the mysterious void temple. Miaozhen is incompetent, she can't save him. This can't be blamed on you. I hope you can take care of yourself, the mysterious void temple head said. If anyone thinks that you don't know the ways of the world, then they're the dumbest. Oxnose. Fortunately, you have a good disciple. I'll spare your life today. Go back and think about it. Do you want to throw the profound void temple into the tribulation flames for a personal grudge? Burn everything to ashes. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. He picked up the mysterious void temple master and threw him out of the window. At this moment, over 1,000 people had gathered outside the building. Someone hurriedly caught the mysterious void temple lord and sent him back to the inner city. If he didn't dare to punish them, he would only be seen as weak and easily bullied. However, if he were to kill indiscriminately, it would only incite more hatred and resistance. In the end, the situation would be completely out of control under the influence of the will of the heavens. Li Qingshan didn't have any killing intent in his heart. He didn't intend to kill anyone on this trip south. The 5 Poisons sect master had fallen into his hands and courted death again and again. It wasn't a bad idea to use him to establish his might. He came to the balcony and said loudly, "Listen up, people of the world. I, Li Qingshan, will change this world. There will no longer be nobility or lowliness, class or oppression, sex or aristocratic families. Everyone will be able to create their own careers with their own 2 hands. If you want to learn peerless martial arts, go to the north." These words were like a hot summer wind blowing through the crowd and the entire city. Who didn't want to learn peerless martial arts? However, even if they were from aristocratic families or sects, how many of them were qualified to learn peerless martial arts? And this hero King Li Qingshan wasn't a murderous demon king like the rumors said. Instead, he had uncovered a huge conspiracy, killed the 5 Poisons sect master, and saved everyone in the building. Li Qingshan glanced at the inner city wall. It was empty. Zhang Yuntian was no longer there. He turned around and waved his hand. Go. Don't forget what happened today. Good and evil, right and wrong, how can we just look at the surface? The young heroes in the building felt as if they had been pardoned and fled the building. However, a few of them bowed to thank Li Qingshan. A seed had been planted in the heart of the martial arts world. It would eventually take root and sprout, destroying the entire martial arts world. Ba, the world is in chaos. Abbot Fuku sighed. What you gave was exquisite dharma, happiness in the afterlife. What I gave was peerless martial arts, the power of the present. Why don't we see who is more compassionate? Hero King, I can take this almsgiver who is my disciple, but the ceremony can only be held when we return to Pudu Temple's Mahavira Hall. Abbot Fuku lowered his eyes. Li Qingshan blinked and said with a smile, "That's a good monk. But don't worry, this Black Tortoise City is also a historical city. Since you're here, how can you not visit it? Rest well, master. Tomorrow, take me to the inner city to have a look." That night, Li Qingshan stayed in Hu Xian'er's embroidery building too. Teach this evil vixen a lesson. Yang Miaozhen visited quietly, wanting to ask for the qi refinement method. She glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw a child sitting outside the door. It was the child who often followed Li Qingshan. He was holding his cheeks in boredom, thinking about something. Hu Ling'er was squatting on the other side of the door, covering her ears with her hands, her face red. Yang Miaozhen also heard the sound coming from the room. She couldn't help but blush and spit. When she thought that she would face the same fate, her Taoist heart couldn't stay calm. She hurriedly walked back to the room. Zhang Xianfeng was waiting for her there. Sister Yang, you're back. Let's leave while that devil is messing around with the demoness. We lost, how can we leave? If we just leave like this, His Highness will definitely vent his anger on Xuanxu Temple and Divine Wind Sect. Yang Miaozhen didn't seem to care much about keeping promises and sex, but she was still concerned about the qi refinement method. In any case, the other party was a cultivator. No one could understand her feelings. It was like finding an oasis in a desert, and she was able to believe in her own Tao. Forget it, if you don't leave, I'll leave. I don't want to do that kind of thing with a monkey. Zhang Xianfeng jumped out of the window and flew away. Monkey? Yang Miaozhen couldn't help but laugh. Thinking about it, he really did look like a monkey, but his spirit always made him forget what he looked like. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xianfeng flew back. An old man stood outside the window and said in a deep voice, Miss Zhang, if His Highness hears this, you'll suffer. Zhang Xianfeng was shocked and angry. Senior Tai, what are you doing here instead of watching Abbot Fuku? His Highness said that the monk can run, but the temple can't. He only told me to watch you. You're helping a villain. Although she was one of the few experts of the younger generation, she was naturally no match for Tai Xiong. You insisted on coming to gamble, what does it have to do with me? Since I've joined the World Conference, I should be loyal to my duty. This is also for the sake of the martial arts world. Tai Xiong said expressionlessly. If Zhang Xianfeng escaped, Li Qingshan would definitely go to Divine Wind Sect to hunt him down. Divine Wind Sect's sect master Zhang Yuntian just happened to be the Martial Union's alliance master. In the end, who knew what kind of trouble would be stirred up? If they were not careful, rivers of blood would flow. He had to consider the overall situation and nip this danger in the bud. What an iron-faced judge, I won't leave. To be continued, inside the red candle tent, Hu Xian'er was obedient after being taught a lesson. She meekly lay in Li Qingshan's arms, panting lightly. Her white and tender skin was dyed with a layer of red. Her large eyes narrowed into a pair of seductive eyes, but the color of her eyes had become orange fox eyes. Li Qingshan's large hand traced down her smooth and wet back, grabbing onto a fluffy red fox tail. Her pointy fox ears trembled, and she coquettishly said, Don't touch this lowly one's tail. I want to touch it. Li Qingshan grabbed and twisted, stubbornly like this. Is Prince not afraid of this lowly one's appearance? Hu Xian'er raised her fox ears. What's there to be afraid of? Li Qingshan said disapprovingly. She could be considered to have perfectly retained the characteristics of a human, but this made her look even more wild and seductive. Hu Xian'er covered her mouth and laughed, That's right, Prince is similar to me, like a baboon. If you don't dislike me, I won't dislike you either. You're the one who's like a baboon. Li Qingshan not only retorted with his mouth, but also his hands. He grabbed the red fox tail and slapped her buttocks, leaving a clear palm print. Li Qingshan, I've already given myself to you, but you still hit me. Hu Xian'er's face was full of grievance. In her life, which man wasn't polite to her, but this man just had to hit her without any tenderness for the fairer sex. I hit you for your own good, to help you correct your evil intentions. Li Qingshan yawned, using her legs as a pillow, and said without sincerity. How was my evil intentions? I did it to avenge my mother. Hu Xian'er immediately straightened her back, and her breasts trembled slightly. Your mother is the phantom dancer, right? Didn't you hear? The monks say that your mother caused chaos in the martial arts world? Serves you right to die. It was clearly that group of men who were lustful and killed each other. How can you blame my mother? Hu Xian'er bit her lips, and her breasts rose and fell. You dare say that your mother didn't deliberately provoke them? Do you think I don't know the temperament of demons? Since you're already dead, there's no need to dwell on it. Li Qingshan could completely imagine what a fox demon that did not abide by human etiquette would do. Not to mention being dissolute, even a normal woman would want to entice a group of stupid men to fight for her, let alone a fox demon that was proficient in illusions. The group of spare tires fought to the death. It was to bring chaos to the martial arts world. My mother's illusions are invincible. If she wasn't betrayed, how could she have died? Hu Xian'er's face was filled with sadness. Betrayed by your father? How did you know? Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered a betrayal. Playing with other people's feelings, and in the end, being played with. This could be considered retribution. Hee. Speaking of which, your father was also wronged. If that's what I'm doing. If he suddenly found a fox in his bed, he would definitely be so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Li Qingshan felt a chill just thinking about it. You're talking nonsense. My mother once consumed a stalk of transformation grass. She was no different from a human, but later, she accidentally revealed her true form. Transformation grass. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Do you have more? It had to be said that as the ape demon transformation continued to improve, he was indeed becoming more and more like an ape. It was no longer just at the level of having a strange appearance. He himself did not mind, but if he continued to transform, he would definitely be treated as a demon like the White Ape King. Under the influence of the heavens, it would definitely become a form of rejection and opposition, which would be detrimental to his process of unifying the world. Of course there's more, but you have to first admit that my mother didn't deserve to die, Hu Xian'er insisted. Li Qingshan glared at her. I think you're itching for a beating again. Hu Xian'er's face was full of resentment. Sigh, can't you treat me better? Fine, I'll tell you. My mother once left 2 stalks of transformation grass for us sisters, along with all the treasures she had accumulated throughout her life. They were all devoured by that man, so the transformation grass is useless to humans. I'm sure she still has it. Alright, when we get to the Pudu temple, we'll immediately go look for the transformation grass and kill that heartless father of yours to avenge your mother. How's that? I'm good enough for you, right? Really? That's great. Hu Xian'er threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms and cupped his face in her hands. Your Highness, I'm already yours. Please don't betray me. Don't worry, why would I betray you? You won't be able to sell them for much. You. Hu Xian'er was so angry that her long, shapely eyebrows were raised. She wanted nothing more than to bite him. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. He turned her over and pressed her under his body. The world is vast, and the Tao is boundless. We'll eventually be separated. Come and enjoy yourself with me. At least we didn't meet in vain. Hu Xian'er let out a low moan as she endured his invasion and conquest. She stared at the slightly comical ape face and silently said, I know you won't betray me because you don't care about it. You've never put me in your eyes. It's just a game. You even hit me, scolded me, and bullied me. But if I say that I'm sincere, I'm afraid you'll laugh at me for pretending. On the snowy mountain, Xuebing was meditating and cultivating. She was transforming the blizzard qi in her body into Gui water qi. Li Qingshan's words seemed to contain some kind of magic. The Gui water qi condensation method flowed in her mind without missing a single word. This technique might not be some kind of secret technique, but it was born in a world of cultivators. After thousands of generations of refinement, it perfectly balanced the difficulty and speed of cultivation. It also didn't demand too much of the cultivator's natural endowments. It could be considered one of the most universal techniques. To some extent, it was even more valuable than the boundless ocean art that Li Qingshan had cultivated. At least it was more suitable for this world. During the day, she discussed it with her father. Xue Hanfeng was also full of praise. He said that although the lethality of this method was not as good as the blizzard sword art, it was gradual, well-prepared, and had a deep understanding of the way of water. It had a greater chance of reaching the innate 10th tier, or even the void-breaking realm. Moreover, the attached spells were very strange and ingenious. If used properly, the power might be even stronger than martial arts. If her blizzard chi condensation method was not close to completion, she would definitely switch to this set of methods. But she spoke out the concerns in her heart. Li Qingshan had forced her to buy and sell. Xue Hanfeng could only sigh. It's my incompetence that I can't protect you. As for whether or not to cultivate this set of methods, it's up to you. But I think this Lord Chivalrous has a loose temperament. He likes to joke, but he is not a lecher. If you refuse, he probably won't use force. You can still marry your senior brother. Haven't you always liked him? Marry my senior brother? No, the meaning of my life is not to marry and have children. I am more important than the Snow Mountain sect to give birth to the next leader. This was the belief instilled in her by that man. Besides, there was no Snow Mountain sect anymore. So she decided to start cultivating the Gui water chi condensation method. She completely transformed her chi into the Gui water chi condensation method. Then she couldn't help thinking, is this an exchange? I don't know when he will come to collect the debt. What should I do then? Then she thought with some disappointment, I don't know where he went. Is he in danger? Or maybe it was just a joke. He has already left me behind. For the first time in her life, she understood the feeling of lovesickness. Once upon a time, the mountain village boy who looked at a beautiful woman from afar also had the charm to make people fall in love at first sight. Even though the current him was like a wild monkey. To be continued. Yang Miaozhen sat on a praying mat as the morning sun shone into the room. This set of skills is called Yiwood Vitality Method. Listen carefully. Li Qingshan held a bowl of soy milk in his left hand and a meat bun in his right. He ate and drank while passing down the Yiwood Vitality art. After he was done, he ordered Abbot Fu Ku to lead the way to the martial union in the inner city. Along the way, they attracted the attention of the entire city. The streets on both sides of the street were filled with people, coming to see the legendary hero king. Hu Xian'er, Yang Miaozhen, and Zhang Xianfeng attracted even more attention. Hu Xian'er walked with light steps, looking fragile. This was the aftermath of being taught a lesson. Yang Miaozhen's mind wandered, focusing on comprehending the essence of the Yiwood Vitality art. Zhang Xianfeng frowned, looking left and right from time to time, looking for a chance to escape. However, when the group arrived at the inner city, there was no one in the city. Giant trees towered into the sky, casting their shade on the red walls and green tiles. Only the sound of cicadas could be heard. It was a desolate place. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and wandered around the city randomly. He saw a large statue that was consecrated in an ancestral hall. A valiant young man wielded a sword in his right hand and held an imperial seal in his left, sitting on a throne. There were 2 rows of statues below. There were monks and Taoists of both genders, standing upright like subjects serving their king. The last one was the current alliance master, Zhang Yuntian. What is this place? Abbot Fu Ku said, this is the Martial Union Hall, where the past alliance masters are worshipped. What about the one in the middle? It's the first alliance master, Long Padian, who created it. Before Abbot Fu Ku could finish, Li Qingshan had already walked up. He kicked the statue over, shattering it into pieces on the ground. Monk, I know you're not willing to submit, but if you dare play any tricks, the statue in the temple will be destroyed. Abbot Fu Ku was silent. Alright, let's go to Pudu Temple. The alarm in Pudu Temple rang. 108 martial monks held their staffs and set up an arhat formation. All the experts in the temple gathered together, waiting. The sun was high up in the sky. The sun was blazing. All the monks were sweating. He didn't know if it was because of the heat or because he was nervous. At the very least, there were a few senior monks who had stepped into the innate realm who were not afraid of the cold and heat. However, no one would feel that it was a disgrace to have such a performance. It was just that the name of the demon was too famous. He had forced the Snow Mountain sect to surrender. He captured Abbot Fu Ku and the mysterious Void Temple Master in 2 or 3 moves. Shifeng had killed the leader of the demonic Pass 5 poison sect and forced the entire martial union into retreat by himself. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a person? Now, Pudu Temple was about to face a catastrophe that had not been seen in 100 years. No one knew if there would be any survivors after today. A gray-robed monk hurried to the Hall of Great Strength. He no longer cared about etiquette and said in a panic, "The devil has reached the foot of the mountain." Again. Yes. A moment later, another gray-robed monk rushed over. "The devil has arrived at the mountain gate." Again. However, after 2 hours, the devil finally reached the mountainside. The sun rose high in the sky. The monks became more and more impatient. They believed that this was a psychological attack, deliberately stalling for time to put pressure on them. Moreover, it had succeeded. Many of the monks' robes were drenched, and they looked as if they had just been fished out of water. Their morale was greatly reduced. "That demon must be afraid of using such despicable methods," an old monk asserted. "That's right. Order the disciples not to relax. Don't fall for that demon's trap." However, this had nothing to do with Xianxia. It was Xianxia who had repeatedly complained that she wanted to rest. Last night, she had experienced her first experience. Even with her half-a body, she had been tormented. Moreover, she had rushed all the way from Black Tortoise City to here. She was completely exhausted. No matter how overbearing Xianxia was, he couldn't force her. "Forget it. Today is your wedding day. If you want to rest, then rest." He could only slowly walk up the mountain. He didn't look like he was here to cause trouble, but more like a mountain climber on a sightseeing tour. Finally, at 3 in the afternoon, Xianxia stepped into the temple. The sun was already setting in the west. He ignored the monks in the temple and walked all the way to the Hall of Great Strength. He turned back and said to Abbot Fuku, "We're here." The Arhat formation surrounded them, and they could no longer retreat. They were ready to go. In front of the Hall of Great Strength, the old monks said together, "Greetings, Abbot." Abbot Fuku ordered, "All of you, stand down." Yes. Even though the monks were unwilling, they couldn't disobey. They thought to themselves, "Is the abbot really going to submit to the demon?" Smoke curled up in the hall. The giant Buddha's eyes were half-closed, overlooking all living beings. His golden body shone brilliantly. Xianxia also felt a trace of awe in her heart. She didn't dare to be negligent and knelt at the feet of the giant Buddha. Abbot Fuku ordered someone to bring a razor. Xianxia immediately covered her fine black hair and looked at Xianxia pleadingly. "There's no need to shave her head. Let her be a layman disciple." Xianxia waved his hand. Abbot Fuku didn't say anything else. He asked solemnly, "Xianxia, as long as you live, do not lie. Can you uphold it now?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment and glanced at Xianxia. She whispered, "No." Xianxia also said, "If you can't, then you can't. It's really difficult to make a fox demon not lie. It's wishful thinking to make a woman not lie. Next one. As long as you live, do not steal. Can you uphold it now?" Xianxia became bolder when she saw that someone was backing her. "No." Abbot Fuku didn't waste any time and continued, "As long as you live, do not kill. Can you uphold it now?" "No." Xianxia shouted. She still had a great feud to settle, so how could she not kill? Abbot Fuku closed his eyes. "As long as you live, do not lust. Can you uphold it now?" Xianxia laughed aloud. "That's obviously impossible." "All right, that's it." Abbot Fuku opened his eyes and said coldly, "Almsgiver Hu, since you can't follow any of these Buddhist commandments, forgive me for not accepting you as a disciple." Tai Xiong's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Master!" Xianxia was stunned. She sneered in her heart. "I'll kill all of you bald donkeys." Zhang Xianfeng pondered. "Will I have a chance to escape when things get chaotic later?" Yang Miaozhen was still deep in thought and didn't notice the changes in the outside world. The smile on Xianxia's face didn't change. "Good monk, use whatever moves you have. Don't tell me that you're just stubborn. Buddha is merciful. Subdue the demon." Abbot Fuku put his palms together. His voice was loud and majestic, reverberating in the Hall of Great Strength. The Buddha behind him surged with golden light. It turned into a golden ocean and swallowed Xianxia. Power of vow. Xianxia's eyes reflected the golden light. Pudu Temple was not only a 1,000-year-old ancient temple, but it was also the Buddhist holy land of this world. The power of vow gathered here was like a mountain or an ocean. Although there weren't many changes, this terrifying power was enough to make Li Qingshan not underestimated even if he wasn't confined by the world, let alone now. Abbot Fu Ku activated all of it. He wanted to kill Li Qingshan at all costs. His expression was ferocious. When Li Qingshan was still young, he had once witnessed the Peachwood prayer sword in the Dragon's Gate sect. It was only worshipped by the disciples of the sect day and night, but its power was already extremely startling, completely exceeding the abilities of cultivators. Afterwards, he witnessed the fearless great Buddha in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. If it were not for Little N's Buddha-slaying sword, he would basically be invincible. If he still did not know how to be vigilant after suffering twice, then he would be wasting the ape demon's cleverness. However, he was also taking a gamble by coming to the Grand Hall. He was gambling that the people of this world did not possess the ability to convert the power of belief into a killing move. At most, they could only unleash it like this, and they would not be able to control it. This was not a power that Qi practitioners could control in the first place. And he won the bet, such an ownerless item, please lend it to me for a while. Li Qingshan took out the divine talisman of great creation and plunged it into the golden sea with a trail of rainbow light. It immediately dyed the sea red and purple. He said sternly, "Evolve." The mountainous power of belief turned into surging spiritual qi and surged towards him. The dense light was visible to the naked eye, rushing out of the grand hall and competing with the sun. The overwhelming spiritual qi did not originate from the power of belief in the divine talisman of great creation and did not belong to Li Qingshan, but it was not affected by the confinement of the world either. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and sucked in a deep breath. He swallowed the surging spiritual qi and powered the ape demon transformation at full strength, converting the spiritual qi into cultivation. The ape demon transformation suited his personality very well. He had basically comprehended the first layer already. What he lacked right now were spiritual qi resources. With an ape's howl, Li Qingshan's fur grew at a visible rate. His arms became thicker and longer. A hairy face with a thunderous mouth already resembled an ape's. There was even a tail protruding from the back of his bottom. His form was closer to an ape demon than a human. The spiritual qi condensed from the millennia of power of belief was so turbulent. Li Qingshan had only forcefully devoured a third of it, yet he already felt like he had eaten too much and could not digest it in time. Even with his tough body, this was already his limit. The surging spiritual qi dispersed. Li Qingshan said to the dumbfounded Xianxia and the others, "Don't just stand there. This is a benefit." Xianxia immediately reacted and began to meditate. Yang Miaozhen took this opportunity. After converting all the Taishan genuine qi in his body into Yiwood genuine qi, his Dantian sea of qi suddenly became empty, but it was immediately filled with spiritual qi. Zhang Xianfeng didn't want to run anymore. He would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the situation. Tai Xiong was overjoyed. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Even the young fox demoness, Hu Linger, could not be bothered to maintain her human form. When Abbot Fu Ku saw that his ultimate move could not do anything to Li Qingshan, he fell to the ground. His face was ashen as he shouted, "All monks, listen up. Slay the demon." More than a dozen figures rushed out from the back of the temple. All of them were innate masters. The glorious temple was filled with murderous intent. The one with the highest cultivation was a white-browed old monk. He was already close to the Xiantian 10th stage. He brandished a dazzling golden Buddhist staff, and struck down towards Li Qingshan's head along with an evil wind. "Slay the demons and protect the temple." All the monks rushed into the main hall. Their expressions were almost fanatical, and they rushed towards Li Qingshan with all their might. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at the Buddha. He chuckled and turned the remaining power of vow into an invisible will. It swept through the grand Buddha's hall and affected the entire Pudu temple. All the monks were stunned. In their eyes, Li Qingshan suddenly became dazzling, as if a Buddha had descended. He was awe-inspiring and inviolable, and they could not help but stop in their tracks. Abbot Fu Ku's face was full of struggle, but his will quickly collapsed under the impact of the will. The white-browed old monk's eyes were blank. The golden Buddhist staff stopped above his head and could not fall any more. Xianxia and Yang Miaozhen also looked at Li Qingshan in a daze. Tai Xiong's heart was filled with endless admiration. Zhang Xianfeng had never liked Li Qingshan's monkey-like appearance, not to mention that he had become even more monkey-like now. At this moment, she felt that he was more handsome and stalwart than any man she had ever seen in her life. An unprecedented feeling sprouted in her heart, and it quickly grew stronger. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, but it made the entire Pudu temple quiet. The cicada's cries also quieted down. Only Luo Ho Xiaoming was unmoved, and he looked at everything around him with a playful expression. This was like a tyrant forcing himself on a bough. This move swept through all directions, and the effect was similar to a charm. However, Li Qingshan had never learned the art of charm, so he did not know what seduction and control was. It was all about crushing people with brute force. It was almost like directly raping people's minds, making men worship and women fall in love. In fact, Li Qingshan had an idea. He originally wanted to turn the remaining power of Vow into spirit stones, and then slowly absorb it for cultivation. However, this power of Vow did not belong to him, so he could only turn it into nothing. When the dust settled, Abbot Fu Ku walked forward and prostrated himself, as if he was facing a statue of Buddha. This poor monk greets the king. All the monks knelt on the ground. Greetings, king. Didn't you see me as a devil? Li Qingshan asked. He was also curious about the effect of this move. This poor monk is slow-witted. Please punish me, king. Haha, I've finally cured your stubborn disease. From now on, you are the hall master of Pudu Temple. Li Qingshan laughed. It was a pity that the people from Martial Union did not come, or he would have calmed the martial world. King, with your merciful heart, you used a thunderous method to punish evil and make all living beings equal. This poor monk is willing to follow you and work like a dog. Good, all of you, get up. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and all the monks stood up. However, there was a trace of confusion in the depths of their eyes. It was not easy to forcibly change the will of others. If one had great perseverance, he or she would be able to wash away the brand sooner or later and restore his or her original appearance. However, such people were in the minority. However, the brand could also become deeper and deeper. It could be imagined that most of the people here would have unparalleled respect and loyalty to him for the rest of their lives. However, it was quite boring when he thought about it. He never liked to play the role of a god. He looked deeply at Xian and Yang Miaozhen. I hope you can break free soon. Then he glanced at Zhang Xianfeng. As for this traitor, he would deal with him tonight. Hall Master Fu Ku, the World Society advocates freedom of belief. The disciples of the temple can continue to stay here to cultivate. You can take a few senior monks and report to the northern region. Let's see what arrangements President Gu has. Yes, thank you for your magnanimity, King. Fu Ku heaved a sigh of relief. After all, it was his life's faith. If Li Qingshan insisted, it would immediately trigger the most intense conflict in his heart. It was not impossible to break this brand. Li Qingshan really wanted to give it a try, but in the end, he decided not to do such a boring thing. Okay, take me to see the legendary Fiend Star. King, please follow me. The Fiend Star is suppressed in the bitter lake behind the main hall. A surge of spiritual energy filled with murderous intent almost dyed the sky blood red. It had an aura that Li Qingshan was very familiar with, reminding him of an old enemy, Strong Stone. This stone was indeed the Stone of Slaughter from the Azura Path. Luo Ho Xiaoming's expression changed. What's wrong? Let's go and see. Li Qingshan was curious and let Abbot Fu Ku lead the way. The group passed through the Hall of Great Strength and arrived at the backyard of the Pudu Temple. There was a small lake hidden in the dense bamboo forest, sparkling under the light of the setting sun. There was a stone tablet beside the lake with the words Bitter Lake engraved on it. Li Qingshan felt that the spiritual energy here was very rich, as if he had returned to the 9 provinces. He understood that the killing intent of the Stone of Slaughter had been suppressed by an array formation, allowing only the spiritual energy within to be released, transforming this small lake into a land of spiritual energy. Reporting to your highness, the demon star is at the bottom of the lake. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a splash. Li Qingshan jumped into the lake and swam toward the bottom with his arms open. The lake was more than 10 feet deep, and there was a deathly stillness in the water. There was almost no trace of fish or shrimp. As the murderous intent grew stronger, Li Qingshan knew that he was close to his target. In the darkness, a dot of red light gradually grew larger. A giant cone-shaped stone was quietly inserted into the bottom of the lake, glowing with a dark red light. Found it. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He kicked back and shot straight toward the giant stone. At this time, there was a roar in front of him, and a surging undercurrent attacked him. Xianxia and the others looked into the distance with concern. Suddenly, the lake water seemed to be boiling, and the faint roar of beasts could be heard. Your Highness! Xianxia looked back angrily at Fu Ku. Bald donkey, is this another trap of yours? Fu Ku's face was also filled with fear. I really don't know. With a bang, the water surface exploded, and a giant black shadow shot into the sky, landing heavily on the edge of the lake, crushing a bamboo forest. Zhang Xianfeng arrived on the wind, but found that it was a giant turtle with a cracked shell, on the verge of death. There's actually such a monster in the lake. Fu Ku exclaimed. The bitter lake was originally the release pond in the temple. As it sank into the stone of slaughter, the fishes and shrimps in it began to kill and devour each other. Even though the monks were merciful. This was for the peace of the world and the development of Pudu Temple. He had no choice but to sacrifice them. However, he did not expect that there would be a survivor who had been hiding at the bottom of the lake and had cultivated into a monster by absorbing the spiritual energy in the Stone of Slaughter. It became the guardian beast of the Stone of Slaughter. The lake calmed down. The surging murderous aura became more and more intense. A dark red reef rose from the surface of the lake and quickly grew larger as it approached the lakeside. That is the Stone of Slaughter. Monk Fu Ku said. Even after all these years of suppression and dilution, it still caused everyone's blood to boil, and a faint desire to kill rose within them. Fortunately, they were all innate masters, so they had a certain level of resistance. Only Hu Ling moaned, Sister, I feel terrible. Ling go further away. Don't come close. Walala. Water flowed down from the giant rock. Li Qingshan carried the Stone of Slaughter on his body and walked up step by step from the bottom of the lake. Your Highness. Li Qingshan came to the shore and slowly put down the Stone of Slaughter on his body. It still made a muffled sound, showing its weight. It is indeed a good spirit. Stone. It's a pity that too much spiritual energy has dissipated. This Stone of Slaughter was so strong that even steel that had been tempered 100 times couldn't compare. It seemed to have been tempered in some way, but it didn't seem like a magic treasure. Besides, there were countless Shura divine weapons in the Azure realm. Who would use a big stone as a weapon? He shook his head and didn't think about it. With this Stone of Slaughter, his ape demon transformation would definitely improve. However, he hadn't had time to digest the spiritual energy he had just swallowed, so he wasn't in a hurry. It's mine. A young and tender voice spoke up, causing everyone to be startled. Luo Ho and Little Ming walked up and patted the huge Stone of Slaughter. What did you say? I said it's mine. Luo Ho Xiaoming showed a look of nostalgia. You want to take advantage of me? I obviously carried it out from the bottom of the lake. If you don't believe me, turn the stone over and see. Li Qingshan pushed the Stone of Slaughter to the side doubtfully. Sure enough, he found a dark sun and moon totem underneath. It was the totem of the Rahu clan. He suddenly remembered that Luo Ho Xiaoming had shot a stone from a slingshot and instantly killed Dumo Hun. If that was the case, everything could be explained. A normal stone naturally wouldn't come from the Azure realm by itself. It also wouldn't have such a strong killing intent. It also wouldn't have been able to turn into a monster like strong stone with a powerful force. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand to dismiss everyone. Only the two of them were left by the lake. Li Qingshan asked, What exactly is going on? What do you mean what is going on? I was just shooting it for fun. Luo Ho Xiaoming carelessly touched the slingshot on his waist named Xiaoye and said, The 6 paths of reincarnation are connected to the other worlds. It's easy to hit it. Li Qingshan was speechless. Even without the barrier of the void, this was a cross-realm attack. Just how fierce was this azure divine child in the past? The legend of the demon star descends and the world plunges into chaos was just a child's game of shooting sparrows. And that monster General Strong Stone who massacred dozens of cities and killed countless people. That stone of slaughter in the 9 provinces, was it also you who shot it? Other than me, who else would be so bored? Luo Ho Xiaoming tilted his head and squinted his eyes as if he was sleepy again. So you also know that you are bored. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Wait, I've only stayed in 2 worlds and you shot the stone both times. This can't be a coincidence, right? The 3,000 worlds was the collective name of the Great Thousand Worlds, the Medium Thousand Worlds, and the Small Thousand Worlds. As for the specific number, perhaps only the gods and Buddhas in the 9 heavens knew. Unexpectedly, 2 worlds had Stone of Slaughter. Either it was really a coincidence that he encountered an extremely small probability event, or he had shot a large number of Stone of Slaughter. Obviously, the latter was much more likely. And without using the spirit tortoise to deduce, one could guess how large the number was. Even if half of the 3,000 worlds had Stone of Slaughter, the probability of encountering it twice in a row was only 1 in 4. Suddenly, he felt that Luo Ho Xiaoming's words were not entirely true. No matter how bored a child was, he would only shoot sparrows and not every leaf on the tree. Moreover, such a workload was almost equivalent to shooting every leaf in the forest. Even for the gods, it was not an easy task. The amount of time and energy spent was inestimable. Was it just for fun? Luo Ho Xiaoming spread his hands. Now you know how bored I am. But, why is it so big? Falling into this kind of small world, it will naturally appear big. Seeing this, Li Qingshan stopped talking. He suddenly had a feeling that he was being watched. He couldn't help but look around, only to see the setting sun and the bamboo forest. At this time in Pudu Temple, no one would disobey his orders. With a thought, he walked over to the motionless giant turtle thrown on the shore and kicked its shell. Come out. The giant turtle didn't move. Li Qingshan yelled, if you don't come out, I'll break your shell and make soup out of you. A giant turtle head stretched out of the shell, its horns protruding like a dragon's head. A pair of dark green eyes was carefully watching Li Qingshan. You can understand what we're saying? The giant turtle hesitated for a moment, then nodded. So, you heard what we said just now? Looks like I'll have to kill the turtle to silence it. How do you taste? Li Qingshan licked his lips. The giant turtle was so scared that it quickly shrank its head back. Just kidding. You look like you have the blood of a spirit beast. No wonder you have such intelligence. It's rare in a world like this. Forget it, I'll spare your life. Follow me and run errands. Li Qingshan returned to the Stone of Slaughter and sat cross-legged with his back against it. He refined the spiritual energy in his body while absorbing the spiritual energy in the stone. 3 days later, the sun was high in the sky. The morning bells and evening drums rang in Pudu Temple, and all the monks came out to form a formation. They were no longer nervously facing the enemy, but reluctantly sending him off. An exquisite hut slowly passed through the crowd. Li Qingshan sat in front of the hut, waving to the monks. Thank you for your hard work. His cultivation had increased to the next level. His appearance had become more and more like an ape. His body was covered in thick dark gold hair, and he squatted there without a care for his image. With a tail wagging, he looked even more like an ape than the White Ape King had been. Now, even without the divine talisman of great creation and the last frenzy blade, he could fight the White Ape King. There was nothing in the world that could threaten him anymore. We are willing to serve the great king. The monks looked determined and fanatical, not caring about Li Qingshan's appearance at all. Li Qingshan patted the base of the house. Old ninja, hurry up. Big Turtle immediately quickened its pace and moved forward. It turned out that this small house was built on the back of this giant tortoise, and Li Qingshan once again displayed his profound naming skills. He named the turtle Old Ninja because he was able to stay in the backyard of Pudu Temple for so long without being discovered. It could be said that he was very patient. However, he was probably the only one who knew if he was affected by the memories of his past life. Perhaps it was because of the conversation between Li Qingshan and Luo Ho Xiaoming, Big Turtle Ninja was very obedient and willing to work without complaint. His steps were steady and powerful as he squeezed through the temple gate and climbed down the mountain. Watching Li Qingshan's figure disappear on the mountain path, Fuku felt a sense of loss in his heart. It was as if he had done something wrong, but he didn't know what it was. Tai Xiong said, "Master, we should also set off." Therefore, Monk Fuku ordered the monks, announced to the world that Pudu Temple will be changed to Pudu Hall, and then immediately set off for Galloping Horse City in the north. Report to Guild Leader Gu. Big Turtle climbed down the mountain and crossed the mountain gate. It began to gallop at full speed, carrying so many things on its back. It was even faster than a galloping horse, and still very stable. As expected of a spiritual beast. Without your help, it would be really troublesome to carry so many things. The big turtle growled in response. Li Qingshan returned to the Line Palace. Not only were there the most beautiful women in the world, but there was also the wealth that Pudu Temple had accumulated over the years. Hu Xian'er was in high spirits as she checked. Your Highness, those monks are really good at plundering. Monks also need to eat. Do you know where your heartless father is? Although Li Qingshan didn't hate his current appearance, and even found it very interesting, he wouldn't let go of the opportunity to return to his human form. Hu Xian'er's expression changed slightly, and Hu Ling'er also raised her head. What, do you regret it? No, I've waited for this day for too long. As you wish. On the evening of the second day, Big Turtle came to a beautiful mountain, in front of a magnificent mansion. It wasn't filled with murderous intent as he imagined, but a peaceful atmosphere. Before Li Qingshan could call the door opened a gap. Is that the king outside? Yes. The gap widened a little, and a handsome boy came out of the door, carefully handing over a letter. My master went out to travel, and said that if you come, everything here will be given to you. This is the letter he left for you. Li Qingshan opened the letter, and a few lines of elegant handwriting appeared. He glanced at Hu Xian'er, and read out loud, Your Highness, it's my honor to have you here, and I've long heard of your heroic name. I wish I could drink and get drunk with you. However, I've been thinking about the past, and I can't sleep. I'm filled with regret, and I only wish to wander the world and live incognito. Beautiful maids, catamites, fresh clothes, and horses are all here as dowry, and I hope that you treat my 2 daughters well, Dongfeng Yu. He asked Hu Xian'er, what do you think? Hu Xian'er looked like she was struggling, unable to make up her mind. Yang Miaozhen said, as expected of young Master Meiyu. This short letter not only flatters His Royal Highness and expresses his unwillingness to be enemies, but also expresses his remorse and apology. Drifting in Jianghu and hiding his identity is considered atonement for his sins. In the end, he even gave up all the things that could be coveted by others. He really has an exquisite heart. No wonder the phantom dancer enchantress fell in love with him. Li Qingshan said in disdain, what exquisite heart. It's all about looks. If he looks like me, even if he has 9 or 10 apertures, it'll be useless. Your Highness, you do know your limits. Yang Miaozhen smiled, but her eyes were filled with affection. I'm a man of strength. Let's go in and take a look. If there's no transformed grass, we'll have to look for him. And the transformed grass was indeed inside. That young Master Meiyu didn't leave any traces of trouble for her. Hu Xian'er looked at it in a daze, as if she was unwilling, but also unable to bear it. Think about it. Since I promised you, even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, it'll be useless. Li Qingshan was used to seeing the spiritual flowers and plants of the 9 prefectures. He didn't think that there was anything special about it. He stuffed it into his mouth, chewed on it, and walked into the house. Half a day later, he walked out of the house. The girls waiting outside were stunned, and their eyes shone. Li Qingshan returned to his North Moon form, but his other demonic transformations were suppressed, so there were still many changes. His scarlet hair had turned dark gold, and his round eyes were the same color. His arms became slightly longer, but they did not seem excessive. In an instant, he turned from a wild monkey into a handsome man. Hee, now I'm a man of strength and an idol. Li Qingshan smiled, and his monkey tail swayed behind him. That was a souvenir he kept behind him. He then asked Hu Xian'er, have you thought about it? Hu Xian'er's expression dimmed, and she remained silent. Then forget it. Wait here. Li Qingshan left. A few days later, he came back just now, and threw a human head in front of Hu Xian'er. It was the head of a man. Even though the face was hideous, one could still see how handsome he was when he was alive. Hu Xian'er took a step back, and her face was filled with both joy and sadness. Your Highness. The luxurious garden actually contained even more treasures, antiques, and paintings than the Pudu temple. Unfortunately, it was still unable to save its owner's life. Li Qingshan placed everything on the turtle's back. The four legs of the turtle trembled, unable to support it any longer. It just lay on the ground and looked at Li Qingshan pleadingly. Li Qingshan kicked him. You bastard, get up. You can't even carry so little. How useless. Yang Miaozhen could not bear to see him like this. She tried to persuade him, Your Highness, there are carriages and horses here. Don't force him. What do you know? I'm helping him cultivate. I don't know what kind of spiritual beast he is, but there's a sense of burden in his bloodline. These burdens are the best cultivation. Li Qingshan turned to the turtle and said, If you don't want to get up, then just lie here and wait for your death. I don't want the things on the back either. The turtle let out a growl and slowly stood up again. It walked forward step by step, but it was extremely difficult. Li Qingshan leapt onto the turtle's back again, and the turtle stopped again. It could not take it anymore, but Li Qingshan's words suddenly rang out in its head. Li Qingshan passed on some of the methods to circulate qi from the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression to it. The demon qi all over the turtle condensed, and its footsteps immediately became more stable. It nodded at Li Qingshan in gratitude. A group of carriages followed behind the turtle, forming a long procession. Hu Xian'er stood where she was without moving at all. She held a head in her hands. Hu Ling'er accompanied her silently from the side. Zhang Xianfeng whispered, Your Highness, aren't we going to wait for her? Leaving this vixen behind was obviously for the best. Time waits for no one. Don't worry, she'll catch up. Don't look at me like that. I was originally a heartless person. I wonder who's bold enough to take this great head. Li Qingshan's laughter was clear, spreading out in all directions. So what if I betray the entire world? What's there to be ashamed and regretful about? As a man, he had to carry the burden and advance. When Yang Miaozhen and Zhang Xianfeng heard that, they felt their minds clear up. They felt indescribably relaxed and happy. Hu Xian'er shuddered. She let go of the head and kicked it away. With a plop, it landed in the stream and drifted away. She grabbed Hu Ling'er and followed the procession. She leapt onto the turtle's back and threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms. They traveled north until they reached Galloping City. Everyone in the city knew that the hero king had returned, so they welcomed him. Before he even arrived, his deeds had already spread throughout the world, and the Northern Territory was also at peace. Arriving at the world meeting, Gu Yenying stood in the courtyard with a smile in her white clothes and a folding fan in her hand. Congratulations, congratulations. Your cultivation has recovered a little again. Looks like you benefited quite a lot. These three must be the legendary 10 great beauties of the world. Hu Xian'er couldn't say it out loud. She thought that she was already the most beautiful woman in the world. Even Yang Miaozhen and Zhang Xianfeng, the two top 10 beauties, seemed a little feminine when compared to her. However, when she saw the legendary leader of the world society, she suddenly felt a sense of shame. It was the difference between a wild fox and a divine eagle. So she really is the most beautiful woman in the world. He must like her very much. Where's your mask? Li Qingshan asked. I don't need it anymore. Gu Yenying said. With the establishment of the Azura army, she controlled the power and did not need to worry about small problems caused by her appearance. Li Qingshan ordered people to unload the things on the turtle's back. Gu Yenying's eyes brightened. Okay, I'm in need of money. The construction of the Northern Territory required investment everywhere. Why did you suddenly become a money grubber? This is not the breadth of mind a rock should have. Li Qingshan smiled. He had been short of money for more than 10 years, but she probably didn't know what money was from the day she was born. It was funny that she was so concerned about money now. It was like a princess suddenly starting to work in the fields. You don't know the cost of rice and firewood if you don't manage the household. You're happy being a shopkeeper, but you don't know that there are many things in this world. It's like a hero is stumped by a penny. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Gu Yening waved her hand. She was using her own way to sharpen her mind. The heart of a rock was very high, but if she forced herself to imitate it, she would only make herself look high. She would be like a dog instead of a tiger. It was better to calm down and do things in a down-to-earth way. And from the feedback she got from the rock feather, her choice was also correct. Before the rock turned into a rock, it also floated and sank in the sea. After a while, all the leaders of the world society were summoned to the meeting hall. Shui Hanfeng, Fu Ku, Tai Xiong, and the others were there. Together with the original members of the deity Sword Villa and the warriors who came from all over the world to join them, it could be said that there were many masters and heroes. Even if it was evaluated in the traditional way, the world society was already the biggest society in the world. It was far better than any sect or family and could unify the martial arts world. The change in Li Qingshan surprised everyone, but they quickly accepted it. After all, they were not standing here because of his appearance. They cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." Only Shui Bing's eyes were a bit more resentful. When Li Qingshan looked back, she lowered her head again and hurriedly reflected on herself. "We have known each other for less than a month and spent less than a day together. At most, it can be considered as a chance meeting. Why is it like this?" But he said that he wanted to gather the top 10 beauties in the world. It turns out that he was serious. Then I am also one of them. What a hateful man. But he looks really good now. Lei Lai stepped forward and said, "Your Highness has defeated Martial Union in the Middle Region and subdued the Snow Mountain Sect and Pudu Temple. Now, no family or sect dares to oppose our world society. Why don't we send troops south and unify the world?" Gu Yening asked, "What do you think?" Among the people with the highest cultivation and status in the hall, the left and right protectors were obsessed with swordsmanship. They did not care about this matter. Shui Hanfeng was originally worried that the disciples of the Snow Mountain sect would be sacrificed in the War of the World Society. But now, it seemed that Li Qingshan could single-handedly defeat the remaining 3 families and 5 sections. There was no need to worry at all, so he said nothing. Bah. I don't think so. Now that the northern region has not been stabilized, rashly conquering the south will only cause chaos and countless deaths. It is not in line with Your Highness's chivalrous way. Bald donkey, I think your body is in the world society, but your heart is in Martial Union. As the saying goes, a long night is fraught with dreams. If we give Martial Union a chance to breathe, who knows what kind of trouble they will cause? Lei Lai said coldly. The death of the 7 slaughtering demon lord was definitely related to the Pudu Temple. Otherwise, the fiend star would not have sunk into the bitter lake. Shut up. Li Qingshan slammed the table and scolded, "Brat, you sure know how to talk now. This is the place to talk. If you want to take revenge, find another place to duel with Hallmaster Fu Ku. Don't think he can do anything to you just because he can't do anything to you. A duel is a duel. Why would I be afraid of him?" Lei Lai's face turned red. Duels are not allowed in the world society. Hallmaster Lei, you insulted Hallmaster Fu Ku. Later, you will receive 50 strokes of the cane, Gu Yening said. Yes, Guildmaster. Lei Lai lowered his head and accepted the order. His anger disappeared without a trace. Even a blind man could see his abnormality. Even though he knew it was hopeless, he could not go against her order. Shui Hanfeng had also noticed his daughter's abnormality. He could not help but sigh. This man and woman were both peerless. Who could escape their charm and resist their power? Hallmaster Fu Ku's words are reasonable. Even if we can unify the world with force, we can't avoid massacres. Many people will be disappointed in the world society and even doubt the chivalrous king's chivalrous way. Only by doing something in the northern region can we break the rumor that the fiend star has descended and the world will be in chaos. I hereby swear that if the people of the world are not willing to submit, the world society will not take them by force. Guildmaster is wise. I admire you. To be honest, I used to believe such rumors until I saw the king's chivalry and the guildmaster's magnanimity. Just now, I realize my own shallowness. I am willing to serve you and return peace to this world, so that all lives are equal and good and evil will be repaid. Monk Fuku's expression was sacred. Li Qingshan also felt a little strange. His chivalrous way was both righteous and selfish, but he was not as serious as this monk. He did not know if it was because of the influence of the spiritual imprint, but it was clear that Gu Yening's decision had increased his loyalty. Li Qingshan also agreed with Gu Yening's words. Being domineering had always been the fastest way, but it was also the most unstable. In this world, this instability would be magnified to the extreme. Unifying the world was easy, but what would happen after unifying it? It could be imagined that under the influence of the will of the heavens, there would be many rebellious forces everywhere. If they used force to suppress it, it would only cause more hatred and hostility. In the end, it would become a tyranny. As the saying goes, those who are tainted by the country are the rulers of the country. Those who are tainted by the country are the kings of the world. In his previous life, a certain country was already a heaven-like existence in the eyes of other people, and its citizens were full of complaints. Now, to them, this world was a huge bait. If they forcefully swallowed it, they would definitely be hooked by the throat. Since that was the case, it was better to leave martial union. It was better to leave the enemy outside than at home. In the end, even if they really raised a tiger, even if the enemy stepped on dog sh*t every step, they could still be dealt with a sword. The two of them had the same opinion, so the others naturally could not object. When the crowd dispersed, Li Qingshan grabbed Xue Bing's hand. As expected, you have cultivated the cultivation technique I gave you. It seems that you have obediently agreed. What do you think of me now? Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. Xue Bing's face was bright red, and she looked at Xue Hanfeng for help. Xue Hanfeng smiled bitterly. My daughter, oh my daughter. If you're determined to fight back, I'll draw my sword right now and fight you. No matter how powerful Li Qingshan is, we'll just die together at worst, but what am I supposed to do with you like this? However, he could not just stand there and watch. He also said, Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. He then took a step and left. My daughter, for the sake of the Snow Mountain sect, please suffer some grievances. Father. Xue Bing wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Li Qingshan laughed. Are you trying to go back on your words? At the Peach Blossom Ferry, the west wind was strong. The peach blossoms had long fallen, leaving only a patch of dead wood. A middle-aged man stood in the wind and looked towards the north. His eyes flashed with deep-rooted hatred. He was actually still very young, but the worry wrinkles on his face and the white hair on his temples made him look very bleak. He could never forget what happened 15 years ago. That was the happiest moment of his life, but also the saddest moment. On the day of his wedding, the one he loved was taken away. Li Qingshan. He could not help but whisper the name. Hatred made him tremble. Perhaps there was also a deep fear. This was not cowardice. That devil. Fiend Star. It could make any brave and fearless person in the world feel fear, and it could also stop the crying of an ignorant child. Thinking of this, he touched a broken bone in his bosom. It was originally one of his ribs, and now it was engraved with runes. He rubbed the bone with his fingers. He clearly remembered every rune on it, because he had sacrificed 7 ribs to refine it. In the end, he could only use it once. This killing bone was a secret of the tribe. It required the refiner to personally cut open his own flesh and carve incantations on the bone. Then it would be nourished in the body for 7 years. After it was taken out, it would require another 7 years of worship before it could be considered complete. By condensing a venomous aura into it, one could kill without a trace. One could curse the enemy to death with just a finger. Even if the enemy had peerless martial arts, they would not be able to escape. However, very few people refined this killing bone. Unless there was a deep hatred, who could be so heartless to wait for 14 years? If one focused on martial arts, he might be able to take revenge in 10 years. However, his current opponent was that devil. He could not be defeated with any martial arts. Only by using this killing bone would he have a glimmer of hope. That beautiful face appeared in his mind again. Hatred overwhelmed his fear. He silently said, 15 years, it has been a whole 15 years. I, Wu Huan, will definitely take revenge for stealing my wife. Hey! The one over there, are you coming or not? A boatman in a straw raincoat stood at the bow. He roared at Wu Huan. Go, go. Wu Huan was shocked. This roar contained innate qi and was as loud as thunder. The other party was a Xianxia master. Could it be that he had run into an eccentric person who lived in seclusion? Suppressing all his hatred and fear, he stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Innate? The boatman stroked his beard and sized up Wu Huan. N. What are you going up north for? If I want to join the World Assembly, how much does it cost to cross the river? Haha, come on up, it's free. Wu Huan boarded the ferry and asked, Brother is also a member of the Xianxia Society? That goes without saying. The boatman said proudly, and the pole touched the riverbank. The ferry flew towards the center of the river. At this time, the autumn flood had just passed and the river was flowing rapidly. When a bamboo pole fell into the river, it was like a pillar in the middle of the river, showing its extraordinary martial arts. Brother, with your martial arts, why are you working as a boatman here? Of course it's to earn money to support the family. Earn money to support the family? Wu Huan found it unbelievable. How could a Khanate expert lack money? His Highness and the guild master said that it's shameful to reap without sowing. Don't think that just because you know a bit of martial arts, you are so great that you can be supported by others. We, the members of the Xianxia Society, have to come from the masses and use our martial arts to serve the masses. A few cheers sounded in the cabin. As expected of the Xianxia Society, as expected of the chivalrous king. Haha, everyone is too polite. My father used to row a boat, but he can row a dozen times a day at most. I can row 100 times casually, and it counts as training. Wu Huan lowered his eyes. This devil really knows how to buy people's hearts. You stupid boorish man deserves to be ordered to do this kind of lowly work. The boatman looked at Wu Huan again. Of course, if there are any people with bad intentions who want to infiltrate the northern region, they will have to go through me first. Looking at you, brother, you must be from the southern region. I heard that the reactionary forces there are especially stubborn. Wu Huan's heart skipped a beat. I'm definitely not from any reactionary force, but because I admire His Highness's chivalrous reputation, I rushed here to serve him. That's good. But even if you are, I am not afraid. His Highness said that all reactionaries are paper tigers. If it wasn't for the benevolence of the guild master, who doesn't want to kill recklessly, he would have long flattened those dog-sh*t aristocratic families and sects. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Huan nodded his head repeatedly. Once he reached the opposite shore, he jumped off the boat and hurriedly headed north. He could no longer listen to the flattery of the lowly people on the boat towards the devil. The boatman stood at the bow of the boat and looked coldly at his back. A peddler whispered, Boss Zhao, there's something wrong with that guy. Whenever we talk about His Highness, his expression becomes unnatural. He's most likely a spy from the south. I've seen many of such people. I'll report it later. Humph, let's see how big of a wave he can stir up. Wu Huan hurried all the way. Thinking that he was in enemy territory, he somewhat regretted losing his composure just now. But he quickly calmed himself down. He had never thought that he could return alive. So he increased his vigilance. He only needed to see that devil once, and that would be enough. Although it was his first time in the northern region, he did not need to worry about getting lost. A large road led directly to the foot of Beijing, which was the galloping horse city of the past. The weather was already cold, and the first snow was about to come. But the road was still bustling with activity. There were villages on the side of the road, and there were even a few small cities connected. It was actually more prosperous than the middle region that he had been to. And the number of experts here was far more than any other place. But most of these experts were not dressed in fresh clothes, riding on horses, or holding sabers or swords. Some were holding sickles and rushing to harvest. With a flash of cold light, the wheat would fall in patches. Some were holding iron hammers, and with a loud bang, a huge rock was smashed into pieces, and then they used the stones to pave the road. The sickles and iron hammers were not only made of fine iron, but they even had spirituality. They were not inferior to those legendary famous swords and sabers. A group of people rushed forward to tie up the wheat. The young man put down the sickle and said to the old man squatting on the edge of the field, "All right, uncle. It's all done. Let's go back to the village to drink after. Drinking is drinking, but we can't be short of money. You're a big man. It's really good to practice martial arts. You've harvested faster than all of us in the village combined." "Humph. Of course, I'm known as the wheat harvesting expert in the martial arts world. The wind sickle in my hand was personally given to me by guild leader Gu when I was a model worker. All the wheat within 100 miles was harvested by me." "Alas, you're really promising. Your father didn't send you to the youth hall to learn martial arts in vain. It has nothing to do with that old drunkard. I was clearly chosen by Hall Master Lei himself, and Hall Master Lei also used a saber in those days. That's the grace of the great hero prince." That's more like it. "You little bastard, if I don't get you drunk today, I'm not your uncle." The strong man put the iron hammer on his shoulder and wiped his sweat. He waved his hand, "All right, let's call it a day. I'll continue tomorrow." Looking at the progress today, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. When this road was repaired, the town would be able to pass through big carts. He did not start practicing martial arts after coming to the World Assembly. His family had a set of hammer skills, which was considered a little famous in the northern region. But since he was famous, it was inevitable that people would come to challenge him, wanting to use him to become famous. So he practiced martial arts hard every day, so as not to bring down the prestige of his family. But these years, the World Assembly had decreed that not only were private fights prohibited, but challenging people to a duel was also a serious crime. The great hero prince said, "Everyone is destined to die. It may be as heavy as the mountains and rivers, or as light as a feather. Dying for the benefit of the people and fighting against evil forces is as heavy as the mountains and rivers. Dying for fame and profit, fighting bravely and ruthlessly, is as light as a feather. Even worse than a pig. Killing a pig can still eat meat. When a person dies, they have to pay with a coffin." So he was finally free from the practice field, and did not have to stay at home waiting for people to challenge him. Compared to smashing people's brains with an iron hammer, he preferred to smash stones to repair the road. Wu Huan suddenly heard a strong wind behind him. Looking back, he could not help but be shocked. A few young men chased after him, wearing the same black clothes and embroidered cloud-walking boots. They looked like they were riding the wind, using the divine wind sect's top lightness skill. "Oh no, I must have given myself away at the dock, and the World Assembly has sent people to kill me." Wu Huan felt that his martial arts were above these few young men, but their lightness skill made him afraid. Once he was entangled here, he would definitely attract more experts. So he circulated his vital energy and increased his speed. "Looks like that old fellow in front wants to compete with us brothers. Let's compete, who's afraid of who?" The few young men looked at each other and increased their speed, chasing after him. Wu Huan was not good at lightness skill, and after running for another 100 miles, he was a little exhausted. But he was still able to shake off the few young men, and thought to himself, "If I continue running like this, I will exhaust all my vital energy." Coming to a deserted place, he made up his mind and entered the forest beside the main road. Standing still, he regulated his breathing and prepared to fight, to completely cut off these few tails. "Come on, Li Qingshan's hunting dogs." The few young men stopped on the main road, holding their knees and panting. "This old fellow runs really fast. Brothers, are we still chasing?" "Chasing my ass. If we don't deliver the goods by tonight, do you want your wages to be deducted?" "You're here to deliver the goods?" Wu Huan walked out of the forest, his eyes wide open. Only then did he understand why the merchants and travelers on the road were not surprised at all. "Hey, brother's lightness skill is not bad. There aren't many people who can outrun us on this road, but one look and I can tell you're not a local. We're not here to deliver the goods, we're couriers, SF Express." Wu Huan was speechless. He had heard too many new words today. In the past, those who had such qigong in the martial arts world were mostly one-legged thieves or perverted rapists. He had never heard of anyone who specialized in delivering goods to others. He watched as the few young men left under the setting sun. It was not that his lightness skill was not good, but his heart was too tired. Even if I'm a perverted thief, I can still roam the martial arts world and live freely. It's better than being an errand slave. Wu Huan walked slowly, and when the sun was setting, he passed by a small village. Feeling thirsty, he quickened his pace. Kill. He was about to find a place to eat and drink when suddenly there were shouts from behind the mud wall. His relaxed nerves suddenly tightened. A group of children with wooden swords chased each other through the streets. Wu Huan swallowed his saliva, wondering if he had been too cautious. But when he looked carefully, he let out a cry of surprise. It turned out that those children were not fooling around. Their swordsmanship was very methodical. Although each move and each style looked very immature, it was obviously a very high level of swordsmanship. Especially the dark-skinned boy running in front. He was neither big nor small among the group of children. It was unknown why he was being chased and beaten by the other children. He seemed to be used to this scene. His face was calm as he fought and retreated, waving his wooden sword. Every time he struck, a child would cry out and fall to the ground. "Don't be in a hurry to attack, surround him." An older child shouted. The other children did not attack rashly. They took up a defensive position and advanced step by step. Finally, they surrounded the child under a mud wall. The older child laughed. "Tai Dan, let's see where you can run this time. I'll beat you up today. You bastards, don't even think of touching a single hair on Tai Dan's head. Let's go together. Beat him up." A peasant woman at the entrance of the village shouted, "Tai Dan, your mother wants you to go home for dinner." "Got it." The boy shouted, "Total annihilation." He suddenly bent down and swept the ground. Instantly, smoke and dust flew everywhere and the yellow soil filled the air. While the other children were blinded by the yellow soil, he turned around and leaped 3 feet off the ground. He climbed up the mud wall and flipped over it. Standing on the wall, he raised his wooden sword and laughed, "I am the hero king." Then he took off his pants. He took out his little penis and started to pee. The children all dodged. "Throw swords at him." 7 or 8 wooden swords flew up. The boy held the wooden sword in one hand. With one hand holding onto his penis, he managed to dodge a few swords. However, his head was still hit. He cried out and fell down the mud wall. He also saw a glistening child's urine flying in the sunset, drenching him. Behind the wall, there was a loud cry. The other children laughed and rolled on the ground. They had vented their anger. The cries faded and the laughter died down. They all returned to their homes and went to their mothers. Wu Huan stood rooted to the ground for quite a while. The boy named Tai Dan had clearly cultivated inner force, and he even knew the Qigong method of raising qi. Not only was he a martial arts prodigy, he was also a sword prodigy. What was even rarer was that he was proficient in actual combat and knew how to adapt to changing situations. If he were to join any sect, he would definitely be able to stand out quickly. Although the other children were not as talented, they were proficient in swordsmanship and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Especially the big boy who led the other children, he could be said to be an outstanding person. In the end, he relied on everyone's strength. He had defeated the proud genius. The child's harmless quarrel, in the eyes of a Jianghu veteran, was like a Jianghu fight. A pack of wolves fighting a tiger. But this wasn't some aristocratic family or sect, it was just an ordinary village in the northern region. If another 16 years passed, who knew how many more experts would emerge? At that time, how would Martial Union contend against them? That demon's ambition was simply too frightening. I'll definitely die on this trip. If I can pass on my legacy before I die, I'll definitely die. Planting a seed of resistance in the northern region has not been a waste of my martial arts. Thus, he circled behind the mud wall. Following a trail of footprints, he arrived in front of a farmer's courtyard. A trail of smoke rose into the night sky, and the fragrance of food wafted over. Even the crying of a child and the scolding of a woman could not break the silence. An emotion suddenly choked his chest, causing him to stop in his tracks. Who's sneaking around outside? I'm a traveler from afar, wishing to join the World Club. Can you sell me something to eat and ask for a sip of water? Wu Huan regained his senses and walked into the courtyard, only to see a woman pressing the child named Tai Dan onto a bench. She pulled down his pants and spanked his buttocks until they were bright red. However, the child's clothes had already been changed, and the swelling on his head had subsided. The woman was in her early 30s and had a handkerchief wrapped around her head. Surprisingly, she was very beautiful, and her figure was also very graceful, unlike the stout peasant women. It was obvious that she knew martial arts. Along the way, he had already gotten used to this sight. Almost everyone in the northern region at this age knew martial arts. However, it was not profound, and he had not reached the innate realm, which proved that the child's talent did not come from his family. An old man squatted by the side and smoked. He grinned and said, "Are you here to join the World Club? Come in and take a seat. Don't mention buying, it's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks." The old man did not know martial arts, which made him heave a sigh of relief. "Sister-in-law, I saw just now that this child is very powerful. He fought against many people alone. He's a martial arts genius. Alas, he only knows how to fight all day long." "I'm sorry, sir." The woman patted the child's head, but she could not help but smile. The child immediately stopped crying when the woman stopped hitting him. He pulled up his pants and ran to the dining table. "Tai Dan, why did you fight with them?" Wu Huan touched the child's head. "They said my father is the opposition." "Where's the child's father?" "Dead." The woman's face darkened. "How did he die? Could it be that the World Club?" Wu Huan hurriedly stopped talking, afraid of giving himself away again. How do you know?" The woman looked at him strangely. "I came to join the World Club. I also want to know what the World Club does, so I asked around along the way. It has a good reputation, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen." "Then forget it." The child's father was originally a member of the World Club. Later on, he was sentenced to death for kidnapping a civilian girl. Wu Huan was speechless. He hated this kind of behavior the most in his life. He looked at the woman and said, "Could it be?" "Yes, I'm that civilian girl. Hurry up and eat, the food is getting cold." The woman touched the child's head. "Tai Dan, if anyone scolds you in the future, just say that you don't have a father." Tai Dan took big mouthfuls of rice and answered vaguely. Wu Huan did not know what to feel, but he thought of that beautiful face again. "Li Qingshan, Li Qingshan, you hypocritical hypocrite. You can sentence others to death, but you can't sentence yourself." She must still be suffering now. But this was an opportunity. The hatred of killing one's father was irreconcilable, even more so than the hatred of stealing one's wife. This was God's will. The dishes were very plentiful, with fish and meat. The old man even took out a jar of wine. The wine was clear, not like the village wine. "I heard that the northern region suffered from continuous disasters. I didn't expect the days to be so good. It's all thanks to the leader and the prince's grace. We built many reservoirs and canals, so floods and droughts can't affect us. We don't collect taxes, so our days are much better. The seeds are also different from the past. Now there's a lot of grain, and meat is very cheap. Otherwise, how could Tai Dan grow so strong? When I was young, I wouldn't even have enough to eat, let alone learn martial arts." "Father, you're endless again. It's just one newspaper, but you can't forget these words." The old man said anxiously, "That's a news bulletin. My portrait takes up an entire page." To be continued, the woman laughed. "Look at you. If no one teaches you, you won't even know what to say. Drink up. Wouldn't it be a lie if someone else taught me?" Wu Huan could not help but say. The old man was furious. "What lie? You're the one who's lying. These are my heartfelt words. I just don't know how to open my mouth." "I misspoke." Wu Huan apologized. The old man felt embarrassed and touched his head. "I'm the same. If it were in the past, I wouldn't even dare to look you in the eye." "Why?" "You're an expert. Killing a commoner like me is a piece of cake. Now that the king of chivalry is standing up for us, you have to pay with your life even if you're a Khanate expert. Father, he's a Khanate expert. Ah, forgive me for my poor eyesight. Let me toast to you. Taidan also looked up from his bowl and stared at him. It was only then that Wu Huan suddenly realized why he felt that the atmosphere in the northern region was so different. Usually, when he traveled in Jianghu, not to mention the commoners who did not dare to provoke the martial artists, even the acquired realm warriors would stay far away when they saw the innate realm masters. It was unlike the few young men he met today who dared to catch up to him and compete with his lightness skill. If it was another place, he might have been killed. Now, an old man from the countryside dared to scold him, a Khanate expert. How strange was that? Without the vigilance between people, even though there were many martial artists in the north, there was no sense of danger in the pugilistic world. If not for his deep hatred, he might have to admire the king of chivalry. But there were all kinds of feelings in his heart. This unforgettable hatred would never change in the slightest. Li Qingshan, it's either you die or I die. That's good. I'll punish myself with a cup first. Wu Huan raised his head and downed the wine in one gulp. The dishes were delicious, and the wine was also top-notch. It was said that the omnipotent guild leader Gu had changed the method of brewing wine. Wu Huan was slightly tipsy after drinking a few cups. He had the intention of taking the child as his disciple. Sister-in-law takes care of the whole family alone. It must be hard. The king of chivalry said that women can hold up half the sky. Women can also become peerless experts. My martial arts are good and few men in the village can compare to me. Who dares to gossip about me? I'm going to slap him. Taidan isn't a coward either. In the future, when he enters the youth hall and comes back with peerless martial arts, let's see who doesn't envy me. Youth hall? After asking around, Wu Huan found out that it was a hall of the World Club, with the son of the seven slaughtering demon lord, Lei Lai, as the hall master. It specially recruited talented children from all over the world. Learning martial arts in the youth hall did not cost a single copper coin. If they could pass the final exam, they would be able to join the World Club directly, which was the dream of all the children in the northern region. The woman stroked the child's head. Everyone in the village who knows martial arts said that. Taidan is a talented child, he will definitely be chosen to enter the youth hall. Mother, I can definitely do it. Wu Huan was speechless. If it was in the past, a Xianxia expert taking the initiative to take in a disciple was something that commoners could only dream of. Many legends began here. But in this case, a person of unknown origin like him was obviously not as attractive as the youth hall of the World Club. Unknowingly. It was late at night. The hostess invited him to sleep in the same bed as the old man. He was unwilling to accept it, so he took the opportunity to agree. In the middle of the night, a black shadow came to the child's bed. The white moonlight shone on his face, making him look ferocious. He muttered in a low voice, "It was the people of the World Club who raped your mother and killed your father. You're a bastard, and it's all Li Qingshan's fault." The child was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of it. Wu Huan stretched out his hand to pat him awake, and then awaken the hatred in his heart. But it affected the emptiness under his ribs, and he felt lost again. No one knew better than him how painful the taste of hatred was. What did all this have to do with this child? And that woman, hadn't she suffered enough? She had already suffered so much, and this child was all she had. If I had married her and had a child back then, he would be this old now. He would definitely have such talent, and I would teach him martial arts. In an instant, an infatuated smile appeared on his face, and then he suddenly sobered up. No, I want revenge. After a while, he stumbled out of the door, crossed the wall, and rushed away. Sir. The woman heard the movement, put on her clothes, and rushed to the child's bed. She shook him hard. Taidan, wake up. The child rubbed his eyes. Mother, what's wrong? The woman heaved a sigh of relief, and found a bag of silver on the bedside. She thought, what a strange man, but he looks much better than those old bachelors and rascals in the village. Wu Huan ran wildly in the wild, howling like a wounded beast. The moon was as bright as frost, and the autumn wind was as sharp as a knife. He didn't know the path, and just headed north. Li Qingshan, come. Come. Let's settle this. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, he came to the city of Beiping, the legendary Devil's Den. He followed the flow of people to the city, and saw the city full of people in mourning, and his heart was even more desolate. Could it be that there was a plague in the city? That devil went against the will of heaven, and you ignorant people dared to stay here and follow him. This is retribution. However, the flow of people on the street didn't seem like there was a plague, and they were all gathering in one direction. He pulled out a pedestrian. Where are so many people going? Whose family is holding a funeral? Sigh, Master Fuku is going to pass away, and we are all going to send him off. Could it be Abbot Fuku of the Pudu Temple? Wu Huan was surprised. This person was already famous when he was young, and then he suddenly joined the world society. The whole martial arts world was in an uproar, and they couldn't believe it. Some thought he was enduring the humiliation and preparing to assassinate Li Qingshan. Some thought he was doing it to protect the lives of the monks in the temple, and had no other choice. There were many different opinions, but no one thought that he was a coward who was afraid of death. Later, the World Society didn't send troops south, and it was said that it had a lot to do with his advice, and he still enjoyed a high reputation in the martial arts world. Sigh, I didn't expect to die in this devil's den. He didn't have time to sigh, and he felt that he was getting closer to revenge. The temple was silent, and the old monk sat alone, with a lonely lamp. Success chased after failure, and life and death were fated. If he couldn't go through the tribulation and ascend, his time would come. His chances of breaking through the void were not high, and he had almost no time to practice martial arts these years. If the youth hall was the hope of the world society, then the Pudu Hall was the last safeguard, responsible for taking care of the orphans and the disabled. For the past 16 years, there were major disasters almost every year. Even though they fought the disasters well, there were still many orphans left, and they were all taken in and taken care of by the Pudu Hall. As the head of the Pudu Hall, he was the provider of food and clothing for these children. The World Society's financial resources were limited, and they had to build bridges, roads, and dams. At most, they could only ensure that these people wouldn't die of hunger and cold. In order to have a good meal for his children and a new set of clothes, he had to run around begging. As a former unsecular sublime being, he could no longer sit in the temple on the mountain, and had to enter the homes of ordinary people. Sometimes he had to perform religious rituals to earn money, and sometimes he had to perform a dozen religious rituals in a row, supported by his vital qi. For the past decade, his reputation in the northern region was only below that of Li Qingshan, and even higher than that of Gu Yenying. He was like the Buddha of all. At this moment, the sound of crying in the city was proof. In one night, he finally made arrangements for his funeral so that there wouldn't be too many omissions after his death. He could finally calm down and reflect on his life. He suddenly realized that he hadn't reflected like this for a long time. He was so busy that he almost forgot about the good thoughts, not to mention the evil thoughts. He couldn't help but recall 20 years ago, when there was a great drought in the middle region, and people were starving for thousands of miles. He led the monks to chant sutras and pray for blessings in front of the Buddha for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. Compared to the days he had lived these years, it was a kind of leisure enjoyment. He had almost forgotten the sutras he had chanted at that time, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Am I still a monk? The vital qi in his dantian began to disperse, and his face was pale, but his eyes suddenly shone with a clear light, as if he had woken up from a dream. He suddenly realized that he might have been possessed by the devil at that time. But when he recalled all these years, he didn't feel a trace of regret. On the contrary, a kind of warmth filled his chest, as if a lamp had been lit in his chest, and he had an explanation. Hero Prince, are you good or evil? The sun shone in, the morning bell rang, and the lone lamp was extinguished. Master has passed away. To be continued, the autumn rain began to fall again. You want to join the Xianxia society? Gu Yenying put down the documents in her hands and looked at Wu Huan from head to toe. Even though everyone in the northern region practiced martial arts, there were only a few who could break through the innate realm. Innate masters were still important talents, not to mention that he came from the south. He needed to be taken seriously and examined. Yes. Wu Huan tried hard to calm himself down from the amazement, but he still couldn't believe that there was such a beautiful woman in the world. He thought that her beauty was the pinnacle of the human world, but even with the addition of deep affection, he had to admit the difference between the two. Perhaps the word beautiful wasn't quite accurate anymore. Her body was also emitting a cruel and imposing aura. That ordinary long table seemed to have been raised to a height of tens of thousands of feet, and she was looking down from behind the table. Her cold and sharp eyes could see through one's heart, causing one to tremble. Was this the prestige of the Xianxia society's leader? Why? Du Yening crossed her arms and leaned against the back of the chair. Because I admire the chivalrous deeds of the hero king, and also to learn more profound martial arts. These two reasons were very normal. Wu Huan lowered his head, hiding his thoughts. Oh? Then what kind of chivalrous deeds do you admire the most, and what kind of martial arts do you want to learn? Wu Huan couldn't help but be stunned. His anger when she was taken away appeared in his mind again. That was the chivalrous deed of Li Qingshan that left the deepest impression on him, and he was a dying man. Why would he want to learn any martial arts? He quickly racked his brains. Only with the identity of a member of the Xianxia society could he naturally get close to Li Qingshan. If his identity was exposed before this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as he was thinking of what to say, Du Yening smiled slightly. Which hall do you want to go to? I'm just a martial artist, and I don't know much about the various halls. I just want to serve the hero king. Wu Huan could no longer look into her eyes, and felt that every moment in front of her was torture. The hero king is controlling the flood in the north. Then I'll go control the flood, Wu Huan immediately said. Okay, I agree to let you join the society. After the oath, you can leave immediately. Wu Huan. Yes. Wu Huan's throat choked and his heartbeat began to accelerate. Guild leader, my name is Wu Heng. Wu Huan, Wu Heng, aren't you being too careless with this fake name of yours? Your father is the great cave master of the Southern Territory's 72 caves, Wu Ming. Wu Huan felt as though he was struck by lightning. He forced himself to say, I'm Cave Master Wu's distant nephew, Wu Heng. Because when one filled in the information for joining the society, they had to write down the martial arts they practiced and had to be verified by professionals, so one's origins could not be faked. But the Wuji had many people and was not a large aristocratic family. They were also in the south of the southern border, thousands of miles away from here. The World Society Master had to deal with many affairs every day. How would he know such a small matter? Cave Master Wu has 8 nephews, but none of them are called Wu Heng. As for distant relatives, with your martial arts skills, how could you be a nobody? You're here for one of the top 10 beauties of the past, Nangong Waner, right? I remember that you two were engaged back then. I didn't expect that you'd still come back for revenge after more than 10 years. What kind of sure-kill move did you learn? Wu Huan's face was pale as if he had been stripped naked in broad daylight. He instinctively wanted to grab the murderous bone in his arms. If he couldn't kill Li Qingshan, then he could only kill the World Society Master in front of him. Follow the river outside the north gate and you'll find him. Coincidentally, Nangong Waner is also there. Du Yening lowered her head again and continued to deal with official business. You're not going to kill me? You're not my enemy. Why would I kill you? And I also feel that what he did was not right. You've worked hard for so many years, so you should at least give me a chance. Du Yening didn't even look at him. Since you don't sincerely want to join the World Society, then leave. I still have things to do. Wu Huan walked out of the door of the World Society with his entire body tensed. He didn't encounter even the slightest obstruction. In his heart, he was both glad and angry. He was glad that the other party was careless and angry that she didn't take him seriously. You'll definitely regret it the moment I see Li Qingshan. Du Yening didn't take the small matter just now to heart. If Li Qingshan was so easily assassinated, he would have died many times over. All these years, he wandered around the world and almost stepped on all the traps that he could. Be it the strange poison bewildering array, the sea of fire, or the mountain of blades, none of them could do anything to him. Only then did he slowly stop playing around and focus on his work. Actually, even if she didn't have the encyclopedic knowledge, she could easily see through Wu Huan's lies. Because all these years, her sensitivity to the hot wind hell had improved by leaps and bounds. She didn't need to rely on any external force to attract the hot wind of hell. If she returned to the 9 prefectures, she would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck of the illustrations of Naraka scripture. After all, the laws in her world had been strictly maintained for 16 years. This kind of experience couldn't be experienced in the 9 prefectures. She was only a constable there. There might be differences in the size of the world, but there was no difference in this kind of experience. As a result, the dignified and austere aura on her became even thicker. If the other party had ulterior motives, they would tremble in fear the moment they saw her. She also had a strange ability to see through the truth and distinguish between right and wrong. Therefore, from the moment Wu Huan walked in, she knew that he wasn't here to join the world society. Of course, she didn't plan to use this assassination as an excuse for war. She stood up and walked to the window, looking towards the south. Those fellows must be getting impatient. Over the past 16 years, she had put her wisdom to good use on this land. She used the methods of Confucianism, Taoism, Moism, and agriculture. She established a grammar, innovated technology, opened up commerce, and improved crops. Although the world society didn't send troops to the south, the momentum it formed had already swept through the entire world, causing people's hearts to gradually shift. Not to mention the commoners, even the younger generation of the sects and aristocratic families had unknowingly and indirectly accepted part of the world society's ideology. This was all thanks to martial union. In order to deal with the invisible attack of the world society, under the orders of Union Master Zhang Yuntian, the various sects and families unlocked a large number of martial arts secret manuals and circulated them among the people. Because if they didn't do this, all the people in the world who wanted to learn martial arts would run to the northern region. However, doing so was in line with the ideology of the world society, making it easier for the future unification. As for the young martial artists who were born in the commoner class, they naturally had a sense of gratitude towards the world society. This Union Master Zhang had also put in a lot of effort to restrain the aristocratic families and sects from plundering the commoners. He had also established a set of decent laws, almost doing whatever the world society did. The current martial union was simply like a crude imitation of the world society. The people of the martial arts world jokingly called him the #1 spy sent by the world society. His personal position as the Union Master was rather stable. He didn't even seem like the Union Master anymore, but more like the ruler of a country. It had become a confrontation between 2 countries. Now that the world was united, everyone was looking forward to the world society heading south. She had already begun to order people to encroach on the south. If they waited another 16 years, the world would be unified, and there wouldn't even be a need for war. If the other party refused to accept the fate of defeat, they would definitely fight to the death. The war was imminent. In the endless darkness, anger, curses, insults, threats, and hatred surged over like a tidal wave. Xianxia stood in the center of the darkness without moving at all. He sniggered. "What can you do to me?" So the darkness collapsed. He lay on the tree and opened his eyes. The sky was overcast, and the autumn rain fell on the leaves. 3 children squatted on the treetop. They were of different ages, and they all looked at him with their round eyes, like 3 wild monkeys. They held brushes in their hands, and when they saw him wake up, they quickly hid the brushes behind them. "Dad, you're awake." Xianxia wiped the ink on his face. "Watch me spank your butts." The 3 monkey children rushed down the tree, and he reached out to grab the youngest one. The child argued, "It's Mother who asked me to draw it." Sure enough, in the distance, a woman riding a white elephant laughed so hard that she could not stand up straight. Xianxia threw the child over. The white elephant raised its trunk, caught the child gently, and sent him back to the arms of its mother. "Really, you used so much force." "What if he fell to his death?" the woman complained. "He deserves to fall to his death. Anyway, I have many sons." Xianxia laughed. In this world, at least he broke the record in Jiuzhou, and that was giving birth. Now he had almost 20 children, which was simply unimaginable in Jiuzhou. First, because he had enough time. He rarely had so much free time in Jiuzhou, and he used it to cultivate. Second, his strength was greatly suppressed. Although his physique was 10,000 times weaker, his chances of giving birth to children had increased. Although this world imprisoned his strength, it did not restrict his ability to reproduce. The children born were no longer confined by this world. Instead, they inherited his bloodline. All of them were full of vigor. He guessed that this world wanted to absorb his energy in this way. What a terrible conspiracy. The child was not afraid at all. He giggled, "I won't die even if you die." With a thud, he was thrown to the ground. The other two monkey children pointed at him and laughed. Covered in dirt, he climbed up, roared, and pounced on them. The three of them immediately started fighting. Li Qingshan jumped down from the tree with a baby in his arms. It was Luo Ho Xiaoming. 16 years had made him even weaker. He was like an ordinary human baby, sleeping most of the time. Li Qingshan was worried that he would continue like this. It turned into a little tadpole. He left him in the care of the woman and went to the side of a large canal. There were nearly 1,000 people on both sides of the canal. He asked loudly, "Is everyone well rested?" Everyone burst into laughter. It turned out that Li Qingshan's face had been smeared with black ink. "What are you laughing at? Get to work." Everyone agreed loudly. Li Qingshan leaped down. In midair, he grabbed the hilt of his saber and headed in the direction of the canal. The saber slashed down. The saber energy whistled as it advanced. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and a deep saber mark that was 1,000 feet long was left on the ground. Everyone took their tools. They swarmed forward and began to clear the soil and rocks, building the canal. Li Qingshan did not idle around. He stretched his arms and dug the soil and rocks, moving forward with all his might. At this moment, there was no smile on his face. Instead, it was filled with perseverance and patience. The group of people worked in full swing. Even the continuous autumn rain above their heads seemed to be evaporating. The woman also controlled the white elephant to help move the soil and rocks. The white elephant was already a demon and had immense strength. It seemed extremely easy for it to carry several tons of soil and rocks. It did not need anyone to command it. The woman leaned against the tree, hugged the baby, and munched on melon seeds. She watched the three children fight, occasionally encouraging them. After all, she had nothing to do. Wu Huan followed the river and finally found a large canal. It was not yet connected to the river. With the continuous autumn rain, the river water rose again. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before the dam burst. That villain and his lackeys might be building the canal. If I break the dam now and flush them with water. But he immediately dispelled that thought. He was here to kill that villain. That villain would not die in the flood. "Are you here to find the Hero King?" A deep voice sounded. A towering dragon's head popped out from the dam. Wu Huan was shocked. Only then did he realize that the dam between the river and the canal was a giant tortoise. It was the old ninja that Li Qingshan brought from Pudu Temple. After Li Qingshan's guidance, its cultivation improved rapidly. Its body grew larger and larger, and it could even speak. It was arranged by Li Qingshan to be the dam here. This must be the mount of that legendary villain. That villain loves to associate with evildoers. Wu Huan bowed respectfully and said, "May I ask where the Hero King is?" "At the end of the canal." The giant tortoise retracted its head. "Thank you." Wu Huan walked along the canal. He felt his heart beating faster and faster. He almost could not breathe. He stood on the spot and looked up at the hazy sky. "I'm not only here to take revenge for myself. I'm here to exterminate the devil and restore peace to the world." Now, Martial Union has begun to organize an army to prepare for the northern expedition. This war will probably lead to thousands of miles of bloodshed and millions of casualties. I'm here to stop the war. 100 years later, there will definitely be people who remember my name. I, Wu Huan, will be the warrior who killed the devil and assassinated the Hero King. With such righteousness, he tried his best to calm down and walked forward resolutely. Suddenly, a white dot appeared at the end of his vision. When he saw clearly that it was a white elephant, his heart skipped a beat. "She's here." It was a spiritual beast passed down from generation to generation in the Nangong family. It was kidnapped on the way to send the bride and ended up in the north. As he walked forward, he realized that the white elephant was doing its best to move the soil and stones. If the white elephant was like this, who knew what kind of suffering she was going through? However, he felt relieved. To be able to die in front of her and let her see her beloved man sacrifice his life to avenge her, it was not in vain. Perhaps he could even escape with her. In this wilderness, as long as I kill Li Qingshan, who can stop me when I'm just a group of laborers digging canals? He grabbed the killing bone in his arms and widened his eyes. Li Qingshan, I'm here. Where are you? Dust filled the air in the canal, and figures flickered. He couldn't find them for a moment. Hey, you over there. You're here to take revenge on me, right? Li Qingshan's voice rang out in the canal. In that instant, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Wu Huan together. Their eyes lit up with a red glow. The dirt-covered workers suddenly turned into Azuras. Wu Huan's blood seemed to freeze. He realized that none of these people weren't Xiantian experts. They were united as a fortress, and their killing intent soared to the sky, destroying everything. His righteous heart for revenge almost collapsed in an instant. Only then did he realize that he wasn't facing a demon, but the king of demons. He couldn't say a word, and he didn't dare to make a single move. He just stood there in a daze, trembling on the brink of collapse. To be continued, the sleeping Luo Ho Xiaoming opened his eyes. This was the Azura he had personally transformed. Tens of thousands of people had participated in the ceremony. After 16 years of evolution and elimination, there were less than 1,000 people left with the heart of Azura. Most of them had transformed back into mortals, but they still had the chance to practice martial arts. But this was enough to surprise him. The heart of Azura needed to be tempered by the flames of war. There hadn't been any war in the past decade. It would be good if there were 100 or so of them left. But Li Qingshan had made a declaration 10 years ago, it is better to fight against the heavens than to fight against men. Man will conquer the heavens. He led this group of people to fight against all kinds of natural disasters. Floods, fires, earthquakes, droughts, locust plagues. The heavens had imposed almost all possible disasters on this land. This was even crueler than war. Under the mighty power of the heavens, even the people felt it was extremely difficult. It was as if they were facing an invincible enemy. Most of the time, he could only allow himself to be slaughtered. He could only look helplessly at the scars it left behind. Some people died in the sea of fire and disappeared in the flood. Many people gave up and chose to get married and have children, living a more comfortable life. But there was a group of people who persevered. They fought against the heavens and became real Azuras. The heart of battle they formed was very special. It wasn't bloodthirsty and warlike like ordinary Azuras. Instead, it had a heroic spirit that could change the world. Even the sure divine sun was amazed. If it wasn't for this small world, if it wasn't for such a leader who could lead the people to fight against the natural disasters, there wouldn't be such Azuras. He was curious why such a group of Azuras had come to the Shura realm. Would it be a compliment or a blow? A group of warriors fought, not to win its favor, but to carry out a kind of spirit, even at the cost of fighting against the heavens. But he believed that they would be the favorites of the Shura realm because they were true warriors. And Li Qingshan didn't mistreat them. They were fully provided with cultivation resources and all the worldly pleasures, whether it was wealth or women, he didn't hesitate to give them gifts. This was a small compensation for their sacrifice. But this was for a group of true warriors. It was just an adjustment between battles. The real fun was no longer in it. Of course, every one of them was an innate expert. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called Azura. This had nothing to do with inner force or true chi. Instead, it was a fundamental change in his bloodline and physique. It could be said that almost all of them had stepped into the innate realm with their willpower. In the face of such an existence, how could Wu Huan's psyche resist it? The fact that he didn't have a mental breakdown was already a testament to his strong willpower. Just when he felt that he could not hold on any longer, Li Qingshan waved his hand. Wait a moment, the water will be flowing soon. All right, stop looking. What's there to look at? Hurry up and get to work. Don't keep them waiting. The red lights dimmed, and everyone returned to their original state. They continued to work hard with their faces covered in dirt, chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened. It was as if they were not worried about the dam that was about to be broken by the flood, let alone the Avengers on the shore who were scared silly. He seemed ordinary yet fearless, humble yet full of lofty sentiments. Luo Ho Xiaoming closed his eyes again. He really wanted to lead such an army into battle. Wu Huan lay on the ground, panting heavily. It was as if a drowning man had returned to the shore. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. He suddenly did not want to take revenge. He just wanted to run away and get as far away from this group of people as possible. But when he thought of her looking at him, he could not move. He lay on the shore like a statue. "Mother, that person is so strange," a child said. "Don't go over. That's your father's enemy. Be careful that he doesn't bite you." "But why does he look so familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before?" The rain became heavier, dyeing the land bleak. Cracks appeared all over the river, the largest of which just happened to point in the direction of Beiping City. If one looked from above, the river looked like an agitated dragon, twisting its body and extending its claws. It wanted to break through the restraints of the dam and devour the city. A long howl resounded throughout the land. In the distance, the big turtle heard the howl. It stretched its limbs and moved its body. With a boom, the torrent rushed down. With its body, it could only float and sink in the water. The water level in the river quickly fell. The flood was like 10,000 galloping horses, rushing through the canal. All the Azures roared, full of joy. They had won this battle. Li Qingshan stopped howling and smiled with relief. "Your Highness, give me a hand," the big turtle shouted in the flood. "I'll give you 3 days off. Go and play." "But I..." Li Qingshan watched the big turtle being washed away by the flood. He turned around and walked in front of Wu Huan. "Come, tell me, what enmity do you have with me? The revenge of stealing my wife is absolutely irreconcilable." Wu Huan suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. "Can you be more precise?" Li Qingshan felt a little distressed. Which of the top 10 beauties did not have a large number of admirers? "Do you still remember how you kidnapped my soon-to-be married wife, Nangong Wan of the Nangong family, 15 years ago in the southern land?" Wu Huan said as he slowly took out the killing bone from his chest. "Ah, you are Wu something." Nangong Wan stood far away on the leaves to avoid the rain. When she heard her name, she hurried over and looked at Wu Huan up and down. "It's really you. You've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you." Wu Huan lowered his head. She was still as beautiful as before, but he had changed. When he saw the 3 children, it was as if they had been cut 3 times. Hatred immediately overwhelmed his fear, and he clenched the killing bone tightly. "It is indeed the hatred of stealing my wife, but you can't blame me for it. I asked her if she was willing to go with me, and she agreed." Li Qingshan spread his hands, without any awareness of taking responsibility. "That's impossible." Wu Huan roared in anger. Nangong Wan said angrily, "Nonsense." Before Wu Huan could feel a trace of relief, Nangong Wan said, "You clearly said, 'Go with me.'" "I just said it casually, and now I regret it very much." Li Qingshan shook his head. "You clearly came for me." Nangong Wan's eyes turned red. "Li Qingshan, you have no conscience. I gave birth to one after another for you, and you actually treat me like this." But she could not forget that 15 years ago, in that deep and dense forest, the sunlight scattered on the ground. He was like a god descending from the sky, standing on the white elephant that was sending off the bride. His golden hair flew like the wind, and his golden eyes shone like stars. He reached out to her. "Come with me." So she did not hesitate to grab that hand. "Hold it back," Li Qingshan shouted. He still remembered that when he brought her back to the northern region, she was so angry on the way that he pulled her down from the elephant and taught her a lesson. It was not that he did not know how to be gentle with the fairer sex, but she was really asking for it. She was the most unruly and willful among the top 10 beauties, and her personality was terrible to the extreme. She could not give him the moon when she wanted the stars. She cried, threw a tantrum, and even threatened to hang herself. She thought of herself as the wife of the hero king, and never gave others a good look. She was sharp-tongued and vicious, and he really wasted a lot of effort to teach her how to be a person. Everyone else was busy with their own things, but she did not do her proper work all day, and followed him on a broken elephant. This was the result of being taught how to be a person for so many years. Of course, the 3 children were also one of the results. In the past, there was a big beating every 3 days, and a small kick every day. It was better after having children. Now, wherever she went with children, she used them as a protective talisman. It was also a little like a solid state. Li Qingshan, you are not human. Follow whoever is human. There's one here, and it's your old lover from back then. It couldn't be better. The Azures all smiled, and even the 3 monkey children were grinning. Obviously, they were used to it. Wu Huan was stunned on the spot, and murmured, "Wan'er, this is not true, this is not true." "Hey, Wu Huan, don't talk nonsense. We don't have anything. We haven't even seen each other, eh? Few times, and you are so strange." Wu Huan shouted hysterically, "We are legally married husband and wife, how can we not have anything?" Nangong Wan'er looked disdainful. "If it wasn't for my father wanting to subdue the group of barbarians in the 72 caves, would I marry into such a broken place? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself, and see how you are worthy of me? Besides, you were so ugly back then." Li Qingshan held his forehead with his right hand, and could not bear it any more. "That's enough," he did not hesitate to die for revenge. "Can't you have some humanity? Ah, you are still speaking up for him? If I slept with every man who was willing to die for me, even after 10 years, it wouldn't be your turn, you bastard." Nangong Wan'er put her hands on her waist, and her face was red. She had not felt so happy in a long time. Li Qingshan's veins were exposed, and he gritted his teeth. "Nangong Wan'er, just you wait tonight." Nangong Wan'er stared back. "Who's afraid of who? Anyway, you can't kill me." Wu Huan's face was ashen, and he felt something in his heart was broken. Li Qingshan said, "It's getting late, if you want to make a move, then come. But do you really love her that much, and hate me that much, or have you been fooled by the evil heavens?" Night fell, and Wu Huan listened to the sound of rolling waves, and slowly raised the killing bone in his hand. At this time, Li Qingshan had already led everyone back to Beiping City, and was deep in the Hero King's mansion, teaching Miss Nangong how to be a person. No matter how much she moaned and begged, he did not show any mercy. Wu Huan turned the killing bone, and aimed it between his eyebrows, and closed his eyes, activating the resentment and curse that had accumulated for 14 years. After a while, he opened his eyes, and found that he was unharmed. Even though the killing bone could kill without a trace, and even peerless masters would find it hard to resist, it was ineffective against the person himself. This was something that no one had ever known, because no one had ever committed suicide in such a way. The heavens played tricks on people. The next morning, smoke rose from the village, and the woman got up to cook. Seeing a person lying in front of the door, she could not help but be shocked, and walked forward carefully. "Sir?" At the same time, a letter of challenge was spread all over the world. The leader of the martial arts world, Zhang Yuntian, challenged the hero king, Li Qingshan, to a battle at the Black Tortoise Field, to decide the ownership of the world. Floating astronomy. The west wind blew fiercely, and the sky was filled with yellow sand. Outside Shuangwu City, the barracks stretched for hundreds of miles. Soldiers walked in and out like ants in a mountain of ants. Zhang Yuntian stood at the top of the city wall with his hand on the battlements. His eyes seemed to see through the yellow sand, and he said without looking back, "How many soldiers have been gathered?" "Leader, 150,000, the mysterious Void Temple Lord said. "Not enough. Before the final battle, there needs to be 1,000,000 soldiers outside the city. Many people are not willing to fight the Hero King, and it's hard to supply them with food. Let the sects and families think of a way, whether it's giving them big rewards or hiring strong men. 1,000,000 soldiers can't be missing, and they have to bring their own food as long as they can last through the snow. Great snow, great snow, great snow, great snow." December 7th, the day of the final battle. But if the Demon King doesn't fight, the 1,000,000 soldiers will be useless. The mysterious Void Temple Lord was worried. As long as Li Qingshan delayed it for a few days, the million soldiers would immediately collapse due to the lack of food, and they might even attack Xuanwu City. He will come, and it won't be too early or too late. Zhang Yuntian looked to the north. He had prepared for this day for 16 years. The mysterious Void Temple will naturally support the leader, but what if the leaders of the sects and families have objections? Threaten or bribe them. If it doesn't work, kill them. Zhang Yuntian's voice was calm, as if he was not talking about the heroes of the Jianghu, but a group of ants. In the past 16 years, he had felt the will of the heavens on him. He had done everything smoothly, and he had grasped unprecedented power. He was no longer the Zhang Yuntian of the past. He believed that even if the first leader of the alliance stood in front of him, he could kill him easily. The mysterious Void Temple Lord felt a chill in his heart. He looked at Zhang Yuntian's back. Don't worry, Temple Lord. I won't become the second Demon King. After I complete the heavenly mandate, I will ascend. Zhang Yuntian looked up at the dusky sky. His ascension heavenly tribulation would be smooth sailing. That would be his reward from the heavens. I'll go and prepare. We've known each other for many years. But military law is merciless. Be careful. Zhang Yuntian's tone did not contain any killing intent, but the meaning was clear. Anger flashed in the mystic Void Temple Master's eyes. He lowered his head deeply. Yes. Back then, it was a serious injury. He flew down from the tower and turned around to look at the figure that was submerged in the sandstorm. Yi Shiwen recalled that a few years ago, a group of horse bandits had swept over from the Western Territory and invaded the Central Territory. Thanks to the spread of martial arts secret books, these horse bandits were all warriors and their leader was a master of Xiantian's 7th stage. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuntian faced the battle alone. With a single move, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated in the air, and sand and stone flew everywhere. Zhang Yuntian killed all of the mounted bandits, shocking the entire martial union. Even a peerless master of Xiantian 10th stage couldn't possess this kind of strength. In this world, besides Li Qingshan, was there anyone else who could be his opponent? Thinking of this, he touched the scar on his face. It was a mark left by the thunder. Even though the injury had long since healed, the scar could not be removed. It also erased all the possibility of him passing the tribulation and ascending. Hatred burned like a raging fire. Li Qingshan, your time has come. 10 days later, 4 families and 6 sects were annihilated because they resisted or slacked off on Zhang Yuntian's summons. The heroes were shocked and understood his determination. Groups of soldiers from the Western Territory, Southern Territory, and Eastern Territory set out for the Central Territory. The Northern Territory was like a pot of oil ignited by the sparks. Everyone wanted to fight, willing to follow the king to wipe out martial union and capture Zhang Yuntian alive. Because of this letter of challenge, the entire world was stirred up, dragons and snakes rose from the land. Your Highness, just give the order. I'm willing to be the vanguard. It's just martial union. There's no need for a vanguard. Your Highness will end it soon enough. The conference room was noisy. Only experts of Xiantian's 6th stage and above were qualified to sit here. The others could only stand at the back and listen. There were hundreds of people gathered, and most of them were young faces. This was because many of the Xiantian masters had important tasks and could not attend the meeting. The Shura army was resting in the city and only sent a few people to participate in this meeting. Unknowingly, the World faction had an extremely luxurious lineup. It was beyond anyone's imagination and made everyone think that they could crush all opponents in the world. Some years ago, there were people who proposed to unify the world. The only staunch anti-war faction, Monk Fu Ku, had passed away not long ago. There were no more different opinions in the conference room. In their eyes, Zhang Yuntian was simply seeking his own death. It was a good opportunity to make the world faction the real world faction. It's a trap, Gu Yenying said with certainty. The conference room suddenly became silent. No one dared to doubt her wisdom, just like no one dared to doubt the power of the King of Heroes. The two of them together were simply the symbol of omniscience and omnipotence. And only the other party could oppose their ideas. So everyone looked at the other end of the long table. Li Qingshan was lying on the chair lazily with his ending flower saber beside him. He asked casually, what trap? There's definite evidence that Zhang Yuntian has taken control of the Divine Dragon Jade Seal of the First Alliance Master. Divine Dragon Jade Seal? What is that? It's an item that gathers the hearts of the people. It's the symbol of power in the world. Gu Yining also took out a seal. There was also a jade dragon carved on it. This was not a coincidence. To build a country and gather the hearts of the people, the king would receive the faith of the people and become a god in the world. This power was also known as Dragon Qi. The center of the 9 provinces was the Dragon Province, and the core of the 9 cauldrons was the Dragon Province Cauldron. However, the 9 cauldrons were the creations of powerful cultivators. They had refined countless divine seals of mountains and rivers and fused with the laws of heaven and earth. Naturally, the Divine Dragon Jade Seal could not be compared to it, but it was still the peak power of a world. In these years, she had turned to this power after handing over the Shura army. Meanwhile, Martial Union, as the first major organization in history to unify the entire world, maintained its existence for several hundred years. Even if it could not be called a country, the Divine Dragon Jade Seal still held a preconceived title. However, after the First Alliance Master, Long Padian, ascended, all that remained of Martial Union was its title. It no longer possessed any power. This continued until Zhang Yuntian became the Alliance Master once more. After so many years of development, Martial Union became more and more like a country. Moreover, the Divine Dragon Jade Seal also had the blessings of the heavens. The Divine Dragon Jade Seal must have gathered an extremely powerful force. If we obtain this Divine Dragon Jade Seal, we can contend against the will of the heavens. That's right. Man can conquer nature. We might even have a chance to replace him. So, you've been doing this on purpose all these years, right? Li Qingshan smiled. Over the past few years, the World Council had basically been teaching the Martial Forest Alliance how to establish a nation through the establishment of laws and halls. With someone helping us lay the foundation, why not? That's why this is not considered a trap. Zhang Yuntian is currently gathering an army. I'm afraid he wants to give us a taste of our own medicine. Even though the military chi of the military school was a secret that was not passed down to outsiders, it was not something profound. Learning a rough version was not a problem. However, as long as there were enough people, they could not be underestimated. Li Qingshan asked, since it's a trap, is there any way to break it? I have 3 plans. The best plan is for you to attack Xuanwu City immediately and take Zhang Yuntian's head. The Dragon Jade Seal alone can't stop you. The second plan is to delay the day of the final battle. When the enemy can't supply food, the army will collapse without a fight. The worst plan is to fight on the day of the final battle. You will face the enemy head-on, and I will lead the army to attack the enemy. Gu Yining waved her folding fan with confidence. Li Qingshan smiled. Then I choose the worst plan. On the 7th of October, I will let Zhang Yuntian increase his strength to the extreme, and then I will defeat him head-on. Gu Yining shook her head. No, this is the best plan. We will win the hearts of the people with benevolence and conquer the world with the rule of the king. We will not kill, but we will capture the leader. Li Qingshan laughed. It seems that you have already thrown all caution to the wind. Isn't this exactly what you want? But the trouble will come after the battle. You have to be careful. Don't worry. I have a plan. The two talked and laughed as if there was no one else around. Everyone was silent, as if they had become the background. But they had long been used to this feeling. Even the innate master sitting here would not think that they were equal. It was not because they were arrogant, but because they clearly realized that they were completely different from each other. However, it saved a lot of effort to have such 2 people as commanders. Several of the 10 beauties suddenly felt a little lost at this moment. Even though they had a physical relationship with him and had children with him, there was still a long distance between them that had never been narrowed. But standing at the 2 ends of the long table, they were actually standing side by side, facing the enemy together. Li Qingshan got up and left. He opened the door and the sunlight poured in. He looked back and smiled. Everyone, I will take back the mandate of heaven. For you. The mandate of heaven. This word stunned everyone, especially the innate masters who were qualified to sit here. They were lost in thought. There were thousands of benefits in the world, but there was also a big problem. 16 years had passed, and no one had passed the test and ascended. Even the left and right protectors who had followed the hero king from the beginning. Originally, he had the ability to give it a try, but he was dissuaded by Xianxia. Transcending the tribulation and ascending didn't just require one to resist the tribulation lightning, but also to break the shackles of this world. One had to go through the test of heaven's will. And everything that Xianxia had done in this world. At the end of the day, it could only be described with one word: heaven-defying. The heavens wanted to destroy him. He struggled to survive. If the heavens wanted to weaken him, he would never give up. Heaven wanted him to be deserted, but he wanted the whole world to submit to him. And all those who supported him. Heaven's will take its anger out on them, which is why the northern region has been plagued by disasters year after year. He could still rely on the feather of the rock to return to the 9 prefectures, but his subordinates, women, and children were destined to be trapped in this side of the world, enduring a mere 100 years of life. Even if he reached the Xianxia 10th stage, it would be difficult for him to live past 200 years. Since the heavens can't do anything to me, now is the time to strike back. Xianxia strode into the sunlight. Everyone stood up. Farewell, Your Highness. The hero king accepted the challenge. On the 7th day of the 10th month, the dragon fought in the wild, and its blood turned yellow. On the 1st day of the 10th month, the Xianxia conference set off. The common people gathered in Jingzhong. Not only did the Xianxia conference not summon troops, but they also sent people to pacify the various places, so that the common people could spend the winter in peace and not follow them. But there were still many people who followed the troops, not to help in the war, but to cheer. In just one day, there were 100,000 people gathered. And in the world, as long as one was a martial artist, he had to go to Xuanwu City. Such a decisive battle was hard to come by in 1,000 years. The big turtle carried the temporary imperial residence and advanced in the cheers of the people. The Shura army made way for the crowd. The temporary imperial residence was surrounded by beauties. Except for Yang Miaozhen, the others had brought their children with them, and they all looked at him with respect. The children were so excited that their faces were red. Since ancient times, who could enjoy such a great reputation? If it was 16 years ago, who would have thought that he would have to share a husband in the future? But now, he felt that it was natural. Maybe only the woman in front of him was qualified to make him be faithful to her. But after so many years, he was sure that there was no love affair between them. Xianxia and Gu Yanning sat opposite each other. Gu Yanning smiled. How does it feel? Xianxia said, it's all thanks to your 16 years of hard work. Let me toast to you. Their cups clinked, and they drained it in one gulp. Xianxia chuckled. But I don't feel anything. Is that so? Whether it's praised or slandered by 10,000 people, there is no difference. I act according to my heart. It's just that I happen to be a good person. Good person? Gu Yanning laughed and looked around. This is not something a good person would do. The women all blushed. Father, a little higher, I think I can see it. Taidan urged anxiously. Xianxia seemed to sense something. He opened the curtain and saw Wu Huan in the crowd, as well as the child on his shoulder. He couldn't help but nod. The crowd cheered again. Wu Huan hesitated for a moment, then nodded in return. Xianxia put down the curtain, and Gu Yanning asked, what's wrong? Maybe I'm not a good person, but no matter what, it's much more pleasant to see others happy than to see others suffer. Taidan shouted, Father, the king of chivalry is nodding at me. The king of chivalry is nodding at me. The group passed through the village, and Wu Huan smiled. Since you've seen it, let's go home. Your mother is almost done preparing dinner. Yes. Taidan nodded heavily, then asked, Father, aren't you going to watch? Many people in the village have gone, saying that they want to comprehend peerless martial arts from this battle. No, let's go home for dinner. I'll teach you a few more moves after dinner. All right. They went all the way south, across the northern territory, and to the middle territory. The people lined the streets to welcome them. The name of chivalry had long since spread throughout the world, and in order to gather an army of 1,000,000, Xianxia had recruited laborers and transported rations on a large scale. He had already become a villain in the world. Aside from the aristocratic families and sects that had a vested interest in him, which commoner did not hope for the king of chivalry to unify the world and build a peaceful world like the Northern Territory. King of chivalry, I'm Hozhen of the Chongfeng Escort Agency. I was the one who showed you the way back then. Hozhen shouted loudly, his face full of white beard. After the group passed, the young disciple asked, Master, did you really show the way to the king of chivalry? Of course, the king of chivalry is unparalleled in benevolence, and he treats me with respect. I wanted to show him the way personally, but he refused. Aren't you afraid of offending Martial Union? Zhang Yuntian, that bastard. I don't think he has many days left. Hozhen was furious. Martial Union had taken away almost everyone in the escort agency, and more than half of their savings had been emptied. Then let's go to Black Tortoise City and help the king of chivalry. What are you going for? You're the only disciple I have left. If you die, who's going to take care of me in my old age? The young disciple thought to himself, senior brothers are not dead yet. Deep into the night, snow drifted down from the sky. Outside the Black Tortoise City, the two camps faced each other. Torchlight stretched for 100 li, illuminating the snowy night. Zhang Yuntian stood on the city wall, looking at the campfire in the distance. Even though he was the son of Heaven's mandate, he couldn't help but feel nervous. The enemy he had been waiting for 16 years was less than 20 li away, and he was at his weakest. The Divine Dragon Imperial Jade Seal's draconic chi had weakened significantly, symbolizing the shift in the hearts of the people. He had taken the initiative to start a war, conscripting soldiers and collecting food on a large scale, and the enemy was Li Qingshan, who was renowned throughout the world. These disadvantageous factors were currently making him lose the support of the people. At the same time, it would weaken his strength. If Li Qingshan attacked from the opposite side, he would lose without a doubt. But he knew the other side wouldn't do that, otherwise, he wouldn't have mobilized so many people. Hey, long time no see. You're called Zhang Yuntian, right? A voice suddenly sounded. Zhang Yuntian's heart tightened violently. He looked in the direction of the voice. A pair of dark golden eyes flickered in the darkness. Li Qingshan stood on the battlement. His cloak fluttered in the wind and snow like a great banner. You. I was bored staying in the tent, so I came out for a walk. Hey, don't tell me you're afraid. Li Qingshan said with a smile. Zhang Yuntian placed his hand on the Divine Dragon Imperial Jade Seal. A strong gale surged around him, howling like a wild beast. Your current appearance really makes one lose interest. I hope you won't disappoint me tomorrow. Li Qingshan threw his head back and laughed, leaping into the wind and snow. His laughter still echoed in the air. The entire Black Tortoise City was shaken. Alliance Chief. The mysterious Void Temple Lord hurried over. Seeing that Zhang Yuntian was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. If Li Qingshan made his move just now, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. How is it? Zhang Yuntian calmed himself down. Suddenly, he lost all confidence. The 1,000,000-strong army is ready. Ascend the battle stage immediately. Zhang Yuntian slammed his palm on the battlement. With a loud boom, rocks flew everywhere. Li Qingshan, you will pay for your arrogance. In the tent, Yang Miao was meditating and resting on a praying mat. A gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes entered. Before he could react, he was thrown onto the thick carpet. He raised his head and looked into the pair of dark, golden eyes. He asked indifferently, why are you here? Why can't I come? Li Qingshan took off his cloak and reached out to undress her. I don't know how to serve you in so many ways. Yang Miaozhen turned her head away, her face slightly red. Then let this king serve you. Li Qingshan laughed as he stripped her clean. Xiao Mei's jade body lay in disarray. Cupping her cheeks with both hands, he gently caressed her neck, chest, waist, and finally stopped at her smooth abdomen. I'll help you give birth to a child for fun. I don't want it. Have you seen my master? Yang Miaozhen grabbed his hand that continued to slide down. How did you know I went to Black Tortoise City? I guessed. I vaguely saw him. How about it, if you serve me well tonight, I'll spare his life again. Leave it to fate. Yang Miaozhen closed her eyes, silently feeling the invasion of the pair of large hands. Her body gradually became hotter. Heh. Fate. All of a sudden, a dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth, overshadowing the howling wind and snow. That is? Yang Miaozhen's heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes. A dog barking. Li Qingshan leaned over, and a while later, an enchanting moan rang out in the tent. The sky brightened, the 7th day of the 10th lunar month, the decisive battle. Zhang Yuntian stood on the tall platform, surrounded by thousands of tents. Looking to the north, his eyes pierced through the snow, Li Qingshan. Come. His soft words were like a thunderclap, echoing for 100 li. He was the first to issue the challenge. Millions of soldiers watched the battle from afar. The top of Black Tortoise City was filled with spectators. The whole world was waiting for the result of this battle. Zhang Yuntian waved the flag, and the millions of soldiers gathered their qi, surging towards him. Zhang Yuntian's muscles bulged, his veins popped out, tearing his clothes. Half kneeling on the platform, a pained expression appeared on his face. It was not always better to have more qi. Not to mention, his cultivation was only at the 10th level of Xiantian, not even a true cultivator. Even after a night of adaptation, he found it hard to bear such a huge force. But at this time, the divine dragon imperial jade seal in his bosom shone brightly, swallowing the billowing qi. He was not only the commander of the army, he was also the son of heaven personally leading the army to suppress the enemy. A dragon's roar resounded. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his body expanded rapidly. 2 horns grew out of his head, and scales and claws grew out of his body. The ceremonial platform creaked and collapsed with a loud rumble. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yuntian's body grew taller than the platform, taller than the Black Tortoise City behind him, reaching a height of over 100 zhang. At this moment, he no longer looked like a human. His lower body lay on the ground, while his upper body bared its fangs and brandished its claws, resembling a bloated, deformed dragon. Ugly and horrifying, his body was still wriggling and changing. The million-strong army gathered at the last minute was not united, and the method he used to gather qi was also crude. Even so, with just his huge body, it was more than enough to crush everything. He felt a power he had never felt before, a power that could destroy everything. A furious roar shook the earth, Li Qingshan. The entire Black Tortoise City trembled, and everyone watching the battle was dumbfounded. Shouldn't such a monster only exist in nightmares? Even those who thought Zhang Yuntian's death were shaken at this moment. Who under the heavens could defeat such a monster? The Martial Union was extremely excited. They would definitely win this battle, and they were only worried that Li Qingshan would flee at the last moment. However, if that happened, his reputation would suffer a huge blow. Even if he obtained the world's throne, it would not be justifiable. The world faction's camp was also in an uproar. Originally, they thought it would be an easy battle, but they never expected to encounter such a monster. Even an innate realm expert would be no different from an ant in front of this monster. Even Li Qingshan had never displayed such frightening strength before. Some people couldn't help but wonder if they could really win this battle. Where is His Highness? I don't know. Hurry up and look for him. I don't know which madam's tent His Highness is resting in. There's no way to find him. Go and look for the guild master. Li Qingshan stepped out of the tent and stretched his body. What's with the ruckus? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? His Highness, there's a monster. Li Qingshan looked over. Even from such a distance, that mountain-like monster could be clearly seen. At the same time, a pair of dragon eyes locked onto him, filled with tyrannical hostility. Li Qingshan shielded his eyes with his hand. Is that our enemy? It's quite big. Du Yening urged her horse forward. The aura of 1,000,000 soldiers is indeed extraordinary. Don't lose. Who do you think I am? With their appearance, the camp gradually settled down. Li Qingshan arrived at the entrance of the camp. The Azura army was already waiting in formation. He waved his hand and said, "Follow me to kill the enemy." The blizzard swept through the world, blurring everything. Only the figure of the evil dragon was like a mountain, roaring and rolling like thunder. He was the monarch who gathered the power of the people, the commander of millions of troops, and the son of destiny of this world. He was going to eliminate the alien species on behalf of the heavens. Who could resist him? The people watching the battle on the top of Black Tortoise City were wondering if the hero king would come in the face of such an invincible enemy. A clamor sounded in the wind and snow. It went from weak to loud, as if it was cheering. It came from the camp of the World Club. The hero king is coming. Li Qingshan carried his long saber on his back, and his cloak fluttered in the wind. He stepped forward alone. The blood-red Azura army chi gathered on his body, dyeing his long hair and pupils red. In this world of ice and snow, it was like a drop of blood falling on a piece of white paper, extremely eye-catching. The dragon's eyes focused on this point. He lowered his body and lowered his head. The light in his mouth gathered to the extreme and gushed out with a whistling sound. Boom! A deep pit with a radius of 300 meters was blasted on the ground. The dissipation of the power distorted the air, and the wind rolled up the ice and snow. The ice and snow melted in the air, and the world became clear. What kind of power is this? All the spectators were stunned. They felt the Black Tortoise City trembling under their feet. Rubble fell, and it would collapse at any time. In the camp of the World Club, the cheers also stopped. Anyone who was hit by this attack would undoubtedly die. Where was the hero king? Then, everyone saw that the proud and aloof figure was still walking forward. He was neither fast nor slow, but somehow he avoided the attack. The evil dragon was enraged. He shook his head, and a blurry light swept over the ground. Rumble. Li Qingshan was calm. He moved as if he was teleporting. He was always one step faster. No matter how the horrible light followed him, it couldn't touch him at all. Zhang Yintian, I gave you 16 years in vain. Is that all? The light suddenly exploded and swept over a radius of 10 miles, as if it was cleaning the earth. This kind of battle was beyond everyone's imagination. They felt like gods were fighting. Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming were probably the only exceptions. When everyone in the world society was concerned about Li Qingshan's safety, Gu Yenying shook her head. I thought it was a trap, but I didn't expect it to be so terrible. In terms of strength alone, Zhang Yintian had far surpassed Li Qingshan. However, he was unable to control this power well. So it looked huge and clumsy. Even his own thoughts were disrupted. Of course, he was still an invincible existence in this world, even if his opponents were thousands of experts. He could only be crushed. However, his opponent was Li Qingshan. Luo Ho Xiaoming simply lay down on the saddle and fell into a deep sleep. If he could hear the thoughts of the crowd, he would definitely sneer. What kind of battle was this? The earth was cleaned again and again by the violent power, but Li Qingshan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Some people said suspiciously, did he die in the battle? But some people shouted, in the sky. Under the thick dark clouds, a figure stood in the void. It was Li Qingshan. The evil dragon roared to the sky, mixed with Zhang Yuntian's question, Hero King, do you only dare to dodge? Let this farce end here. Li Qingshan sighed. He held the hilt of the saber on his back, tightened his fingers, and pointed the saber at the sky. The dark cloud split in half, and the brilliant sunlight fell on him. He was like the only spotlight on a dark stage, attracting everyone's attention. His body shone with colorful brilliance, and he turned into a rainbow falling from the sky. He landed on the top of Black Tortoise City's city wall, and then turned into Li Qingshan's figure. There was no crack on the battlement under his feet, showing his absolute control over his power. Ah! The people watching the battle on the city wall were shocked, and they scrambled away. His cloak fluttered forward, and the evil dragon's huge head appeared behind Li Qingshan. Its sharp teeth were as sharp as rocks, and it was about to bite him. Even if it was a tall and sturdy city wall, it would still have a big hole bitten through it. The city wall was in an uproar, and many people were so scared that they jumped down from the city wall. Li Qingshan did not move, and he did not even turn his head. His cloak fluttered in the wind, and he snapped his fingers, die. The evil dragon's sharp teeth were about to touch him, but they suddenly collapsed. The torrent of power swept through the whole Black Tortoise City like a strong wind, and countless roofs were blown into the sky. No. Zhang Yuntian's unwilling roar was heard in the wind, but it immediately dissipated in the wind. You're mistaken. It's not that the more power you have, the better it is. Li Qingshan's blade had destroyed the evil dragon's heart. Zhang Yuntian, the leader of the Wulin alliance, reached out and grabbed the divine dragon jade seal that was blown by the wind. This was the difference between two worlds. Back then, when Xianxia's incarnation descended into the 9 provinces, Li Qingshan had clearly sensed it. Even though Xianxia was suppressing and attacking the 9 provinces, and the power he could use was not much greater than his own, he had no chance of victory. The difference in quality was so big that it could not be made up by quantity. He could feel the harshness of the 500-year promise more deeply. The gap between them was definitely not something that could be made up for by cultivating step by step. However, he found a possibility in this world. When the wind calmed down, everyone looked up in shock. A golden-haired and golden-eyed figure stood on the city wall. The sky was clear, and the sun shone brightly. Just like in the legends, the hero defeated the evil dragon. Long live the hero king! Suddenly, someone raised his arm and shouted, which quickly spread to the whole city. Even the millions of soldiers outside the city cheered together. There was both sincere support and irrepressible fear. Even the family heads and sect leaders who wanted to kill Li Qingshan were swept by this great momentum and had to shout "Long live the hero king," hoping that he would forget their hostility. And the hostility indeed disappeared. How could the weak hearts of mortals be hostile to such an existence? Li Qingshan looked up at the sky and said to himself, "Evil heaven, this is just an appetizer." Gu Yanning led the elites of the world society into the city. When they passed through the city gate, they looked up and smiled at each other. With the accumulation of 16 years, the world society had gradually adapted to the changes brought by the world society and no longer regarded it as the source of chaos and terror. And the world society had also accumulated enough elite strength to quickly control the whole world. At this time, the 10 beauties played a special role. They were all the favored children of various families and sects, and also became the hope in the eyes of aristocratic families and sections. The process of Li Qingshan collecting the 10 beauties in the world was so smooth because of the cooperation and arrangement of the families and sections. Otherwise, it was impossible for Li Qingshan to snatch the bride before Nangong Wan'er's wedding. If he was 1 or 2 days late, when the rice was cooked, he would have to force the beauty contest. Nangong Wan'er's father could sit as the family head of the Nangong family for 16 years because of this identity. Now, this life-saving straw had finally come. All the families and sects expressed that they were willing to surrender as long as the world society didn't kill them. Li Qingshan didn't let them down. He didn't want to plant more seeds of hatred and give the evil heaven a chance to play with people's hearts, so he accepted the surrender of all the families and sections. Early the next morning, in the inner city of Black Tortoise City, the patriarchs and patriarchs came to beg for forgiveness. Only the heads of Divine Wind Faction and Profound Void Temple were absent. Divine Wind Faction's Zhang Yuntian died in battle, and Zhang Xianfeng inherited the position, changing the name of Divine Wind Faction to Divine Wind Hall. Xuebing had long since become the Hall Master of Snow Mountain Hall. The other families and sects followed suit, abdicating their positions and changing to Hall Masters, all for the sake of preserving a bit more strength in the face of great changes. Only the Profound Void Temple Master retreated to the Profound Void Temple, stubbornly resisting to the end. About a month later, Yang Miaozhen entered the temple alone and played a game of chess with the Profound Void Temple Master. A cold plum blossom stood proudly in the snow, black and white crisscrossing beneath it. No matter what Yang Miaozhen said, the Profound Void Temple Master remained silent. In the end, he suddenly asked, "You're pregnant with his child?" He could hear the faint pulse in her belly. Yang Miaozhen nodded. After 16 years of bitter cultivation, her strength was no longer the same as before. She wasn't worried that the other party would suddenly attack and take her hostage. "Alright, from today onwards, you're the Profound Void Temple, no, the Profound Void Hall's Hall Master." The Profound Void Temple Master took off the sect head's ring and threw it on the chessboard. From then on, he went into closed-door cultivation. Yang Miaozhen rubbed her belly thoughtfully. From then on, the heads of the world's great families and sects were all part of Li Qingshan's harem, reigning supreme under the heavens. Everyone could foresee that after the hero king ascended, their child would become the new master of the world. The world of the 9 prefectures. The undulating sand dunes were dyed bright red by the setting sun, extending to the end of the world. It made people understand why this place was called Red Prefecture. Suddenly, a mirage appeared in the sky above the desert. There were only 2 colors, black and white, but it changed into a magnificent scene. It gave people the feeling that the boundless world was within it. Nearly 1,000 cultivators had gathered in this desolate and silent land, ranging from weak chi practitioners to powerful golden core cultivators. They were all looking up at the mirage in the sky, carefully guarding against each other. Not long ago, the news that the painting tomb was about to open spread. It even included the exact time and location. It caused a storm among the disciples of the painters of the world, and they all rushed to this desolate desert. There were also some cultivators who were not painters who wanted to try their luck. The 5 ultimate graves valued luck more than anything else. They might be able to sneak into the painting tomb, and it would be worth it even if they took 1 or 2 artifacts. However, it was also because of the widespread news that no one dared to act rashly. It was generally peaceful. As for whether there would be a bloody battle when the painting tomb truly opened, no one knew. Suddenly, a sandstorm rose in the desert. The fine sand was like a fiery red fog, blurring the mirage in the sky. A terrifying demonic aura instantly enveloped the desert. The cultivators looked back in fear. A hunchback elder suddenly appeared on the sand dunes in the east, staring at them indifferently. White Camel Sand King. Someone immediately called out the elder's identity, causing even more panic. Leave the desert. White Camel Sand King's voice was low and hoarse. It was as merciless as the desert. Someone tried to plead, "Senior, this concerns the heritage of the painters. Please give us some time. We will leave after the painting tomb opens." Leave the desert. The sandstorm became more violent, covering the sky. The sand dunes wriggled as if they had turned into giants. They were about to stand up and crush the fool who dared to wake them from their sweet dreams. The cultivators were shocked. A demon king was not someone they could fight. However, the mirage in the sky, even though it was obscured by the sandstorm, it was getting clearer. It was as if it was close at hand. The painting tomb was about to open. Just when they did not know if they should retreat, a clear dragon roar resounded through the sky. Another demon monarch? The cultivators fell into despair. The White Camel Sand King slowly raised his head, and a black dragon descended from the sky, landing below the mirage. Fellow Taoist White Camel. They didn't mean to offend you, so why are you bullying them? A slightly plump old man with a ruddy complexion shook his hand and unfurled a scroll painting. The dragon returned to the painting and continued to swim. It turned out that this dragon with the strength of a demon king was actually just a painting. It reminded people of the Dragon King of the Sea of the past. In that case, what kind of existence would be able to wield such a painting? Grand Preceptor Dong. The cultivators were pleasantly surprised. They hadn't expected that the opening of the painting tomb would actually attract this person. That was right. How could he not know such an important matter? The Grand Preceptor was one of the 3 dukes, possessing an extremely great status in the imperial court of Great Xia. Even regular great cultivators had no right to hold the position. It had to be an existence that stood at the apex of this world. The current Grand Preceptor was this old man with the surname Dong. He was also a painter, and it was said that he had collected 100 wondrous paintings. Every single one of them possessed startling power. Just now, the roving dragon painting was only one of them. Just like how the schools of Buddhism and Taoism revered the left and right imperial advisors, the disciples of the school of painting all revered the Grand Preceptor Dong. The White Camel Sand King said nothing. There was only the howling of the sandstorm, and the sand dunes moved like waves. They surged towards the cultivators. The Grand Preceptor Dong smiled and extended his hand to unfurl another painting. The painting was dripping with ink, and the bamboo forest was rustling, but they all bent over deeply. A gentle breeze blew through the painting, stopping the sandstorm and blowing away the sand dunes. The painting was called the Bamboo Wind Painting. It was not a painting of bamboo, but wind. The White Camel Sand King suddenly turned around and gazed into the distance. He frowned deeply, and as a result, he withdrew the sandstorm and descended the sand dunes. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They admired the Grand Preceptor Dong's methods even more. He could even force the White Camel Sand King into retreat. A few young men and women followed behind the Grand Preceptor Dong. They all gave off a noble aura, and they all praised him. Master sure is impressive, using the light breeze to suppress the sandstorm. Even the White Camel Sand King was helpless against him. All he could do was retreat. Master is a mighty Grand Preceptor. Becoming enemies with Master is becoming enemies with Great Xia. He only retreated when Master took action. The White Camel Sand King sure is stubborn, just like the rumors. As for the others, they did not even have the right to praise him. They went up and clasped their hands in thanks. The Grand Preceptor Dong stroked his beard gently and said modestly, "We've all been conferred by Great Xia, so we can be regarded as subjects of the same court. Our statuses are about the same. He's just doing me a favor." Master resides in the center of the Dragon Province. The White Camel Sand King is just a demon king. I heard he's even colluding with the rebel Banyan Tree King. "How can they be mentioned in the same breath?" said an arrogant young man. He had already undergone the second heavenly tribulation, so he had the right to be arrogant. "Don't speak nonsense. This is his territory after all. If you piss him off, it'll be no good for anyone." The Grand Preceptor Dong reprimanded him, but he did not stop smiling. At this moment, the mirage in the sky became clearer and clearer. It conjured mountains, rivers, people, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. It was the wondrous art of the school of painting. Even the Grand Preceptor Dong sighed in amazement when he saw it. The Five Absolutes Immortal truly was an astonishing figure. He could actually use the path of painting to such a degree. If he could enter and see what it was like, it would definitely benefit his cultivation greatly. "Master, the painting tomb is about to open. What do we do with these people?" The arrogant young man pointed casually. His face was filled with disdain, as if he was looking at a group of ignorant dogs. "Grand Preceptor, we'll leave right now," someone said in a hurry, being sensible. "The opening of the painting tomb is a grand occasion for us painters. Everyone has come from far away, so how can I just chase everyone away like this? Whether or not you can enter the painting tomb will completely depend on your luck. It doesn't depend on your status, so there's no harm in waiting a little longer. However, those who are not of the school of painting should leave." The Grand Preceptor Dong waved his hand, and nearly 100 cultivators hurriedly dispersed. The ones left behind were the disciples of the school of painting. They all praised the Grand Preceptor Dong's magnanimity, and only hoped that they could be the lucky ones to enter the painting tomb. The Grand Preceptor Dong smiled faintly. Not many people knew that this news had been spread by him in the first place. His goal was to gather the disciples of the school of painting and prepare to establish a large sect similar to the Spirit Kingdom Temple. They could be the patriarch of a family and also the sect master of a sect. With the world in such turmoil and the Great Xia dynasty on the verge of collapse, just the position of the Grand Preceptor was no longer secure enough. And when the painting tomb opened, who would be able to compete with him? In order to obtain this news from Prince Xiqing, he had sacrificed a wondrous painting. He would definitely not allow others to encroach upon it. However, that Chu Danqing who possessed the jade blood of vermilion painting had not come. Presumably, without the support of that freak, Li Qingshan, he did not dare to come. As he pondered, his gaze focused. A white figure was standing on the sand dune where the White Camel Sand King had left. She wore a moon-white monk's robe that fluttered in the night wind, yet she had long hair that reached the ground. Even though her face was expressionless, she still caused others to sigh in admiration. Yet, there was a pair of terrifying eyes embedded within. If one were to say that the White Camel Sand King was like this desert, there was still vitality and hope beneath his indifferent appearance. Countless beings lived in the desert, and underground rivers surged beneath the sand dune, ready to transform into an oasis at any time. He had also acted as a guide countless times, giving people hope amidst the storm. Yet, her eyes were empty. Not to mention this desert, even the hungry ghost realm, where only the dead existed, appeared excessively noisy in her eyes. There was too much pointless greed, resentment, and hope, and she would use great mercy to bestow great destruction. The Grand Preceptor Dong actually did not know when she had arrived. Even though he had seen her with his own eyes, he could not sense any aura. Yet, he suddenly thought of a term, foe of Buddha. His expression changed greatly, and he immediately understood why the White Camel Sand King had retreated. However, he was absolutely unwilling to retreat just like that. He opened his mouth and said, "Fellow Taoist, are you?" Before he had finished speaking, her figure had vanished, and a voice that was devoid of sorrow and joy rang out beside his ear, "Yes." The Grand Preceptor Dong immediately felt that he could not move, and it was difficult for him to circulate his magic power. Yet that beautiful face was already within reach, and the white bone sword pierced straight for his chest. What a formidable foe! The Grand Tutor was both surprised and furious. He sensed death that he had not felt for many years. His blue robe suddenly swelled up, turning ice as he forcefully blocked the Buddha-slaying sword. As it turned out, the robes were a painting, depicting 1,000 years of ice and 10,000 years of frozen earth. Little and twisted her sword, shattering the ice and ripping the robes. The Grand Tutor retreated in a sorry state, greatly shocked. His frigid cloak was a defensive treasure, yet it could not even block a single strike from her. However, it managed to buy him some time. Suddenly, he unfurled his arms and bellowed, "Myriad paintings!" Swish! 100 paintings unfurled together. There were mountains, rivers, people, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, as well as demons and wondrous realms. Every single painting had their own uses. It could depict powerful existences of the third heavenly tribulation, or it could conjure powerful techniques of ice, fire, and lightning. It could change and interweave into a myriad of colors. However, when 100 paintings fused together, it could form a domain of its own, encompassing everything. Just his strength alone was enough to rival several dozen great cultivators working together. The Grand Tutor definitely lived up to his reputation as the leader of the three dukes. As soon as the paintings were unfurled, there was a flash of blood-red light, and they all vanished, landing in a long, blood-red banner. A spatial treasure. The Grand Tutor's face changed. Little and wielded the sword in her right hand and the banner in her left. She remained expressionless as if she had already expected this. A string of skull prayer beads flew out from her wrist, turning into skulls that bit at the Grand Tutor's entire body. Their sharp teeth quickly tore through his protective true chi before tearing at his flesh. However, strangely enough, no matter how the skull demon bit, the wounds on the Grand Tutor's body would always heal quickly. Not a single drop of blood flowed out, and the samadhi flames of white bone were unable to set him alight. It was as if there was only a portrait of a fleshless puppet there. The Grand Tutor allowed the skull demon to bite him as he stared at Little and coldly. At this moment, in the distant Dragon Province, a self-portrait of the Grand Tutor hung in the very depths of the Grand Tutor's estate. It was exactly the same figure and expression. Wherever the skull demon bit, the portrait would be damaged. This was the supreme technique of the school of painting, soul substitution. As long as the soul was not destroyed, the substitution would not die. At the same time, he was immune to many special attacks. Both the Vinaya Sex Decree and the Samadhi Flame of White Bone were restrained. A painter's weakest link was his own body. Even if he could control many powerful scrolls, if his body was destroyed, everything would be for naught. That was why he created such a miraculous spell. When the enemy wanted to win by assassination, he was about to crash into an iron plate and fall into a tight encirclement. You want to trap my 100 wondrous paintings with a mere magic treasure? Enemy of the Buddha, I will make you fall here today. Grand Preceptor Dong activated the 100 scrolls of wondrous paintings, the blood sea banner surging with brilliant colors as he was about to break out. Little and abandoned the blood sea banner and gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, his bare feet so white that they were almost transparent. He stepped lightly on the yellow sand, but did not leave any marks. He swung his sword again. This sword was like the horns of an antelope. It was untraceable, as if it existed with the heavens and earth, without a trace of sharpness. Grand Preceptor Dong's brows furrowed tightly. This Buddha enemy sword Tao was unimaginably strong, and he had all sorts of methods that were powerful and bizarre. It was no wonder that he could create such monstrous evil in Pearl City. If he did not have the painted soul substitute, he would probably fail miserably in such an easy task today. But when he met those empty eyes, he suddenly felt an indescribable terror. There was definitely something wrong. If he wanted to retreat, he would be devoured by the skeleton demon. It was already too late. The edge of the sword slashed across his neck. A spray of blood flew, igniting into the samadhi flames of white bone in midair. A crack suddenly appeared on the self-portrait in the Grand Preceptor's residence. Originally, no matter how the skeleton demon bit, it would only damage the portrait, but this crack actually tore through the paper and landed on his neck. How is this possible? Grand Preceptor Dong's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. A deathly stillness consumed his entire body, and he could not help but cover his neck with his hands, kneeling on the ground like a mortal. He desperately wanted to escape his nascent soul, but there was a similar wound on the neck of the nascent soul in his body. Blood seeped out from between his fingers and landed on the yellow sand, creating a white flame. He raised his head with great effort. That beautiful face was still. Expressionless. The night wind lifted his white clothes and black hair, as if he was death itself. With a boom, pale white flames spread out, enveloping the entire self-portrait and instantly burning it to ashes. Everything happened in an instant. Before the others could understand what had happened, they saw Grand Preceptor Dong burn up, pale white flames gushing out from his 7 orifices. They were both shocked and terrified. Master! Grand Preceptor! Panting, Chu Danqing flew over the sand dune and cried out in alarm, "Don't!" Half a month ago, in order to enter the painting tomb, he had come to find Li Qingshan to escort him. Only then did he learn that Li Qingshan was no longer in this world. He was greatly disappointed and had originally planned to come to the Crimson Province on his own. However, Little and had taken the initiative to accept this matter, because this was a promise he had made. On the way, they had not exchanged a single word. She was more unfamiliar than he had ever remembered. What her exquisite appearance brought him was not attraction, but fear. He was even unable to form a portrait of her in his mind. His mind was completely blank, seemingly able to swallow up all color. A moment ago, she had suddenly sped up and he had a bad premonition. He had finally caught up with great difficulty, only to see this scene. Grand Preceptor Dong had an extremely high status in the hearts of the disciples of the school of painting. Chu Danqing had once copied many of his paintings. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not be willing to make an enemy of him. He had not expected that she had already killed him. Little and grabbed back the blood sea banner and spat out 100 masterless paintings. The ownerless objects fell to the ground. With a casual wave of his hand, he swept all the cultivators present into the sea of blood. At the same time, he raised his white wrist, the skull prayer beads rising into the sky and scattering in every direction. The surging sea of blood swallowed up all the cultivators, only spitting out the talismans and artifacts on their bodies. The cultivators that Grand Preceptor Dong had scattered were all pierced through and killed by the skull prayer beads, burning into balls of samadhi flames of white bone. They were extremely dazzling on the approaching night of the desert. Thus, no one survived. The desert recovered its silence, only the sighing of the wind. At some unknown time, a waning moon had risen into the sky, silently facing the setting sun. Chu Danqing stared dumbfounded at this scene and asked furiously, "What did you do? Why did you kill them? They were not a match for you at all." Little and suddenly turned her head, her empty eyes stopping all words. Chu Danqing's mind trembled as he suddenly understood. She really would kill him, just like how she had killed these people. The only thing that had connected them was a promise from Li Qingshan. Just at this time, as the light of the setting sun and the splendor of the moon intersected, the mirage in the air suddenly burst forth with magnificent colors, ever-changing and beautiful. The sun and moon shone together, the painting tomb opened. But this magnificent transformation was not reflected in her eyes in the slightest. Gazing into the depths of the endless night sky, she finally said, "You should go in." The moonlight was silvery, the vegetation was verdant, the lake was quiet, and vines grew. This might have been nothing special in the Mist Province or the Green Province, but it was an extremely rare sight in the Scarlet Province. Oases and deserts were often referred to as pearls, and this oasis was the largest pearl of the Scarlet Province, Pearl City. The domed palace with the distinctive characteristics of the Scarlet Province stood silently in the darkness. The lights of the past had been completely extinguished long ago, and the once bustling streets were covered in a layer of moss. There were neither cries of birds nor cries of insects in the surroundings. Only when the night wind blew up the wind chimes would they ring out clearly. The white camel Sand King stood on the moss and stared at the wind chimes for a while. He could tell that they were originally camel bells, so he made his way into the depths of the oasis without batting an eyelid. He arrived in front of a magnificent door, crossed over the tall sill, and passed by a mottled plaque. The plaque was inscribed with the words "The King of Wei's Estate" in a flamboyant style, indicating the power this place once possessed. In the center of the estate was a great lake that radiated with dense spiritual chi. At the center of the lake was a small island with many majestic palaces built on it. This was originally the heart of the entire estate, or even the entire Scarlet Province, but now, it was enveloped by a towering tree. Aerial roots crisscrossed like dragons and snakes, and the shade of the tree was so thick that even the moonlight could not pass through. It was like a dark cloud had enveloped Pearl City. The white camel Sand King crossed the surface of the lake and arrived under the tree. He knocked the tree with his walking stick. "Old friend, that little friend of yours is far too vicious. Have you come to complain to me?" The banyan tree king's simple, elegant face appeared on the tree, and his gaze became even more vast and profound. "No. I'm warning you." "Thank you for your warning, but she's no one's friend. I originally thought you could influence her a little at the very least if she fought for you. She's not fighting for me, but for a promise. Apart from that person, no one can influence her. One of the 3 ministers has died here. The Great Xia will never let this matter go. She's already killed a provincial lord, so why would she care about killing another grand tutor? From the moment I set foot on this path, the Great Xia would never let me go. I know you love life and hate death, but no matter how crazy and unreasonable her actions seem, they are all based on rational judgment." "Is killing them all rational?" the white camel Sand King asked. "He was born in the desert. Living in the desert for a long time, they felt that life was not easy, and that was why they frequently lent a helping hand to mortals. Even the weakest of the outsiders wanted to give them a chance of survival. Just now in front of the painting tomb, he tried to give those cultivators blinded by greed a chance of survival. Tell them not to face her." However, he was disturbed by Grand Preceptor Dong's attack. Moreover, he did not want to face her, so he could only retreat. How could he be forced to retreat by a painting of Grand Preceptor Dong? However, the result was worse than expected. She did not even spare those who had left the painting tomb. "You think that Grand Preceptor Dong should retreat? Do I need to say a few words to get them to disperse? What do you mean?" Now, she can solve all the problems without saying a word. Weighing the pros and cons is called being rational. As expected of someone who is about to become a god. The white camel Sand King said indifferently. If the banyan tree king had not said it, he would never have imagined that someone would kill one of the 3 dukes of the Great Xia just to say a few words. There is no need to be angry. You know that I also cherish living things. This is just imitating her thinking. There are many uncertainties in the painting tomb, and Grand Preceptor Dong is the greatest potential threat. She wants to clear the area before the painting tomb opens, and the only choice is to ensure that those who have made a promise to Xianxia. As for the others, although the risk is not great, it is not as good as spending a little effort to avoid hidden dangers. I believe she has considered all of this. She does not trust you. The Tao she walks has always been like this. Perhaps I would rather she be trapped in the painting tomb, the banyan tree king sighed. Are you not worried at all that the entire 9 states has become like this? She is far more terrifying than the soaring locust king. The white camel Sand King was furious. He raised his cane and pointed it at the entire Pearl City. A fierce gust of wind stirred up the wind chimes, causing them to ring. A year ago, the Lord of the Scarlet Province refused to hand over the Scarlet Province cauldron. The Banyan Tree King commanded the other folk of the Mist Province, while Li Fengyuan led the winged folk of the city amongst the clouds. The White Camel Sand King also lent a helping hand due to his friendship with the Banyan Tree King. The 3 of them formed an army and attacked the city with all their might. Only she never took action, guarding against any possible changes. Only when the city was breached did she suddenly take action, personally killing the King of Wei, his wife, and the 8 honored guests. Then she set fire to everything, sparing not even a single bird or insect. Afterwards, she moved to various parts of the Scarlet Province and destroyed all the sects that took part in the battle. Close to 20 great cultivators directly died to her hands, and the human cultivation community of the Scarlet Province had basically completely collapsed. The name of the enemy of Buddha shocked the world. Only when she emerged from the shadow of the Demon King of the North Moon did the world understand just how terrifying Great Beauty and White Bone were. The Hawkwolf Guard declared her to be their greatest enemy, even more so than the Banyan Tree King. However, neither the Protector Hawk God nor the Skyfrost Wolf King ever appeared. Even when the White Camel Sand King ran into her in his territory, he would take a detour around her. This is my sin. If it weren't for this battle, the future expansion wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The Banyan Tree King closed his eyes. He had already taken over the Mist Province, the Green Province, the Scarlet Province, the Harmony Province, the Cloud Province, and the Thunder Province. That was equivalent to taking over most of the 9 provinces. A large part of the reason why everything had gone so smoothly was because of her deterrence. Even great cultivators felt fear. They had to weigh the pros and cons and consider the consequences. Afterwards, the various estates all accepted the Banyan Tree King's conditions and gave up the 9 cauldrons. None of the guests were willing to fight her. When he opened his eyes again, his face was already filled with worry. I've never been so worried. No one understands her terror better than me. She helped me take the 9 cauldrons for a promise, as well as to borrow my power to suppress the hungry ghost realm. I don't even dare to disappoint her, or she'll come up with something herself. The White Camel Sand King's heart shivered. He was unable to imagine what the outcome would be, but he understood one thing very well. The greatest threat to this world was neither the invasion of the demon domain, nor the devouring of the hungry ghost realm, but her. You should feel fortunate that she hasn't slaughtered just for the sake of power. I hope Xianxia can return soon. The Banyan Tree King sighed from the bottom of his heart. Before Chu Danqing could say anything else, he was sucked into the painting tomb. Little and followed closely behind, but the painting tomb closed before her. She grabbed the forsaken immortal sword with a flip of her hand and cut through it. She sensed something and glanced in the direction of Pearl City. Igniting 30% of the living beings in this world would basically be enough to suppress the ghost tower. This was the result of her calculations. However, once she started doing this, the remaining 70% of living beings would definitely react violently. The Banyan Tree King had already occupied 6 prefectures and was determined to become the god of the 9 prefectures. He would definitely resist with all his strength, so it would be better to burn them all. The Banyan Tree King's body was incomparably huge, and his branches and roots were intertwined. He was almost invincible in the 9 prefectures, but the Buddha-slaying sword happened to restrain him, so it should not be too difficult to deal with. With his deduction ability, he should be able to realize this. She hoped that he would use all his strength to take down the ghost tower. Otherwise, when Xianxia returned, he would definitely be furious. But even if he was angry, he had to do this. Because before he returned, she could not leave. In an ancient temple deep in the mountains, red leaves rustled and fell on the steps. This is the painting tomb. Chu Danqing stood in front of the temple, his heart filled with amazement. He suddenly turned around and was shocked to find that she was standing silently behind him. Her white monk robes matched the scenery of the ancient temple very well, but her expression would never match any scenery. The strange sword in her hand was even more inexplicably spoiling the scenery. My promise with Xianxia has been fulfilled. You have also obtained Grand Preceptor Dong's 100 strange paintings. There are many dangers in the painting tomb, so you should leave. Kiki, little brat, you talk big. What danger can there be in this broken place? When you see that fake dragon and slash it a few more times, you will know who is in danger. The forsaken immortal sword let out a sharp and strange laugh, completely breaking the quiet atmosphere. Chu Danqing's expression changed greatly. Little and lightly flicked the blade with her finger. The forsaken immortal sword immediately stopped talking. When you safely leave the painting tomb, my promise will be fulfilled. Then, all right. Chu Danqing stepped on the red leaves and walked up the steps. Little and followed closely behind. When she stepped on the first step, the steps suddenly dispersed like smoke. The red maple trees on both sides suddenly burst into flames, and the raging flames swept toward her. Just now, Chu Danqing realized that everything around him was actually a painting. The flames were also very close to him, but he did not feel any heat. Instead, his blood was faintly boiling. It was very comfortable. A single step separated them into two different worlds. He couldn't help but stop and look back worriedly. Little N stood firmly in the void, expressionless, as if he didn't hear anything. The light from the forsaken immortal sword twisted and turned. The surrounding scenery immediately shattered. He couldn't touch her at all. The forsaken immortal sword was the ruler of the sword catacomb. The sword Tao was a Tao of slaughter. Regardless of whether it was destructive power or lethality, it was far from what the painting tomb could compare to. I don't need your protection. I beg you, little N, get out. Chu Danqing's face was full of bitterness as he cupped his hands and bowed. It was to protect the painting tomb. Every flower and tree here was a famous painting, yet they were mercilessly torn to shreds. It really made his heart bleed. Little N said nothing and had no intention of withdrawing. The painting tomb shook, and more sceneries joined the attack, but they were all shattered by the abandoned immortal sword. Sigh, I'm afraid of you. Chu Danqing didn't dare to linger and ran forward with all his might. Little N followed behind him at a steady pace. The abandoned immortal sword tore through all obstacles and opened up a hole. In the depths of the meditation room, flowers and trees grew, setting off the snow-white painting wall. An ink dragon floated in the air, ready to fly. Chu Danqing saw it from afar and shouted, "Master! Kiki, this blind old man, why don't we kill him?" The abandoned immortal sword laughed strangely. Little and put it away. In front of the painting wall, the surrounding scenery suddenly stabilized and no longer attacked her. Chu Danqing knelt in front of the painting wall. The ink dragon lowered its head as if it was looking at him, but there was only emptiness in its eyes. The ink around him was very faint. Although the battle in the ink sea had not hurt his body, it had affected him greatly. He said in a low voice, "Danqing, you're here." He then looked up at Little and, "What do you have to say?" "There's only one question. Do you still want to be our enemy after you escape?" Little and pressed down on the Buddha-slaying sword again. Saving an enemy to fulfill a promise was something that Xianxia would do, but she wouldn't. Besides, ensuring that Chu Danqing could safely enter the painting tomb would be considered fulfilling her promise. "So this is your true goal?" Chu Danqing stood up and blocked the painting wall, glaring at her angrily. "Danqing, step down," the Dragon King of the Sea ordered sternly. "Yes, master." Even though Chu Danqing was unwilling, he could only step aside. "If I say I won't, will you believe me?" The Dragon King of the Sea said. "Fellow Taoist disdains lying." "Even if it's a lie, you'll keep your word," Little and said. "So, you want to force me to promise not to be your enemy?" With a rumble, a bolt of thunder pierced the sky. Layers of dark clouds gathered, and a storm was about to come. Chu Danqing was very anxious. He knew that his master was proud and aloof and would never be threatened by others, but he was no match for this enemy of Buddha under such circumstances. He didn't expect his master to kill him despite all his efforts. Life and death are mortal matters. You can choose as you please, Dragon King. But I still hope to avoid a fight. Why? If I kill you, your disciple will seek revenge, and I'll have to kill him. But he's a friend of Xianxia. I don't want to do this unless I have no other choice. In fact, there was another reason. The painting couldn't be eaten. The Dragon King of the Sea fell silent. The dark clouds grew thicker. Their eyes met, one blank and the other empty. The blankness had a heart, but the emptiness was truly emotionless. Since there was a heart, it couldn't be without concern. For example, this disciple who was ready to risk his life for him, or the dream of flying in the sky and traveling the four seas. Emotionless was almost detached. The person was in the painting, but the heart was outside. The words didn't even seem like a threat, but the embodiment of some rule. The Dragon King of the Sea sighed, "If Li Qingshan said this to me, I would fight him again no matter what." Qingshan wouldn't say such a thing. "I will never be your enemy again." Little and nodded slightly. She waved her sword to break the painting tomb and was about to leave. Wait, I wanted to give this painting to Xianxia as a thank you gift. Now I want to give it to you. Chu Danqing looked at her deeply and handed over a scroll of painting. Unfolding the scroll, Little Anne's expression changed slightly. Like ripples on the surface of a lake, she stared at the painting without blinking. It turned out to be a painting of Li Qingshan. He stood there casually with his hands on his waist. His long black hair was loose, and there was a bright and proud smile at the corner of his mouth. Although it didn't contain any magic power and was just an ordinary painting, Chu Danqing poured all his effort into it. It was vivid and lifelike, as if the real person was standing in front of him. I hope you won't forget him. Xiaoan returned to her senses and gave a random response. She casually tossed down a pile of paintings and drifted away into the crack. Chu Danqing looked at the hundreds of paintings on the ground and was also dumbfounded. These were nearly 100 magic treasure-level paintings, and they were all thrown to him just like that. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was she learning from Qingshan to distinguish kindness and hatred clearly? He took a deep breath and turned to face the painting wall. A brush was already in his hand. He condensed a drop of his heart's blood at the tip of the brush and tapped it on the painting wall. The brush fell silently, and he tapped it twice. With a boom, the painting wall shattered, and the ink dragon soared. The painting mound shook violently. All the scenery turned into rapidly spinning colors in a kaleidoscope, converging toward the vigorous and shocking dragon. Chu Danqing had exhausted all his effort in this one stroke. In a moment of dizziness, his figure fell straight down, landing on the great desert where the curtain of night had fallen. In the ever-changing mirage, the shadow of a dragon shuttled back and forth. Each time it shuttled, it grew larger. At first, the body could still be seen, but later, only scales and claws could be seen. Finally, a huge dragon's head poked out, followed closely by a slender body. It seemed to be soaked in the brilliance of the mirage. In the inky darkness, there were changing colors and more texture. A dragon's roar resounded through the desert. The ink dragon soared into the sky. The painting mound no longer existed, merging with him. The fake thing trapped in the painting could finally roam the world like a real dragon. The stone door of Qingzhao's abode opened. A ray of moonlight shone into the hollow and dark belly of the mountain, outlining her figure. The abode that she had carefully opened back then seemed so simple and crude. She floated down and unfurled the painting again. Her hand gently brushed past the painting. Even with the profoundness of white bone and great beauty, there was still an aspect that could not be understood. It made one frown involuntarily, and tears welled up in their eyes. The moonlight shone, and clear tears fell like rain. Little Anne. Li Qingshan mumbled to himself as he woke up from his dream. The night sky was boundless, and the stars were vast. He couldn't help but press his chest. There seemed to be a hole there, making him feel very empty. Although he was already the ruler of the world and had everything a man wanted, power, women, wealth, and so on, he even had a long enough lifespan for him to slowly enjoy all of it, but he often felt as if he had just been reborn. He was so lonely and had nothing. When he was fighting for the world, he could finally be distracted and temporarily forget his current situation. Now that the world was unified and peaceful for many years, there was no longer any opponent. Even his greatest enemy, Heaven's will, seemed to have given up. Gu Yinying told him that it was because he became the son of heaven. Li Qingshan's reply at that time was, "I don't have such a stupid father." A more accurate explanation was that, as the ruler of the world, he ruled over all living beings in this world. Everyone in the world was his supporter, and he received the blessings of all living beings. Even the will of heaven could not punish everyone. He didn't want to continue sleeping, so he got up and paced around the room. The ape demon couldn't make him happy either. Instead, it made him even more irritable. The most important person in his life, the most beloved dream, none of them were by his side. In the depths of the palace, light and shadow flowed. Fei Hong held the palace lantern and approached the bedchamber. She looked at his expression and asked carefully, "My king, why are you not happy?" "Fei Hong, I feel so lonely." Li Qingshan sighed heavily. He didn't hide his feelings with shrewdness. "Which princess do you want to sleep with you?" Fei Hong looked at his distressed expression and couldn't help but feel touched. I don't want to see them. They all have more important things to consider. Li Qingshan waved his hand impatiently. Ever since he became the ruler of the world, those beauties started to look disgusting. For the sake of their families and sex, for power and resources, they used all kinds of schemes and tricks. He finally saw what was called a palace fight. They almost shed all pretense of cordiality between them. Those once innocent and adorable children became more and more obsessed with fighting, turning their innate talents into sharp fangs and claws. Other than themselves, who else was qualified to be their opponent? And that was only the tip of the iceberg. Sure enough, it was just as Gu Yenying had predicted in the past. When there were no enemies outside, the enemies all came from within. Conflicts and disagreements between the various clans were commonplace. Fortunately, Gu Yenying was handling all of this, or the country that had just risen up would have collapsed a long time ago. As for him, he simply slept on his own. Out of sight, out of mind, not giving anyone a chance to talk to him on the pillow. Fei Hong said, "What about choosing a new concubine for you? You'd better spare me. Besides, it's useless even if you find all the women in the world. Could it be that you want to change your taste?" Fei Hong lowered her voice. Li Qingshan slapped her on the head. "Change your head." Fei Hong rubbed her head with a bitter expression. "Your Majesty, I have no other choice. If you have any other dissatisfaction, I can think of something else. It's too narrow here." Li Qingshan stomped on the ground. Fei Hong looked around the deep and vast palace. Even the palace lantern in her hand could not illuminate it. She said in surprise, "This is narrow? Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you." Li Qingshan spun around on the spot irritatedly. His tail swayed as he moved. He was like a monkey in a small cage, scratching his ears and cheeks. His heart was beating like a monkey, and the world was like a cage. He suddenly stopped and said with a serious expression, "No, I'm leaving. It's midnight, where are you going?" "I'm going back to Jiuzhou first and bring Little N with me. Then I'm going to kill my way to Brother Niu." Li Qingshan's eyes shone, and a smile appeared on his face again. Just thinking about it was enough to thrill him. It was much more interesting than ruling over this world. As he said that, he picked up a swaddle and strode out of the palace. Fei Hong's face was in a mess. What was going on? She could understand every word, but she couldn't understand a single sentence. Which Jiuzhou? Who was little Anne? Where was the ninth heaven? What did Brother Niu do? When she ran out of the door, Li Qingshan had already disappeared. She could not help but shake her head with a wry smile. He was still the same. The moonlight was as bright as frost. Looking up at the bright moon, she could not help but think of that night many years ago. Unknowingly, so many years had passed. She was no longer that lowly concubine, but a powerful palace manager, a peerless master whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of the innate realm. With the passage of time, everyone had changed, except for him. He was neither a wise king nor a ferocious devil, but a brave and stubborn child. She silently said in her heart, "I wish you a safe journey." It was obviously impossible for Li Qingshan to break through space and return to the 9 provinces with a tap of his left foot. He would directly go find Gu Yenying. As Gu Yenying was concentrating on revising the laws, Li Qingshan suddenly rushed in and pressed his hands on the long table. "I want to go back to Jiuzhou." Gu Yenying put down her pen and sighed in her heart, "Here he comes again. Qingshan, didn't I say it before? It's not the right time yet. It's rare for us to have a world of our own, so we should train ourselves. You can also accumulate more power for the divine talisman of great creation." "I don't care. You brought me here. You have to take responsibility. Otherwise, you have to repay me with your body." Ouch. Li Qingshan stretched out his arms and grabbed Gu Yenying's shoulders. A soul-deep pain came, and he could not help but cry out in pain. "How is it?" Gu Yenying said with a smile. Over the years, she had made laws and was in charge of punishments. All death sentences had to be approved by her. She carried out the spirit of legalism in this lawless world, and at the same time, conformed to the will of the Naraka path. Her sensitivity to the scorching wind hell was getting stronger. The pain of hell became more intense, but the strange thing was that the pain she felt gradually eased, reaching a whole new realm. It was as if she was moving from a torturer to an executioner. She believed that if this continued, it would not take long for her to cultivate the illustrations of Naraka scripture to perfection. She would no longer encounter any bottlenecks, and all she lacked was a bigger world. However, she was not in a hurry to return to Jiuzhou, and it was fine even if she did not return. Naturally, she was not as anxious as Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan grimaced in pain, but he refused to let go. Don't think that this little pain can scare me. Either return to Jiuzhou immediately, or pay with your body. Du Yenying stood up, opened her arms, and asked with a smile, if I agree, are you willing to wait until the time is right? I don't want to. Li Qingshan answered without any hesitation. As expected. Du Yenying shrugged. All right, let's go back now. Li Qingshan felt strange that she agreed so readily. However, before we leave, there's one more thing I want to try. What is it? Become a god? So that's what you're planning. But how are you going to become a deity? This world can't even condense the mountain river divine seal, so how are you going to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth? And even if there is a way, once you become a god, you will have to merge with the world. Wouldn't you be trapped here forever? Li Qingshan frowned, not knowing what she was planning. You have the divine talisman of great creation, which can create all kinds of things. Can't you create a substitute? Even though it will consume some power of will, this is a complete set of the laws of heaven and earth of this world. It's definitely worth a try. Li Qingshan could not help but nod. Even the Banyan Tree King was unable to fully comprehend the laws of heaven and earth of the entire 9 provinces. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Du Yenying smiled, as for the divine seal of mountains and rivers, don't you have it? You mean, the Frost Prefecture Cauldron? After pondering for a moment, Li Qingshan realized that the Frost Prefecture Cauldron he had obtained from the Skyfrost Wolf King was forged from the divine seal of mountains and rivers. Before he could hand it over to the Banyan Tree King, it had been tossed into this world. Exactly. That's the 9 prefectures' divine seal of mountain and river. What does it have to do with this world? Even though there are differences in size between worlds, there are still similarities. The vastness of Shuang province is far beyond this world. How would we know if we don't try? The Frost Prefecture Cauldron has promised to be handed over to the Banyan Tree King. If we can have a complete set of the world's laws as a reference, I believe that the Tree King will be willing to pay this price. All right. Li Qingshan was also persuaded. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an interesting situation. He immediately activated the divine talisman of great creation and forcefully opened the Sumeru ring. He took out a small cauldron. The mountain, river, and grassland of Shuang province were depicted on it, as if it was enveloped in a layer of frost. It was the Frost Prefecture Cauldron. The cauldron emitted a myriad of light rays and began to expand rapidly. Wait, put it back. Du Yenying tried to stop him, but it was too late. Try putting it back. Li Qingshan couldn't hold the cauldron even if he tried, so he threw it to the ground. A loud bang shook the entire palace. What happened? Fei Hong frowned. He hurried over, only to see a huge cauldron crashing into the palace. And it was still growing. Outside the palace, Du Yenying looked helpless while Li Qingshan said excitedly, Big. 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 The cauldron broke through 100 palaces, and the sound of houses collapsing and collapsing could be heard. When the cauldron finally stopped growing bigger, it could be seen from every corner of the city. It was like a mountain peak. The mouth of the cauldron continuously spewed out rainbow-colored sparks. Streaks of sparks soared into the sky, stirring up halos of light before slowly dissipating. It was like a gorgeous firework, dyeing the sky colorful. So beautiful. Li Qingshan shaded his eyes with his hand and exclaimed in admiration. Guild leader, what's going on? After a moment of consideration, Fei Hong still decided to ask Du Yenying. After all these years of experience, she was much more reliable than him most of the time. Fei Hong, evacuate everyone in the palace. Take my seal and order the imperial guards to maintain order in the city and prevent any disturbances. Yes. A moment later, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and turned into a huge whirlpool. Under the illumination of the rainbow-colored light, it looked like a kaleidoscope, faintly showing all kinds of scenery. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It struck the mountain like Xianxia cauldron as if it was about to shatter. Du Yanniang's expression changed. Qingshan, quickly create a substitute. This world is digesting the Xianxia cauldron. Digesting? In the past, Li Qingshan had also tried to take out pills and treasures from his Sumeru ring, but they were all suppressed by this world. He didn't expect the Xianxia cauldron to have such a big reaction. It seemed like Du Yanniang was right. There was some kind of connection between the worlds. The spirit chi of other worlds would be strongly rejected by this world. However, the divine seal of mountain and river, which had condensed the laws of heaven and earth, was like a glutton encountering a delicious meal. It immediately swallowed and melted, becoming a part of this world. What kind of substitute do you think can block the lightning? Li Qingshan pointed upwards, and the huge cauldron was filled with exploding thunderbolts. Millions of electric arcs shot out, and any one of them could kill a Xiantian realm expert. Due to the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, the strongest substitute he could create was only at the Xiantian realm 10th stage. It was simply a fool's dream to want to enter the cauldron safely. The cauldron was filled with thunderbolts and turned into a real pool of thunder. Not to mention the substitute, even the real body couldn't withstand it. If this world was so serious about them when they descended, they would have died decades ago. Now, it seemed like they were two little bugs that landed on a fat man who was sleeping soundly. Although the fat man would subconsciously wave them around, he eventually got used to it and simply went back to sleep. After all, although the little bugs were annoying, they didn't bring any harm or benefit to this world. When the Xianxia cauldron appeared, it immediately seemed like it was going to wake up. I miscalculated. I have never tried this kind of thing. Then we can only wait for this world to digest the Xianxia cauldron, and then we can slowly go to the world to collect it. Du Yanniang sighed. It was not a simple matter to extract and condense the divine seal from the mountains and rivers. Although this world wasn't big, it still had thousands of mountains and rivers. Moreover, it was still unknown whether they could successfully condense the divine seal. Li Qingshan, who was anxious to return to the 9 prefectures, was probably going to go crazy. Women, oh women, they are usually smarter than the other, but when it comes to the crucial moment, they are unreliable. Li Qingshan shook his head, and his face showed a look of exasperation. Fei Hong rushed back to report, and his mouth twitched as he listened. If it wasn't for guild leader Gu, how could you be so lazy and content all these years? Du Yanniang was too lazy to argue with him, and asked in surprise, you still have a way? Ha, I have a way. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and opened them again. The smile on his face had disappeared, and his eyes glowed with a faint blue light. It was as tranquil as the deep sea, and he said softly, flower in the mirror, moon in the water. Even though he was confined by the laws of this world, the divine talisman of great creation could help him break the confinement and activate his supernatural power. In Fei Hong's surprised eyes, a phantom emerged from Li Qingshan's body, and gradually became clear. It was facing him, and it had the same appearance and expression, just like looking into a mirror. It was the mirror doppelganger that he hadn't used for many years. Du Yanniang said, the doppelganger technique. You do have this move, but your doppelganger seems to be too weak. You might as well use a substitute. Li Qingshan and the mirror doppelganger turned their heads at the same time, and smiled at her. You will know when you see it. The mirror doppelganger immediately rushed to the big cauldron, and it was immediately struck by several thunderbolts, but it was blocked by a rainbow light. Divine talisman of great creation. Du Yanniang's eyes narrowed, and she immediately understood. The mirror doppelganger was almost equivalent to an extension of Li Qingshan's body, so it could naturally activate the divine talisman of great creation to protect itself. The willpower he had accumulated over the years was as deep as the sea, and even if it was struck by lightning, it would not be easy to break this barrier. The mirror doppelganger finally climbed to the top of the big cauldron, and jumped into the pool of thunder. Aren't you afraid of not succeeding, and losing the divine talisman of great creation for nothing? Gain and lose, there is no need to worry about it. But this is all your wicked idea, and prepare to pay with your body. Li Qingshan no longer spoke. He closed his eyes and focused on controlling the mirror image clone. Greetings, my king. Greetings, guild leader. What's going on? Figures gathered from all directions as they stared at the mountain-like cauldron in astonishment. No need to say more, just watch. Gu Yenying waved her hand, and everyone stood solemnly behind them. As they listened to the rumbling thunder, they shivered. They couldn't help but look at Li Qingshan's back. Was he the one who triggered this heavenly might? The Frost Prefecture cauldron was extremely sturdy and was not restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. It stood firmly under the bombardment of the thunder. The earth shook violently. Suddenly, cracks appeared, and lava gushed out. Scarlet flames rushed to the bottom of the Frost Prefecture cauldron. At this moment, besides Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying, no one else dared to stand in front of the cauldron. They retreated far away, still shaken to the core. The world seemed to have turned into a copper cauldron, using fortune as the work, the earth as the anvil, and the thunder as the hammer to refine the Frost Prefecture cauldron. A gust of hot wind blocked the splashing thunder and fire. Gu Yenying stared silently. Only now did she see the so-called heavenly might. However, it also revealed the laws of heaven and earth. Although she could comprehend the laws of heaven and earth through various objects under normal circumstances, she could only comprehend the surface. Just like when a person was angry or drunk, it was easier to reveal his true nature. This was indeed the best time to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. She didn't know if Li Qingshan could grasp this chance to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and become a deity of this world. However, becoming a deity with a clone, would it really not affect the main body? Time passed bit by bit. The power of heaven and earth was endless. The Frost Prefecture cauldron also couldn't hold on any longer. With a crack appeared at the bottom and quickly spread. Li Qingshan's expression changed slightly. A rainbow light burst out from the crack. Wherever the Frost Prefecture cauldron cracked, the rainbow light would shoot out, as if trying to repair the crack. But Gu Yenying could see it. He was fighting against time with this world to refine the Frost Prefecture cauldron first. Finally, the Frost Province cauldron was covered in cracks. Millions of rainbow-colored lights shot out from within and dyed the entire cauldron red. Time seemed to stop for a moment, and then there was a loud bang. The huge cauldron exploded into pieces, and ring-shaped shockwaves swept out for thousands of miles. Circles of rainbow light expanded along with it, dyeing the sky incomparably beautiful. However, the fragments of the cauldron melted in midair like ice cubes, swallowed and melted by this world. The sky began to brighten, and the heavenly thunder and earthly fire gradually subsided. The tens of thousands of palaces were burned down by the lava, and ashes fell all over the city. Fortunately, there were countless experts in the city, and reinforcements came in time. Only then did it not turn into a burning city. Above the ruins, Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, which were clear and bright. It was as if it could pierce through everything in the world. Gu Yenying asked, "How is it?" "It's hard to say, but the divine talisman of great creation has been lost." "Hurry up and repay me with your body," Li Qingshan said. As soon as his mirror clone entered the Frost Province cauldron, he used the power of the divine talisman of great creation to power the spirit turtle transformation to derive the laws of the world. At the same time, he had to fend off the lightning and the roasting of the earthly fire. Afterwards, he had to fight against time with this world to refine the Frost Province cauldron. The power of belief he had accumulated over all these years basically flowed out like water. Fortunately, he had personally shattered the Mist Province cauldron in the past, and he had even eaten a fruit of wisdom, so he had quite a deep understanding of the laws of the 9 provinces. As a result, the refinement process was relatively smooth. In the end, he managed to refine the Frost Province cauldron first. However, the Frost Province cauldron was unable to endure the attacks of the heavenly thunder and earthly fire anymore. It shattered loudly, swallowed and melted away by the world. Even his mirror clone and the divine talisman of great creation were swallowed up together. Cut the nonsense. How is it? I don't know how to describe my current state either. On one hand, I'm standing here, before you, and on the other hand, I'm roaming the world, existing with the world. I can dive into the deep sea or climb to the top of a mountain with a single thought. Yep, there's a woman sleeping naked here. Not bad, but her stomach isn't too good. Li Qingshan was originally solemn, like an observer from beyond the mortal world. His final sentence immediately exposed his true nature. Gu Yanning shot a glance at him in exasperation. What else? I also see endless laws, but I can only walk around and look around. I don't seem to be a god. This was the first time Li Qingshan had experienced such a wondrous state in his life. He focused his gaze on Gu Yanning, but all he saw was a whistling, scorching wind from hell wrapped around a pale, green feather. He could not help but feel rather disappointed. He had never thought this guy would have already cultivated the illustrations of the Naraka to such a level, basically existing with hell. Just by looking at his expression, Gu Yanning knew what he was thinking. Finally, she could not help but swing her iron fan and hit him hard on the head. Li Qingshan realized that he could not see Gu Yanning clearly, so he continued to roam the world. Unexpectedly, he was hit. He touched his head and said, "Why did you hit me?" "I didn't see anything." Gu Yanning looked at his angry and round face and really had no temper. She sighed and said, "You're almost omniscient in this world now. This is already the ability of a god." Yep, that makes sense. After all, the time is too short. I still can't understand all the laws of heaven and earth, so it's naturally difficult for me to control the power of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan nodded and suddenly patted her head. Hey, it's not that I don't want to repay you, it's just that it's not time yet. Gu Yanning held her forehead and was speechless for a long time. She felt that in front of so many people, she really could not lower herself to his level. But will your clone really not affect your main body? Don't be assimilated by this world. After all, no matter how strong the power that he grasped in this world was, he could not bring it back to the 9 prefectures. If he was assimilated by the world, it would be much more terrifying than being rejected by the world. It's just a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. Of course, it won't affect my main body. Sigh, you don't seem to be affected. Gu Yanning sighed in her heart. Who would continue to peep at a woman in this state? He had long been immersed in the endless mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth, and everything in the secular world was like fleeting clouds. She really admired his temperament. How could he be so stubborn? But you don't know, this is really very interesting. It's like playing a game. Li Qingshan thought of the sandbox games in his previous life. However, the largest of those games was only a city, and the degree of realism was also very limited. This was an entire world. It was so detailed that every grain of sand and every grain of dust was detailed. I've never heard of such a game, but your magical power is really mysterious. Gu Yanning praised. Is that so? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Apart from being able to conceal his identity in the beginning, Moon's reflection actually became less and less useful to him later on. As his identity was exposed, the enemies he faced became stronger and stronger. His doppelganger could only be used as a shield. He really felt that it was of little value. This was because he lacked understanding. In fact, the doppelganger technique was not a particularly advanced spell. There were even some Qi practitioners who were able to use them, but they could only be used in battle. There was a limit to how far they could go, making them more like puppets. Only extremely powerful cultivators. Only then would there be a true doppelganger that could replace the main body and travel the world. However, such a doppelganger would definitely affect the main body, and there was a risk that the will of the main body and the doppelganger would not be in sync. It could even create a will that would separate from the main body, and that would be a huge loss. His mirror avatar, on the other hand, was almost an extension of his body, so there was no problem of coordinating his will. Instead, it had a strange self-protection mechanism to prevent the main body from being affected by the doppelganger. No matter how much the shadow was distorted by the mirror and water, the flower and moon would remain unaffected. If his true body became a deity, his mind would definitely be greatly affected. How could the vastness of the world not have an impact on a person's mind? This was a talent passed down in the bloodline of the spirit turtle race. When the spirit turtle hid in the deep sea and controlled the doppelganger to travel, if the doppelganger casually separated from the main body, or if someone injured the main body through the doppelganger, then what was the point of the doppelganger? What was the point of having a doppelganger? How could he not nip such a risk in the bud? Only by creating such a mirror avatar. Only then could he ensure that he was always in the safest position. If Xianxia knew about this, he would definitely sigh. The spirit turtle really was a natural-born shut-in. This water mirror was basically like a computer screen, forming a barrier that completely isolated the world. Everyone gathered again and asked what was going on. A young man stepped out from the crowd. His back was slightly protruding, and his figure was broad. His face was extremely handsome, and he bore some resemblance to Xianxia. He clasped his hands and said, "Father, Mother invites you to the Xianxia temple." "What is it?" As Xianxia asked, he already saw Yang Miaozhen in the Xianxia temple. He already understood the answer. Someone was finally leaving him. As the world changed, people's hearts changed. He was not the only one who could abandon others. Suddenly, Yang Miaozhen's heart skipped a beat. She stood up and looked around. How sharp. Is it because she's about to ascend? Xianxia praised inside. Among the girls, Yang Miaozhen was undeniably the best in terms of talent, comprehension, and willpower. She had been focused on cultivation all these years, without a single day of rest. She did not care about the struggles of the world at all. Even Xianxia, who did not have a family or sect to hold her back, felt jealous. Only she had always been very indifferent. However, it was precisely because of this indifference that they had gradually drifted apart. Even when Xianxia summoned her, she often refused. She had reached the 10th level of qi refining, the highest realm, and was only a step away from ascending. The change in the sky last night had given her quite a bit of inspiration. She had glimpsed a trace of the laws of heaven and earth. She was about to ascend, so she ordered her son to invite Xianxia. The Black Tortoise city of the past, the Zhongdu city of today, was not far from the Xianxia temple. Xianxia did not make her wait long. The sky had just brightened when he stood in front of her. He said with a smile, "Congratulations, congratulations. You really haven't changed at all, but I've aged a lot." Yang Miaozhen gazed at the man in front of her. He did not seem to have changed at all from many years ago. Not only his appearance, but even his mood was the same. However, her heart already felt many vicissitudes of life. Xianxia also said, "You've aged a lot." In reality, her appearance had not changed much. Due to the effects of the Ewood Vitality art, there was not a single wrinkle on her face, and there was not a single strand of white hair on her head. Her figure was still as tall and slender as before. However, she was still old. After all, she was only a mortal and did not have a powerful bloodline. This world did not have that many elixirs that could extend one's lifespan. Once one aged to a certain extent, that was death. Even if her appearance was still that of a young girl, death was still death. Xianxia still had a faint smile on his face. Even though he was a little sad, he did not feel sad. The ape demon fishing for the moon was destined to be an illusion. Why should he be sad for the moment when the moonlight flowed into his palm? We are husband and wife. Don't you have anything to say to me? Yang Miaozhen could not help but ask. The man in front of her had once made her so infatuated that she even gave birth to a child for him. I do have a lot to say to you, but we are not husband and wife. I wanted to leave you, but I didn't expect you to be one step ahead of me. Not? Yang Miaozhen also felt a stab of pain in her heart. Xianxia said with certainty, "No. I once had a woman I wanted to marry, but in the end, I let her down. I thought I could take her to travel the world, but in the end, I realized that it was my wishful thinking. From that day on, I swore that I would never marry again, and I would never make any vows of eternal love to anyone. For people of my generation, the vicissitudes of life are too easy." Yang Miaozhen finally understood why he only had concubines but never held any wedding. She originally thought that he was too jumpy and could not stand these red tape. She sighed faintly and said, "I see. So that's how it is. I've never heard you say these words before." Xianxia said with a smile, "I am not stupid. Why do I have to say these annoying words? Why are you not afraid of annoying me today? No matter how indifferent you appear, I know that you are a person who values relationships. I am afraid that there is still something in your heart that you can't give up, and it will affect your ascension. After all, you are a woman. There are very few women like Gu Yenying. So, do you like President Gu or me? Li Qingshan shook his head. Let's not talk about this. Sit down and listen to me. You've only just started after you've ascended. So the two sat opposite each other, one talking and the other listening. From the matters to pay attention to during the tribulation, to the cultivation methods after ascension, to battles between cultivators, Li Qingshan passed on all the knowledge he could possibly use to Yang Miaozhen, no matter how trivial it was. He was like a master passing down instructions to his disciple who was about to leave seclusion. Yang Miaozhen asked from time to time. It was no longer a prince and a concubine, but a senior and a junior. The two cultivators were communicating. Unknowingly, the faint sorrow of parting had been completely washed away, and it was instead filled with yearning and hope for the future. 3 days later, thunder roared. Yang Miaozhen soared into the sky to resist the tribulation lightning. A moment later, the thunderclouds dissipated. Yang Miaozhen looked back at Li Qingshan, nodded slightly, and disappeared into the horizon. From then on, they were separated from the boundless void and separated in the vast sea of stars. It was likely that they would never meet again. It wasn't that they were fickle, but that they had greater pursuits and wished each other well. It was better than remembering a mound. Li Qingshan silently said, Miaozhen, have a safe journey. He turned around and returned to Zhongdu City, using his clone to observe the heavenly tribulation of ascension. He had gained a better understanding of the laws of heaven and earth in this world. He needed to properly comprehend it. When he left this world in the future, it should be of great help. After devouring the Frost Prefecture cauldron, this world began to undergo subtle changes. However, these changes were not immediate. Instead, they were subtle. Perhaps one day in the future, the mountains and rivers of this world could also condense into the divine seal of mountains and rivers, or even evolve into a wider world. However, that was a matter for thousands of years later. And Li Qingshan finally did not feel bored anymore. In Zhongdu City, the palace that had been destroyed by the heavenly lightning and earthly fire was quickly rebuilt. It had a distinct Qingzhou style, especially a huge statue standing in the square with a long saber on its back, looking into the distance. It was the appearance of Li Qingshan. Passers-by who passed by had to pay their respects. Deep in the palace, Li Qingshan was lying on the bed with his head propped up. Snacks were placed all around him. There were peanuts, melon seeds, fruits, and pastries. He casually grabbed them and sent them into his mouth. There was a mysterious smile on his face, and he looked like he was daydreaming. His hand touched nothing on the plate and immediately shouted, Fei Hong, melon seeds. Fei Hong helplessly served the melon seeds and conveniently cleaned up the melon seed shells and shells that were piled up on the floor. This was the confidential place where Gu Yenying worked. Ordinary maids did not have the qualifications to enter. Only she, the chief steward, was able to personally serve this chivalrous king. From that day onwards, Li Qingshan became even more lazy. In the past, he would often stroll around. Now, he was practically lying on the bed without moving. He did not sleep for days and nights, and actually had a pair of dark circles under his eyes. He was the invincible chivalrous king with unparalleled martial arts. Ha 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 ha. Li Qingshan suddenly burst into laughter, startling Fei Hong. However, she saw that his eyes were empty and not looking at anything. She could not help but sigh heavily. She looked at Gu Yenying, who was concentrating on handling official business, and asked, Guild Leader Gu, is His Highness really all right? You don't need to worry about him. He is currently comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Comprehending the laws of heaven and earth? Fei Hong looked at Li Qingshan again and saw that the smile on his face had disappeared. Instead, it had become somewhat lascivious. In this world, no matter what one did, they could not do without comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. She had never seen someone who comprehended the laws of heaven and earth like this. She could not help but shake her head and leave. Without raising her head, Gu Yenying asked, Qingshan, take a look at the southern part of the southern territory. I just received news that there are a few cave masters there who do not seem to be very peaceful. Ah, wait a moment. Oh, I see them. The group of country bumpkins from the 72 caves have gathered a large group of natives for a meeting. They say that your new laws are too harsh, and they are thinking of ways to resist it. After so many years, there were no longer any organizations that dared to go against the world society. However, all kinds of opportunistic and covert actions were still unavoidable. The laws that were issued would often become unrecognizable when they reached the lower levels. Some people would even take advantage of the situation and damage the reputation of the world society. The reason why Gu Yenying arranged for Li Qingshan to stay here was to use him as a super monitor. There was nothing in the world that could be hidden from him. He could immediately understand the most real situation, and then use targeted methods to amend the laws in a timely manner. At the same time, he would maintain the dignity of the laws and make them more compatible with the path of hell. Following Li Qingshan's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, it was no longer as simple as observing the present. It even included the past and the future. In the blink of an eye, he could know the cause and effect of a matter. He could even pry into the most subtle changes in people's hearts. He could also multitask and monitor the happenings in various places at the same time. This was indeed the means of the gods. However, he used this ability like a TV show. From the romance of the rich and powerful to the romance of the countryside, from the world of animals to man and nature, every channel was full of fun and required him to keep track of it. In addition, there were several those programs that he watched a lot as well. The only thing that made Gu Yenying feel fortunate was that he finally stopped making a fuss about returning to the 9 prefectures. Li Qingshan seemed to have sensed something and suddenly said, "Gu Yenying, once I understand the laws of heaven and earth in this world, we will return to the 9 prefectures. Don't even think about delaying it." "Alright, please continue." Spring rain, summer thunder, autumn wind, winter snow, the 4 seasons changed. Amidst the tribulation lightning, Li Qingshan saw off his old friends one by one. He asked the infant Rahu and Xiaoming, "Where do you think they'll ascend to?" Luoho Xiaoming had become so small that he was even smaller than a newborn baby. Li Qingshan could carry him with one hand. His skin had also turned pink. Most of the time, his eyes were closed as if he was a sleeping baby. However, his brows were always furrowed, and his expression was sometimes twisted to the point of being ferocious. He was sweating so much that his swaddling clothes would be soaked in a second. It was as if he was in a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. Li Qingshan would always wake him up at this time and ask him something. So, Luoho Xiaoming opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as rubies, but they were covered with a layer of mist. After a moment of confusion, he came back to his senses. His lips moved, and he answered vaguely, 6 paths of reincarnation. Just as I expected. Li Qingshan nodded. Not long ago, an Asura under his command ascended. Through the mirror image's perspective, he clearly saw a blood-colored vortex blossoming in the void and swallowing the Asura. Originally, he thought that ascending from a small world to a medium world, and then from a medium world to a great world. Now, it seemed that this 6 paths of reincarnation was the final destination of all the worlds in the void, whether it was life or death. It was understandable. Of course, ascenders couldn't cross the void to another world. Only the 6 paths of reincarnation was connected to every world, and only then would there be the possibility of ascending. However, what kind of form the 6 paths of reincarnation existed in was still something that Li Qingshan couldn't understand. But now, he gradually understood this world. Luoho Xiaoming fell asleep again. His expression gradually became ferocious, even filled with terror. Asura had always been known for their bravery and fearlessness. But what could make this Asura's divine son show such an expression? His nightmare became deeper and deeper, so deep that even Li Qingshan couldn't wake him up anymore. His breath also became weaker and weaker until it was almost non-existent. One day, after an extremely long slumber, so long that Li Qingshan thought he would never wake up again, he suddenly opened his eyes and bawled like an infant. He was filled with endless sorrow and bitterness. Li Qingshan was surprised. He picked up the swaddling clothes in a hurry, but he caught a whiff of blood. He opened the swaddling clothes and took a look. The tender skin cracked as droplets of blood dripped out, igniting red lotuses. His instinctive sense of danger made him let go of Luoho and Xiaoming, retreating far away. The red lotus flames actually gave him a feeling even more terrifying than Xiao and Samadhi flames of white bone. They seemed to possess a law that was even more profound and ancient than the laws of the world. It could not be defied, passing through all the worlds in the world. It was this law that backfired on this Azura's divine son who once had supreme divine power. Gu Yenying, who was focused on revising the new law, was also stunned. She stared at the blooming red lotuses and felt that even the law of the Naraka realm couldn't compare to the law contained in the red lotuses. Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying both held their breaths. After the red lotuses bloomed to their peak, they all began to wither. Little Luoho's crying stopped, and he spat out a red lotus. This red lotus was larger than all the other red lotuses, and its petals bloomed. It was as big as a wash basin, and there was a baby lying within it. Surprisingly, this baby also looked like little Luoho, and he had a happy smile on his face, without a hint of sorrow. Looking at the bottom of the lotus, little Luoho had already turned into ashes. The last lotus flower also slowly withered and finally dissipated. All of this happened in just a moment. The baby crawled up from the ground and looked at himself with a satisfied expression. He put his hands on his waist and proudly showed off the little elephant under him. In that moment, he washed away all of his melancholy and dejection. He pointed at Li Qingshan arrogantly. Li Qingshan, get me something to eat. I want fresh milk and grapes. Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying looked at each other. They still didn't understand what was going on. There seemed to be some shocking change happening to Luo Ho Xiaoming, but it only looked like he had become more arrogant. Li Qingshan said tentatively, "Little Ming?" Ming is Ming, but remove the word little. From today onwards, I am Luo Xiaoming. Okay, little Ming. It's Luo Ho Xiaoming. Luo Ho Xiaoming's expression darkened. No problem, little Ming. B*****. Luo Ho Xiaoming glared at Li Qingshan. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, just like a real Azura. Li Qingshan slowly approached him and squatted down. He tentatively extended his right hand and curled his middle finger. What are you trying to do? Don't you dare. Luo Ho Xiaoming's body swayed as he tried to avoid Li Qingshan's hand. Pa. Li Qingshan flicked Luo Ho Xiaoming's forehead. Luo Ho Xiaoming fell to the ground, his face red with anger. Li Qingshan scratched his chin and chuckled. I thought you suddenly gained some amazing ability, but it turns out you're only SOSO. Luo Ho Xiaoming sat on the ground. Li Qingshan, I definitely won't forgive you in the future. Li Qingshan slowly curled his middle finger. Luo Ho Xiaoming decided that a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Li Qingshan ordered someone to bring fresh milk and grapes. Luo Ho Xiaoming immediately ignored everything else and started to eat and drink. Gu Yenying asked curiously, Little Ming, what kind of fire is that just now? Luo Ho Xiaoming said angrily, Red Lotus karmic fire. Then he said seriously, we have to leave this place quickly. Why? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. This was really the case of the eunuchs panicking instead of the emperor. Have you noticed any changes in me? Luo Ho Xiaoming clenched his fists. You're growing up. Gu Yenying keenly noticed that Luo Ho Xiaoming had more hair on his head than when he was born from the Red Lotus karmic fire. His speech was also clearer. But Li Qingshan noticed even more. Originally, although Luo Ho Xiaoming was not rejected by this world, he was not accepted by it either. But ever since he was reborn from the Red Lotus karmic fire, the heaven and earth spiritual chi had been gathering towards him. It was simply unstoppable. That's right. If this continues, it won't be long before I face the first heavenly tribulation. I can't ascend in this world, or I'll return to the Azure realm. Luo Ho Xiaoming said. Different from Li Qingshan, who was a half-baked god of the world, he was a natural god and was born in this world. He was a child of destiny protected by this world. Even if he was isolated from the heaven and earth. Spiritual chi, just eating and drinking would allow him to grow rapidly. He would grow stronger with every passing second until he reached the limit of what this world could contain. Yes, your mother is looking for you everywhere. You can't just walk right into her trap. Li Qingshan agreed. He asked Gu Yenying impatiently, Gu Yenying, are you coming or not? Aren't you going to understand the laws of heaven and earth? I'm almost done. I can study the rest when I return to the land of the 9 prefectures. Aren't you afraid that you'll lose your connection with your doppelgangers? Foolish woman, don't underestimate my talent. Alright, then let's go. But, smart man, where is the land of the 9 prefectures? Li Qingshan glared at Gu Yening angrily with his thick eyebrows raised. He clenched and then opened his hands as he stared at her slender and beautiful neck. Strong winds blew in the sky, dark clouds rolled, and thunder rumbled. His anger had changed the color of the wind and clouds. Gu Yening knew that he was truly angry. She hurriedly explained, when we came here, we only relied on the rock feather to make decisions. We randomly chose a small world in the void. It's not easy to return the way we came. Then why don't you let the Kuan Peng's feather make the decision again? Li Qingshan barked. Thunder suddenly boomed outside the room. Gu Yening smiled bitterly. Although the rock feather is a spiritual object, it doesn't have any intelligence. Now that I've inherited part of its inheritance, it can't make decisions on its own. So, you've been fooling me all this time? No wonder you've been delaying your return. Gu Yening, oh, Gu Yening, I've trusted you all this time. How dare you treat me like this? Li Qingshan took a step forward. His fangs were protruding, and his face was full of ferocity. The thunder rumbled, and the lightning flickered on his face. A few tiger stripes were faintly discernible. It was obvious that he really wanted to kill her. Gu Yening sighed in her heart. She knew that if she didn't deal with this properly, her life might be in danger. No matter how casual he seemed to be, there was a fierce tiger in his heart. If he was really angered, he would not be soft-hearted. By then, paying with my body would no longer be a joke. She would really have to pay with her body. If she passed through the void and overcame all the hardships, it would be a great tragedy if she died in his hands in the end. Qingshan. I only found out about it not long ago. I didn't mean to deceive you. I originally wanted to wait for you to become a true god of the world. Then, I might be able to completely inherit the rock's inheritance and find the way back. Hey, he can wait, but I can't. Luo Ho Xiaoming knew the origin of that feather. He knew that with Gu Yening's cultivation base, it would take more than 8 to 10 years for her to inherit the inheritance. Not to mention in such a world. Shut up! Li Qingshan shouted. Luo Ho Xiaoming shrugged. He had learned this action from Li Qingshan, indicating that it didn't matter at all. In any case, as long as he didn't return to the Azure realm, he could just go to a bigger world. As for Gu Yening, perhaps it didn't matter if he returned to the 9 regions or not. Only Li Qingshan had to go back to find little, and Luo Ho Xiaoming continued, even if there's a path, it's still not enough. I also advise you to stop looking for your original world. You have no idea how many dangers there are in the void. Last time, it was the Kuan Peng's feather that helped you choose the best route. Was this still the best route? You should learn to be smarter. Little Ming, you asked for this yourself. Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed Luo Ho Xiaoming. He aimed at his butt and slapped him hard. Outside the door, torrential rain poured down. Luo Ho Xiaoming cursed and struggled with all his might. As a dignified divine child, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Gu Yening didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She recalled what Li Qingshan had said before, beating a child on a rainy day is nothing to do anyway. Her heart was filled with regret for both of them. If it weren't for her, Li Qingshan wouldn't have landed in this world. And Luo Ho Xiaoming had completely taken the blame for her, bearing Li Qingshan's monstrous anger. The wildflower saber and the slingshot named Little Ye were quietly placed on the bed. They even talked to each other and felt deeply ashamed. These two people were too shameless. This was their first confrontation, and it ended with Li Qingshan's complete victory. However, Luo Ho Xiaoming also cursed all 8 generations of his ancestors. At this moment, he was staring at Li Qingshan with murderous eyes. Li Qingshan completely ignored him. He took a deep breath and regained his composure. His eyes were tranquil and distant. At crucial times, women really can't be relied on. Yes, children can't be relied on either. Gu Yening pinched the bridge of her nose and was speechless. Actually, this had nothing to do with men or women, old or young. Crossing the void with the cultivation of a level 3 heavenly tribulation and traveling back and forth between two incomparably distant worlds was like asking a child to cross a desert without any preparation. All he could rely on was that Kuan Peng's feather. Moreover, he couldn't completely control this only means of transportation. We'll leave tomorrow. I'll deduce the route. Xianxia, you know it's impossible for you to deduce it. Gu Yenying frowned. No matter how much she believed in Li Qingshan's methods, she still had basic common sense. The distance between these two worlds was probably millions of miles. Moreover, it wasn't a straight line. Who knew how many twists and turns it contained information that was even more complicated than the laws of this world. Once we leave this world, my power will recover, and I can start to deduce. Although I can't deduce the entire route at once, I can use the changes in the celestial bodies to reduce the difficulty of the deduction. Li Qingshan's expression was calm. He spoke as if it was an extremely ordinary matter, as if he was just walking while searching for the route. This is practically suicide. Gu Yenying couldn't help but comment like this. With such a great distance between them, as long as there was a slight deviation in the deduction, they would never be able to reach their destination. Moreover, deduction consumed a large amount of spiritual power. The void couldn't supply it at all. This is what you promised me. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Then, he retracted his expression and said, if you don't want to leave, I can't force you. Let's just say that our fate has come to an end. From now on, you walk your own path, and I'll walk mine. Let's part ways here. Gu Yenying felt as if her heart was stabbed, but without the Kuan Peng's feather, how are you going to? Li Qingshan said with determination, I will return to the 9 continents through the 6 paths of reincarnation. Luo Ho Xiaoming couldn't help but mock him, what a joke. This plan is even more stupid than the one just now. Do you know how big the 6 paths of reincarnation is? Do you think that just because the 6 paths of reincarnation is connected to the other worlds, you can use it as a bridge? No matter how dangerous it is, I must return to the 9 continents. Little and is waiting for me there. I've made her wait for too long. Li Qingshan strode out of the door. The thunderstorm came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the clouds had dispersed, and the vast Star River became even more dazzling. At this very moment, she was waiting for his return somewhere on the other side of the Star River. He had never doubted this. Thus, this endless river of stars gained meaning and merged into his chest. Suddenly, Gu Yenying's voice sounded behind him, then let's go. Li Qingshan turned around and saw a smile on her lips. She was as graceful as the wind, so he smiled back. Have you gone mad? Luo Ho Xiaoming was shocked. If he wanted to leave this world, his biggest reliance was Gu Yenying. If she left this world, he would have to follow her. Li Qingshan asked, are you afraid? Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes moved back and forth between Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying. They seemed to be glowing with a light that even he, a former god, had to face. You two damned bastards. In the deep winter, in the north. The night sky was clear as if it had been washed, and the moonlight was as bright as frost. It shone on the vast forest, and the snow was surging. A lone peak stood on the snowy plains of the forest. The words World Sword Sect were deeply engraved on the precipice, overlooking the world in the south. There was a commotion in the forest, and a young man jumped out of the forest. He looked up at the 4 big words and smiled scornfully. His face was handsome, and his short black hair was mixed with golden luster. His eyes were round, and he seemed to be quick-witted. Then, he landed lightly on the snow without leaving a trace. His eyes fell on the back of a tall man at the bottom of the precipice, and he showed a complicated expression. There was kindness and respect from the bottom of his heart, but there was also resentment and dissatisfaction. But there was one thing that was beyond doubt. In his heart, this man was far more lofty than the lone peak, and even somewhat unattainable. So, he walked forward and bowed, Father. Li Qingshan looked back and smiled, My son, you are indeed the first to come. This young man was his youngest monkey child. How could I not come early when father summoned me? But if it was in the past, you would definitely jump on my back. There was a hint of nostalgia in Li Qingshan's eyes. Humans were not plants, and how could they be emotionless? Father, are you really going to leave? The young man was suddenly filled with reluctance. The person in front of him was not only the world-famous hero king, but also his father. Li Qingshan waved his hand. I'm afraid your brothers and sisters will only arrive after a while. Go and catch some game. I want a drink. The young man responded, turned around, and went into the forest. After a while, he came back carrying a big brown bear. There were 3 more people next to Li Qingshan, and they all smiled and greeted him. One of them said, the youngest, you are so attentive. The young man snorted and went to deal with the bear meat. Li Qingshan then ordered the 3 people to find some firewood. When the bonfire was lit, and the bear meat was still emitting a fragrance, there were already people at the bottom of the precipice. There were men and women. They were all outstanding people, standing or sitting. They kept their distance from each other. They were all princes and princesses who had inherited the most outstanding bloodline in this world. They possessed miraculous powers that ordinary people did not have, even if their cultivation was higher than theirs. It was also very difficult to defeat them. Not to mention that there were many of them. He had already reached the pinnacle of cultivation and would definitely become the ruler of this world. The only reason he wasn't yet was because he was a paragon. Their father was still sitting there. And everyone knew that he wouldn't stay here for long. Half a year ago, the leader of the world society, Gu Yenying, handed over the reins of power and ended the rule that had lasted for decades. Then, she announced that she was going to leave this world. The world was in turmoil because of this. Fortunately, the laws that she had spent decades establishing ensured basic stability. Moreover, the hero king was still around, so who dared to cause trouble? However, the work that was once done by her now required the cooperation of dozens of people. Most importantly, there was a lack of a decision-maker. The world needed a new king. Those who were qualified were among them. It was not just because of their status. After all, this was a world where the strong ruled. If one did not have enough power, no matter how virtuous he was, he would not be able to sit firmly on the throne. Therefore, they were the only ones who could compete for this position. As a result, not to mention half-sisters, even brothers of the same father and mother were wary of each other. They also believed that the reason why Li Qingshan had gathered all the disciples tonight was to choose one of them to inherit the hero king's position. They were even more displeased with the others. Li Qingshan seemed to be unaware of all this. He smiled and ordered, Hu Chen, cut the meat. Feng Xian, come and pour some wine for your father. A bare-chested man with a curly beard came forward. He pulled out a long knife from his waist and cut out the bloody heart of the bear, offering it to Li Qingshan. Then, he cut off a bear's paw and began to chew on it, as if there was no one else around. Other than Li Qingshan, no one was qualified to have his service. The others showed dissatisfaction, but they knew that his temperament had always been like this. Although his cultivation was not the best among his siblings, no one had the confidence to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. A girl wearing a pure gold phoenix crown and a gorgeous dress walked over with her mouth pouted. Obviously, she was not willing to do this kind of thing. Anyway, she did not want to be the hero king, so she was not willing to suck up to the old man. Li Huchen and Li Fengxian inherited the bloodline of the tiger devil and the phoenix respectively. They were unique among all the disciples. They were also the most arrogant, so Li Qingshan loved to order them around. He said that he wanted to get rid of their arrogance, but no one believed this explanation. From the bottom of their hearts, they thought that the old man was just bullying them. Their youngest son had already grown into a teenager and had a rebellious heart. Many of them, using the lifespan of mortals, had already entered middle age. They were no longer the innocent children they used to be. Even if it was Li Qingshan's orders, they would not obey him from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, this was exactly what Li Qingshan wanted. Loyal ministers and filial sons were the most boring of all. He shook his head with a smile and bit off a third of the bear's heart. He chewed carelessly a few times before swallowing it all in one gulp. He drank all the alcohol in the goblet. Guan Yen, divide the meat. Yes, father. The young man who had once helped Yang Miaozhen pass on the news walked over. After a moment of thought, he divided the bear meat piece by piece with his fingers like a knife. None of them were dissatisfied. Clearly, this was not just because he had thought it through thoroughly enough. There was no dispute over the division. Li Guanyin was the only one who had inherited the spirit turtle's bloodline, as well as the only one who had no interest in the power of the world. Instead, he was very similar to his mother, Yang Miaozhen. He was completely focused on the path, and he possessed the spirit turtle's forbearance and cunning. As a result, he was the only one who did not have any enemies even though he was not very old among the disciples. Li Qingshan glanced at the disciples. Apart from the three of them, most of them were monkey cubs. This was obviously because the demonic ape bloodline had the absolute advantage, and their personalities were free and unrestrained. The remaining few were calves. Their personalities were much calmer, but they were all very stubborn. One of them was bareheaded. He was the only one who did not receive the bear meat because he wanted to become a monk. Who knew how many times he had been beaten by Li Qingshan, but in the end, he still became a monk. He was very strict with his precepts. Currently, he was chanting scriptures with his palms together, helping the poor bear to ascend to the afterlife. Li Qingshan suspected that he was fated with Buddhism, but he failed to convert to Buddhism in the end, which was why he gave birth to such a freak. He picked up a ball of snow and rubbed his hands. He stood up and gazed at the peak of the mountain. Children, eat and drink your fill. Warm up. Prepare to climb the mountain with me. Be careful not to fall. Do what you can. If you can't go up, then stay here. If you fall to your death, don't blame me for not warning you. The disciples thought he was joking again. It was just a mountain. How could they fall? Even the youngest one had the lowest cultivation. His cultivation was also the lowest, so he didn't find this difficult. He had grown up climbing mountains and climbing trees. Li Guanyin suddenly looked to the north. He lowered his head and said, "Royal father, I want to stay here." "Son of a turtle, you have always been the smartest." Li Qingshan still treated him like a child. He patted his head. "But not everything can be divined. If you blindly seek good fortune and avoid disaster, you will miss out on a lot of wonderful things." Li Guanyin was deep in thought. He suddenly looked up at him as if he had understood something. "Then I will go too." Simply climbing the mountain was not a problem for him. But as he spoke, a dark cloud swept over from the north. It covered the stars and the moon, and snowflakes drifted down. "Let's go." Li Qingshan climbed up the precipice. The disciples followed closely behind. Only Li Fengxian spread her wings and fluttered around. She was proud of being able to fly. But when the light snow turned into heavy snow, then into a blizzard, and the wind howled between heaven and earth, she could not fly like this anymore. After all, she was not a real phoenix. With her current cultivation, the human body was still too heavy. She could only climb the rock wall in a sorry state. She shouted at Li Qingshan, "You must have divined it correctly." Li Qingshan laughed loudly. He opened his arms to the sky. "Let the blizzard come more fiercely." As if the heavens heard his voice, the wind became more and more violent. The sea of trees rose and fell violently. Snow was no longer falling. Instead, it rolled between heaven and earth. Even the thick layer of snow was swept up. With a crack, a towering tree that towered above the sea of trees was actually snapped in half. It was swept up by the wind and landed dozens of miles away. Facing the might of heaven and earth, even the princes and princesses were as insignificant as mortals. Not only did it make climbing extremely difficult, the plummeting temperature made it even worse. Originally, no one cared about the cold. With their physiques, they were almost impervious to heat and cold. None of them wore winter clothes. Just now, their breaths turned into ice. They knew how powerful it was. They could only use a breath of true energy to resist the cold, but it was quickly consuming their true energy. Li Qingshan purposefully chose the most dangerous path. He even purposefully took a winding path. Everyone believed that this was a test. Even if it was not for the power of the world, for the dignity of the princes and princesses, no one gave up. The team gradually stretched into a long, winding line. The lips of the youngster at the end of the line were blue from the cold. His hands did not listen to him. The figures of his elder brother and sister were blurred in the wind and snow. He could not see his father walking at the front. He looked down. Other than the wind and snow, he could not see anything. He did not know how high he had climbed. If he fell, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. He could only grit his teeth and continue to climb. In an instant, all the figures in front of him disappeared. Other than the howling of the wind and snow, he could not hear anything else. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. The blood in his body seemed to be about to freeze. Suddenly, a rock that he was holding loosened and fell. This was a common thing when climbing. However, his stiff body did not allow him to change his movement. He lost his center of gravity and fell straight down. Ah! The youngest. Li Fengxian suddenly looked back. She opened her wings and jumped up. She grabbed the youngster and tried to return to the rock wall. However, in the snowstorm, she could not even fly alone, let alone carry another person. Like a kite with a broken string, she was whirling in the wind. Both of them were about to fall. Another figure jumped out of the rock wall and shouted, "Monkey fishing for the moon." This was not the name of a powerful move. It was the name of the game that all monkey children played when they were young. The story of the monkey fishing for the moon was told by Li Qingshan to each of them. 7 or 8 figures jumped into the wind and snow. The first person felt his legs tighten when he grabbed Li Fengxian. Finally, a long human ladder was formed, swaying in the wind and snow. Li Huchen roared and pulled out his sword to cut the wind. The bald prince and several other brothers tried their best to pull everyone back. They kept chanting Buddha's name, Amitabha, Amitabha. When the young man came back to his senses, he felt a few strong arms pressing him tightly against the rock wall. A wave of genuine qi entered his body, and many concerned faces appeared in front of him. For a moment, he couldn't tell whose arms they were. A warm feeling welled up in his chest, and tears rolled down his cheeks, which immediately froze into ice. Just now, when he jumped out of the cliff, if anyone hesitated for a moment, he would have fallen down. "Idiot, why are you crying? You don't know to call us when you can't hold on anymore?" Li Fengxian said, "Li Yuanfei, just now, you are in front of the youngest. You don't know to take care of him." "Madam, I can't hold on anymore. How can I take care of him? Speaking of which, if I didn't react fast enough, you would be dead." Li Yuanfei looked wronged. Just now, he jumped out and shouted "monkey fishing for the moon" in the air, gathering all his brothers. Ha 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 ha. Clear laughter rang out from above. Everyone raised their heads and saw Li Qingshan standing on the rock face with his arms crossed. It was like nothing had happened the entire time. He even said complacently, "How's that? It's all thanks to me teaching you this move." Everyone stared at him angrily. Li Qingshan beckoned to them, "Come on, whoever reaches the top first, I will give him the title of Hero King." They looked at each other. In this snowstorm, each other's faces became clear, and a long-lost friendship surged in their hearts. Li Guanyan said, "Let me bring up the rear." Li Fengxian said, "I will go with you." "What Hero King? I don't care." As a result, they formed a new group. The strongest took turns to lead the way, digging holes in the cold, tough walls that they could climb through. They no longer pursued Li Qingshan at full speed. Instead, they climbed straight towards the top of the mountain. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. With a leap, he shot to the top of the mountain and disappeared into the snowstorm. As he disappeared, the snowstorm began to lessen. All the princes and princesses were certain that the violent and abnormal snowstorm just now was definitely his doing. Although they did not know how he controlled this vast power of heaven and earth, they were certain that it was so, and because of this, they had a belly full of anger. Perhaps in the hearts of all children, their fathers were omnipotent. But most children would find that this was not the case when they grew up. But Li Qingshan still retained this feeling. No matter how easygoing he was still like a mysterious mountain that stood far away in the sky. One could only look at him from afar but not approach him. "I still need to focus on my cultivation. I don't have time to deal with all these things. The old man is obviously fooling us again. We can't let him succeed." They all stepped back and refused to go up. Among the chatter, someone said, "Just let the youngest do it." Everyone agreed. "Let the old man be proud. We'll let the weakest and most useless one be the Hero King." "Li Yuanfei, you're the weakest and most useless one. Let go of me." I don't want to be the hero king. Thus, the young man was passed up hand by hand, and he was the only one who objected loudly. But his body was stiff. He couldn't resist. He was sent to the edge of the cliff. He was so anxious that his face turned red. At this time, a big hand reached in front of him. He looked up and saw Li Qingshan's smiling face. Okay, I promise you. If you don't want to be the hero king, then so be it. Li Qingshan glanced down again. Haha, old man? A bunch of fools. But according to human standards, he was indeed more than 100 years old. Everyone cursed in their hearts, we've been fooled by the old man again. When they climbed up the cliff, even Li Fengxian couldn't care about his image anymore. He lay on the ground and panted. Li Qingshan stood on the side of the cliff with his hands behind his back. He looked through the broken gate tower. The ape deity villa had been eroded by wind and snow for decades. Even the broken walls were hard to recognize. This was the place where he started in this world. Now, it would be the end. My children, I'm leaving. The princes and princesses were shocked. They knew this day would come eventually. But when it really came, they still felt it was too sudden. Maybe they had an illusion that this man would always be like a mountain, standing in the distance until the end of time. They couldn't help but feel all kinds of feelings in their hearts. Li Guanyin sighed and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, Father, you still have many things to settle. This world. What does this world have to do with me? Li Qingshan blinked. For a moment, he looked even younger than the children. Maybe some prisoners would fall in love with the cage. But he wouldn't. He wouldn't be locked up for 100 years or 1,000 years. Ba, you are the hero king. Everyone felt that he had a responsibility to the world. Even though he had not done anything serious over the years, the title of knight-errant king was enough to subdue all the evildoers. It was even more effective than Gu Yannying's strict laws. I am the hero king. Warrior king father. I have many other identities and titles, but I'm actually Li Qingshan. Now, Li Qingshan is going to do what Li Qingshan wants to do. Li Qingshan clapped his hands. What lord of the world? What great power? Of the world? They were all discarded like a pair of worn-out shoes. Lightly and quickly, he walked towards the gate of the villa. Gu Yannying was waiting for him there. Ba. Father, please stay a little longer. Your sudden departure will cause chaos in the world. You put Ba first, then why are you begging me? The world is not the world of the hero king, nor is it the world of the world society, but the world of the people. If the people of the world think that the world should be in chaos, then let it be. In fact, Li Qingshan didn't think much of Gu Yannying's strict laws. Although it made the world peaceful, it was normal to not pick up lost items on the road and not to close doors at night, and it even almost achieved equality for everyone. Was it really reasonable for a prince to break the law and the common people to be punished the same? The strong could not bully the weak, the wise could not play with the fools, and the group gave in to the individual? Although everyone liked and hated good and evil could not explain everything, and there was never an absolute standard. A world of peace and prosperity like this was merely a great dream that they had created using methods that surpassed this world. It was a dream that belonged to Li Qingshan and Gu Yannying. Now, they were finally going to wake up from this dream. He never thought about keeping the world society for thousands of years. There was nothing in the world that could not be destroyed. He also never thought about letting his children and grandchildren love each other and coexist peacefully. They loved each other like poisonous insects, so they could kill each other and walk their own path. And he had given everyone a chance. All kinds of martial arts manuals, cultivation methods, and unique skills were widely spread in this world, almost to the extent that they could be found everywhere, and no one could block them anymore. My children, change what you want the world to become with your own hands. If you want to do good, do good. If you want to do evil, do evil. I will look at you from the sky and laugh at your stupidity. Li Qingshan laughed and stepped into the gate of the villa, disappearing into the ruins. The children looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a moment. Suddenly, a dark blue cloud crossed the sky and fell beyond the horizon, from the northern territory to the middle territory, and even to the southern territory, covering the sky with a wonderful and even texture. The children looked up in surprise. Everyone in the world could see it if they looked up. An indescribable long cry resounded through the world. The dark blue cloud suddenly fell, giving people the feeling that the sky had collapsed, and those who were timid were already lying on the ground. A great wind rose. It wasn't as cold and fierce as a snowstorm, but rather hot. It was like the summer wind in June, melting all the ice and snow in the sky, whistling and surging between heaven and earth. The vast sea of trees revealed a verdant color, bending down like grass. Monstrous waves were stirred up in the eastern sea. The children also found it hard to breathe. The dark blue cloud was about to press down on their heads, but it suddenly rose up. In the blink of an eye, it shrank 100 times. Just now, they could see clearly that it was a giant bird. They couldn't help but widen their eyes, feeling extremely shocked. Their hearts felt like they had been broken through, and they could feel the boundless vastness of the world. Unknowingly, tears streamed down their cheeks. But there was no sadness or joy in their hearts. Every feeling became incomparably insignificant, and they didn't know why they were crying. A great wind rose, and the rock soared. In the blink of an eye, the rock flew far away. The stars shone brightly, and the jade sky was clear. The children stood on the cliff for a long time. Just now, they came back to their senses and felt a little dispirited. Things that they had thought to be incomparably important suddenly didn't seem worth mentioning. "Father has left," Li Guanyin said. "Has he really left?" the youth asked in a daze. "Didn't he say that he would watch over us from all over the world?" Li Yuanfei patted his shoulder. Casually. "The youngest, you're really too young. How could you believe such words? It's more likely that he will forever live in our hearts." As soon as they finished speaking, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Wisps of clouds appeared, forming a large smiling face under the moonlight. It looked like a child's scribble, but it vaguely resembled Li Qingshan's appearance. Li Yuanfei stammered, "It can't be a coincidence, right? How annoying." Li Fengxian lowered his head, but he couldn't help but smile. The youth suddenly looked up and shouted, "Father, just watch carefully. We definitely won't let you down." An endless starry sky came toward them, and the stars drew billions of lines. Suddenly, the rock folded its wings and stopped steadily in the void. Li Qingshan lay on the back of the rock and couldn't help but look back. The small world had been left far behind, turning into a shining star that was tens of thousands of miles away. He looked into the depths of the void. It was dark and deep, and the stars were shining brightly. He immediately understood that every star in the void was a world, and every world had countless stories happening. "Qingshan, can you still sense your doppelganger?" Du Yining's voice sounded in Li Qingshan's mind, and it seemed to have become much larger. Although she had decided to fulfill her promise to send him back to the land of the 9 prefectures and accompany him in this gamble, she didn't want to risk everything. The key to whether Li Qingshan could deduce the way home was whether he could maintain a connection with his doppelganger and obtain the support of spiritual power. Otherwise, the spiritual power would constantly dissipate in the void, and the deduction itself would consume a lot of spiritual power. "I'll say this one last time. It's not too late to turn back now." Luo Ho Xiaoming's voice sounded. He was not far from Li Qingshan. He had already grown to the age of 2 or 3 years old, and his body was full of fat. He had become a little chubby boy, and even though he had a serious expression, he couldn't be serious. "Of course I can sense it, and it's very strong." Li Qingshan heard the conversation of the children on the cliff and even controlled the clouds to draw a self-portrait. The mirror doppelganger didn't let him down. In this way, he had the support of an entire world on his way home. Strangely, time flowed much faster in the small world than in the void. Everything seemed to be in fast-forward mode. In the blink of an eye, the clouds gathered and dispersed, the sun moved, and the moon rotated. The children were scattered all over the world, doing their own things. Originally, he wanted to find some time to let his doppelganger descend and give everyone a scare like a king. Now, it seemed that by the time he had time to do this, the 2 words "chivalrous king" would have become a distant legend. But this was also good. Let them go their own way. And I will also go my own way. That's good. Let's start the deduction. Du Yining gently flapped her wings again. He felt an unprecedented power surging within him. Although that wasn't her own power, and it would take years for her to recover once it was used up, it was believed that one day, she would transform into a real Kuan-pung. At this very moment, the Kuan-pung feather resonated with her heart. It had reached an unprecedented level. Since he was a bird, he had to fly. The Kuan-pung had the form of a big fish. But just like how butterflies were transformed from caterpillars, every moment they swam in the deep sea and crawled on the ground was for the day they could spread their wings and soar. Only then can I be considered to have returned my true colors. Blindly hiding and enduring silently was not the true heart of the Kuan-pung. To her, this journey was not only for a promise, but also for a greater experience. Xianxia nodded and tried to stretch his limbs. Without the restraint of the miniature world, the ox demon, tiger demon, spirit turtle, and phoenix all awakened, opening their eyes again. In that moment, all of his strength recovered, dyeing his dark golden eyes. They were no longer crimson either. Instead, they had become pitch black. He almost could not help but cry out, "I, Xianxia, have returned." However, as he powered the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, his mind calmed down again, like the deep sea. He silently sensed his current state first. The ape demon transformation was only at the first layer, so it did not affect the balance of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine too much. However, it was no longer as smooth and free as before. However, this was a brand new power after all. Blindly pursuing balance was pointless. Only by constantly surging with new power could he reach unprecedented heights. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of worry, as with the complete recovery of the spirit turtle transformation, his connection with his mirror clone had become even stronger. He could control it even more freely now. This was not a problem in itself. It was just like how after training, a person would definitely feel like they could control their body more freely and nimbly. However, if there was stronger, would there also be weaker? If he really pulled the distance to 1,000,000 kilometers, 10,000,000 kilometers, or even 10,000,000 kilometers, would he really be able to maintain contact? He would not change his decision to return home because of this, but he did not hide this fact either. He passed it on to Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming. Gu Yenying said, "Little Ming, what do you think? If your clone originates from the Spirit Turtle clan in Ruin's End, then it really is extremely powerful. I've heard that some spirit turtles can allow their clones to wander through the 6 realms of Sasra. However, you have to understand that while the 6 realms of Sasra are not small, they can't compare to the entire space. All powers have their limits. There's no such thing as omnipotence. I can't be certain how much distance will affect your ability either. For now, all you can do is continue advancing and verify it with practice. It's best if you can deduce the approximate distance from the world of the 9 prefectures during this process, and then make a decision." Although Luo Ho Xiaoming did not agree with this voyage, just now, since he said it was the last time, then it really was the last time. Since Xianxia did not change his mind, he would not say any more nonsense. Instead, he would give his full support and use his experience to provide the best advice. As a former god, he was the one who understood the space the best among the 3. Although he was still very weak, in this situation, knowledge was more important than power. Just like how Xianxia would not eliminate Luo Ho Xiaoming just because he wanted to take revenge on him, they all had their own temperament and courage, which was why they were able to help each other in the same boat. Yes, I will do my best and try to deduce the pattern. When the Kuan-pung flew over, it did not move in a straight line at a uniform speed. Instead, it was full of twists and turns. With the speed of the Kuan-pung, the difference between speed and slowness could be unimaginable. Whether or not he could deduce the pattern, he was not sure. But even if I lose contact with my doppelganger, I will not turn back. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "It will be too late to turn back then. We have to find another world to settle down, accumulate strength, and wait for the next opportunity before we lose contact with our doppelganger. You have all crossed worlds, so you should know the risks. Gu Yenying, do you have this ability? If the distance is not too far, I am confident that I can take you there, but I can't screen the world." The first time they flew to a small world, it was because the Kuan-pung feather was influenced by her will and chose the safest world. Even so, it still had to go through many difficulties to settle down. If it was not for Xianxia's divine talisman of great creation, it would have probably died in the small world. But now, the divine talisman of great creation was left in the small world, and it could no longer be used as a life-saving straw. The choice of the world became even more important. If they were not careful, their lives would be in danger. That's good. I will screen the world. I am very good at this. Luo Xiaoming laughed at himself and touched the slingshot at his waist. Alright, then I will have to trouble the two of you to support me. Li Qingshan said sincerely. With such companions, there was no need to worry about not being able to achieve great things. Don't talk nonsense. Leaving the small world is something I must do anyway. In this void, my position has been locked down with great difficulty. Luo Xiaoming thought to himself. I am really lucky to have met these two fellows. Little Ming, then I will make another promise with you. If you can help me return to the 9 provinces, I will definitely help you beat up your mother. Li Qingshan's words were like a mountain. He did not care that there was another powerful god among his opponents. Anyway, he already had a 500-year promise with Xianxia. There was no need to worry when there were too many debts, and no need to bite when there were too many gods. Luo Xiaoming was stunned. He frowned and said, why do these words sound so strange? Haha, as long as the meaning is right. A mother who only wants to kill her own son. She is worse than a beast. I might as well kill her to my heart's content. Li Qingshan and Luo Xiaoming had been together for dozens of years. He believed that he had some understanding of Luo Xiaoming's temperament. Although he did not know how Luo Xiaoming had created such great evil karma, to the point of summoning the rebound of karmic fire, he was definitely not an evil person. In other aspects, there was nothing to say. He was definitely a friend worth befriending. Luo Xiaoming looked deeply at Li Qingshan. Friend? That was something that he had never had before. In the past, who had the qualifications to be his friend? Li Qingshan did not say anything else. He closed his eyes and concentrated on deducing the path. In order to deal with the risk of losing contact with his doppelgangers, he had to deduce the longest path here. When he first arrived, the spinning sea of stars once again reflected in his mind. Then, it gradually slowed down and corresponded with the stars in the sky. Although it was only a miniature world, the spiritual energy it possessed was definitely as vast as the ocean. It did not seem like he had to worry about it running out. However, in space, the spiritual energy dispersed far too quickly. Before long, it had to stop and wait for the spiritual energy to slowly recover. He could not help but feel rather envious of Gu Yening and Luo Xiaoming. Gu Yening had transformed into a Kuanping, so she did not rely on her own power at all. Meanwhile, although Luo Xiaoming had not even undergone a single heavenly tribulation, his power did not disperse. Instead, it could absorb power from space. He was currently focused on cultivating. Can I lock up my spiritual energy? However, even the spirit turtle can't do it, let alone the ox demon and tiger demon. But hold on. Li Qingshan thought of something. He pressed his hand against the top of his head and murmured, Ape Demon's Air Assimilation. This was the name of his #1 ability of the Ape Demon. Originally, the Ape Demon transformation was too weak, so it was greatly suppressed by the other 4 transformations. One could imagine a scene like this: oxen on the left, scarlet tiger on the right, spirit turtle on the bottom, and a phoenix on the top. Meanwhile, a pitiful ape was squeezed in the middle, scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. Now that it had finally broken free, it extended its long arms and locked down the space. In a split second, Li Qingshan felt that he had been isolated from the vast space. As expected, his spiritual energy was no longer dispersed. Although he could not move at all in this situation, and maintaining the ability also required a certain amount of spiritual energy, it was still much better than his current situation just now. After all, he did not need to move his body to perform the derivation. He only needed to think, so the efficiency was much higher. Luo Xiaoming could not help but open his eyes and glance at him. He really did have various powerful bloodlines. It was strange that he could actually fuse them into one body. If he really was that legendary ape that could lock down the space with this ability, it would not be difficult for him to roam the space when he fully matured. An azure trail was reflected in the Kuan Peng's deep and sharp eyes. It spread its wings that spanned thousands of miles and flapped them with all its might. There was no wind in the void, but the edges of its wings created ripples that distorted the dark void. In an instant, it became an existence like a gale. It followed the azure trail and disappeared into the endless void. The river of stars spun and flew. In this endless void, even the Kuan-pung was as insignificant as a ring. However, it was free and unfettered, like a fish returning to the ocean. If it was trapped in a small world, it would feel cramped even when it spread its wings. Even in the world of the 9 provinces, it would not be able to travel to its heart's content. Gu Yenying was completely immersed in the joy of flying. Yes, this was what she had been searching for all this time. Endless freedom. Only the azure trail was a kind of restraint. It often made her feel the urge to leave the track. She needed to exert all her mental strength to suppress this feeling. The trail continued to extend, but the process was very slow. It was far from being able to keep up with the Kuan-peng's speed. Li Qingshan stood on the Kuan-peng's back. He opened his eyes wide and focused his mind. Through the flowing river of stars, he continuously verified his deductions and made further progress. However, he could not use the ape demon absorption to prevent spiritual energy from dispersing. Thus, the efficiency of his deductions was naturally not high. Fortunately, up until now, there had been no problems with the path he had deduced. It corresponded to all the stars, which made him heave a sigh of relief. In the end, after some calculations, he decided to stop deducing. He only verified his deductions so that he could better accumulate spiritual energy and prepare for the next deduction. On the other hand, Luo Ho and Xiao Ming were completely immersed in cultivation, spending every minute and every second. Every minute and every second seemed to be growing. Li Qingshan was a little envious of their freedom. He preferred the feeling of having one's feet on the ground. Perhaps it was because he was too used to the nourishment of the power of the earth. Once he left the earth, he would feel empty. Stop. Luo Ho Xiaoming's voice suddenly sounded in Li Qingshan's mind. The Kuan-pung retracted its wings and stopped in the void. What is it? Li Qingshan asked. I want to go through the tribulation. As soon as Luo Ho Xiaoming finished speaking, a clap of thunder rang out in the void. A bolt of lightning tore through the darkness and shone into Li Qingshan's eyes. He sighed in his heart, this heavenly tribulation is really everywhere. What was supposed to be a terrifying calamity now seemed very familiar. However, he felt that it was a little strange. Luo Ho Xiaoming must have gone through many heavenly tribulations in the past. How could he do it again? Even if a phoenix was reborn from nirvana, the heavenly tribulation it had transcended from the egg would not come again. Luo Ho Xiaoming leaped up and faced the heavenly tribulation. Not long after, he returned to the rock's back. His body became thinner. Furthermore, he had grown a lot taller. He looked 5 or 6 years old again. The process of transcending the tribulation was nothing to write home about. It was as easy as eating and drinking. The tribulation lightning was in his hands. Just like a tamed puppy, it could only bite him gently a few times and leave some teeth marks. Let's go. Li Qingshan asked the question in his heart. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled and said, if I couldn't even to see the heavenly tribulation, I would have been burned to death by the karmic fire. Asuras were originally immortal and could be reborn continuously, let alone the divine son of Asura. As for the karmic fire, not to mention nirvana rebirth, even reincarnation would not be able to escape. Qingshan, you are going to undergo the tribulation soon, right? Gu Yenying suddenly asked. Yes. Li Qingshan nodded with a serious look on his face. Every cultivator dreamed of going through the tribulation. Every time he underwent the tribulation, he would be reborn from the cocoon. Not only would his power increase, but his nature would also change. He could go from a mortal to a deity. However, he definitely could not undergo the 4th tribulation now, because it was beyond the limit of what the 9 prefectures could accommodate. The 9 prefectures was not a small world. It would not be as gentle as confining power and misfortune. He had seen with his own eyes the scene when Xianxia's incarnation descended. It was truly like being struck by lightning. Strong winds and earth fire came together, and it would not stop until the invader was destroyed. After balancing the 4 transformations of the ox, tiger, turtle, and Phoenix, he was only one step away from the fourth tribulation. Now, he had activated the ape demon transformation. Fortunately, the ape demon transformation was only at the first level, so its power was very limited. It also broke the original balance and did not immediately attract the tribulation. However, with the degree of compatibility between him and the ape demon transformation, once he broke through the boundary of the small world, the following cultivation would not be too difficult. He had gained a lot from the training in the small world. First, he comprehended the power of the earth from the confinement of the world. Only the ox demon had this ability, so it naturally laid the foundation for breaking through the sixth level of the ox demon. He could even try to break through. Among all the transformations, the ox demon transformation was not only the foundation, but also the most suitable for his temperament. Even the ape demon transformation was inferior. After several decades of fighting against the heavens, the tiger demon's fighting spirit had awakened a long time ago, constantly being tempered and tested. However, the tiger demon transformation had always focused on explosive power. If he wanted to break through to the sixth layer of the tiger demon, he still needed a great battle as a fortuitous encounter. After becoming a god of the world, observing everything in the world and comprehending the laws of the world would benefit the spirit turtle transformation no less than the ox demon transformation. In fact, it would even last longer. Both transformations just happened to focus on accumulation. Breaking through to the sixth layer of the spirit turtle transformation was only a matter of time. Currently, devoting all his efforts to deriving the path of cultivation was also a form of cultivation. Even with the shortcoming of the phoenix transformation, he experienced a rebirth of lust after going through the process of entering the world and emerging from it. It could be said that all of the transformations were restless, wanting to push Xianxia to a higher realm of cultivation. If he could find a world comparable to or larger than the 9 provinces, he could immediately undergo the fourth heavenly tribulation and become a demon emperor. Don't worry, I'll suppress my strength. If it really doesn't work, I'll just undergo nirvanic rebirth again. As soon as he returned to the 9 provinces, he would undergo the tribulation immediately and ascend with little Anne. Even if he did not want to return to the 9 provinces, space was definitely not a good place for undergoing the tribulation. Just the issue of spiritual energy dissipating would greatly affect the success rate of undergoing the tribulation. He was confident, but he was not arrogant enough to believe that undergoing the fourth heavenly tribulation would be as easy as Luo Ho Xiaoming undergoing the first heavenly tribulation. The Kuanping spread its wings and took off once more. Afterwards, it paused 2 more times so that Xianxia could calm down and deduce his next path. Although his connection with his mirror clone had indeed weakened, he could still control it with ease. It was as if he did not have to worry about losing contact at all. Everything went unexpectedly smoothly. Xianxia had already begun planning what he would do after reuniting with little Anne. He had to help the Banyan Tree King become a god of the world first, and then he would go to the Dragon Province and kill the Crown Prince of Xiqing. Xiongji should be fine, and who knew how Ruexian was doing? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly sensed the power of the earth that he had not felt in a very long time. However, as far as the eye could see, the closest planet was over 1,000,000 kilometers away. Apart from worlds, was there land in the endless space as well? The Kuanping suddenly slowed down. The mountains blocked its path. Millions of mountains stretched across the void. They were of different shapes and sizes. The big ones spanned tens of thousands of miles and were comparable to small worlds. The small ones were only the size of a fist. There were so many that one couldn't even see the end of them. They all floated quietly, silently watching the tiny Xianxia on the back of the rock. Xianxia frowned. This wasn't the case when he came. Otherwise, with the huge body of the rock, he would have to go around. But the path he deduced was to go straight through. Are you sure there's no mistake in your deductions? Gu Yenying asked. Yes. Xianxia said. These millions of mountains seem to have appeared out of thin air. Look carefully. Is there a star missing? Luo Ho Xiaoming said. Xianxia closed his eyes and opened them again. There is one missing. Could this be? It's just a destroyed world. Luo Ho Xiaoming said softly. He looked at his hand and his face darkened. What destroyed the world? Xianxia felt a chill in his heart. He looked at the millions of mountains cautiously. It was as if there was a terrifying monster hiding behind one of the mountains. Don't worry. It's most likely a natural death. Luo Xiaoming held his chin and observed. Natural death? Li Qingshan muttered to himself. He had experienced two worlds. Although they were different in size, they gave him the feeling that they had existed for a long time. He didn't think that he would see the death of a world with his own eyes. All things come and go. Even a world can't exist forever. It has its own birth and death. In this void, there are stars falling every moment. There's nothing to be surprised about. But that planet was very far from here in the first place. Li Qingshan frowned in confusion. That's why I'm sure it's a natural death. The death of a world isn't a sudden explosion. Instead, like everything else, it gradually collapses and disintegrates. It usually lasts for a long time. Once it can no longer be anchored in the void, its power will shoot out in a random direction. Who knows where it will go? I see. Li Qingshan sighed. Although this was a coincidence, in such a long journey and such a vast starry sky, it really couldn't be considered a coincidence. He stared at the incomparably huge corpse. He discovered that it was not stationary. Even the largest mountain was moving slowly, and no one knew where it would stop. The strong wind reverberated between the mountains, as if the world was breathing heavily. The magnetic field fluctuated between strong and weak, changing constantly. It was like a soul that refused to disperse. One of these two objects was originally high up in the sky. An underground place. At this moment, they blended together and became exceptionally chaotic. Countless meteorites flew in all directions. The smaller the meteorite, the bigger the meteorite. On the contrary, the might of the attack was even greater. Even a grand cultivator would not be able to match up to it. After all, it was the power of heaven and earth. Even the remnant power was not to be underestimated. Looks like we can only take a detour. Du Yening asked, but Qingshan, once you deviate from the path, can you still find the right path? This detour will take us tens of millions of miles. This decaying world was clearly not a small world. The thick earth had completely collapsed and spread out, filling up the void for millions of miles. A simple detour would take tens of millions of miles. It's hard to say. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. Along the way, he had been constantly locating the position of the stars. It was not because he had nothing better to do, but because he had to constantly correct the path according to the star chart. If he took a detour like this, all his previous efforts would be wasted. There were no obvious coordinates in the void, and the stars all looked the same. He might not be able to find the right path and be completely lost in the void. I can shrink my body and go through it, Du Yening said. Little Ming, what do you think? Li Qingshan asked. No matter what, we must use the fastest method to leave this area as soon as possible. Luo Xiaoming's expression was solemn. Why? It's best that you don't know. Little Ming Luo smiled, causing people to shudder. Then let's go through it. Du Yening took a deep breath. The Kuanping gradually shrank until its wingspan was only 3,000 meters. If it was placed in another world, it would still be a huge creature. However, in the vast void, it was even more minuscule. It spread its wings and flew towards the mountains. At that moment, she wielded the power of the Kuanping. She fought against the omnipresent power of magnetism while gathering strong gales to deflect the meteorites flying towards her. However, the most dangerous thing was not the meteorites, but the large and small fragments of space. They were like broken glass and were almost completely transparent. Even the Kuanping had to dodge carefully, and its speed was greatly affected. Luo Xiaoming's expression became more and more solemn, but he did not say anything. He stared at the surrounding scenery in a daze. When he approached a mountain that stretched for thousands of miles, Li Qingshan closed his eyes and reached out his hand. However, he did not feel the power of the earth. Was it because it was too small and could not be considered the earth? However, the largest mountain here was only this size. It was not easy to find such a large mountain in the 9 states, and it clearly included the part that originally belonged to the underground. He could clearly feel the power of the earth, and it was getting stronger and stronger. It was like a call. He could not help but be curious. What was waiting for him in front? Look over there. Gu Yaning's words broke the silence. Li Qingshan and Luo Ho Xiaoming followed her line of sight and saw a huge building that was chiseled into the mountain. Although the style was different from the 9 states, and it was badly damaged, they could still see the majestic atmosphere. This is definitely not something that mortals could build. It must have been a large sect. Li Qingshan sighed. The pavilions of mortals could not have been preserved at all. Even cultivators ended up like this, let alone mortals. I can still see the layout of the protective formation. It seems to have been swallowed by the magma. There's someone there. Oh, it's a stone statue. Gu Yaning vaguely saw a figure at the top of the mountain. She flew closer and realized that it was a stone statue. It was in the shape of a woman, with eyebrows and hair. It was very lifelike. It's not a stone statue. It turned itself into stone in an attempt to escape. What a fool. If it had killed itself earlier, it would have had a chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Luo Ho Xiaoming looked disdainful. When the world declined to a certain extent, the connection with the 6 paths of reincarnation would be severed. However, normal people would not know about this. Li Qingshan and Gu Yaning then noticed the despair on the woman's face. She clearly understood that this was just a struggle before death. The void would not only swallow spiritual qi, it would also swallow souls. What was the use of turning the body into a stone statue? Gu Yaning said, maybe she is also waiting for someone. Li Qingshan stared at the woman's face and was speechless. Gu Yaning said, I'm sorry. It's fine. But the 9 states is not so easily destroyed. I think the scale of this world is no smaller than the 9 states. Do you think there will be any treasures left behind? Li Qingshan felt the calling of the power of the earth becoming stronger. When the world is destroyed, the spiritual qi will disperse. Everything attached to it will also die. Luo Ho Xiaoming thought of that scene again. On the blood-red land, a child, under the guidance of his mother, shot the stars with a slingshot. Floating astronomy. Luo Ho Xiaoming's face was pale as he pressed his chest. He had already sacrificed all his strength to resolve the karmic backlash, but this memory could not be erased. Even though it was a small world, there were trillions of living beings in it. The destruction of the world and the death of all living beings without any reason or value, all because of his unwarranted malice. Even the 12 demon gods of the demon domain would not do such a thing. They would only expand the demon domain, spread their ideology, and invert good and evil. This kind of evil, even the demon gods could not compare. It was so huge that it did not feel real, it was just like the fall of a star. But the Azure Path was not the demon domain, it was one of the 3 great paths of good in the 6 paths of reincarnation, and Azure was not an evil god. The world in front of him seemed to be destroyed by him, the millions of mountains pressed on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Little Ming, what's wrong? Li Qingshan asked in surprise. Luo Ho Xiaoming waved his hand weakly. Li Qingshan arrived before him in a single step and threw a punch. Boom! A flying meteorite shattered, almost smashing Luo Ho Xiaoming into meat paste. With his current condition, even if he did not die, he would be heavily injured. Li Qingshan was also shocked. He took half a step back, he felt his blood boil, the power of these meteorites was too strong. He lowered his head and asked, "Are you okay?" Luo Ho Xiaoming thanked him with difficulty. At this time, Kuan-Peng had already left the mountain. It went deeper into the mountains. There were floating mountains all around, the astral wind and the magnetic force became more chaotic and violent. Kuan-Peng also had to constantly change its posture, flapping its wings, controlling the astral wind and resisting the magnetic force. He controlled the atmospheric winds to fend off the magnetic field. He no longer had the time to pay attention to Li Qingshan, Rahu, and Little Ming on his back. Li Qingshan lifted Luo Ho Xiaoming up, opened the wings of wind, while absorbing the astral wind, he dodged back and forth on Kuan-Peng's back. When he could not dodge, he used the force field of the earth to change the direction of the meteorites. The only thing worth rejoicing was that the power of the earth was getting stronger and stronger. It provided him with an endless supply of life force. Seeing Luo Ho Xiaoming's dispirited face, Yang Kai said, As if he had returned to the state before his rebirth, he asked intentionally, if you can survive in the void, why don't you just stay here and cultivate in a remote corner for a few thousand years? My strength should have recovered by then. We belong to the world. It didn't belong to the void. Mortals can survive on grass roots and tree bark. Spiritual energy was an indispensable resource, so he had to choose a suitable world. This is more important than anything else. The higher the level of a life form, the closer the power it grasped was to the origin. However, the closer the power was to the origin, the harder it was to absorb and transform it. For cultivators, spiritual power was equivalent to food for mortals. Even if some talented beings could break away from the need for food and absorb sunlight like plants, it was still not as convenient and fast as directly absorbing spiritual power. I see. If you return to the Azure realm, your strength should recover much faster. Xianxia said. The Azure realm was much larger than the 9 provinces, and the will of the world was even more powerful. As the beloved son of the Azure realm, he could receive unimaginable benefits. It was completely a blessing from the heavens. If I return before I make a full recovery, I'll be courting death. Though, if I can get a few more Azure fields, it'll be extremely useful. Luo Xiaoming hesitated before making a rare request. Once I return to the 9 provinces, I'll help you get a few. Xianxia generously accepted the request at the expense of others. He was going to the Dragon Province to kill Crown Prince Xiqing anyway. When the time came, he could teach the old and young a lesson along the way. Getting a few Azure fields back would be a piece of cake. Luo Xiaoming thought about it. But it's not like there's no treasure here. Since atmospheric winds and magnetic fields still exist, there might be heavenly wind marrow and earth fiendish magnetic poles. They can be used to forge innate arcane treasures. These world fragments are extremely valuable as well, but it's a pity that we can't collect them right now. Innate arcane treasures. Xianxia was greatly interested. Heavenly wind marrow. Does it really exist? I'd always thought it was a legend, and I even went out of my way to search for it. Du Yening was extremely interested as well. Her jade folding fan from the past was already unusable, and she just happened to be lacking a new fan. These 2 items exist with the world, like the bloodline beneath the skin. They'll only appear when the world collapses and the outside world collapses. Obviously, they won't be found normally. But once the bloodline is extracted, the world will decline even faster. Then aren't we in a treasure trove? This world is already dead anyway, so we can search for the corpses. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. He felt like while the space was dangerous, it did not necessarily lack fortuitous encounters. But I'd advise you not to deviate too much from the path, and you shouldn't stay here for too long either. This isn't a safe place. Luo Xiaoming did not say anything in the beginning because he did not want them to stay for too long. He muttered to himself, perhaps there's something like that in such a large world. Something like that? There's no need to think about it. There are still traces of heavenly wind marrow and earth fiend magnetic pole, and there are many of them. Those things don't have any aura at all, and even if there's only a tiny bit of them, we can only have a chance to discover them by shattering these mountains, or there might not be any at all. But if we can find one, it'll be worth it. It's a pity that we're too weak now. When Luo Xiaoming talked about the heavenly wind marrow and earth fiend magnetic pole, he still appeared abnormally calm. He had shattered countless worlds, so he naturally would not be too interested in these common goods. But when he mentioned those things, he still revealed a hint of interest. Xianxia said anxiously, you said it was so lively, but what exactly is it? Du Yening suddenly reminded him, be careful in front. A large number of meteorites whizzed over, big and small, numbering in the tens of thousands. If the larger ones landed in the 9 provinces, they could directly flatten the Great Buddha Mountain. Killing a few grand cultivators in small chunks would be as easy as pie. The area they covered was so large that even the Kuanping could not dodge. It could only gather astral winds and prepare to face them head-on. Xianxia's expression was solemn. He crossed his arms in a circle, fully activating the earthly force field. Invisible gravity pulled and pulled, sending some meteorites flying far away, and some smashing into each other. Not only did it protect him and Xiaoming, it also protected the Kuanping beneath them. Luo Ho Xiaoming sighed, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe that this is something a demon king can do. Li Qingshan looked at his own hands. Although the ox demon divine art had always been smooth, this time, he had really exceeded his usual level. It was most likely due to the influence of that earthly force. He suspected that it was what Luo Ho Xiaoming was talking about, so he spoke of the power he had sensed. You can actually sense the life soil of the 9 heavens? Luo Ho Xiaoming was astonished. Just how many divine arts and techniques did he have? The earthly force was a type of source energy. Life soil of the 9 heavens, what is that? After such a long time, Li Qingshan finally heard the 2 words 9 heavens again. Floating astronomy. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, it's a type of soil. It doesn't have any spirituality, and it doesn't glow either. In fact, it looks no different from ordinary soil. However, it can grow endlessly, so it's called living soil. What about the 9 heavens? Li Qingshan asked. Even in this empty and desolate void, it made his heart burn with passion. Don't you want to go above the 9 heavens? That was the first world among the 10,000 worlds. Legend had it that the 3,000 worlds were separated from that place. Therefore, the living soil is also known as the origin of the earth, hence it is collectively known as the 9 heaven living soil. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, where do you feel the direction is? If we haven't deviated too far from our course, we'll head over now. Didn't you say you wanted to leave this area as soon as possible? If I can get one, the risk will be worth it. Alright, it's not far ahead. It's less than 100,000 kilometers away from the route. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and deduced. Within this range, there was basically no need to worry about getting lost. Luo Ho Xiaoming said sincerely, you're really a lucky guy. But in this way, there's no need to deliberately collect the astral wind pith and earth fiend magnetism. It's best if we can encounter them on the way, but if we don't, then forget it. Heh, this is strength. Li Qingshan calculated the route again, drawing a long arc in the void, which was reflected in Kuan Peng's eyes. Kuan Peng gently flapped its wings, gliding away. Mystic light illuminates all. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell dispersed, illuminating several hundred images in the surroundings. They were not as sharp as the Kuan Peng's eyes. However, the advantage was that it wouldn't be obstructed by vision, so it would be easier for him to search for what he wanted. Sure enough, not long after, a strange gust of wind could be seen. It did not dance about wildly like the usual gust of wind. Instead, it maintained a certain shape, like a slender snake, with a faint silver luster. If one were to observe it carefully, they would discover that it was the source of the howling gust of wind in the surroundings. Celestial wind marrow. But how do I get it? Gu Yenying asked. Ordinary astral winds were hard to control. Let alone this astral wind marrow. I wonder if the Summer ring can hold it. Do I have to swallow it directly? Luo Ho Xiaoming snapped, then our journey ends here. Your Summer rings are too low level. It was impossible for it to contain the astral wind essence. If you can trust me, I will. You can use my Qiankuan bag. As he spoke, he patted the cloth pouch on his waist. The cloth pouch looked very ordinary, with a red circle as a seal. It looked like a child's money bag. Li Qingshan remembered that he had taken the bullets from it. There must be a lot of good stuff inside. Li Qingshan rubbed his hands, looking like he was ready to kill and rob. Luo Ho Xiaoming couldn't be bothered with him. Qingshan, stop messing around. Quickly draw the heavenly dipper wind marrow over. While urging, Gu Yenying ordered the Kuan Peng to temporarily hide in a hollow of a mountain to avoid the shooting meteorites. Apparently, she was really tempted. All right. Li Qingshan stretched out his hands in the direction of the astral wind marrow. The earthly force field once again displayed its miraculous effect. The astral wind marrow couldn't escape the formless gravitational force. It flowed like a fish on a hook and was pulled over. Even the astral wind marrow was affected. The Kuan Peng was only a phantom, after all. There was a limit to the amount of astral wind it could control. Now that they had this shield, they didn't have to worry anymore. Originally, getting close to the center of the violent astral winds was already a difficult thing. After all, the rock was only a shadow, and there was a limit to the astral winds it could control. Now, with such a shield, there was nothing to worry about. Luo Ho Xiaoming opened the Qianquan bag. Li Qingshan waved his hands forcefully, and the astral wind marrow flowed into the bag. He let out a sigh of relief. This is indeed good stuff. I wonder what the Earth Fiend magnetic force looks like. Luo Ho Xiaoming opened his heaven and earth pouch, and Li Qingshan waved his hands forcefully, and the essence of wind of heavenly strength flowed into it. He let out a sigh of relief. It really is good stuff. I wonder what the Earth Fiend magnetic field looks like? However, in the following journey, they didn't even see the astral wind marrow, much less the Earth Fiend magnetic force. This filled him with regret. According to Luo Ho Xiaoming, as the world was destroyed, the astral wind marrow and the Earth Fiend magnetic force would disappear as well. There were many world fragments floating around, and they wouldn't be melted by the void. However, it was also because of this that even the Qianquan bag couldn't store them. Perhaps only another world could devour and digest them. Li Qingshan asked curiously, you said that every moment in the void is a world being destroyed. In that case, there should be world fragments everywhere. However, we've been flying all the way here, but why haven't we seen a single piece? Also, although the world's collapse would cause the spiritual qi to dissipate, such a large amount of earth and rocks wouldn't disappear for no reason. We haven't seen any meteors either. Things that the void can't digest will naturally be digested by other things. Void-devouring beasts? Gu Yenying asked. You've even heard of the void-devouring beasts. With your cultivation, you're really knowledgeable. Gu Yenying smiled and said, I've even seen an eyeball of a void-devouring beast. A corpse king from the hungry ghost realm once used it to invade the 9 states. It sealed a large region and was almost devoured by the hungry ghost realm. Luo Ho Xiaoming said with certainty, that must have been obtained by chance. Even the weakest void-devouring beast isn't something a mere corpse king can deal with. Li Qingshan also recalled the devastation of that battle. That was the first time he came into contact with the 6 paths of reincarnation. He smiled and said, if we can kill 2 more void-devouring beasts and play with a few eyeballs, that would be even better. Let's hope your jinx doesn't come true. The void-devouring beasts are the scavengers of the void. They can devour anything, and world fragments are their favorite food. It won't be long before more void-devouring beasts are attracted here. Let's quickly take the living soil of the 9 heavens and leave. The Kuanping flew for another hundreds of thousands of miles and stopped, staring at a small mountain 10,000 miles away. Even though Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming didn't have the ability to sense the power of the earth like Li Qingshan did, they could still confirm that the living soil of the 9 heavens was right there. A small mountain wasn't anything special, but within a 10,000 miles radius, there were no other mountains, not even a single meteor. Strands of heavenly astral wind marrow coiled around the mountain, turning the void into an ocean of astral winds. Be it the mountains or the meteors, they were all crushed into dust. In the ocean of astral winds, there were specks of light flashing and moving without any pattern. They weren't affected by the astral winds at all, yet they never left the small mountain. From such a long distance, Li Qingshan could already feel the monster aura dispersing. That was the most direct effect of the magnetism. These specks of light must be the earth malevolent magnetism that Luo Ho Xiaoming mentioned. Great harvest. Li Qingshan whistled, but he immediately found it troublesome, as there were no mountains nearby that he could hide in. Even if he went a little further away, the gravitational effect would just be slightly weaker at worst. However, the Earth's fiend magnetic field was extraordinarily difficult to deal with. Even from such a great distance, it could disperse demon chi slightly. If he drew closer, wouldn't the effects be even greater? Sigh, looks like I can only take it slow. Even if it was for the living soil of the 9 heavens, he could not give up now. He was just about to let Gu Yenying fly to the nearest mountain. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, how long are you going to do this? Do you really want to wait for the void-devouring beasts to swallow us all? Then what do you think we should do? We can't just give up like this, can we? Li Qingshan could clearly sense that the living soil of the 9 heavens calling out to him might just be an illusion. However, there was one thing he was certain of. This living soil of the 9 heavens would be of great benefit to the ox demon transformation. He was truly unwilling to give up just like this. Here. Luo Ho Xiaoming handed the cosmos sack to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took the cosmos sack and said in shock, "For me? Scram. I'll lend it to you." Haha, how petty. Li Qingshan injected demonic qi and could immediately control the cosmos sack. Clearly, it was Luo Ho Xiaoming who had made things easier for him. Although he did not say anything, he was rather moved. Only with such trust could he live up to the words, "We're in the same boat." "Let me teach you how to use it," Luo Ho Xiaoming said slowly. Li Qingshan nodded as he listened. This cosmos sack was a divine weapon. It was definitely not as simple as an upgraded sumeru ring. It was like a small world of its own. He tossed the cosmos sack high up, and it rapidly expanded in the air. In the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of li wide. And this was with Li Qingshan's power being limited. Otherwise, it could be even bigger. There was no way to know where its limits were. "Open!" With a shout, Li Qingshan opened his Qianquan pouch wide like a man with a big belly opening his mouth. He took a deep breath, and the astral winds that filled the sky rushed over with a whistling sound. Wisps of heavenly astral wind marrow entered his pocket. However, the earth-fiendish magnetic fields were not affected at all. They continued to move about randomly in the void space. Their nature was completely different from the heavenly astral wind marrow. They looked like solid objects, but they weren't affected by the astral winds at all. They flickered with light like ball-shaped lightning bolts. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "Use your gravity." "I know." Li Qingshan opened his arms. Activating the earthly force field, he locked onto the earth-fiendish magnetism field one by one. However, things did not go as smoothly as he had imagined. Although the earth-fiendish magnetic forces were attracted, they were clearly more unwilling to leave that small mountain. Just like that, they fell into a stalemate. It was unknown how long it would take to pull them over. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and sensed the existence of the small mountain. In the cold and empty void, there was a kind of motherly warmth. He said quietly, "Please lend me your power." The strong gravity released by the small mountain suddenly weakened, while Li Qingshan's earth force field kept growing stronger. Instantly, those earth-fiendish magnetic fields shot over like arrows leading to bowstrings. They all fell into the Qianquan pouch. The red string tightened, and the pouch's mouth was sealed. It gradually shrank and fell into Li Qingshan's hands again. The pouch bulged like it was filled with wind, and Li Qingshan handed it over to Luo Ho Xiaoming. It seemed to be just an ordinary money pouch with a few ingots of silver in it. Luo Ho Xiaoming reached out his hand and took it. He then hung it around his waist, looking as calm as ever. The void was cleared up, but a great number of broken pieces of worlds were still floating in the air. They were much denser than any other places they had been through so far. Unless Kuan-Pung shrunk his body even more, he still wouldn't be able to approach the small mountain. Li Qingshan gave it a try. Although the earth force field could also affect the broken pieces of worlds, it couldn't even store them in the Qianquan pouch, because the nature of the broken pieces of worlds was definitely not weaker than the Qianquan pouch, and might even be more powerful. However, there was no need to feel pity. Just collecting so many heavenly wind marrow and earth-fiendish magnetic fields was already a great harvest for this journey. But the best was always at the end. 9 Heaven living soil, here I come. Li Qingshan spread his phoenix wings and said to Luo Ho Xiaoming, "Lend me some wind." Luo Ho Xiaoming opened a small opening in the Qianquan pouch, and a gust of strong wind blew out. Li Qingshan's wings of wind stretched out for thousands of meters, and he flew up with the wind. There was no resistance in the void, and his speed was extremely fast. He activated the earth force field, and his speed instantly increased by a few times. At the same time, he kept changing his body shape, dodging the broken pieces of worlds. It was his first time flying so fast with his own power, and he could somewhat understand Bu Yining's pursuit. However, what he yearned for was not the sky, and he hated the silence of the void even more. Feeling the call of the earth, he was like a child throwing himself into his mother's embrace, flying toward a small mountain. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "He won't crash into the mountain and die, right?" Bu Yining said, "I don't think so." From their point of view, Li Qingshan was practically crashing into a small mountain. It was only when he was within 100 miles that he suddenly spread his wings and changed his stance, but his speed was still extremely fast. In the instant he was about to crash into the mountain, he threw out a punch with all his might. The small mountain collapsed soundlessly, and Li Qingshan went deep into the belly of the mountain through the cracks. When he reached the center, he finally saw the legendary nine-heaven living soil. Sure enough, it was as Luo Xiaoming had said. There was nothing special about it at all. It seemed like an extremely ordinary piece of yellow-brown soil. It did not give off any spiritual qi at all, let alone glow. Moreover, it was only the size of a fist. However, in Li Qingshan's heart, the tiny piece of soil was even vaster and heavier than the millions of mountains. Only when countless rocks were piled together could they be called a mountain. Only when endless soil was deposited together could they be called the earth. However, on the tiny piece of soil, every single bump was like a mountain, and every single depression was like an abyss. It seemed to be the origin and symbol of the word earth. No matter when, where, how big or small it was, it would not affect its essence at all. Li Qingshan slowly extended his hands, approaching the living soil of the nine heaven. Brother Ox's figure suddenly appeared in his head, and the scenery before him changed. From when he first practiced the fist technique in Crouching Ox Village to the various cultivation experiences afterwards, the first layer, the second layer, all the way to the fifth layer of the Ox Demon, he went through every single ability of the Ox Demon. Transformation in a single moment. He actually felt like he had mastered them all. He could not help but say sternly, the Ox Demon's great strength sinks in the mud. The sixth layer of the Ox Demon transformation no longer posed any obstruction to him. As a matter of fact, he could break through right now and obtain the unprecedented strength of the Ox Demon. He sucked in a deep breath and held back his excitement. He never thought just seeing the living soil of the nine heaven would bring him so much benefit. It was like the spirit turtle obtaining the power of Ruin's End. The power of Ruin's End was vast and boundless, so how could it be mentioned in the same breath as the living soil of the nine heaven? A world no smaller than the 9 provinces only possessed a tiny piece of the living soil of the nine heaven, and it might not even exist. Just how precious and rare was it? Li Qingshan couldn't help but clench the living soil of the nine heavens tightly. His entire body was trembling slightly. That power didn't fill up his body and make him feel like exploding. Instead, it was boundless and thick, wrapping him gently within it. The living soil of the nine heavens didn't need to be refined, nor could it be refined. If he wanted to use it, the power would be used by him. If he didn't want to use it, the power would still be here. The spiritual power contained in any spiritual stone would be exhausted, but its power was endless. Du Yenying stared at the small mountain. Even though the Kuanping had extremely strong eyesight, it was still as small as a grain of sand from thousands of miles away. She worriedly said, "Little Ming, why isn't he out yet? Could it be that something happened to him?" Luo Xiaoming said meaningfully, "You care about him a lot." "Yeah." Du Yenying smiled, not trying to hide it. "Be careful not to damage your Taoist heart because of your personal feelings." "Thank you for the reminder. I've been careful to control myself. However, if my Taoist heart is strong, even if it's just a small personal feelings, I'm still lacking. I hope I can be like him in the future." Du Yenying smiled. "That's true. I really wonder who taught that guy." Luo Xiaoming thought about Li Qingshan. That guy was simply full of personal feelings. He never saw any feelings as an obstacle. Sometimes, he was even so optimistic that he was almost naive. Yet, he was still able to advance bravely. He wasn't very smart, but he was able to see through everything. Luo Xiaoming couldn't help but admire him. However, there was one exception. Their current journey was simply too personal, and they couldn't let go of things. He didn't know what kind of charm that little and had. He was able to make a person like him unable to forget him. I think it must be someone from above the 9 heavens. Du Yenying felt that her horizons had broadened a lot during her decades of association with Li Qingshan and Luo Xiaoming. She was no longer limited to the small 9 states. Her identity as the daughter of the Eagle God was not even worth mentioning. Luo Xiaoming joked, "It just so happens that if he dies, we won't have to go to the 9 states. No, I still have to go back to the 9 states." Du Yenying was determined, whether it was for the promise or for her personal feelings. The destination of this trip would not change. At least let him rest in peace. Alright then, let's wish fellow Daoist Li a long life. Luo Ho Xiaoming shrugged his shoulders, but this was also within his expectations. If he didn't have this bit of persistence, how could he be qualified to be in the same team as him? Look. He came out. He seems to be very happy. Li Qingshan's figure leaped out of the crevice of the small mountain and stood there, roaring in his heart, "You two bastards. Are you done yet? You're the ones who are dead, you're the ones who can rest in peace, you're the ones who can live to 100 years old." Although they were separated by a great distance, their thoughts were connected, and they could even sense the strong emotions in their hearts. Otherwise, how could Gu Yenying see whether Li Qingshan's expression was happy or unhappy from such a distance? Gu Yenying said, "Ha, how is the Nine Heaven life soil? Is it as amazing as the legends say? Although the life soil of the Nine Heaven has many wondrous uses, it's not that easy to use." Luo Ho Xiaoming said. The closer a power was to the origin, the harder it was to use it. This was common sense in the world. You guys better watch carefully. Li Qingshan spread his legs, his left hand at his waist, and his right hand tightly grasped the life soil of the Nine Heaven. He raised it up high with all his might, shouting in his heart, "Please bestow me power, I am Qingshan." A formless and powerful force instantly spread out in the void. The mountains trembled, not to mention the small meteorites. Even the fragments of the world started to move, gathering toward his palm. Originally, although the fragments of the world were also being pulled by gravity, the effect was many times weaker. In an instant, his palm seemed to become the center of the void universe. Even the Kuan-Pung had to flap its wings to resist this gravitational force. This. Not only was Gu Yenying speechless, even Luo Ho Xiaoming was dumbfounded. How was this still a monster king? Could it be that the greatest use of the life soil of the Nine Heaven was to bestow power? It wasn't used to build a paradise or something. No, that was impossible. The origin of the world had no will at all, and it was even more impossible for it to bestow power. This must be it. He's just shouting casually, "Don't take it seriously," Gu Yenying said. Lil Ming's emotions were far too intense, such that even she could hear it. She had known Li Qingshan for many years, so she clearly understood his style. Fine. Luo Ho Xiaoming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perhaps he was the only one who could use the power of the life soil of the Nine Heaven in such a simple and violent manner. Perhaps the life soil of the Nine Heaven had been prepared for him. His power had increased by more than 10 times. He had never heard of a cultivator with 3 heavenly tribulations who could have such power. Even he, the godchild of Luo Ho, didn't have such a method in the past. But what is he trying to do? The endless gravitational force pulled everything in the void, whether it was the stellar wind marrow, the earth-fiendish magnetic force, the millions of mountains, or the fragments of the world. Why don't you just ask him? Hey, Qingshan, we've already witnessed your power. We can continue our journey now. Gu Yenying called out in her mind. She hid behind a large mountain to resist the violent meteor shower. This is just the beginning. Li Qingshan wasn't just trying to show off his power. When the first meteor flew in front of him, he said in a deep voice, "Flowers in the mirror, moon in the water, real and illusory at the same time." Under his feet, the mirror-like water surface instantly expanded for 1,000 miles. The meteor fell into it, creating a ripple before disappearing. At the same time, in the small world, a meteor streaked across the sky. The friction with the air caused sparks to ignite, causing everyone to raise their heads and look up. In the mysterious void temple, Li Guanyan stood up and went to the courtyard. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Was it a normal meteor or a fiend star? Not only could flowers in the mirror create clones, but it could also transfer items between the main body and the clones. However, as the clones became more and more useless, this ability became useless. It wasn't until the clone became a god that it was finally reactivated and used to transfer spiritual power. Everyone in the small world who was looking up at the night sky was stunned. Because before the first meteor landed, hundreds, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of meteors flew over at the same time, drowning out the original river of stars and filling the entire night sky. This magnificent and glorious scene was like a dream. It was as if they had returned to 10 years ago, when the Kuanping spread its wings and soared high. Above Hua City, Li Fengxian watched in a daze and muttered to himself, "Royal Father, is that you?" On the top of a big tree, Li Yuanfei scratched his head. What the hell is the old man doing now? Other than him, who else could make such a big scene? On the great snow mountain of the northern region, Xue Bing was dressed in white. Her hands were empty and she didn't hold a sword. She was surrounded by a stream of water as she fought against the tribulation lightning. She was continuously defeated and recovered, displaying the way of water softness to the fullest. Sometimes, she would freeze into ice. As the hall master of the Snow Mountain Hall, she had to be responsible for many things. Unlike Yang Miaoshan, she didn't pursue Dao wholeheartedly, so her cultivation speed was much slower. However, after so many years of accumulation, she had finally reached this step. She had completely mastered the Gui water condensing qi method and added her own changes to it. This time, she had a 60% chance of passing the heavenly tribulation and ascending. At most, there was only a 60% chance. In the eyes of mortals, she was already old. Although she had a technique to preserve her youth, there was already a lot of white hair on her head. If she waited any longer, she wouldn't even have a 60% chance of success. She couldn't help but envy Hu Xian'er. Although her cultivation speed wasn't fast and she hadn't ascended yet, her long lifespan wasn't something Hu Xian'er could compare with. The changes in the heaven and earth also caused her to be slightly distracted. She felt that the heavenly tribulation had suddenly changed, but she didn't have time to think too much about it. She focused on passing the heavenly tribulation. Gu Yenying said in surprise, "He wants to become a void-swallowing beast." Luo Ho Xiaoming frowned and said, "Everything else is fine, but the world fragment isn't that easy to deal with. Do you know how many magical powers he has? Don't a demon king only have 4 magical powers?" Gu Yenying spread out her hands and said, "If you, a god's son, don't know, how would I know?" At this time, the first world fragment was finally brought to Li Qingshan. His expression also became solemn. He wasn't going to put on a fireworks show in the small world. The crux of the matter was this world fragment. Could it pass through the obstruction of the distant space and transport the world fragment back to the small world? When the world fragment landed in the water mirror's image, it immediately caused an unprecedented ripple. It did not sink into the water mirror's image immediately like a meteor. Instead, it became stuck there, presenting a strange sight. Half of it was in space, while the other half was in the small world. So it really doesn't work? But it shouldn't be impossible. It's just that my spirit turtle transformation is still too weak. End of chapter 1251. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.